Chapter 1341 Master Long. Within a private room, Zhou Tianxiang looked at the scene recorded in a photographic jade. This scene was of Long Chen fighting fiercely in the Divine Pill Pavilion. Good, that's about enough. The seed of hatred has been planted, and there's basically no chance of Long San joining the other side. That's the only way we can put him in an important position. Zhou Tianxiang nodded his head. Yangzu, Kandongs, the two of you go bring Long San out. Now's the best time to win his heart. Other than Zhou Tianxiang, there were two other people in this private room. One was a gorgeous young woman with a beauty mark between her long eyebrows. She had phoenix eyes, and her chin was slightly sharp. The feeling she gave off was the opposite of the pill fairy's friendly air. Beside her was a tall, lanky man. They both had fierce flame fluctuations around them. Although they weren't releasing those intentionally, they still gave off immense pressure. The woman's name was Dan Yangzu, while the man's name was Kandongs. Both of them were ranked 9 celestials with outstanding alchemy arts. They were the leaders of the Divine Spear Alliance. Dan Yangzu asked, "This Long San is just a brutish man. Is it worth it for us to personally win him over?" Her tone was arrogant, and she clearly looked down on Long San. She wasn't willing to lower her position to pull him in. His spiritual strength has gone through a mutation. While you are at the Jade Core realm, his spiritual strength is already a match for yours at the Foundation Forging realm. We've already done a series of observations of him and didn't find any problems. We can pull him into our faction, said Zhou Tianxiang. Fine. Dan Yangzu agreed, but her agreement was a bit forced. As for Kandongs, he didn't say a word. Pill Valley's prison was located 3,000 meters underground. Only disciples that had violated the rules would be imprisoned here to reflect upon themselves. Dan Yangzu and Kandongs were walking side by side. Kandongs lightly said, "With the Divine Shield Alliance's methods, this Long San is definitely locked in the delinquent room. He's going to be half dead by the time we get there. It's going to be a headache for us to bring him out like that. If this Long San isn't as useful as Protector Zhou says he is, I'm definitely going to kill him." Iciness flashed in Dan Yangzu's eyes. This is it. They walked to the end of the passageway. An iron door was in front of them. This was the delinquent room, a place for disciples that were too warlike. Disciples that had broken the rules were tossed into prison and divided based on what rules they broke. As for the fellows who liked to be berserk and fight, they would all be lumped together so that they could beat each other. But when they arrived at the door, they didn't hear any screams or cursing. Instead, it was strangely quiet. What's going on? Could they have beaten each other to death? Kandongs was startled. He slowly took out a key and unlocked it, then he heard a sound come from inside. "Master Long, is this hard enough?" asked a fawning voice. A slapping sound rang out and a voice raged, "Did you not eat? Use some force." "Yes, this little one will work harder." That voice was full of terror. The iron door was slowly pushed open by Kandongs, and a dense smell of blood flooded out. When they saw the situation in the delinquent room, Kandongs and Dan Yangzu could only stare. There were over 10 people that had been beaten into the walls, their shoulders and thighs all stabbed through. And the things stabbing them were the bones of their arms and lower legs. Those people were all terrified, their mouths stuffed with shoes. They didn't dare to make the slightest noise. Seeing Dan Yangzu and Kandongs walk in, those delinquents were so grateful that tears streamed down their faces. It was like they had seen their saviors. 4 people were kneeling on the ground, a wooden bed on their shoulders. One person was lying on it, with a group of men carefully serving him. 2 of them were massaging his feet, 2 of them were beating his legs with their fists, 1 was combing his hair, and the last one was even treating his nails. A hand suddenly slapped across one of their faces. That was because that person had accidentally made a hair snap while combing it. To the side, there were 2 people holding fans nervously waving them. They were being even more careful than palace eunuchs treating the emperor. Kandongs and Dan Yangzu exchanged a glance, both seeing each other's shock. Kandongs was the one who opened his mouth. Yes, Master Long San was in the midst of enjoying himself when he heard someone call his name. He opened an eye slightly and saw that new people had come. "You are." Long Chen sat up, and the people attending him immediately stood to the side, standing like wooden stakes, afraid of even moving. "I am Kandongs, and this is our Divine Spear Alliance's leader, Dan Yangzu. We came to bring you out." "Haha, I can leave." "Amazing." "Hey, idiot, I'm leaving. Aren't you going to hurry up and put on my shoes?" Long Chen suddenly slapped a person across the face. Only then did these people react. They hastily put Long Chen's shoes and robes on him, all of them excited. It was like the one being released from prison wasn't Long Chen, but them. Kan Dongs looked at the situation and seemed to understand something. But he didn't say anything. He felt like this Long San definitely wasn't ordinary. Long Chen slapped another person across the face and raged, "I'm leaving. It's a good thing, so why are you crying? We don't want to part with Master Long." That person looked like he was finally sending off a Yama King, and was so emotional that tears streamed down his face. Right now, he could only make such an excuse. "Not bad, Master Long didn't teach you for nothing. I should stay here for a couple more days before leaving." Long Chen nodded, acting emotionally as well. "No, Master Long, this place is dirty and smelly, completely unsuitable for your grand existence. We will respectfully send you off." All the men knelt on the ground. When Long Chen had been sent to the delinquent room, he had understood a principle. If he wanted to show off, then he had to cause as much trouble as possible. As long as he could show off his value, then the more trouble he caused, the more highly he would be viewed. As a result, these delinquents that had intentionally been arranged to come here to beat him all ended up miserable. Compared to Long Chen, they were nothing more than sheep. After exiting the prison and smelling the fresh air, Long Chen immediately took a deep breath. "Many thanks. Long San will remember this favor. If either of you need anything, just ask and I will do my best," said Long Chen. Although he knew the two of them had come just to make him indebted to them, this was still something that he needed to follow through with. At least acting grateful was a must. "There's no need to be this formal. We're all on the same side. I still have things to do, so I'm leaving. Kan Dongs will tell you what you should do." Dan Yangzhu was as icy as ever, and she left. Kan Dongs smiled helplessly. "The Alliance Master, well, she has a powerful status, so don't mind her. We naturally have to help each other out, so don't worry about this. Just continue showing your power. For example, what you did in the Divine Pill Pavilion. Protector Zhou always disliked your cowardly nature, so he has been secretly observing you. Your display today greatly satisfied him though. The two of us came to get you to express that you've already joined the core of the Divine Spear Alliance, and also to tell you that you don't need to have any misgivings. Within Pill Valley, there's nothing that we can't do. Even if you provoke a calamity, we can handle it. So, don't worry, go ahead and provoke a calamity to prove your existence. Within the Divine Spear Alliance, there are two kinds of people that are the most useful, those with great alchemy arts, and those that can cause trouble. The Divine Spear Alliance has plenty of people with great alchemy arts, but we're lacking geniuses who can cause trouble. That's all I have to say. You should understand what I mean. I'm also busy, so take care." Kan Dongs also left, leaving behind only Long Chen. How interesting. Long Chen had finally managed to probe Zhou Tianxiang's goal. That wily old fox had still felt that he wasn't reliable enough and had been continuously testing him. Wasn't it just causing trouble? It just so happened that this was his specialty. But that bragging, wasn't that a bit too much? They could do anything within Pill Valley and even handle a calamity. What if the calamity was that he took away all of the Divine Pill Pavilion's earth flames? Through the battle in the Divine Pill Pavilion, Long Chen had truly shaken everyone. Now there were very few people who dared to directly provoke him. In fact, as long as anyone dared to mock him at all, he would directly punch them. Those disciples were now afraid of him. The disciples who thought that their fighting skills were pretty good were nothing in front of Long Chen. Long Chen also didn't use any techniques. It was like he didn't know how to fight at all and was just randomly swinging his arms. But because his fighting had no pattern, no one could block him. Sometimes when the power difference was extremely great, Long Chen would lose. Perhaps that was because the other side had too many people. But Long Chen never cared how many people were on the opposing side. Anyone who provoked him would be beaten by him. If others beat him, he would beat them back as well. There were several times where he had almost killed someone. Once, he caused the head of a disciple to explode. Fortunately, alchemists had powerful spiritual strength, so his soul wasn't destroyed. Using a medicinal pill, he gave birth to a new physical body. This was Pill Valley, so that was possible. But in any other sect, that person would have definitely died. His punishment for doing that had been to spend a few days as emperor within the delinquent prison before coming back out. During this time, he profoundly experienced just how important it was to have a powerful backer. In the blink of an eye, 2 months passed. The Divine Pill Hall's trial once more occurred, and this time, the trial was to refine a 9th-tier medicinal pill. With the Berserk Blood Flame's assistance, Long Chen refined a 9-ring pill, rising to rank 947th amongst the 3,000 disciples of the Divine Pill Hall. To ascend into the top 1,000 just 2 months after joining caused his name to shake the Divine Pill Hall. This speed was outstanding. The alchemy talent Long Chen had displayed had even shocked Zhou Tianxiang. He had originally thought Long Chen would need half a year to show any obvious improvement, but he had given him a pleasant surprise. However, at this time, an unexpected matter pushed Long Chen to the heart of their struggle. Chapter 1342 Sinister Scheming. Long San, you killed my brother. I challenge you to a life-and-death battle. Long Chen had just walked out of the Divine Pill Pavilion when a random disciple blocked his path with a sinister expression. Behind him were 2 people carrying a body. This person had insulted Duan Tianchao yesterday while Long Chen had been chatting with her. He had said Duan Tianchao was just a slut, causing her to cry. Thus, Long Chen had fiercely beaten that person until he no longer resembled a human. His injuries were extremely frightful, but he hadn't killed him. He had just made him suffer some pain. But now, that person's soul had dissipated, and he was clearly dead. That startled Long Chen, but he quickly thought of something. He wasn't dead yesterday. Him dying today has nothing to do with me, sneered Long Chen. Long Chen deduced that this disciple had been killed so that the other side could target him. That person's death gave the person in front of him an excuse to challenge him. The challenger was a rank 7 celestial at the Jade Core realm. The flame fluctuations around him were extremely intense. It seemed that he was someone who had reached the end of his alchemy path and was preparing to switch to become a flame cultivator. Flame cultivators had terrifying power. Right now, Long Chen had only shown that he had a powerful physical body. But if he encountered a flame cultivator in a life-and-death battle, the little bit of power he had displayed was nothing. He would be killed in one blow. Clearly, Long Chen's existence was already a threat to the other side. They had sacrificed a disciple to get rid of him. HMPH, his death is because of the serious injuries you gave him. When we got back, his injuries worsened and suddenly erupted out of control. Do you think you can brush off your guilt with just a few words? What a joke. Long San, Qi Li was my life-and-death brother, closer to me than a real brother. This enmity must be avenged by me, Luo Xiao. I've already applied for a life-and-death match. Just wait to pay with your life. That Luo Xiao sneered and looked at Long Chen like he was already dead. He then left with his people. How ridiculous. They were actually capable of using such a childish method. If they could get away with it, it would really be ridiculous. First of all, ignoring the fact that this disciple wasn't killed by Long Chen, even if he was, he hadn't died at that time, and it was impossible to use this matter to punish Long Chen. Pill Valley had countless medicinal pills. As long as a person didn't immediately die, it would be difficult for them to die even if they wanted to. Furthermore, he had beaten him a whole day ago. Could it be that if he died 10 years later, it would still be Long Chen's fault? This whole scheme was complete nonsense. No matter what they tried, Zhou Tianxiang's side had plenty of ways to show that there were holes in this plot. They would first demand an investigation and use all kinds of delaying tactics. And in the end, without enough proof, this matter would come to an end. Long Chen ignored him and returned to his room. On his way back, he hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he decided not to enter Duan Tianchao's courtyard. He saw Duan Tianchao quietly standing under a tree, lost in thought. He didn't know what she was thinking, but he didn't disturb her. He returned to his residence to study the magical arts he had learned in the past few days. The other side has made their way. What do you think? Zhou Tianxiang was in a private room speaking to Dan Yangzu and Kan Dong's. It's just a childish trick of Zhang Zijin's. He's just a pretty face. Anyway, this matter won't cause any trouble for us. That Qi Li died only after returning, so trying to force the responsibility onto Long Chen is already very ridiculous. There's no need to bother with it. We can just stall until this matter is forgotten. Long Chen's potential is terrifying, and I feel like if we properly raise him, he'll become an excellent chess piece. We have to protect him, said Kan Dong's. Zhou Tianxiang nodded with praise. Kan Dongzi's way of handling things was very meticulous, and his observation skills were very sharp. I don't feel the same. I feel like this is a good chance to launch a vicious counterattack. We shouldn't protect Long San, but send him to go all out instead. Dan Yangzu shook her head. Oh, what do you mean? Asked Zhou Tianxiang. We have myself and Dongs for alchemy geniuses, as well as our old team. That's already enough. We don't need to raise an alchemy genius, but a chess piece that can kill people and instantly break the balance. Dan Yangzu raised her eyebrows slightly, a cold light in her eyes. She continued, that Long San might possess strangely powerful spiritual strength, but his alchemy arts would need at least over a year to grow to the point that he can affect the balance that way. However, I feel like that's too slow. It's better to have a chess piece that has immediate use. You mean to? Kan Dongs was startled. Yes, have you not noticed that Long San is just a country bumpkin? After receiving our grooming, his confidence has inflated to the point of arrogance. He'll beat whoever he wants. A bumpkin like him possesses an innate feeling of inferiority. Without anyone restraining him, he's already become brazen. Do you not see that when he looks at us, he might look respectful on the surface, but there's some barely concealed disdain in his eyes. It's like he feels that he'll be trampling over us at any time. He's already become bedeviled, said Dan Yangzu coldly. This really is the case. Long San has become insolent recently. I've already warned him subtly about it, but it seems that he can't understand, said Kan Dongs. Conflict after conflict, they had felt that Long San's arrogance had grown stronger. It seemed that he liked to show off, especially in front of everyone. It was very irritating. His current display was typical of a little person who achieved meteoric success. Zhou Tianxiang could understand such a thing. After all, after being timid and suppressed for so long, Long San's resentment was finally being released. This display was very natural. They didn't know that Long Chen had intentionally displayed this just to prepare a foundation for his future actions. Since Long San has already been bedeviled, we should just help him out and let him become a flame cultivator. When the time comes to enter the Heavenly Dragon Flame region, he can go crazy and slaughter all the experts of the Divine Shield Alliance. What do you think, hee? Dan Yangzu laughed, her icily cold face twisted in a sinister expression that gave others goosebumps. This is a good idea. It's the fastest way to use him. With Long San's spiritual strength and flame control, he'd definitely be a terrifying flame cultivator. Killing those alchemists would be easy. Once it's over, we'll push all the responsibility on Long San, turning him into the culprit so that no one can blame us. Kan Dongzi's eyes brightened. Even Zhou Tianxiang was moved by this. This move was very vicious, but it was the fastest way to use Long San. This chess piece could make a tremendous impact this way. However, to have an alchemist with limitless potential become a flame cultivator will probably be a bit difficult. Kan Dongs shook his head. Long San wasn't an idiot. He wouldn't agree. It's not up to him. Someone has challenged him to a life and death battle. As long as we don't say anything, or if we agree to it, Long San must face the battle. He'll either have to die, or hurry and cultivate flame magical arts in a limited time to face Luo Xiao's challenge. We just have to tell him that even dual martial pill cultivation can reach the peak of the alchemy Dao. Isn't our pill fairy Yu Qingshan the best example? Said Dan Yangzu. When she mentioned the pill fairy, fierce jealousy appeared in her eyes. Alright, then let's try it. That Long San is still a youngster and he might fall for it. Kan Dongs nodded. He knew that such a matter would be up to him, the Vice Alliance Master. Long San, bad news. Long Chen was in the midst of studying his new magical arts when the door to his room was pushed open. Zhang Yutao ran in panically. What is it? Asked Long Chen hurriedly. Quick, come, Duan Tianchao, she committed suicide. What? Long Chen's expression changed. Duan Tianchao was in her courtyard, sitting beneath a tree. Her eyes were looking toward the east. They had lost all their luster. There were quite a few disciples around Duan Tianchao's courtyard. It was unknown what they were whispering. Out of the way, Long Chen directly barged through them, arriving in front of Duan Tianchao. Placing a finger on her forehead, his spiritual strength poured inside. However, it was too late. Although her body was still warm, her soul had long since dissipated. If he had come just a quarter hour earlier, when Duan Tianchao's soul had just started to dissipate, perhaps he would have been able to use his powerful spiritual strength to form a spiritual formation and recall her soul. But now, no one could save her. A beautiful girl lost her life beneath an ancient tree. Why? Long Chen looked at Duan Tianchao. There were no tears on her face. Her lifeless eyes were still looking into the distance like they were remembering something with longing. Long Chen felt a sad pain. A beautiful woman was like a flower, its wilting was always regretful. That was especially true when it was a friend who died. Long Chen suddenly saw Duan Tianchao holding something in her hand. Chapter 1343 Who is scheming against who? It was a piece of paper. He slowly unfurled it and read what was written on it. There was simply one line written by a woman's hand. Now will you be happy? Seeing this line of words, Long Chen's expression changed. He sensed that this matter was not ordinary. Yutao, what's going on? Killing intent began to rise in Long Chen's eyes. What do you think? Others got bored of playing with this slut and tossed her away. As for you, Long San, you were just second-hand goods, hee. Sneered a disciple. Long Chen suddenly roared furiously and punched that disciple's head. There was no suspense. His head exploded like a watermelon. Long Chen's punch was too terrifying and too sudden. The disciples beside him were all splattered with blood. That disciple's soul appeared in the air, but a flame spear suddenly shot out of Long Chen's hand, incinerating his soul. That disciple was instantly killed. The other disciples were all shocked. They had never expected Long Chen would dare to kill people. They all became pale, too terrified to move. Long San, you've caused a calamity now. Zhang Yutao also jumped in fright. Now even he was worried. I don't care about that right now. Tell me, why would Duan Tianchao commit suicide? Who is she asking if they will be happy now? Demanded Long Chen. Zhang Yutao explained this matter from the start. Panic wouldn't help now. At this time, people were already rushing away to report this matter to the elders. Under Long Chen's interrogation, Zhang Yutao had no choice but to explain Duan Tianchao's history. Originally, her talent was not bad, and she easily became an inner disciple. But wanting to join the Divine Pill Hall was extremely difficult. She tried several times without succeeding. Later on, one of the Divine Pill Hall's disciples gave her some pointers, allowing her alchemy skill to advance by a great deal, making her eligible to finally enter the Divine Pill Hall. Duan Tianchao was extremely grateful to that disciple, and under his pursuit, the two of them became alchemy Dao companions. It was only later that Duan Tianchao learned that this disciple had only helped her to pull her into the Divine Shield Alliance. Furthermore, this person also had other Dao companions. Duan Tianchao had immediately felt used. She had had a huge fight with that person, and she had formed an urge to kill herself at that time. It was the Pill Fairy that had come to support Duan Tianchao, advising her to leave the Divine Shield Alliance and join the neutral faction. Furthermore, she had even given out a warning that no one was to mention this matter again. At that time, this matter had caused quite a ruckus before things had gradually calmed down. Duan Tianchao had managed to escape the shadow of her past and once more began cultivating her alchemy. But the emotions that hadn't worked out from back then still caused quite an influence over her, and in the end, she was unable to improve her ranking. She was stuck at the bottom, always in danger. Just yesterday, when someone had cursed Duan Tianchao for being a slut, Long Chen had thought that someone was intentionally trying to find trouble with him. He hadn't known there had been such a story behind it. Now, it seemed that this person's curse had provoked Duan Tianchao's inner wound. Adding on how her alchemy had stagnated for so many years, she had felt like there was no more meaning in living, and decided to end her young life. Why did you have to do this? People always grow by facing the bumps on their way. They mature amid lies and schemes. Did you really think this life no longer had meaning to you? If you really hated this world, why is it that you would face toward the east before death? Don't worry, I will bring your ashes out of this emotionless world and back to your home. Long Chen sighed and gently brushed Duan Tianchao's face. He closed her eyes. I'm sorry. Just at this moment, the Pill Fairy walked over in an imperial dress. Seeing Duan Tianchao's corpse, sadness appeared in her eyes. You don't have anything to apologize for. Wherever there are people, there will be competition, a survival of the fittest. You've already done what you could do. I'd just like to ask you to leave Duan Tianchao's ashes to me after she's cremated. I hope to return her ashes back to her home. Perhaps that was her only desire before her death, said Long Chen. Long San, you randomly killed someone. Come with me. Just at this moment, a group of elders seized Long Chen. Long Chen didn't resist and let them bring him away. The Pill Fairy looked at his stubborn figure as it gradually faded. An indescribable pain appeared in her heart. Pill Fairy, this matter. Zhang Zijin also rushed over. Don't try to explain anything. I don't care if you know about this or not. Your struggles in the future have nothing to do with me. Move. I'm bringing her away. The pill fairy gently picked up Duan Tianchao's body. Without even looking at Zhang Zijin, she left. Zhang Zijin awkwardly made way for the pill fairy. The pill fairy had always been a gentle person. For her to say such a thing meant she was truly infuriated. Long San, you've killed 2 people now. This is truly troublesome. Kan Dongs was disappointedly speaking to Long Chen in prison. He repeatedly brought up his shortcomings, how he was too impetuous, how he didn't use his head, and how he was definitely going to be executed now. Although that disciple truly said something he shouldn't have said after Duan Tianchao's death, killing him is still unforgivable. We've already reduced your punishment as much as possible. Right now, the only thing you can do is accept Luo Xiao's challenge. Luo Xiao is a rank 7 celestial and a flame cultivator. Since you haven't cultivated flame magical arts, you'll definitely die. That's why you have to work hard during this time to cultivate flame fighting skills to face Luo Xiao. We've already done our best and won 10 days for you to train. Long San, I want to hear what you think, said Kan Dongs. I'm not thinking about anything. So what if I have to switch to become a flame cultivator? Others are unable to do dual martial pill cultivation, but I've always wanted to try it. I just want to know if after I kill Luo Xiao, will I be able to challenge the person that caused Duan Tianchao to commit suicide as revenge for her? Asked Long Chen. Kan Dongs laughed inside. Originally, he had been thinking of how to convince Long Chen to switch to become a flame cultivator. He hadn't expected him to be so brazen as to instantly agree. Furthermore, he was even thinking about future challenges. This simply proved that he had been completely bedeviled. As long as you can kill Luo Xiao, everything else is no problem. As for the matter of avenging Duan Tianchao, we'll definitely set it up for you. Whether or not you'll be able to kill that person will be up to your own abilities though, said Kan Dongs. Good, then I want to start training in flame magical arts right now. I'm already impatient, said Long Chen confidently. Alright, then I'll find a powerful flame cultivator to secretly train you during this time. Good luck, I look favorably upon you. Kan Dongs patted Long Chen on the shoulder encouragingly. But when he turned to leave, a cold smile appeared on his face. However, when Kan Dongs left, he didn't see a cold smile also appear on Long Chen's face. Time passed by, and 5 days were gone in an instant. Within Zhou Tianxiang's private room, other than Zhou Tianxiang, Dan Yangzu, and Kan Dongs, a red-haired elder was also present. This elder had extremely intense flame energy fluctuations coming from his body, and they caused space to twist around him. He was a terrifying life-star flame cultivator with immense power. Elder Zhu, how is Long San's cultivation? Asked Zhou Tianxiang. Reporting to Protector Zhou, everything is going very smoothly. This Long San is definitely a genius with terrifying comprehension ability. Furthermore, his willpower is very strong. He chose to use the peak level of the raging flame body tempering process. Even as his body is incinerated, his expression doesn't change. He's a ruthless person. In order to increase the power of his physical body, he undergoes the body tempering process for 16 hours a day, and with the best possible medicinal pills offered to him, the rate at which his body is strengthening is monstrous. If I didn't personally witness it, I wouldn't believe it. He's truly suited to walk the path of a flame cultivator, said the red-haired elder Zhu emotionally. Long Chen's body was strengthening so quickly that elder Zhu found it hard to believe. Long Chen was using this body tempering process to slowly reveal the real power of his physical body. That way, the increase of his battle strength wouldn't be too sudden and expose him. Good, then when he fights Luo Xiao, he won't lose. As long as he can force it into a draw, we can get past this. Looks like I was worried for nothing. However, Elder Zhu, don't be careless. Long San is a very important chess piece for us. Since there's not much time left before the Heavenly Dragon Flame region opens, you have to raise his power as much as possible. No matter how many resources it costs, we'll get it all back 100, no, 1,000 times, said Zhou Tianxiang. Yes, your subordinate understands. I'll go check on him right now. I won't let him slack off at all, promised Elder Zhu. Once Elder Zhu left, Zhou Tianxiang, Dan Yangzu, and Kan Dongs all smiled. Long San had given them quite a few pleasant surprises. Flames filled the sky. Long Chen was surrounded by countless flame runes, looking like a god of fire. Flame runes had even appeared in his eyes. Ha ha ha, good, excellent. Long San, after exhausting so much earth flame essence, your physical body is already comparable to body cultivators, laughed Elder Zhu. He was laughing when Long Chen's fist landed squarely on his face. He flew back with a pained groan. Long San, are you mad? Raged Elder Zhu. I'm not mad, I just wanted to test my power, said Long Chen coldly. There's not much more time. I want to take Luo Xiao's head in just 3 moves. Long Chen slowly raised his head. His eyes contained an icy killing intent that made Elder Zhu shiver. Chapter 1344 Confrontation between Flame Cultivators. On the outskirts of Pill Valley was a tall mountain with a grand palace built on top of it. In front of this palace was a huge martial arena. The martial arena shone with golden light. Each brick was refined with scarlet flame gold, and they were protected by powerful runes. They could withstand terrifying heat. There was also a powerful formation around the martial arena. Right now, countless Pill Valley disciples were gathering around the martial stage. Because it was located on the outskirts of Pill Valley, all disciples could come watch. There was a veritable sea of people around it now. I heard that 2 disciples of the Divine Pill Hall are fighting a life and death match to resolve some enmity. Asked someone. Yes, one of them is a rank 7 celestial who entered the Divine Pill Hall 2 years ago, Luo Xiao. In the last year, his alchemy arts have stagnated and he's close to washing out. I heard that several months ago, he gave up on the Pill Dao and became a flame cultivator. His combat power is terrifying, whispered an inner disciple who knew some more about the Divine Pill Hall. The majority of the inner disciples were unable to go to the Divine Pill Hall, but they could hear a few rumors about the people in it. Some people were just too bored and spent all day investigating the Divine Pill Hall. So for them to know a few things behind the scenes was normal. I heard Luo Xiao challenged a demon-class genius, Long San. This fellow spent 3 years crossing the Eastern Sea and missed his golden cultivation time. But I heard his spiritual strength has gone through some mutation, turning him into a monster amongst alchemists. In his first try, he managed to pass the trial to get into the Divine Pill Hall, stunning everyone, said someone emotionally. Long San's name had spread everywhere in Pill Valley in just over 2 months. Practically, everyone knew of him. One reason was his terrifying alchemy talent, but this alone wasn't enough to make everyone recognize him. The majority of people only knew of him due to his fighting skills. From the first day he joined the Divine Pill Hall, he had already started fighting, practically never skipping a day without a brawl. Over half the Divine Shield Alliance's people had been beaten by him. At first, the Divine Shield Alliance's people had been intentionally provoking him, but toward the end, Long San began to beat them up directly whenever he saw them, no matter if he was in a good mood or not. He was too lazy to even find an excuse to beat them. Every few days, he would be sent to the delinquent prison, but then they heard that the atmosphere in the delinquent prison had become very good. Those disciples that were normally sent there had all corrected their behavior and were studying obediently. The full delinquent prison became empty. Pill Valley had always had many disciples with violent tempers due to playing with fire. When they encountered bottlenecks, they would easily become angry and do things they normally wouldn't do. As a result, Pill Valley tossed them into the delinquent prison, so they could get it out of their system. Usually, once they finished fighting, they would be able to calm down and focus on alchemy. Pill Valley had countless disciples, and the original delinquent prison had been expanded several times in the past. But this was the first time in history that it was completely empty. Long San had been secretly called the Master of Delinquents. He had guided them all to the correct path, correcting their alchemy attitude and allowing them to find their own cultivation goals. Long San's name was also something spread by those reformed delinquents. Luo Xiao has arrived. Suddenly, a sharp cry rang out, and a group of people walked over. They wore the robes of the Divine Pill Hall with a shield embroidered on their collars. Their leader was a tall man. He was Luo Xiao. Luo Xiao had over 10 disciples following him. He walked in grandly, and the crowd immediately opened a path for him. He walked to the entrance of the martial stage and flashed his badge at a stone pillar, which then emitted a ray of light that scanned his body. He vanished and reappeared on the martial stage. This was a life and death stage, a place to resolve conflicts between disciples. If the enmity had reached this point, then there was no way to mediate things. Every sect would have such a martial stage. Only through competition could there be progress. But where there was competition, there was also anger and hatred. When the seed of hatred was planted, it would rapidly grow to the point where one could not live with the other. The weak were prey to the strong. Survival of the fittest. This was the foundation of every sect, and Pill Valley was no exception. Pill Valley's rules were even harsher than some sects. Once a disciple applied for a life-and-death match, if the higher-ups approved of it, then there was no stopping it. Once the two fighters entered the martial stage, there were no more rules. Only one would come out alive. Unless an expert on the level of a Grand Elder intervened, no one could stop it. However, Grand Elders mostly didn't bother with such minor things. Long San has also arrived. Heavens, what powerful killing intent. An uproar suddenly exploded as a person slowly walked over. Flame energy and killing intent surged out of him. The instant Long Chen appeared, a terrifying heat ignited the air. The space around him was constantly twisting, yet no one could sense any heat. All their hair stood on end. Long Chen's gaze was ice cold. Those were not the eyes of a human. They were like the eyes of a bloodthirsty magical beast. Long San really has become bedeviled, and severely so. We'll have to think of a way to make him reserve himself a bit, or it won't be good for the plan. Within a private room, Zhou Tianxiang, Dan Yangzhu, Kan Dongs, and Elder Zhu were watching a wall. They would see everything that was happening in the martial arena. It was Dan Yangzhu speaking. At this time, Long Chen's eyes were scarlet. That was a clear sign of fire poison invading his body. If this continued, he would lose all reasoning and become a violent madman. Alliance Master Yangzhu, don't worry. It's simply because Long San's power has increased too fast, resulting in the fire poison affecting his mind. He has absorbed a huge amount of earth flame essence, and that energy is enough to kill 20 rank 7 celestials. But because of his immense spiritual strength, he was able to absorb all of it. At the same time as his physical body absorbed it, his soul energy was exhausted, so a portion of it was absorbed by his soul. As long as Long San consumes a pill to dispel fire poison after the fight, with his powerful spiritual strength, the fire poison won't have any effect on him. In truth, the thing I'm worried about the most is his heart devil. His confidence has inflated to the point that he seems to think he's unrivaled. He even dared to attack me. Elder Zhu shook his head. He was too embarrassed to say that Long Chen had punched him in the face. Thus, to preserve his dignity, he had to say that Long Chen had attacked him. Alright, then I'll trouble Elder Zhu. Long Chen is an important chess piece, so you have to treat him well. Once this succeeds, there's at least an 80% chance of you becoming the Eastern Zan region's Tower Master, said Zhou Tianxiang. Many thanks, Protector Zhou. Disciple will definitely do his best to make Long San into the most terrifying killing machine. Elder Zhu was delighted. Yes, first, let's see the results of the past 10 days. Hopefully, he won't disappoint me. Zhou Tianxiang nodded. Long Chen came on his own, unlike Luo Shang. This was something Kan Dongs had arranged on purpose. It was to let Long Chen know that he had no one to rely on and could only rely on himself. His only chance to live was to win. Long Chen was also transported to the stage. He was staring at Luo Shao icily, not knowing what he was feeling inside. Originally, he had only come to Pill Valley for the second volume of the Nirvana scripture. He hadn't wanted to join any power or participate in any competition. Unfortunately, plans changed quickly. He had thought that coming to Pill Valley and obtaining the Nirvana scripture would be nothing more than a farce. Once he got it, he'd pat his butt and leave. Then Duan Tianchao had died. That had surprisingly pained him. Although he wasn't close to her, they were still acquaintances. Her death had made him think of how Yi Ziqiu had died in the Julie secret realm. It reminded him of the poignant beauty Yi Ziqiu had possessed as she had died. Duan Tianchao's suicide was just a way for her to escape from reality. She had lost to fate. Or perhaps she had felt that life was too tiresome, too bitter, and without anything to rely on, she was unable to see the sunlight. So she felt like she couldn't endure any longer and wanted to rest. In truth, Duan Tianchao's life was similar to the lives of many cultivators. The cultivation world was like a vat of dye that blocked everything, making it so no one could see the sunlight. But Long Chen trusted that as long as he dared to struggle, no matter how terrible the situation was, there would be some hope. If you gave up, perhaps you would have tossed away that hope. So ever since he stepped onto the cultivation path, Long Chen had never thought about giving up. He had no reason to give up. Duan Tianchao had given up. That made Long Chen feel regretful, as well as giving him a warning that he had to work hard at getting stronger. He had to be able to carry all the burdens, because he didn't want his beauties to endure burdens they couldn't carry. A man should work hard to give his beauties a sanctuary where they didn't need to worry about anything. You dare to get distracted? Die. All of a sudden, Luo Xiao roared furiously, flame energy exploding out of him. The manifestation of a rank 7 celestial appeared, and a flame spear pierced toward Long Chen. Luo Xiao had originally wanted to say something upon Long Chen's arrival. But then he saw Long Chen just staring at the sky as if he was lost in thought, infuriating him. The 30-meter flame spear was like a shooting star. It twisted the space wildly. If you can last 3 moves, I'll spare your life. Long Chen snorted and jumped into the air. Blood-colored flames wrapped around his fist as he punched the spear. The flame spear blew apart, filling the air with flames. For a moment, every disciple was silent, staring in shock. Chapter 1345 Unable to receive a single blow. In front of Master Long San, you're just an ant. Starting now, I, Master Long San, am going to dominate heaven and earth. You are only fit to crawl beneath my feet. Long Chen floated in the air like a god of fire looking down on the rest of the world. The violent way his hair and robes blew about him made him look deranged. His spiritual strength was also chaotic. He's practically insane. He dares to say such a thing. Kan Dong shook his head. Then looking at Long San's scarlet eyes, it was clearly the effect of fire poison that had made him lose his reasoning. That was why he would say such brazen words. Every one of the disciples surrounding the martial arena was unable to accept it. He had basically called all of them ants. Too arrogant. A newcomer also dares to be this arrogant. Who do you think you are? Luo Xiao, kill him. I've seen arrogant people, but never anyone so arrogant. Quite a few disciples couldn't help but curse Long Chen. Perhaps this was simply envy for a disciple of the Divine Pill Hall. They finally had an excuse to openly curse one of them. Long San, you really are an idiot. I, Luo Xiao, began the switch to a flame cultivator half a year ago. My foundation is much more profound than yours. Furthermore, my cultivation base is in the Jade Core realm. As for you, you're just in the foundation forging realm. Where did this arrogance of yours come from? Do you think I only have this little bit of ability? Let me tell you, that was just a test. The real fight starts now. Realize that next year, today will be the anniversary of your death. This is the real power of a flame cultivator. Power of the flame spirit, form of 10,000 beasts, I am your soul, my life is your name. Contractual flame spirit beast, appear. Flames suddenly erupted out of Luo Xiao as he formed hand seals. They condensed into a huge figure beneath his feet. It was a flame salamander hundreds of meters long. A terrifying pressure caused the spectators' hearts to shake. This Luo Xiao is actually able to condense his own earth flame spirit beast. Kan Dong's was a bit surprised. There were 2 types of earth flame spirit beasts. One was natural earth flames that took the appearance of beasts. They could be forcibly subdued and enslaved to fight for their master. But earth flames had their own spirits, and using a slave imprint to forcibly order it to fight would cause a conflict between its spirit and its master's will. Sometimes it would suddenly attack its master. The second method involved condensing an earth flame spirit beast through a kind of secret art possessed by Pill Valley. This earth flame spirit beast would be fully obedient. The prerequisite to do such a thing was to sacrifice a portion of your spiritual strength to give life to the earth flame spirit beast. This earth flame spirit beast formed from your own earth flame energy and spiritual strength would be 100% loyal, because its soul was a part of your soul. The master and beast could fight all out. Every alchemist could raise earth flame spirit beasts, but sacrificing a portion of their spiritual strength for an earth flame spirit beast was not worth it. As for the spiritual strength you sacrificed, it would never fully recover. It signified that you would never have 100% of your soul energy ever again. Each sliver of spiritual strength was extremely important to an alchemist. Sometimes the success or failure of a refinement was dependent on just that one sliver. As a result, there were essentially no alchemists that raised their own earth flame spirit beasts. Furthermore, the more powerful the earth flame spirit beast, the more soul energy would be exhausted. Luo Xiao's earth flame spirit beast was extremely powerful. Luo Xiao had sacrificed a full 10% of his spiritual strength to raise it. That was why it was so terrifying, capable of instantly killing ordinary Jade Core experts. Luo Xiao's flame salamander suddenly charged forward, slamming a claw at Long Chen. Boom! Flames filled the sky. Long Chen had met the salamander's claw with his fist. Compared to the flame salamander, Long Chen was as tiny as a fly. Although he managed to stop the claw, he was constantly being pushed back by it. The huge power blew apart Long Chen's shoes. Blood-red runes appeared on Long Chen's feet. They ground against the metal bricks, releasing a hair-raising metallic ringing. Not bad. That earth flame essence wasn't wasted. Long San's physical body is comparable to a body cultivator. Seeing Long Chen rely on just his physical strength to block this flame salamander, Zhou Tianxiang nodded. Reporting to Protector Zhou, Disciple has noticed that Long San's physical body is extremely powerful. Even after absorbing all that earth flame essence, it doesn't seem like he's reached his limit. If we had more time and he could absorb more earth flame essence, his body would grow even stronger, interjected Elder Zhu. I see. Alchemists normally have weak bodies. This Long San really is an oddity. If we weren't in such a rush, he definitely would be raised properly. With such a powerful physical body, there's basically no way he can lose. When he gets back, properly raise this secret weapon. Perhaps he can give us a pleasant surprise. Zhou Tianxiang smiled. Long Chen was finally unable to continue blocking the power of the flame salamander and was sent flying. Die. Luo Xiao didn't give Long Chen any chance to recover. The tail of the salamander whipped toward him. HMPH, do you think you're the only one with an earth flame spirit beast? Power of the flame spirit, form of 10,000 beasts, I am your soul, my life is your name. Contractual flame spirit beast, appear. Long Chen suddenly made the same hand seals and chanted the same thing as Luo Xiao. Seeing this shocked everyone, even Zhou Tianxiang and the ones in the room. Hehe, under my supervision and guidance, Long San can now use this move. Elder Zhu modestly smiled, but the delight in his eyes sold him out. In truth, Elder Zhu was just trying to make himself look better. This wasn't something he had taught Long Chen. It was something he had taken the initiative to learn. Suddenly, a huge blood-colored wolf appeared in the air. It was extremely lifelike, looking just like a real magical beast. It immediately let out a furious howl. All its hair stood on end, and its eyes contained icy killing intent. He's actually able to condense such a lifelike earth flame spirit beast. Just how much spiritual strength did he sacrifice? Asked Zhou Tianxiang. The more solid the earth flame spirit beast, the greater its power, and the more spiritual strength had to be sacrificed to condense it. I really don't know. Long San has so much spiritual strength that even after condensing this earth flame spirit beast, I didn't sense his spiritual strength drop. Elder Zhu shook his head, sighing. The wolf bit the salamander's tail and instantly tore it off. Not giving the tail any time to transform into runes, the wolf opened its mouth and devoured it. This blood-colored flame wolf was no earth flame spirit beast. It was one of Huo Long's transformations. Its appearance was similar to Little Snow's, but its fur was blood-colored instead of white, the specific color of the berserk blood flame. Long Chen stood atop its head. Seeing this familiar figure, he felt a wave of emotion. It was like he could see Little Snow blocking the Yama King blood curse for him and dying in the immemorial path. Little Snow, charge! Long Chen let out a quiet cry. It was like he had returned to a time when they could fight alongside each other. Huo Long seemed to be able to sense Long Chen's emotions, and it let out a roar. It bent its legs and then pounced at Luo Xiao as quick as lightning. Luo Xiao was shocked and infuriated. He had never imagined that Long Chen would have an earth flame spirit beast, and one even stronger than his own at that. Due to Long Chen's earth flame being of an even higher rank than Luo Xiao's, his earth flame spirit beast was stronger, causing Luo Xiao to panic. Luo Xiao made the salamander dodge, wanting to avoid it being killed in one hit. But he didn't know that Long Chen's flame wolf was no ordinary earth flame spirit beast. Huo Long had been raised by Long Chen from its youth, and it had experienced countless bloody battles with him. It possessed its own combat instincts. Although its form had changed to a wolf instead of a dragon, it was still nimble and agile. Missing its first dash, its back legs stamped on the ground and it spun, rushing toward the salamander that had just dodged. Luo Xiao had yet to even stabilize it yet. In front of countless shocked gazes, the wolf's paw slammed into the salamander, making it explode. Although Luo Xiao had abandoned his earth flame spirit beast at the last moment and was flying away, he was coughing up blood from the shockwaves. Before he could do anything, a figure appeared in front of him, and a large hand clamped over his throat, holding him in the air like a chicken. A pair of eyes with blood-colored runes in them stared at him. That gaze was like the gaze of a death god, and Luo Xiao's soul almost fled out of terror. Long San. Don't kill me. Please, I'm begging you. At this time, Luo Xiao's throat was caught and he couldn't speak. He could only send out a spiritual message, begging for mercy. I had no choice other than to target you. Please, let me go. I won't do anything to you ever again. Luo Xiao was full of terror. The outsiders couldn't sense Luo Xiao's spiritual messages outside the martial stage, but they saw his begging appearance. Speak. Who deceived Duan Tianchao? Long Chen's voice was icy without the slightest emotion, just like a grim reaper from hell. Chapter 1346 Damn Trash. Blood-colored runes surfaced on Long Chen's hand, and the flames instantly enveloped Luo Xiao. At that time, Long Chen released Luo Xiao's throat, and a miserable cry resounded throughout the arena. Everyone felt a chill. Long San was completely vicious. He had not only killed Luo Xiao, but he had also made him suffer the pain of being incinerated before his death. Luo Xiao's miserable cry hung in the air for half an incense stick's time before Long Chen's flames incinerated him into nothing. Even his soul was gone without a trace. Behind Long Chen, the flame wolf, which had already absorbed all the flame salamander's energy, shrank down to 3 meters and quietly stood behind Long Chen. One man and one beast stood atop the martial stage. Everyone was deathly silent, and all their gazes gathered on this man whose eyes unleashed a scarlet light. Ku Chunsheng, you little bastard, I, Master Long San, challenge you to a life and death match right now. If you're a man, you'll come out and fight me to the death. Long Chen suddenly let out a furious roar that shook the sky. His killing intent had reached a terrifying level that made others involuntarily shudder. Ku Chunsheng was an existence that few outer disciples would know. But to old inner disciples that had investigated things in the Divine Pill Hall, he was quite well known. They also knew why Long Chen would challenge him. That was because the one that had tricked Duan Tianchao of her purity was Ku Chunsheng. In truth, Ku Chunsheng's reputation was extremely bad in the Divine Pill Hall. Many people loathed him. He had a decent face, but the way he acted disgusted people. Pill Valley did not prevent men and women from dual cultivating. A situation where a man had multiple dual cultivation Dao companions was not that rare. But the majority of those men would tell their Dao companions about everything. They wouldn't conceal their partners. That was because whether it was in the secular world or cultivation world, the feeling of being tricked was unendurable. That was especially true in the cultivation world. The Dao heart was extremely important, and being tricked like this would very easily form a heart devil. It was taboo. As for Ku Chunsheng, what he had cared about was Duan Tianchao's potential. He had helped her when she had had no support, showing care for her in every possible manner and winning her heart. Only later had Duan Tianchao noticed that Ku Chunsheng had other Dao companions. She was able to accept this. But then she had heard Ku Chunsheng speaking with Zhang Zijin. Only then had she learned that Ku Chunsheng didn't have any feelings for her. He had only gotten close to her to get another helper for the Divine Shield Alliance. At that time, Duan Tianchao had felt like the heavens were collapsing. She had demanded to know why Ku Chunsheng would trick her. Who would have thought that after being exposed, Ku Chunsheng wouldn't even be the slightest bit apologetic? Instead, he insulted Duan Tianchao for not being able to recognize kindness. If it hadn't been for him, she wouldn't have been able to enter the Divine Pill Hall in her lifetime. Duan Tianchao had never imagined that the modest man she liked was actually such a person. She was completely disheartened and contemplated suicide. It was the pill fairy that had saved her from this darkness. It took a long time for this matter to be settled. However, just a few days ago, the day Duan Tianchao had committed suicide, Ku Chunsheng had gone to find her in her courtyard. It was unknown what had gone down between them, but it was that very day that Duan Tianchao killed herself. Long Chen hadn't known about all this. This information was what he had found out by investigating Luo Xiao's soul before he died. Long Chen almost couldn't believe a man would be so shameless. His fury immediately soared, and he directly challenged Ku Chunsheng. You aren't qualified to challenge me. I am an alchemist, while you have already become a flame cultivator. You're already far below me in terms of status. A good-looking man with shoulder-length hair sneered from amongst the crowd. The people around him immediately retreated, and a few of the inner disciples stared at him with a look of disgust. That was the Ku Chunsheng who used his looks to survive in the world. In truth, with Ku Chunsheng's talent, if it wasn't for the backing of the Divine Shield Alliance, he would probably have long since fallen to the bottom of the rankings and been kicked out of Pill Valley. This pretty boy specialized in picking out inexperienced but talented women from the inner sect. But with the Divine Shield Alliance behind him, no one dared to expose him to those women. However, everyone who knew about him hated him. Ku Chunsheng sneered. Suddenly, he sent a spiritual message to Long Chen. Do you want to know what I said to Duan Tianchao that day? Hehe, it wasn't much of anything. I just looked back on our experiences and the details of our romance. I then made a comparison to some other women. They were such beautiful memories. I didn't expect her to be so narrow-minded. Sigh. All of a sudden, the martial stage shook. After killing Luo Xiao, it was sending Long Chen out. Coincidentally, the exit and the entrance to the martial stage were not the same places. Long Chen was transported to a place less than 3,000 meters from Ku Chunsheng. In that instant, Ku Chunsheng's expression changed and he turned to flee. Once he was outside, he'd definitely be safe, because there were guards outside the martial arena, but not inside. Just at this moment, someone intentionally blocked his path. They crashed into each other. Are you blind? Why would you crash into me? That person was an inner disciple. After blocking Ku Chunsheng's path, he acted like it was his fault. But he was actually trying to stop Ku Chunsheng. Many people hated him and wished for Long San to get rid of this trash. Ku Chunsheng's expression once more changed as he felt a terrifying killing intent lock him down. That killing intent made it so he couldn't move. A hand suddenly pierced through his back and ripped out his beating heart. An icy voice rang out from behind him. How curious. How could garbage like you also have a heart? And your blood's even red. The hand shot forward like a blade, splitting Ku Chunsheng apart. Long Chen pulled. Your guts are a bit small. That doesn't make sense. After doing so many heartless things, how could your guts be so small? Well, people say the guts and the liver are connected, so let's see your liver. Ah, sorry, my anatomy's not so good. It seems this is your spleen. Long Chen's hands were bloody, but curiously, none of the surrounding disciples felt any pity. Instead, they felt like their hatred was finally being vented. Long San, tear apart this scum of Pill Valley. This bastard should be cut into 1,000,000 pieces. Seeing female disciples being seduced by this bastard one by one had made them hate him to the bone a long time ago. Right now, watching Long San torture him allowed them to finally vent. Long San, stop, release Ku Chunsheng, otherwise. Just at this moment, Zhang Zijin led a group of people over. Just as Ku Chunsheng saw Zhang Zijin and a sliver of hope appeared within him, runes circulated around Long Chen's arm, blowing apart his body. Ku Chunsheng only had a head left. Senior apprentice brother Zijin, save. Long Chen punched Ku Chunsheng's jaw, making it so he couldn't speak. According to reason, a person would require vocal cords to speak. But an alchemist could make other parts of their bodies rub together to make sounds, so even without a neck, he had managed to cry something out. However, without even a tongue, he couldn't cry for help. Well, perhaps if he knew how to rub his eyelashes together to make noise, he could speak, but he didn't know how to do such a thing. Your daddy Long San never gives in to threats. Do you want to try it again? Long Chen held Ku Chunsheng's head. Zhang Zijin was infuriated. Long San, you are. Flames suddenly burst out of Long Chen's hand, wrapping around Ku Chunsheng's head. A miserable shriek resounded in everyone's souls. This wasn't the cry of a physical body, but Ku Chunsheng's spiritual fluctuations. All the disciples here had powerful spiritual strength and could sense his pain. In truth, the reason why he felt so much pain was because Long Chen's blood-colored flame hid a slight violet color within it. That was the soul-devouring violet flame, something specialized against souls. Ku Chunsheng was enduring unspeakable pain at the moment. The people closest to Long Chen felt his pain too clearly and had to fall back. The spiritual resonance allowed them to experience Ku Chunsheng's pain. What they were experiencing was just 1/10,000th of what he was feeling, but it still felt like needles were stabbing their souls. Long San, you're courting death. Zhang Zijin suddenly extended a hand, and a flame spear appeared. 9 flowers materialized behind his back as he summoned the peak manifestation of a celestial. 9 flowers manifest the heavenly Taos. When Zhang Zijin summoned his manifestation, every disciple here turned pale, unable to even move. They were all suppressed by this heavenly Tao energy. Zhang Zijin's spear shot toward Long Chen, looking as though it could envelop heaven and earth. There was nowhere for Long Chen to dodge. Long Chen's expression changed. He found that Zhang Zijin's goal wasn't to save Ku Chunsheng, but to kill him. Long Chen tossed the head toward Zhang Zijin, but before it could even get close to him, the pressure emitting from the spear blew it apart. Zhang Zijin's spear possessed an apocalyptic power as it pierced toward Long Chen. Long Chen's heart shook. Right now, he couldn't reveal too much power, or it would draw suspicion. But if he didn't, he wouldn't be able to block this attack. Just as Long Chen was caught in an impossible situation, a jade-like hand grabbed the tip of the spear, and its terrifying heavenly Tao energy instantly vanished. Chapter 1347 The Beauty Saves the Hero. Pill Fairy. All the disciples let out startled cries. The person who had appeared was a peerless beauty, someone who looked like an immortal in the mortal world, the Pill Fairy Xianxia. Normally, the Pill Fairy was gentle and refined, but now that she was holding Zhang Zijin's flame spear, she looked like a completely different person. An indescribable Tao charm was present around her. Her beauty had made her seem friendly before, but now there was an immortal charm around her that made others feel like looking at her was a blasphemy. Long Chen came to a sudden realization. No wonder Pill Valley's disciples called her the Pill Fairy. It was because of her current air. Just as the Pill Fairy intervened, Elder Zhu, who was hidden in the crowd, silently slipped away. From the moment Long Chen had attacked Ku Chunsheng, he had been sent by Zhou Tianxiang. Long Chen was their important chess piece and he couldn't be damaged. However, Elder Zhu hadn't expected the Pill Fairy to come and stop Zhang Zijin. This was outside everyone's expectations. Xianxia, you. Zhang Zijin was startled and infuriated. He hadn't expected the person to ruin such a good thing for him would be the Pill Fairy. The karma you sow is the karma you reap. The mistakes a person makes have to be borne by them eventually. Some people are just fated to die, and no one can stop it. Back then, I said that no one was to bring up this matter again. Duan Tianchao was a victim, and I didn't want anyone else to harm her. Zhang Zijin, you've really disappointed me. Just because there's competition, does it mean that you can use any despicable and shameless means? The Pill Fairy shook her head, a hint of disgust in her eyes. Xianxia, listen to my explanation. Seeing that disgust, Zhang Zijin hastily tried to explain. There's nothing to explain. Even if everyone's opinions are different and there are multiple sides, is that a reason to harm innocent people who are ultimately all a part of Pill Valley? Go back. I won't let you use Ku Chunsheng as an excuse to kill Long San, said the Pill Fairy. Xianxia, do you know what you're doing? Have you forgotten your standing? Why are you always biased toward Long San? Do you? Zhang Zijin almost went insane and asked if she had fallen for him. Although he hadn't said it in the end, the meaning was clear enough that everyone here heard it. The Pill Fairy was a goddess in the hearts of all the male disciples of Pill Valley. She was loved and revered, but all of them knew they weren't a match for such a goddess. To stand by her side was a blasphemy, being able to look at her from a distance was enough for them. Zhang Zijin was extremely handsome and an alchemy genius, his talent only second to the Pill Fairy's. He was on the same level as Dan Yangzhu and Kan Dongs, who were all ranked 9 celestials. In every way, Zhang Zijin was a dragon amongst men. Although all the disciples felt a bit bitter about it, they had no choice but to admit that only someone like Zhang Zijin was qualified to pursue the Pill Fairy. After all, they were from the same faction, and that closeness benefited him. Furthermore, his qualifications were truly high. Zhang Zijin was always the one who stood beside the Pill Fairy, and many people had long since started viewing them as a couple. But now, the Pill Fairy had a falling out with Zhang Zijin over Long San. For Zhang Zijin to now say such a thing, they instantly understood that Zhang Zijin had been acting completely in vain. I will always stand on the side of Pill Valley, on the side of Lord Brahma and Fallen Daynite. I'm already fed up with your fighting. If it weren't for that person, I'd have already left Pill Valley to go out on my own. There are many things in Pill Valley I don't want to interfere with. But this matter is something I must oppose. The Pill Fairy stared at Zhang Zijin with unswerving resolve. Bastard, Long San, I'll definitely tear you apart piece by piece. Zhang Zijin was absolutely enraged. With a furious roar, he transformed into 8 flame bodies that went around the Pill Fairy to attack Long Chen. Fuck, what are you blaming me for? Cursed Long Chen inside. The 8 flame bodies were extremely powerful. This was one of Pill Valley's secret arts. Each flame body was condensed of Pill Flame, and Zhang Zijin's Earth Flame was even stronger than Long Chen's Berserk Blood Flame. 8 flame bodies were attacking Long Chen now, all of them wielding spears. Even without the Underworld Soul Ghost Curse, he would need to summon his Divine Ring and battle armor to block. However, the only energy he could use was his flame energy. Right now, he couldn't care about being exposed, and he was just about to unleash all the power he could when a jade hand grabbed his arm and dragged him into the air. The 8 flame bodies missed. Seeing the pill fairy holding Long Chen's arm in the air, Zhang Zijin felt like he was going insane. He was totally devoted to the pill fairy and had expressed his emotions to her before. However, the pill fairy had always maintained a certain distance from him. On the outside, it looked like they were a couple, but the two of them hadn't even touched clothes before. Seeing her holding Long Chen's arm, then looking at Long Chen's handsome appearance, Zhang Zijin thought of how the pill fairy had acted differently toward Long Chen from the start. The first time they had met in the restaurant, the pill fairy had asked for his name. That wasn't something she would normally do. Now seeing Long Chen's pleased expression, Zhang Zijin's hair stood on end, and flames raged in his eyes. The 9 flowers behind him quivered, and flame energy erupted. The surrounding disciples panicked and fled. Zhang Zijin was borderline insane now. Once his power was fully released, it would kill them all. In truth, Long Chen's expression was one of astonishment at being saved by the pill fairy. But in Zhang Zijin's eyes, he was simply pretending, so he wanted to tear him apart. Zhang Zijin, I don't want to fight against you. This is meaningless. In front of the berserk Zhang Zijin, the pill fairy was still calm. She shook her head. Today, no matter what, I must kill Long San as revenge for Ku Chunsheng. If you think you're right, then you can kill me. Zhang Zijin roared and put away his 8 flame bodies. His aura explosively grew once more, and flames filled the sky. Long Chen sneered from the pill fairy's side, if you want to kill me, just be direct. Is there a need to find an excuse that not even a child would believe? Ku Chunsheng isn't your father, so why are you so angry? This life of mine should have been lost 3 years ago in the stomach of a sea demon. It can be said that everything after that is just a bonus for me. If you want to kill me, then come. Isn't the worst case just dying? Other than a god, who doesn't die? Since it'll happen sooner or later, why live as a coward? In my eyes, you, Zhang Zijin, are a spineless coward, a pitiful insect, a hypocrite with the face of a human but the heart of a beast. Even when doing something wrong, you have to find such a grand excuse, a dignified reason. Perhaps people who don't know you will be fooled, but considering you act like this every day in the same sect, who do you think you're deceiving? The more hypocritical you are, the more others dislike you. So naturally, no woman would like someone like you. Long Chen's words were like poison arrows piercing Zhang Zijin's heart. They completely tore through his hypocritical disguise. The worst part was that he said it in front of the pill fairy. This was completely unacceptable to the prideful Zhang Zijin. Long San, if I don't kill you, I, Zhang Zijin, swear I'm not human. Roared Zhang Zijin, charging forward. Just at this moment, a barrier of light appeared, forcing Zhang Zijin back. A stern-faced elder appeared in the sky. Qingsheng greets Elder Rongxian. The pill fairy bowed slightly. The elder nodded. He said icily to Zhang Zijin, the right and wrong of this matter is not decided by you. How can you act like this? Elder Rongxian, Long San, we saw everything. You were lacking calm when handling this matter, and you didn't have any of the characteristics necessary for a leader. Go and face the wall for 3 days. The elder waved his hand. Zhang Zijin's expression became exceedingly ugly, but it seemed that he was afraid of this elder Rongxian, and so he didn't dare to make a sound. With a final vicious glare at Long Chen, he left. Once he left, Elder Rongxian turned to Long Chen. Long San, your temper is out of hand. You've broken the rules, and now. Long San truly is young and impetuous, but it was Ku Chunsheng who intentionally infuriated him. His words were toxic, and he is at fault. Long San was wrong in killing him, but his heart was thinking for Pill Valley. He removed this scourge to protect Pill Valley's dignity. Although it doesn't make up for what he has done, I feel like the only problem is that Long San is too impetuous and not calm enough. He doesn't have any of the characteristics necessary for a leader. So Long San, go and face the wall for 3 days. Another elder appeared. Behind him were Zhou Tianxiang, Kan Dongs, and Dan Yangzu. Clearly, this elder was also a grand elder, or he wouldn't be able to say such words. It was obvious that this elder Rongxian had wanted to expel Long Chen from Pill Valley just now, but before he could, this elder interrupted, alleviating his punishment to the point where he only had to face the wall for 3 days, the same punishment as Zhang Zijin. Of course, this is just a suggestion. After all, for such a major thing, it would be wrong for me to decide everything on my own. I feel like it would be best for the Grand Elders to hold a meeting and investigate this matter to its roots. After all, that girl Duan Tianchao died in our Pill Valley, and we have to give the dead an explanation. What do you say, Elder Rongxian? The new elder smiled. Elder Rongxian's expression sank slightly. If the other side investigated the matter of Duan Tianchao to the end, they would be unable to do anything to Long San. With a cold snort, Elder Rongxian said that they could take their time deciding this matter and left. Take care. The Pill Fairy looked at Long Chen with a complicated expression. In the end, she only said two thought-provoking words before leaving. Chapter 1348 Master Long San's name. He had killed Luo Xiao on the martial stage and then killed Ku Chunsheng outside the martial stage in one day, killing two of the Divine Pill Hall's disciples. Long San's name instantly shook Pill Valley. Just as everyone thought that he would be either expelled from Pill Valley or heavily punished at least, he reappeared in front of everyone, swaggering about as arrogantly as ever. In fact, he was now even more domineering than before. Other than Dan Yangzhu, Kan Dongs, and a few other exceptions, no one could call him Long San. They had to call him Master Long San. The current Long San was truly an overlord in the Divine Pill Hall. Anyone he looked at would quiver. There were few people in Pill Valley who would dare to provoke him now. A certain phrase began to spread amongst Pill Valley's disciples: provoke a Yama King rather than provoke Master Long San. That was because a recording of Long San killing Luo Xiao and Ku Chunsheng had reached every one of the disciples' hands. The viciousness he had displayed when killing Ku Chunsheng was especially terrifying. These disciples were mostly alchemists. Even if some were switching to flame cultivators, only a few of them had ever experienced a bloody battle. Therefore, they were completely shaken by Long Chen's methods. By killing Ku Chunsheng, Long Chen had broken the rules. But there was the radical faction protecting him. Furthermore, when the Divine Pill Hall's disciples voted on the matter, practically all the neutral disciples expressed their support for Long San for killing Ku Chunsheng. As a result, this matter wasn't able to cause any trouble for him. The Divine Pill Hall's disciples were able to sway Pill Valley's decisions with their votes, and they all supported Long San. One reason was because Ku Chunsheng was absolute trash and his death delighted them, but another reason was because of the Pill Fairy. The Pill Fairy had actually had a falling out with Zhang Zijin just for Long San. That already expressed her position. In truth, although the Pill Fairy stood on the side of the conservative faction, she had her own views. She would definitely not blindly follow the conservative faction in every one of their decisions. She always judged whether something was right or wrong from her own view and acted accordingly. Thus, everyone in Pill Valley respected her, even the opposing Divine Spear Alliance's disciples. They didn't view her as an enemy. The Pill Fairy possessed a unique status and position amongst Pill Valley's disciples. They respected her, not because of her appearance, not because of her talent, and not because of her power, but because she possessed her own charisma that could make people follow her blindly. The Pill Fairy stood by Long San's side, and so the neutral disciples would definitely also support him. As for the Divine Spear Alliance's disciples, that went without saying. Who would dare to not support him? As for the Divine Shield Alliance, even if they all voted against him, it was useless. That was because even if all the people of the Divine Spear Alliance and Divine Shield Alliance were added up, they would only make up a third of the Divine Pill Hall's disciples. The other 2/3 were neutral disciples. Long Chen spent 3 days, imprisoned, and after eating some medicine, his bedeviled appearance improved a great deal. Elder Zhu had him relax for 2 days and made him stop training. It wasn't that Elder Zhu was worried about his foundation growing unstable. Instead, he was worried that Long Chen's confidence was inflating too much. A heart devil was something difficult to control once it formed. He took advantage of when he was suppressed by Zhang Zijin's pressure, the pressure of a rank 9 celestial, to make him calm down and temper his arrogance. Otherwise, if he continued being so arrogant, he wouldn't listen to other people's orders and would ruin their plans. That was why he gave him 2 days of vacation. Long Chen was very obedient and acted like he had received a setback and began to adjust his condition. In truth, after killing Ku Chunsheng, he had completely figured out Zhou Tianxiang's plans for him. From Elder Zhu's words, he knew that these bastards were preparing to use him as a one-time use weapon. He sighed. Having acted to this extent truly hadn't been easy. After having to endure for so long, then having to act stupid and then crazy, he was finally getting closer to his target. During this time, sometimes Long Chen wouldn't even recognize himself. If Boss Bao, the old man, and the others were to know he had been acting like this, they might directly beat him to death. Long Chen was in the midst of feeling these emotions when he suddenly heard a sobbing sound. At this time, Long Chen had unconsciously walked out of the Divine Pill Hall's region and come to the inner sect. He was currently walking along a small path far from the main path. He was near the end of this small path, and the sobbing sounds were coming from the end. This was an extremely remote location that few people would come to. Long Chen was curious and took a look. The sobbing was coming from a thick underbrush. It was very light. It seemed whoever was sobbing was doing their best to hold back. But Long Chen still heard it. The underbrush wasn't that high, and he saw a girl hiding within it. Her arms wrapped around her legs, with her head resting between her knees as she cried. "Little sister, why are you crying? Who bullied you?" Seeing that frail little girl made Long Chen think of the pitiful Duan Tianchao. His voice softened quite a bit. The girl immediately jumped upon hearing someone's voice. She shuddered and raised her head. When she saw it was Long Chen, she turned completely pale and no longer dared to sob. She was only 13 years old, and her face still had the immaturity of a child. But she was very beautiful. Her eyes were bright, and her fair face was contrasted by her cherry lips. Seeing Long Chen, she was so terrified that she couldn't even make a sound. She wanted to run but didn't dare to. She just stared at Long Chen with shock. "Am I so terrifying?" Long Chen bitterly smiled. He didn't feel like his appearance was that frightening. "Master Long San, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to disturb you." The girl cried with terror. So it turned out that his name was so resounding that it could even make a child cry. He smiled and comforted her. "Little sister, don't be afraid. Big bro isn't a bad person. What happened? Tell your big brother who bullied you, and your big brother will immediately cut their head off and give it to you as a toy." Either Long Chen's words were truly amusing or his voice sounded comforting. Either way, seeing the warmth in his eyes, the girl felt that this overlord of Pill Valley wasn't as terrifying as she had imagined. "Master Long San, don't call me Master Long San. You can call me Brother Long. Tell me who bullied you and I'll go cut off their head. It's been 3 days since I've done anything, and I don't know if I've fallen out of practice." Long Chen smiled. Although he was talking about killing someone, his smile was warm. The girl felt a burst of warmth in her heart. "Brother Long, She had only just opened her mouth when tears streamed down her face. She once more became choked with sobs. "Thank you, big brother, it's been a long time since anyone spoke to me and treated me well." Hey, don't cry, talk to your big brother. I'll help you get revenge. With big brother protecting you, no one will dare to bully you. Long Chen patted his chest confidently. He also patted his butt and sat down in front of her. "I just have to hide from the bully, so it's fine. However, I encountered a bottleneck and can't advance. My mom and dad worked so hard to raise me, expending so much blood and sweat for me. I'm carrying the hopes of my entire family, but I'm too stupid and have been stuck at this bottleneck for over a month without the slightest progress. I'm too stupid, I'm a failure." The girl clenched her hands, her nails digging into her skin so hard that she bled. She clearly hated herself for being useless. Long Chen sighed deeply. This girl was only 13 years old, but her cultivation base had already reached the Shantian realm. Based on the heavenly Tao fluctuations coming from her, she was probably a rank 6 celestial. At such an age, she was already an inner disciple of Pill Valley. She was practically a demon-class genius. But who would have thought that behind such a bright figure was a concealed weak heart? Perhaps in the eyes of her parents and her family, she was their pride. But a thoughtful and smart child had to endure their own bitterness. The smarter a child, the more hopes would rest on them, and the more pressure they would be under. Just because she was smart, did she have to carry a greater burden? Parents often had to give more attention to their children that weren't smart, that didn't understand why they had to work hard. So they pushed all their hopes onto their smart children. Was that fair? "Little sister, don't worry. Just tell me what bottleneck you encountered. Big brother is an alchemy expert, and even the pill fairy wants to learn my alchemy arts. If you don't believe me, you can go ask her." In order to make the girl trust him, Long Chen's old habit resurfaced and he began to brag a bit. Really, the girl might be an alchemy genius, but she was still an inexperienced, naive child. She looked at Long Chen with shock. Of course, it's precisely because I taught her a few peerless techniques that she stood by my side when I killed that Ku Chunsheng, lied Long Chen without batting an eye. Big brother, you're amazing. Even the pill fairy has asked you for advice. Then you definitely have to help me. This lass was still a little girl and instantly believed him. She pulled on his arm excitedly as if she had run into her savior. It's no problem. Alchemy problems aren't even problems in front of me. This time Long Chen wasn't bragging. In terms of alchemy, he was truly unrivaled. Big brother, when I'm condensing the pills and my spiritual strength merges with my pill flame, how am I supposed to balance the two and control them separately in order to increase the chances of succeeding with the refinement? Asked the little girl. This is very simple. There are 7 ways to do this, but I'll only explain 3 simple ones. Listen well. This question might be a conundrum to others, but it could not be more simple for Long Chen. The girl was incredibly excited. The bottleneck that had perplexed her for so long was instantly broken. Big brother, I'm going home to refine pills. I can't go into the divine pill hall, so you have to come out and come find me, Wan Qing. Don't forget to play with me in the future. The girl learned quickly, and she refused to waste any time. She ran off to digest Long Chen's theories. Long Chen smiled and sighed. There really were no lazy geniuses. Master Long San, your theories are so profound. Can I also get some pointers? Suddenly, a gentle voice rang out behind Long Chen, and his smile instantly turned stiff. When he saw the pill fairy smiling at him, even with his thick skin, he felt his face burning. Chapter 1349 Transmitting Goodwill. Hee, pill fairy, why would you come here? Said Long Chen awkwardly. It seemed that she had heard everything he had said to Wan Qing. In other words, she had heard his bragging about how she even came to him for pointers. He had truly embarrassed himself this time. However, what made his heart shake was the fact that the pill fairy's cultivation base was absolutely terrifying. He hadn't sensed her existence at all. It had to be known that within Pill Valley, his nerves were always stretched taut because he couldn't expose any holes. His spiritual perception was pushed to its peak constantly, but he still couldn't sense her. It was like the pill fairy had merged with heaven and earth. Standing there, she was like an ordinary mortal. He wasn't even able to sense her spiritual fluctuations or heavenly Tao energy. Long San, don't be nervous. I just have a few things I want to discuss with you. I heard that you came here to the inner sect, so I also came. I wasn't trying to eavesdrop on you. The pill fairy smiled. The smile was like a lily blooming, making him feel like a spring breeze was blowing by. Cough, that's fine. I still have to thank you for what you did last time, or I'd probably have been expelled from Pill Valley. There's a pavilion nearby, we can go and sit there. Long Chen pointed toward a distant pavilion. The pill fairy nodded and walked beside him. She gently pulled back some stray hair that had blown over her forehead. Her gentle movements contained a grace that moved Long Chen. Even though he had seen plenty of beauties, he still felt a unique aura from the pill fairy. The pavilion was situated at the peak of a hill. From here, they could overlook the river below them. The scenery was not bad. You don't need to be so courteous. Even if I didn't interfere, you would have been fine. Furthermore, you have such a powerful backer. No one would be able to expel you just for killing Ku Chunsheng. The pill fairy looked at the scenery, her eyes shining like stars in the night, yet also like gems in a deep sea. No matter how you put it, I still have to thank you. Long Chen smiled. I should be the one thanking you. When you killed Ku Chunsheng, you gave me an excuse to vent my dissatisfaction. I've been feeling much better since that day, said the pill fairy. Oh, then if you want to thank me, you can just treat me to a meal, joked Long Chen. The pill fairy smiled. She changed the subject. The methods you taught that girl were very marvelous. I didn't expect you to be such a master of the pill Tao. I can't accept such praise, said Long Chen modestly. But he knew she had more to say. With your spiritual strength, talent, and comprehension skills, you can walk even further on the pill Tao. In fact, your accomplishments wouldn't be any lower than my own. Transforming into a flame cultivator is digging your own grave. As expected, the pill fairy only got to her point now. Long Chen sighed, a person can't always do what they want. I'm just a country bumpkin with no background. Even you, the pill fairy who is worshipped by countless disciples, a god-like existence, also have a similar helpless expression. Some things are just out of our control. Long Chen had figured out the rough situation in Pill Valley. And through their few encounters, he also had a basic understanding of this pill fairy, which was why he said what he said. A glimmer of sadness appeared in her beautiful eyes. She sighed, Long San, they're using you. Can you not tell? I can tell, but at least I have some value this way. That's a good thing. Now, I get whatever I want. What's so bad about it? Long Chen acted like he didn't understand. The pill fairy turned to stare into his eyes. Her eyes were completely calm, like the surface of a lake that could reflect anything. Pill fairy, you shouldn't stare at me like this, or I'll be embarrassed. Long San, you're a curious person. I can't see through you, but I know you're smart. They're using you now, but once you're no longer valuable to them, they'll toss you aside without a second thought. I won't ask you to join the Divine Shield Alliance, but I hope you can join the neutral faction and not help either side, said the pill fairy. It's not possible. Protector Joe supported me, and I swore I would repay him. Before repaying him, I can't leave him. In truth, when Long Chen said he had to repay him, he was thinking of something completely different. But the pill fairy didn't know this. She was silent for a moment before bitterly smiling. It seems I'm not good at persuading people. My first attempt is a failure. I know you're being kind, and I'll remember this. Speaking of which, can I ask you a few things? Asking is harmless. Then I want to ask, why is your conservative faction so stubborn? Pill Valley clearly has the ability to grow even stronger, so why do they still cower? Asked Long Chen. You really know how to ask questions. Your first one is the most difficult one and the reason why Pill Valley is split into two factions. In truth, it's not that we're conservative, but that certain people have forgotten the meaning behind Pill Valley's existence. Pill Valley is situated outside the rest of the world. It has its own mission. But some people are selfish and greedy and want to stretch their hands into this chaotic world. That's not the meaning behind Pill Valley's existence, and doing so would be very dangerous. It would influence the entire balance of the Martial Heaven continent, and Pill Valley might even be drawn into a cataclysm because of it. But sometimes, people simply refuse to be reasonable and see the truth. So this world is fraught with struggle. What could bring Pill Valley danger? Isn't Pill Valley the strongest power in the Martial Heaven continent? Asked Long Chen. Sorry, this relates to Pill Valley's secrets, so forgive me for not being able to answer, said the pill fairy. Long Chen's heart pounded. It seemed he still knew too little about the Martial Heaven continent. Something that could even threaten Pill Valley. What power was that, or was it the danger zones? Many thanks. Although our standpoints aren't the same, I sincerely wish that we can be friends, said Long Chen. Who cared about helping Zhou Tianxiang? He had only come to get the Nirvana scripture. He had no intention of being enemies with the pill fairy, who was a kind and beautiful person. To be friends with Master Long San is the fortune of 3 lifetimes. The pill fairy found it funny to call him Master Long San. Cough, that name is just to intimidate some small fries, said Long Chen awkwardly. It's getting late. We should go back to the Divine Pill Hall together, said the pill fairy. Long Chen was startled. He immediately understood what she was intending. Being able to walk with a fairy is my blessing. Long Chen knew that the pill fairy was doing this to give a warning to Zhou Tianxiang and the others. By walking with him, it would make Zhou Tianxiang and the others nervous. It was also a kind of protection for him. It was telling Zhou Tianxiang that if they did something to Long Chen, he would have a place on her side. If it was someone else doing this, Long Chen would definitely think they were trying to sow dissension. But he knew the pill fairy wouldn't do such a thing. He walked alongside her, talking and laughing on the way. Long Chen's mouth had plenty of tricks that could make a person laugh. Even the graceful and refined pill fairy couldn't stop laughing. Long Chen and the pill fairy had only just arrived in the Divine Pill Hall and were about to part ways when a voice rang out. It was Zhang Zijin. Flames were about to spit out of his eyes as he glared at Long Chen. Long Chen shook his head, knowing that this fellow's jealous nature was too strong. Long Chen hadn't even thought of such things with the pill fairy. He already had too many beauties, and he knew when to be satisfied. Long Chen didn't even look at him and returned to his residence. He saw Elder Zhu was already waiting for him. It was unknown if he was worried about Long Chen switching sides or not, but he directly requested Long Chen to go into seclusion and continue cultivating flame magical arts. He was actually in a greater rush than Long Chen to strengthen his body. This delighted Long Chen, as it was a good thing. The earth flame essence he was absorbing to strengthen his body actually didn't affect his body at all. The essence was all absorbed by Huolong, while he gradually released the power of his original physical body. It just looked like he was getting stronger from the earth flame essence. Elder Zhu, this time, I want you to drown me with earth flame essence. I want to keep getting stronger so I can kill that bastard Zhang Zijin. I'll make the name Master Long San shake Pill Valley. Long Chen directly lay in lava and let out a heaven-shaking roar. This lava was the earth flame essence, and was just what Huo Long needed. 4 holes opened on the sides of the lava pool, and earth flame essence gushed out, truly drowning Long Chen. Flame runes revolved around Long Chen as he crazily absorbed the earth flame essence. Huo Long almost cried out in excitement. Previously, Long Chen had been refusing to let it absorb it too quickly. But now Long Chen let it devour as much as possible, the more the better. After 3 whole days, Long Chen had absorbed an ocean's worth of earth flame essence, completely sucking up every bit of Zhou Tianxiang's stock. What delighted Elder Zhu was that when Long Chen was enveloped by his flame energy, a punch from the latter could make even the former cough up blood. Long Chen's monstrous physical body delighted Zhou Tianxiang and the others. Long Chen ended his seclusion, and the first thing he did was go to the inner sect to see that girl Wan Qing. However, just as he walked out, he suddenly saw a group of people bringing a lanky old man into Zhou Tianxiang's room. An icy light flashed in Long Chen's eyes. Chapter 1350 Zhan Jizi appears. Zhan Jizi, although he only got a glance, Long Chen still recognized this bastard. He hadn't expected him to come to Pill Valley. According to his understanding, Li Tianxuan had arranged for this bastard's true face to be exposed. He was like a rat others were trying to catch. However, he was very slippery, and as soon as things had turned sour for him, he had even abandoned the Grand Han Ancient Nation's Heavenly Fate Pavilion that he had worked so hard to build up. No one knew where he was hiding. It was like he had vanished from this world. Now seeing him, Long Chen had to admit that this bastard's heaven-peering arts were profound. If he managed to calculate that he was at Pill Valley, he would be doomed. In truth, Long Chen didn't know that Zhan Jizi didn't dare to directly calculate anything about him. In the past, all his calculations had always been toward the people around Long Chen, which allowed him to infer Long Chen's general position and movements. That kind of inference couldn't even count as heaven-peering arts. It was more like a judgment of human nature. It was because of this that Zhan Jizi's calculations had gone awry at Devil Spirit Mountain when Li Tianxuan had come. When it came to understanding the human heart, Zhan Jizi was a far cry from Li Tianxuan. However, Long Chen didn't know this, and so he became apprehensive, not knowing what this old bastard was planning. He was lost in thought for a while and then suddenly laughed at himself. When had he become so stupid? If Zhan Jizi had come for him, the 9-star hegemon body art would have sensed his hostility just now. Since there was no reaction from the 9-star hegemon body art, it meant he wasn't targeting him. Long Chen didn't show any of this on his face and continued heading to the inner sect. But as he got close to Wan Qing's residence, his expression gradually became gloomy. Wan Qing was an inner disciple, and she didn't have her own residence. She lived in a shared immortal cave with dozens of other people. They all had their own rooms for secluded cultivation and alchemy. Right now, dozens of people were standing in front of the entrance, blocking Wan Qing outside. A pill furnace and various medicinal ingredients were scattered on the ground, clearly having been thrown out. Wan Qing was trembling and unable to hold back her tears. But she clenched her lips and refused to make a sound, silently gathering her things. "Girl, if you want to die by joining that devil Long San, go by yourself and don't implicate us. Please find a different place to live," said a disciple frostily. The other disciples were also apathetic to her plight. They watched coldly as that small figure silently gathered the things on the ground. They didn't have the slightest sympathy. Instead, they seemed almost delighted. Tears streamed down Wan Qing's little face, but she refused to make a sound. Just as she was gathering her things, a pair of hands helped her pick them up. Seeing a pair of warm eyes looking at her, she immediately collapsed into Long Chen's embrace and began to bawl. It was like all her stored-up resentment could finally be released. "Big brother, good job. A person must be strong and not lower their head to anyone." Long Chen rubbed her head comfortingly. His opinion of her grew after seeing how staunch she could be. His icy gaze swept over these disciples in front of the immortal cave. They were only at the Shantian and Sea expansion realms, and their hair immediately stood on end when he looked at them. They felt like the temperature in the air had dropped all of a sudden. It was like a butcher's blade was pointed against their heads. With just a thought from him, they would die. These disciples were alchemists, and some had never even fought against others. How could they possibly endure Long Chen's killing intent? The number of people he had killed in his life was something he couldn't even remember anymore. His killing intent was the result of him piling mountains of corpses from both the righteous and corrupt paths. Rivers of blood had flowed because of him, and this killing intent almost made those disciples faint. Some of them involuntarily knelt on the ground, terrified. They begged, "Master Long San, it's not our fault. It was me." So what? Just at this moment, a group of people walked over. They were from the Divine Shield Alliance, and their leader was Zhang Zijin. However, the current Zhang Zijin no longer appeared as handsome as before. His previous calm air had been replaced with envy and killing intent. Seeing his current appearance, Wan Qing clutched Long Chen's arm and hid behind him, quivering. She had never seen such a scene before. Long Chen patted her gently, expressing that she didn't need to be afraid. He faced Zhang Zijin. "Zhang Zijin, I always thought you were human. I didn't expect that I was so wrong. I overestimated you." Long Chen felt contempt for this person, who was the commander of the Divine Shield Alliance. His integrity was so lacking that he was even willing to target an innocent child. This person was an idiot. Zhang Zijin liked the Pill Fairy. This was common knowledge in Pill Valley. If he wanted to target Long Chen, he should have used brilliant and above-board tactics to beat him. How could he do such a thing? This would only make the Pill Fairy loathe him even more. Could it be that this Zhang Zijin had practiced alchemy to the point that the rest of his head had rotted? He was basically insane. No one had been able to convince him otherwise, and he had sent people to spy on Long Chen's actions. After hearing that he had formed a slight relationship with a girl, he had directly sent people to suppress her. Kicking her out of her home was his retaliation against Long Chen. Zhang Zijin had been consumed by his envy. No matter how big or small the matter was, as long as it could harm Long Chen in some way, he would do it. That was the only way for him to comfort himself. As for the consequences, he was no longer able to understand what those were. That was because he felt that if he didn't release his anger, he would go insane. "Overestimated me. A country bumpkin like you isn't even qualified to look at me. You're only fit to crawl beneath my feet. Long San, there's always a price for angering me. Was Duan Tianchao's death painful for you? Hee, I feel like this girl's also not bad. 13, 14 years old, that's about enough." Zhang Zijin looked at Wan Qing with a malicious light in his eyes that made her not dare to look back at him. Long Chen took a deep breath to adjust his mood. "Ha ha ha, breathing deeply is useless. Long San, having offended me, just wait to be played to death." Zhang Zijin laughed maniacally. Long Chen ignored him. Instead, there was a question in his mind. "Long Chen, are you still the old Long Chen?" Long Chen slowly raised his left hand. A cold light flashed as a dagger cut across his palm. Fresh blood dripped out, condensing into a rune. "Big brother." Wan Qing jumped and let out a startled cry. She didn't know what he was doing. A badge appeared in Long Chen's left hand. This was his badge, which showed his status as part of the Divine Pill Hall. He moved it toward his left hand. This was the most sacred blood challenge amongst Pill Valley's disciples. Using one's essence blood as the oath, the rune represented that this fight was being witnessed by their gods. Once this battle started, no one in Pill Valley could stop it, not even the Valley Master. However, this blood oath could only be initiated by someone whose cultivation base was lower than the one they were challenging. Furthermore, the precondition was that they had irreconcilable conflicts between them. Once those conditions were met, the life and death stage would be opened. This life and death stage was extremely terrifying. There was a time limit of 2 hours. If both sides were still alive at that time, they would be killed by the formation. This blood challenge hadn't been initiated in Pill Valley in the past 100 years. As a result, all the people who knew what he was planning to do let out startled cries. Just as his badge was about to touch his blood rune, a jade hand lightly pressed against Long Chen's palm, shattering his blood rune. Unexpectedly, the Pill Fairy had come and destroyed Long Chen's blood rune, preventing the challenge. "Why bother? You'd clearly be beaten and killed, so why let your emotions get the better of you?" The Pill Fairy looked at Long Chen with a complicated expression. Long Chen shook his head. "You don't understand the world of men. Sometimes, despite knowing the result, you still have to do it. It's not for any other reason other than that we're men. With the underworld soul ghost curse, Long Chen was unable to bring out his true power. He couldn't use his divine ring or battle armor. Just relying on his flame energy, his chance of killing a rank 9 celestial like Zhang Zijin was less than 10%. Long Chen had noticed that after being afflicted by the underworld soul ghost curse, he was becoming more and more unfamiliar with himself. He was growing less confident in himself and even starting to lack the courage to risk his life. He had lost his old, sharp self. That Long Chen always charged forward without regard for anything. He needed to find himself again, so he had planned on forcing himself this time. Otherwise, even if he could cultivate the second volume of the Nirvana scripture, he would have lost his undefeatable Tao heart. In the end, he would still be crippled. That was the most frightening thing. Thus, he hadn't gotten angry or impetuous. He was forcing himself, forcing away his cowardly side. He couldn't use the excuse of the underworld soul ghost curse to be a coward. Long San, you're a real warrior. The pill fairy smiled with admiration. This was a true expression of what she was thinking. Then turning toward the girl, she took one of her hands. Little sister, let's go. Big sister will bring you to the divine pill hall. I guarantee no one will bully you again. Chapter 1351 White Flame. Yu Qingshan, have you really fallen for this bumpkin? Why must you always go against me for him? Zhang Zijin let out a furious roar, his eyes about to explode into flames. Long Chen and the pill fairy were each holding one of Wan Qing's hands, as if they were a family. Zhang Zijin felt insane. Originally, he had been delighted to see Long Chen try to challenge him. He would finally get a chance to kill him. But this good thing had been ruined by the pill fairy. Zhang Zijin, you are no longer the old you. Your wild ambitions have inflated, and a shadow has been cast over your heart. The Divine Shield Alliance has also lost its old flavor, and I'm powerless to do anything about it. However, I have neither any intention of changing anything, nor am I intentionally going against you. What I'm doing is simply what I want to do. My heart will always be on the side of Pill Valley, so there's no logic in you saying I'm constantly going against you. Furthermore, your actions today have truly disappointed me. Get out of my way. The pill fairy shook her head at the sinister Zhang Zijin. The pill fairy had neither good nor bad feelings for Zhang Zijin. But after Long San had come, Zhang Zijin had changed, becoming foreign and loathsome to her. The matter of Ku Chunsheng hounding Duan Tianchao to death definitely had Zhang Zijin's shadow behind it. Now Zhang Zijin had even drawn in an innocent girl because of Long Chen. This was truly unacceptable. If they hadn't spent so many years on the same side, the pill fairy might really become furious with Zhang Zijin. His actions were just too vile. Long Chen, I'll kill you. All of this is your fault. Flames exploded from Zhang Zijin, but just at that moment, an icy cold white flame sword pressed against his neck. Zhang Zijin instantly stood still, and Long Chen was shocked. A sword had appeared in the pill fairy's hands, a sword condensed of white flame runes. The most shocking thing was that this flame, despite incinerating the air around it, contained a strange coldness to it. Long Chen had never seen such an earth flame. He didn't sense the slightest pressure from it, and yet his hair stood on end. It definitely posed a fatal danger to him. Regretfully, his pill sovereign memories didn't have any information about earth flames. Qingshan, I don't believe you dare to kill me. Zhang Zijin had a complicated expression as the pill fairy held her sword to his neck. His expression was one combined of anger, pain, and despair. I also don't know if I'll kill you. But if you continue to act like this, then sooner or later, a day when you die to my hands will come. A shadow has consumed your heart, and you've lost the reasoning a normal person should possess. I drew my sword today not to kill you, but to warn you. If you continue on this course, I won't hesitate next time. The white flame sword transformed into runes and merged back into the pill fairy's body. Let's go. The pill fairy pulled on Wan Qing's hand, and she pulled on Long Chen's hand. The three of them walked away, vanishing from everyone's sight. Zhang Zijin punched the ground, and a large hole appeared. Zhang Zijin's face was twisted. Long San, this is all your fault. Sooner or later, I'll crush you into pieces. Just wait, you won't get to be so pleased for long. The pill fairy's residence was a mountain dozens of miles wide. Pavilions dotted the land, while rock gardens and flowing water could be seen everywhere. It was delicate and refined. This was the pill fairy's private residence, a place no outsiders had ever come in. Long Chen and Wan Qing were her first guests. The dark night had descended by now, and the three of them were randomly chatting. In truth, Long Chen and the Pill Fairy were doing this for Wan Qing. They were afraid this little girl would be frightened by this foreign environment. Big brother, I'm a bit afraid. Wan Qing shook Long Chen's hand suddenly. Wan Qing, don't be afraid. With big sister Pill Fairy looking after you, no one would dare to bully you. A smart, talented, and hard-working child like you will definitely have great accomplishments in the future. Long Chen patted her head gently. The Pill Fairy also smiled, implying she didn't need to be afraid. But the girl shook her head. I'm not afraid for myself, I'm afraid for you. Zhang Zijin's so frightening, what if he kills you? Long Chen's heart warmed. He hadn't expected this girl to already be at the point of considering such things. She was actually worried for him. He patted his chest confidently. Don't worry, you should know that your big brother is the renowned master Long San. This is a secret, but in truth, your big brother has a supremely mysterious status. Long Chen put on a mysterious appearance. This girl was still a child, so she couldn't tell that he was just messing around. Wow, amazing. Big brother, tell me, what's your secret identity? She asked expectantly. Long Chen put on a show of struggling with indecision and then said, fine, I'll tell you. But you can't tell anyone else. If my secret is exposed, it'll be bad for me. Yes, I won't tell anyone. Big sister Pill Fairy won't tell anyone else either, right? Wan Qing tugged the Pill Fairy's hand. Yes, I guarantee I'll keep it secret. The Pill Fairy was also very curious. Long San had another status. Long Chen sighed and looked up at the sky. With a hallowed light to his face, he said, in truth, millions and millions of years ago, this world once had a king divine race within it. They wandered the cosmos, traversing all the various worlds. They could pluck the stars and moon, and sever the ancients from the sky. Seeing Long Chen's solemn appearance, Wan Qing was full of worship. Even the Pill Fairy was drawn in by his story. They were the grandest warriors of the universe, fighting against the forces of evil to protect the entire star field's peace. They had a grand and resounding name, Warriors of the Starry Sky. And in truth, I, Long San, am the descendant of the Warriors of the Starry Sky. I don't know who my parents are, but I know I was sent to this world to carry out my own mission. Yes, my divine mission is to protect this world's righteousness, to cleanse the world of its fighting, to defeat the strong and support the weak, to fight for the kind people of the world. Long Chen clenched his fist, looking like a divine emissary. The Pill Fairy looked from Long Chen's strange appearance to Wan Qing, who was completely enraptured with his story. That worshipful light in her eyes made it so she couldn't hold back her laughter. After laughing, she immediately became embarrassed. Long Chen was clearly trying to amuse the girl, and her laughter immediately threw him off. Sorry, it was my bad. Please, Long San, you can continue with your story. The Pill Fairy contained her laughter. Long Chen was a bit embarrassed. Maybe he had bragged a bit too hard this time. But Wan Qing was still staring at him worshipfully, making him feel at ease. Big brother, does that mean you descended from above the mortal world, just like big sister Pill Fairy? No wonder you're both such good people. So you were gods. The little girl looked at him worshipfully. Cough, it's similar, but I'm not from the same race as the Pill Fairy. The Pill Fairy is specialized in refining pills, while I'm a warrior of the starry sky, the universe's #1 warriors. Plucking the stars and moon isn't more difficult than raising a hand. If Zhang Zijin continues messing around and I get angry, I'll strap him to a shooting star and let him make wishes every day as he flies through the stars. Wan Qing was much more at ease upon hearing him put it this way. Long Chen didn't feel right having a child worry about him. Big brother, you're so amazing. Can I ask you something? The three of them were originally sitting on stone stools, but she suddenly jumped over and hugged Long Chen's neck. Seeing her act so intimately with him, he smiled. If you want anything, just ask. Your big brother will definitely help you get it. If I can't, then your big sister Pill Fairy can definitely do it. Long Chen intentionally gave himself a way out by using the Pill Fairy. She couldn't help but smile, thinking that this Long San was a bit wicked. This is definitely something you can do, said Wan Qing. Alright, tell me, big brother, can you pluck a shooting star for me? I also want to make wishes every day. Wan Qing reddened slightly and was nervous, afraid Long Chen would refuse. Long Chen's jaw dropped, and his face turned green. Sorry, I forgot to bring some refreshments. I'll get some fruit right now. The Pill Fairy quickly ran out of the room, but her trembling shoulders sold her out. If Pill Valley's disciples were to learn that he could make the always refined Pill Fairy laugh like this, they would definitely prostrate themselves toward him. Big brother, please, I really like shooting stars, and I really want one. Wan Qing begged. As expected, if you often walked by the river, your shoes would get wet sooner or later. After bragging and bragging and bragging, he had bragged himself to this point. Seeing her begging expression, how could Long Chen possibly refuse? However, he was unable to accomplish this wish of hers. But then, he suddenly had a clever thought. Wan Qing, you want a shooting star, but do you know the origin of shooting stars? Chapter 1352 Heaven Dragon Flame Region. I don't know. Wan Qing shook her head. The Pill Fairy now came back, holding a tray of fruit. She had recovered her calm, but Long Chen knew that she had gone out to get the fruit as an excuse. After all, she could have just retrieved some from a storage or life ring. There was no need to go to another room. The Pill Fairy placed the tray on a table, and using a handkerchief, she dried an apple-like fruit and handed it to Wan Qing. This fruit was an 8th-tier medicinal ingredient. After eating it, a person would feel completely refreshed. It was something that could be used to nourish the soul. Wan Qing clearly knew just how precious it was, and it took much cajoling and encouragement from the Pill Fairy for her to take it. On the other hand, Long Chen didn't stand on courtesy and instantly took a big bite as if it was his in the first place. The Pill Fairy smiled at this unruliness. It was like there were no rules that could restrict him. But this unruliness seemed innate and was not something dislikable. Instead, it made him seem sincere and trustworthy instead of pretentious. Long San, I'm also very curious about the origin of shooting stars. Can you tell us? The Pill Fairy picked up a crystalline grape and placed it in her mouth. She didn't know why, but when she was with him, it felt like there were no rules or etiquette that she had to follow. She could be carefree and chat naturally. In truth, you aren't aware of it, but the stars above our heads all have people living on them. Some experts control this starfield, and those experts are the gods and immortals we talk about. According to my memories, shooting stars are instead called flying stars. They're huge stars in movement and are actually the same as our flying boats. Gods use these flying stars to travel. Pill Fairy, don't laugh. This is all true. The Pill Fairy was again unable to contain her laughter. But with her previous experience, she managed to stifle it. It was just that holding back was difficult. On the surface, it seemed possible that shooting stars were objects used to travel through the cosmos. After all, the speed at which they flew through space made it seem like they were used for travel. Seeing the Pill Fairy was quiet, Long Chen cleared his throat. However, Wan Qing, don't worry. I'm not strong enough right now, but once I become a true warrior of the starry sky, I promise to buy you a shooting star to play with. Shooting stars can be bought? Wan Qing asked in amazement. As long as it has substance, it has value and can be bought. Wan Qing actually believed Long Chen's nonsense and obediently nodded. But then she suddenly recalled that she hadn't finished her coursework for today, and she hastily rushed off to study alchemy. The Pill Fairy was unable to bestow her with a disciple badge of the Divine Pill Hall. However, no one had the qualifications to prevent her from accepting a worker. That was because her status was so high. You really know how to talk nonsense. Even I almost believed it. When Wan Qing was gone and it was just the Pill Fairy and Long Chen, the Pill Fairy finally laughed. Yup, even I almost believed myself. Long Chen sighed. To be able to brag to the point where even you believed your bragging was also a kind of realm. Long San, you feel different compared to others. Being with you is interesting. With your humor, wit, and kindness, you should have many girls after you, right? Now that it was just the two of them, the atmosphere lightened. The Pill Fairy took out a jug of fruit wine and poured it into cups. I suppose, I have many beauties, but even more hot-blooded brothers. Long Chen raised the cup and smelled the fruit wine. It wasn't bad, he actually smelled something familiar about it. He realized that this familiarity reminded him of the Wine God Palace. It seemed that Pill Valley had managed to secretly learn a few things from the Wine God Palace. From their cooperation back then. However, the true skill still rested with the Wine God Palace. Long Chen directly told the Pill Fairy the truth. After just their few interactions, he had surprisingly felt that he could completely trust the Pill Fairy. He didn't bother lying to cover his identity. The Pill Fairy stared at him, while Long Chen also surprised himself. The hand with which she was pouring the wine quivered, and her eyes contained shock, as well as gratitude. Thank you for trusting me. A faint redness appeared on her face. Long Chen quickly realized that the pill fairy had investigated the background of Long San. Considering the competition between the conservative faction and the radical faction, both sides definitely kept a tight watch over the other. The information behind Long San had probably been memorized by the pill fairy. This information was based on Zhou Tianxiang's investigation into Long Chen. According to his soul search and investigation, Long San didn't have any friends or lovers. For Long Chen to say such a thing now, it was clear that he wasn't concealing anything from the pill fairy. Long Chen also didn't know why he would say such a thing. But unexpectedly, this ended up winning him the pill fairy's trust. The two of them ended up closer than before. It's strange for me to say this, but for some reason, when I first saw you, I felt a kind of familiarity with you. My intuition told me that you weren't a bad person, but you were hiding huge secrets. You should have your own goal in coming to Pill Valley. That's fine, I just hope you won't help them. I'm not saying that because of the conservative faction, but because of Pill Valley and the entire continent. Once they gain power, the entire world will be thrown into chaos, and a rain of blood will pour over the cultivation world. Long San, you're a good person. Otherwise, you would neither get vengeance for Duan Tianchao, help some random girl, nor entrust your life to someone you don't even know that well. I don't think that we'll be enemies. I'm not asking you to stand on my side, but please don't help them. That would put me in a difficult spot, implored the pill fairy. Under her beautiful eyes, even someone with a heart of steel would soften. Thank you as well. I truly do have my own goal here in Pill Valley, and I also don't want to be enemies with you. As for my relationship with them, I'll definitely have to give them an explanation. But I guarantee I won't make things hard on you, promised Long Chen. Long Chen felt that the pill fairy was a very kind person. She possessed her own terrifying martial might, but she didn't use that to bully the weak. Moreover, she didn't have the slightest arrogant attitude. Compared to the beauty Dan Yangzhu, well, Dan Yangzhu wasn't even qualified to be compared to her. The pill fairy possessed a natural charismatic air. Although Long Chen didn't agree to leave his faction, his promise still brightened her mood. A gentleman's words can be trusted. Let us clasp hands as our promise. The pill fairy extended a pure, jade-like hand. All right, while I'm no gentleman, I definitely won't break my promises. Long Chen also extended a hand. After lightly clasping hands, this oath was fully established. The pill fairy clearly became much more relaxed. Long San, if you have any difficulties, you can tell me. As long as I'm capable of it, I'll help you. Long Chen's heart began to pound. The pill fairy was Pill Valley's #1 figure amongst the junior generation. Furthermore, her background was terrifying. Perhaps it really was possible for her. I won't hide the truth from you. What I want is to cultivate the second volume of the Nirvana scripture, said Long Chen. Perhaps he could reach his goal through the pill fairy instead of being used by Zhou Tianxiang. To obtain the Nirvana scripture from Zhou Tianxiang's side would be very difficult. He didn't even know how high his chances were of succeeding. He had always been worried about this. The pill fairy knitted her brows and frowned. I have cultivated the second volume of the Nirvana scripture, but I am unable to transmit it to you. Even if I betrayed the teachings of my ancestors and wanted to teach it to you, my cultivation base is not high enough to do so. Long Chen's heart sank. Even the pill fairy was powerless to help. Then it seemed it would be even more difficult than he had thought to obtain it from Zhou Tianxiang. However, the pill fairy then said, but don't be disappointed. In just over a month, the Heaven Dragon Flame region will be opened. Once you enter the Heaven Dragon Flame region, you'll have a chance to come into contact with the second volume of the Nirvana scripture. The Heaven Dragon Flame region? What's that? Asked Long Chen, delighted. The Heaven Dragon Flame region is Pill Valley's ancestral land. It is a corner of a broken world and a land of flames. There are earth flame spirit beasts roaming around, and disciples are able to go and try to subdue them. This is a benefit given to disciples once every 3 years. However, only the top 300 disciples of the Divine Pill Hall and the top 500 of the Flame Divine Palace are qualified to enter, said the Pill Fairy. The Flame Divine Palace was something Long Chen knew about. Pill Valley had alchemists and flame cultivators. The Divine Pill Hall was for the best alchemists, while the Divine Flame Palace was where the flame cultivators gathered. Elder Zhu came from the Flame Divine Palace. Within the depths of the Heaven Dragon Flame region is the Flame God Tablet. The second volume of the Nirvana scripture is inscribed on it. However, the tablet's immortal characters are different from the immortal characters most people are familiar with these days. I'm worried that even if you see it, you won't be able to understand what's written, said the Pill Fairy apologetically. Those characters on the tablet were incredibly difficult to understand. The second volume of the Nirvana scripture that Pill Valley used was a translation of that original inscription. But most likely, there was quite a bit of deviation between their translation and the original. The Heaven Dragon Flame region, I'll definitely have to take a look. Thank you, Pill Fairy. To thank you, how about I bring you out to play? Long Chen stood up, prepared to go back to cultivating. He merely tossed out a joke. However, Long Chen's joke wasn't declined by the Pill Fairy. Unexpectedly, she agreed. Chapter 1353 Working together with the Pill Fairy. In the outer regions of Pill Valley, there was a plaza near a river. This was a place where outer disciples would gather. These outer disciples that were geniuses in the outside world were only ordinary here. In the rest of the world, outer disciples weren't very useful. They mostly just used up resources, and when there were too many of them, the sects would kick out a few who had no potential. However, in Pill Valley, even outer disciples could bring them profit. That was because their cultivation relied on refining a large number of medicinal pills. Their profit made up for their consumption. So Pill Valley didn't kick out these outer disciples. Even if their talent was lacking compared to others, they were still alchemists. In fact, anyone who could enter Pill Valley was monstrously talented. But your status depended on just how much of a monster you were. These disciples had to refine pills to exchange for cultivation resources, and Pill Valley had many cultivation rooms with powerful formations that could assist them. However, those rooms weren't free for outer disciples. Outer disciples didn't even get a tenth of the benefits that inner disciples were blessed with. In fact, there were essentially no benefits. Everything they had was gained through them working hard on their alchemy. Some outer disciples would come to the outer regions of Pill Valley to gather medicinal ingredients. The outskirts of Pill Valley were mostly wild land, but this wild land was actually Pill Valley's medicinal garden. Other than a few special regions with people guarding them though, the rest was just wilderness. That was because some medicinal ingredients could only grow in the wild. If they were planted in a medicinal field, they might be affected by other ingredients, or their growth would be stunted, or they might simply outright die. So the outskirts of Pill Valley had quite a few precious medicines growing. Some were high tier, and some were low tier. Disciples could gather them based on their own requirements. The majority of the medicinal ingredients that disciples practiced their alchemy with were obtained through trading merit points with Pill Valley. Once they refined those medicinal ingredients into pills, they could exchange the pills for more merit points. It was the same as farmers working for landlords. The earth, seeds, and fertilizer all came from the landlord. If you worked hard and managed to grow the crops, then once the various costs were subtracted, you could still make some money. However, this money was based on your own success. Some people who failed too many refinements would even end up owing money. So there would always be a few disciples out gathering medicine. As long as they could gather some rare ones or ones that Pill Valley was currently lacking, they would make a bit of money. They could keep these medicinal ingredients or exchange them. It was very beneficial to everyone. As for this large plaza, it had become a place for outer disciples to trade their excess medicinal ingredients. There were all kinds of medicines displayed. Long Chen and the Pill Fairy were currently strolling through this plaza. But both of them had disguised their faces so others wouldn't be able to recognize them. If they didn't, it would cause a huge disturbance. Thank you, Long San. It's my first time being able to come out and have such a relaxed stroll. At this time, the Pill Fairy had made her face look ordinary and was wearing the robes of an outer disciple. However, her eyes were as enchanting as ever. Long Chen couldn't help but sigh emotionally inside. He had once said that different people had different hardships. Someone like the Pill Fairy, with a majestic status within Pill Valley, wasn't even able to go for a simple stroll. Just what was with this world? Everyone was envious of what others had while not caring about what they possessed themselves. They didn't realize that as they envied others, others also envied them. Through their chatting, Long Chen felt that the Pill Fairy was actually a very pitiable person. She lived under a spotlight, and under it, she had to live according to specific standards. She was unable to walk out of this spotlight or even learn what the outside world was like. As long as you want to, I'll accompany you at any time. Long Chen walked alongside the Pill Fairy. Smelling her specific fragrance, he felt a peaceful feeling in his heart. As they were walking, he suddenly paused because he saw a square melon. "Hey, little fellow, is this melon of yours sweet?" As soon as Long Chen said this, he regretted it. But it was too late. Scram! The disciple holding the melon immediately exploded in fury and walked off. Why was that person so rude? If you wanted to buy his melon, why would he get mad if you asked him if it is sweet? Wondered the pill fairy. It was my fault. That's a bitter melon. Long Chen looked at the pill fairy awkwardly. Only after speaking had he realized that this was a 6th-tier medicinal ingredient, the earthen bitter melon, something used to expel the accumulated internal heat that was stored up within alchemists. For him to ask if it was sweet or not was definitely asking to be cursed. The pill fairy looked at his embarrassed expression and couldn't help but laugh. It was a lovely sound, but it just made Long Chen even more embarrassed. That earthen bitter melon was strange. Some kind of mutation had to have occurred in it. Normally, they would be a light green color, but this one was dark green. Originally, Long Chen had been thinking about buying some snacks for Wan Qing, but instead he ended up in such an awkward position. "Are your violet jade cherries sweet?" Long Chen pointed to a pile of cherries on a vendor's booth. "They are. Can I taste one?" "No." That vendor's reply was extremely direct. "Hey, if I don't try one, how will I know if it's sweet or not? These violet jade cherries are very precious. I'll taste one and you can use my expression to judge whether they're sweet or not," replied the vendor coldly. So, this fellow thought he could compete with him. This was Long Chen's first time running into such an opponent. The pill fairy stood to the side as Long Chen began to stubbornly argue with the vendor until they were both red in the face. She found it funny, but she also felt that this way of living was more authentic. No one had misgivings about her due to her status. She felt an unprecedented relaxed feeling. Then as Long Chen began to argue with the vendor over whether the violet jade cherries were sweet or not for an incense stick's worth of time, she became speechless. One side had to have a taste of one, while the other refused. "HMPH, you won't let me taste one. Fine, I just won't buy any. What's so amazing about them? I have plenty of money, and I'll just spend it on even better stuff." Raged Long Chen. He hadn't even managed to swindle away a single cherry. Could it be that his conning divine ability had declined by so much? "HMPH, is having money amazing? I have plenty of good stuff here. If you won't buy them, someone else will." "Oh, you have white eye lotuses. Those aren't bad. How much for 1 pound? Long Chen suddenly turned toward another one of the other vendors' wares. 30 for 1 pound. The 30 he mentioned was merit points. 30. That's too expensive. Can it be cheaper? Long Chen directly began to bargain. The pill fairy was startled. These lotuses weren't actually expensive. They could be easily gained from Pill Valley, and their quality would be greater than what was sold here. She didn't know what he was doing. 1 pound for 30, 2 pounds for 50. The more you want, the greater the discount. It seemed this vendor wasn't so easily angered. He still conducted his business properly. "All right, pack some more. More. Come on, I don't want to keep asking. How much do you want?" "The bag's full. Keep packing until the discount's 100%. Bastard, you're just wasting my time." Finally, the disciple snapped. He charged out at Long Chen while picking up a cane from the ground. Long Chen pulled the pill fairy away with him as he fled. He didn't know how far he ran, but the plaza had long since vanished behind them. The enraged disciple was easily thrown off. Long Chen and the pill fairy arrived at a secluded forest path, and the pill fairy was shaking with laughter. This Long San was truly evil. However, she didn't feel any loathing for this. While Long San was domineering on the surface, he didn't use his power to bully the weak. Even when he had been cursed and chased away by a Shantian realm disciple, he had just laughed and fled. The pill fairy had never seen such a person in Pill Valley. The pill fairy's face suddenly reddened and she pulled her hand out of Long Chen's grasp. Just now, it had been Long Chen who had pulled her away. She hadn't noticed before, but now that she did, her heart pounded. However, she found that Long San didn't react to this. There wasn't the slightest malice in his eyes. They were completely calm. It was as if they had held hands like two children playing around. Long Chen and the pill fairy suddenly noticed a group of people walking in the distance. Seeing one of those figures, Long Chen's eyes narrowed. "It's Zhan Jizhi," said the pill fairy. Long Chen was startled. "You know him?" A faint disgust appeared in the pill fairy's eyes. "This person is extremely evil. He has harmed countless geniuses, and his sins are irredeemable. Now he's running from the rest of the world like a mouse. I heard he was chased down until he vanished without a trace, but I didn't expect Protector Joe to find him. Since he is someone from Heavenly Fate Island, his ability to read the heavens is extremely powerful. A determined expression suddenly wiped away her worry. Long San, can I trust you? Well, I suppose. I'm quite reliable, said Long Chen vaguely, not quite sure what she was planning. I want to kill Zan Jizzy. Can you help? What? Chapter 1354 The Terrifying Pill Fairy. Zan Jizzy hadn't had a good time in the past few weeks. Every few days, he would have to switch locations. No matter where he went, his calculations said that he was surrounded by danger. The thing that worried him the most was that he was unable to pinpoint the origin of this danger. That was the most terrifying part of it. For Zan Jizzy to be unable to calculate the origin of the danger meant there were two possibilities. One was that his opponent's cultivation base far surpassed his own, at least by a major realm. But the entire continent didn't even have that many people on that level, and someone like him wasn't qualified to draw their attention. The second possibility was that his opponent had some kind of divine item screening from the heavens, making him unable to determine their existence. Previously, Zan Jizzy had exposed the fact that he had harmed many geniuses by placing a curse on them. Countless experts were now chasing him. Although he could use his powerful heavenly fate arts to avoid those people, he had to pass his days in fear of being caught. One day, he suddenly managed to calculate a ray of hope for himself. He managed to go to the Pill Tower, and through the Pill Tower, he was sent to Pill Valley. Originally, Zan Jizzy had thought that he could peacefully cultivate after arriving at Pill Valley. But then Zhou Tianxiang had appeared and asked him if he wanted to join Pill Valley. Zan Jizzy naturally wouldn't refuse such a good thing. He had been sent back to the Pill Tower and secretly set up as the Vice Tower Master. He was to assist in uniting the Eastern Zan region's powers. That had disappointed him a bit. He had come to Pill Valley in order to find a peaceful place, but he was sent back to the Eastern Zan region instead. That also wasn't bad. At the very least, he could hide all day in the Pill Tower and didn't need to worry about his enemies finding him. It was safe. However, for some unknown reason, when he arrived at the Pill Tower, he felt uneasy as if danger was about to descend upon him. Yet, no matter how he calculated things, he was unable to find anything strange. Just as Zan Jizzy left one of Pill Valley's transportation formations and was on the path to the next transportation formation, a disciple wearing the Divine Pill Hall's robes blocked his path. Zan Jizzy was startled. Before he could speak, that disciple demanded, "Are you Zan Jizzy?" Yes, this old man is Zan Jizzy. Zan Jizzy was a bit vexed that a little disciple would call him so directly. But he endured it, as this was Pill Valley. HMPH, old man. Can you count as an old man if you spent all your years living a dog's life? Said that disciple disdainfully. Shut up, I'm the one who feels that this is a pain. I was happily cultivating when I was sent to give a message to you, you old bastard. My luck really is shit. Protector Joe wanted me to send this to you. Hey, what are you glaring at me for? Are you going to take it or not? HMPH, do you need to be slapped to wake up? The disciple took out a small case. He was in the midst of handing it to Zan Jizzy when he saw Zan Jizzy glaring at him furiously. Enraged, the disciple sent a slap at his face. Brat, you're asking for it. Zan Jizzy was completely infuriated. Even Zhou Tianxiang hadn't been this rude to him, but this brat was brazen enough to dare to slap him. He extended a hand to catch the disciple's arm, intending to twist it off. Although he didn't dare to kill Pill Valley's disciples, especially not disciples from the Divine Pill Hall, giving them a lesson was fine. However, just as he was twisting that disciple's arm, he suddenly found that it was harder than steel, unable to be moved at all. Instead, it was his own hand that twitched in pain from the effort. Bastard, you! Just at this moment, Zan Jizzy saw a strange smile on the disciple's face. A hand pierced toward his heart as quick as lightning. It happened so suddenly and at such a close distance that Zan Jizzy couldn't react. The disciple's hand pierced through his chest. Only now did Zan Jizzy realize that this disciple actually wanted to kill him. He roared furiously, his aura erupted. However, just at this moment, all of his heavenly Tao energy was sucked dry. At the same time, a sharp sword slashed toward his neck. The sword easily pierced his neck, but no blood splashed. The blood seemed to have been frozen by some strange energy. Zan Jizzy's head was flying into the air. He just managed to see a long-haired woman. Sorry. Divine flame slaughters devils. The pill fairy swung her white sword. Thousands of sword images filled the air, destroying Zhan Jizi's head and soul. Long Chen jumped in shock. The pill fairy's core flame was actually so terrifying. She killed a life star expert so easily. Flames also swept out of Long Chen's hands, incinerating Zhan Jizi's body. After cleaning up the battlefield, the two of them immediately left. In just a few breaths' time, a life star expert had been slain. The two of them rushed away and found a secluded area hundreds of miles away. They sat down and took a breather. At this time, the pill fairy and Long Chen returned to their original appearances. Thank you. Without your cooperation, I wouldn't have been able to kill him, let alone kill him without leaving a trace. The pill fairy had now returned to her original appearance, and her smile was like a flower blooming. At such a close distance, this smile made Long Chen's heart pound. He hastily said, "It was just a bit of help. The main thing is I found that old fellow displeasing. He definitely wasn't a good person. Killing him was as refreshing as killing one of my personal enemies." How could it not be refreshing? Zhan Jizi hadn't even known what was going on as he had died. However, Long Chen was deeply shaken by the pill fairy's power. He didn't know what technique she had used to strip Zhan Jizi of his heavenly Tao energy. Without that ability, they wouldn't have been able to kill him. It had to be known that even for a rank 9 celestial, to suppress a life star expert while at the Jade Core realm was essentially impossible. But the pill fairy had done it. Furthermore, her flame had been extremely strange. The sword condensed from her flame looked completely solid. If it didn't possess the specific smell of raging flames, Long Chen would have thought that her sword was a real weapon. In truth, even without me, you would have been able to kill him, said Long Chen. That's not possible. If you hadn't trapped him, I would have ended up empty-handed. Without killing him in one blow, he would run, and I wouldn't be able to stop him. The pill fairy shook her head. Long Chen's heart shook. He had just been testing her, but her reply truly shocked him. Clearly, the pill fairy had the ability to defeat life star experts. It was just that she wouldn't be able to keep them from running. Why are you staring at me like that? Are you shocked? The pill fairy smiled at Long Chen's shocked appearance. I was just thinking, if there comes a day when we have a falling out, will you eliminate me just as easily? It seems I don't have the ability to defeat you. Long Chen bitterly smiled. Now he was really worried. What if the pill fairy learned of his true identity? She would definitely be a terrifying opponent. Killing him probably wouldn't be harder than killing a chicken for her, as she was an existence that could defeat life star experts. That was truly terrifying. What nonsense, we're friends. Why would we fight? The pill fairy reddened and looked away. That was because the way Long Chen had put it sounded like he had been asking what would happen if they broke up. After a moment, that redness faded and the pill fairy said, Zhan Jizi was too evil. If he was used by them, he would cause endless trouble. So I had no choice but to take the risk to kill him. But to you, Long San, this is great trouble. If they learn what you have done, things won't be good for you. It'd be better for you to stay with me. At the very least, you'll be safe. Then suddenly thinking of something, the pill fairy hastily said, but don't misunderstand. I wasn't intentionally trying to cause trouble for you. I won't tell anyone. You're overthinking it. Since I trust you, I will trust you fully. Long Chen smiled. Thank you for your trust. You Qingshan, promise I won't betray that trust. The pill fairy was very moved. Within Pill Valley, trust was something rarely seen. I can't leave Zhou Tianxiang yet, but I promise that when both sides start fighting, I will stand on your side. The two of them chatted for a bit longer. When Long Chen asked what the pill fairy's flame was, she didn't hide it from him. She told him that it was a kind of bloodline divine flame. It was not an earth flame, but a flame that was transmitted through her bloodline. As her cultivation base increased, it would grow stronger and she would awaken innate abilities. It was a special inheritance. It was also now that Long Chen learned a thing that dumbfounded him. Yu Qingshan was actually the daughter of the Valley Master. This news shocked him even more than her flame. How old is your father? Asked Long Chen. 2,147 years old. Seeing your shock, it seems that you don't know. The higher the cultivation bases of the parents, the purer the bloodline of their children, and the more divine abilities can be transmitted through their bloodline. The pill fairy giggled at Long Chen's shock. Now she didn't appear to be an aloof fairy, but an ordinary girl. Admirable. Long Chen was only able to make such an appraisal. He immediately had an urge to slap himself in the face. He had said something so cheeky. Fortunately, the pill fairy hadn't realized what Long Chen was admiring, and she thought he was admiring the purity of her bloodline. The two of them chatted for a bit longer before stealthily returning to the divine pill hall. Acting rudely, he went right up to Elder Zhu and clapped his shoulder, demanding, "I want to attack the Jade Core realm, so I need a huge amount of yuan spiritual energy. Prepare it for me right now, immediately, at this moment, instantly." Chapter 1355. Not leaving a single drop. Long San, this is my final warning. Don't treat me as an errand boy. Elder Zhu was infuriated. His eyes were scarlet. Ever since he had taken over Long San had treated him like a dog, shouting at him to do this and do that. Now, he finally lost his temper. Elder Zhu had originally been working hard to look after Long San because of his desire to become a tower master. Long San was his hope of soaring in the future. He had looked after Long San even better than he looked after his father. But Long San's attitude was absolutely infuriating. He actually treated him as an errand boy. He always shouted orders at him. Although he knew this was a result of Long San's confidence inflating in the signs of a heart devil, and he did his best not to care, he had finally reached his limit. This is Pill Valley's Yuan Spirit Divine Pool. Go inside and absorb as much as you want. Once you're done, you can scram. No one is here to look after you. I'm not waiting for you today, roared Elder Zhu furiously after bringing Long Chen to a room. He slammed the stone door behind him and left. Long Chen stared at him dumbfoundedly. What was with this old man? Hadn't they been getting along perfectly well before? Could it be that he hadn't performed well in his dual cultivation last night? This place was under Pill Valley, and there was a deep pool thousands of meters long here. The pool was completely full, containing a terrifying amount of yuan spiritual energy. This was one of Pill Valley's Yuan Spirit Divine Pools, and this liquid was Yuan Spirit Divine Elixir. The Foundation Forging disciples could absorb it to establish their immortal platforms. This Yuan Spirit Divine Elixir had been accumulating for countless years. A formation at the bottom of the pool extracted heaven and earth's Yuan spiritual energy to form it. In truth, this Yuan Spirit Divine Elixir was not as pure as the energy within Yuan Spirit Stones. After all, Yuan Spirit Stones were natural treasures, while this Yuan Spirit Divine Elixir was artificial. Pill Valley's disciples didn't care too much about cultivation base, and Foundation Forging disciples in Pill Valley actually worried about their cultivation bases rising too quickly, so they never used this Yuan Spirit Divine Elixir. So while this pool might be a priceless treasure to the outside world sects, it was essentially useless to Pill Valley. If Pill Valley wasn't already so wealthy, they would just sell this off. Just the money they would get from this Yuan Spirit Divine Pool was enough to drown others. Not bad. It's like this place was specifically prepared for me. Long Chen jumped right into the pool. He found that the pool was several miles deep, and a huge formation at its bottom was drawing energy from the world and into the pool. The 4 chi season 108,000 immortal platforms in Long Chen's body began to revolve. Flame energy enveloped his body and began to crazily absorb the Yuan spiritual energy around him. If Long Chen used the divine ring, his absorption would be much faster, but with the curse, he could only use his flame energy to absorb the Yuan spiritual energy. Chanting appeared. As he used the Nirvana scripture, a blood-colored ring appeared behind him. That was his attempt at using his flame energy to mimic his divine ring. The Yuan Spirit Divine Elixir here was not water and wasn't affected by this ring of fire. The ring of fire began to revolve. Although it wasn't as effective as the real divine ring, it was still effective, like a gaping maw devouring the Yuan Spirit Divine Elixir. The energy was then absorbed by his 108,000 immortal platforms. Long Chen's body began to shine and emit a sacred air. Elder Zhu had left furiously and simply sent a few people to guard the entrance, not allowing anyone to disturb Long Chen. He didn't realize that his furious departure only benefited Long Chen. The huge pool began to descend at a rate visible to the naked eye. Long Chen's immortal platforms shook and once more rose a level. Huge waves raged in the pool. Haha, the 10th heaven stage. Long Chen was delighted, but in an instant, his expression changed. After reaching the 10th heaven stage, he found that circulating his immortal platforms caused his meridians to swell slightly. It seems my physical body still isn't strong enough. It can't bear the power of my 108,000 immortal platforms. Well, I can't be bothered. In any case, I can't use my divine ring or battle armor either. I'll just have to be a flame cultivator for now. Long Chen couldn't be bothered with the problem of his physical body right now. He continued to absorb energy. After reaching the 10th heaven stage, his rate of absorption also increased. The Yuan spirit divine pool was dropping rapidly. Now it was dropping foot by foot. Long Chen's body shook once more as he reached the 11th heaven stage. Although Long Chen didn't circulate the power of his immortal platforms intentionally, they activated on their own when he advanced. Despite his best effort to control it, a burst of pain still came from his meridians. It was like millions of needles were stabbing them. Long Chen didn't give a damn. Clenching his teeth, he continued to absorb energy. He didn't even know how terrifying the energy in his immortal platforms was now, but he knew that even without the underworld soul ghost curse, his body wouldn't be able to bear using it. His immortal platforms were different from other people's. The runes in his body contained two kinds of energy. One energy supported his physical body, while the other was similar to the energy of his chi seas. These two energies supported each other and could unleash immense energy combined. However, right now, he couldn't use the first energy since his physical body couldn't bear it. He could only use the second. After an unknown amount of time, the water level drastically sank once more. Long Chen coughed up blood multiple times as cracks appeared on his body. Fuck, how dangerous. I almost exploded. Long Chen had almost exploded from the power of his immortal platforms when he advanced to the 12th heaven stage. There had been no way to control them. His originally cylindrical immortal platforms suddenly compressed, shrinking one whole level. When his pillar-like immortal platforms were compressed, they suddenly unleashed a terrifying wave of energy that almost killed him. It seems I really went a bit too far this time. If I died like this, I wouldn't even have a place to cry. Long Chen shivered thinking about what had just happened. But he had managed to survive it and he continued to absorb energy. Elder Zhu waited 3 days, but he didn't see Long San come out. He became impatient. According to reason, Long San should have come out in just a day. After all, his cultivation base was already at the 9th heaven stage of foundation forging. To absorb the Yuan spirit divine elixir to reach the great circle of foundation forging shouldn't take so long. However, he refused to go inside to get Long San because he felt that Long San was very likely trying to play a trick on him. He had previously said that Long San should come out on his own and that no one was serving him. If he went in to get Long San, he would be slapping himself in the face and mocked by Long San. Elder Zhu had had his own goal in shouting at Long San. Long San's ego had inflated dangerously, and he needed to be taught a lesson. However, 3 days were too long. Just as Elder Zhu was hesitating over whether or not Long San was doing this on purpose, an explosive sound came from within, and the ground violently shook. He immediately rushed in without bothering about his previous worries. When he opened the stone door and looked inside, he couldn't believe his eyes. Protector Zhou, bad news. Elder Zhu nervously ran into Zhou Tianxiang's room. Reporting to Protector Zhou, Long San, he absorbed all the Yuan spirit divine elixir. Elder Zhu's voice quivered. He knew that the Yuan spirit divine pool wasn't very important to Pill Valley's disciples, but it was still a huge amount of wealth. What nonsense. That's impossible. Zhou Tianxiang was enraged. The Yuan spirit divine elixir had been accumulating for over 100,000 years. Even 1,000,000 foundation forging disciples wouldn't be able to absorb it all. It's true. I personally saw it. That Long San absorbed all of it, not leaving even a single drop. Elder Zhu had an urge to cry. When he had charged in, he had managed to see Long San absorb the remaining bit. He had personally witnessed the final dregs entering his body. This is impossible. That bastard must have stolen it secretly. There's really no saving this idiot. Zhou Tianxiang sneered. Even if he was beaten to death, he wouldn't believe that a single person could absorb the stock that Pill Valley had been accumulating for over 100,000 years. That's possible, but then what should we do? How could that bastard do something so stupid? Elder Zhu hesitated. It was true that this was a possibility. Perhaps Long San had stolen most of the elixir before making a disturbance to draw him in. Also that he could witness Long San absorbing the final bit. However, how could Long San do something so stupid? Was he an idiot? Do you want me to do a body search and add some torture? A vicious light appeared in Elder Zhu's eyes. He hated Long San and wished that he could properly torment him. No need. Long San has completely fallen under his heart devil and turned into an idiot. His path is completely different from others. When you go back, seal the divine pool and prohibit others from entering. If disciples need to enter, say the formation needs to be repaired and that they should come later. We won't say a word for now. Let that idiot prance about, but once he has done his job in the Heaven Dragon Flame region, we'll eliminate him. He won't be able to get away with any of Pill Valley's things. Teach him powerful flame magical arts, especially moves that exchange injury for injury. Suicidal moves would be the best. Also prepare a 9 revolution raging flame explosion pill for him, but don't tell him the name of the pill. Just say that once he consumes it, his power will multiply by several times, said Zhou Tianxiang. Yes, disciple will live up to your expectations. Elder Zhu smiled sinisterly. That 9 revolution raging flame explosion pill would allow a person's power to crazily soar, but once its medicinal effect passed, the consumer would only have an incense stick's time left to enjoy their life. Thinking of how Long San would definitely die made Elder Zhu feel much happier. Chapter 1356 The Great Circle of Foundation Forging. Long Chen had absorbed every last drop of the Yuan Spirit Divine Pool, allowing him to finally reach the peak of the 12th heaven stage of Foundation Forging. He was just one step away from the Jade Core realm. At this time, his 108,000 immortal platforms were once more compressed by some energy, turning into spheres. These spheres were covered in his original runes. This was something that occurred when normal cultivators attacked the Jade Core realm. Their immortal platforms would turn spherical as they prepared to condense the divine core. Right now, the only thing remaining for him to do was to strip off his original runes. Then he could step into the Jade Core realm. These runes were like a layer of protection for the energy inside. Once they were stripped off, through the baptism of lightning, his divine core would truly form. Right now, Long Chen was at the Great Circle of Foundation Forging and could also count as being at the half-step Jade Core realm. But at the same time as he was delighted over this, he was also filled with horror. That horror was directed at the amount of energy contained in his immortal platforms. Right now, he was like a vase packed with 108,000 bombs. Once one detonated, his body would no longer exist. Despite his previous experience, he had underestimated the final 3 heaven stage of the 9-star hegemon body art. Each advancement had increased the power of his immortal platforms by 10 times. Right now, even just extracting their energy and turning it into flame energy had to be done carefully. Accidentally drawing a bit too much would cause him to explode. Long Chen had never felt such reverence for the 9-star hegemon body art. This cultivation technique was definitely unrivaled in this world. Long Chen left the Yuan Spirit Divine Pool. He went into seclusion for more than half a month before finally getting accustomed to his new body. He could now extract the spiritual Yuan in his immortal platforms and transform it into flame energy without worrying so much about exploding. The amount of flame energy he could produce now was essentially endless. Right now, he could only be a complete flame cultivator and couldn't use the power of his physical body. He couldn't use his true power to fight. The thing that made Long Chen curious was that contrary to what he had expected, Zhou Tianxiang's furious reprisal never came. He never came to demand if he had stolen the Yuan Spirit Divine Elixir. Elder Zhu never brought it up as if it had never happened. At first, Long Chen found this very strange, but then he realized Zhou Tianxiang was truly planning on using him as a one-time use killing tool. After his seclusion, Elder Zhu directly tossed Long Chen into the Divine Pill Pavilion and selected several sinister and ruthless techniques for him to train in. Long Chen acted obedient and learned them. With his powerful soul energy and control, learning these techniques was easy, and Elder Zhu was satisfied by his display. However, neither Elder Zhu nor Zhou Tianxiang decided to make Long Chen go through his tribulation. There wasn't enough time. The Heaven Dragon Flame region would be opened in just a few days. With Zhou Tianxiang's efforts, Long Chen didn't even have to go through a test to receive a spot to enter the Heaven Dragon Flame region. Another disciple gave him their spot. On this day, when Long Chen finally left seclusion, Dan Yangzhu, Kan Dongs, and the rest of the core of the Divine Spear Alliance had already gathered. "Let's go. We were only waiting for you," said Dan Yangzhu indifferently. Long Chen smiled. Neither Dan Yangzhu nor Kan Dongs truly cared about him. In their eyes, he was just a chess piece. Long San, remember to look after yourself once you enter the Heaven Dragon Flame region. Remember, safety first. Don't harm others. Every person's life is a gift from their father and mother. We don't provoke people, but we aren't afraid of others. If someone Wants to kill you, you don't need to stand on courtesy. Even if you kill them in retaliation, you have our Divine Spear Alliance behind you. Furthermore, you are a Grand Elder's final apprentice. Don't lose face for your fallen master. Kan Dongs patted Long Chen on the shoulder solemnly. I don't need your reminder. I'll kill anyone who provokes me. Of course, that includes that idiot Zhang Zijin. I'm now so strong that I can kill anyone, said Long Chen arrogantly. Kan Dongs was startled. Long San was truly brazen to not even place Zhang Zijin in his eyes. That was pure suicide. Was a rank 9 celestial really someone he could handle? However, he didn't say this and nodded instead. Excellent, that's the right attitude. Protector Zhou has given you a few missions. He wants you to eliminate a few people. Kan Dongs didn't speak this time, but instead sent him a spiritual message along with a jade tile. Long Chen's divine sense swept through the jade tile. He disdainfully said, is he looking down on me? Are these insects worthy of me personally killing? There were dozens of names on the jade tile, and there were also recordings of their appearance so he would be able to know who they were. These people were all foundation forging disciples, so their cultivation bases weren't particularly high. But they were all alchemy geniuses and had high positions in the Divine Shield Alliance. Zhou Tianxiang wanted him to assassinate these geniuses. Once these geniuses were dead, the Divine Shield Alliance would be heavily injured. The Divine Spear Alliance would go from having a disadvantage in terms of alchemy geniuses to an absolute advantage. With the power Long Chen had displayed, killing these people would be very easy. That was why Long Chen intentionally expressed his disdain. It'd be best if you took this seriously. If you fail, don't even think about continuing to live happily in Pill Valley. But if you do a good job, your prospects in Pill Valley will be limitless. Don't joke about this, warned Kan Dongs. He had no choice but to give Long San a warning, because he really was worried about Long San treating his words as nothing more than a fart and ruining this matter. Stop worrying, I'm not trash like these people. Speaking of which, it'd be no problem for me to kill a few more people than just the ones on the list, right? There are many people in the opposing faction that I find very displeasing, said Long Chen. Hearing this, Kan Dongzi's eyes brightened for a moment before he concealed it. Originally, he had been worried that Long San wouldn't dare to kill people, but now it seemed that he didn't need to give him any more encouragement. Kill them as you please. The more you kill, the greater your reward, said Kan Dong spiritually. He then opened his mouth to say, remember, you are a member of the Divine Spear Alliance. No one can provoke us. Long Chen nodded, a smile on his face. He was clear on this matter. Zhou Tianxiang had raised him just for this one usage. Once the Heaven Dragon Flame region closed, even if he came out alive, he'd probably be executed. At that time, he'd say that Long San had gone crazy and indiscriminately killed people in the Heaven Dragon Flame region. Then he'd find an excuse to kill him so that no one could testify. However, Long Chen truly felt that this plan was laughable. Even if he was executed, could the deaths of so many disciples really be made up for with just his death? Furthermore, the one who had drawn him into Pill Valley and raised him, Zhou Tianxiang, would have a 90% chance of being offered as a sacrifice because of those deaths. Long Chen really couldn't tell just what Zhou Tianxiang was thinking. With how crafty he was, he wouldn't so something so foolish. Did he have some way to escape his punishment? He couldn't quite figure it out, but he couldn't be bothered to waste the energy to think about it. That problem wasn't important. He hadn't expected Zhou Tianxiang to sacrifice him so soon, so he had to think of a way to get out of it. Just as he was pondering this, they arrived at a transportation formation within Pill Valley. The Divine Shield Alliance's disciples were already waiting. The Divine Shield Alliance's disciples stared coldly at them. Their hostility was clear. Senior Apprentice Brother Zijin, it's been a while. You look as suave as ever. Oh, how come the Pill Fairy hasn't come? Kan Dongs pretended to exclaim in shock. Due to Wan Qing and Long San, the Pill Fairy had become hostile with Zhang Zijin, and it had reached the point that the Pill Fairy had stopped caring about the Divine Shield Alliance. This was something everyone in Pill Valley knew, so it was clear Kan Dongs was mocking him. Zhang Zijin's face was ashen. He coldly said, you don't have to worry about it. If you have the energy, you should instead focus on increasing the alchemy ability of your Divine Spear Alliance. Each time there's a trial, aren't you always miserably defeated? Kan Dongs merely smiled and didn't argue against this. The main thing was that there was no way to argue. The Divine Shield Alliance truly suppressed them in terms of alchemy. Long San, let me introduce you. This is the Grand Zhang Zijin, the Divine Shield Alliance's master. He's a hero amongst men. You two should get to know each other, chortled Kan Dongs as he pushed Long Chen forward. Kan Dongs was truly sinister. Despite clearly knowing Zhang Zijin hated Long Chen to the bone, he intentionally brought him out as bait while acting like he didn't know of their relationship. TCH, someone like him isn't qualified to exchange words with me. It'd be better for me to keep a low profile. Long Chen shook his head and didn't even look at Zhang Zijin. Low profile. Whether they were from the Divine Shield Alliance or the Divine Spear Alliance, the disciples were all united in their speechlessness. If Long San had kept a low profile, then there was no one in the world who had kept a high profile. Although he knew that Kan Dongs was intentionally trying to infuriate him, Zhang Zijin wasn't able to help himself. His fury soared. Long San, you better watch out. I'll teach you a lesson in the Heaven Dragon Flame region. Long Chen sighed inside. This Zhang Zijin was definitely an idiot. What Kan Dongs wanted was precisely for him to say this. But he still didn't realize. He couldn't help but feel regretful. Without the Pill Fairy, the Divine Shield Alliance led by Zhang Zijin wouldn't be able to last for long before being wiped out. Just as Zhang Zijin was threatening Long Chen, Kan Dongs and Dan Yangzu exchanged a glance. Both of them saw the other's hidden smile. Long Chen suddenly felt a sense of alarm. No wonder he had felt that his calculations had gone awry. Could the true people that wanted to set him up be these two and not Zhou Tianxiang? Just at this moment, everyone turned silent, and a group of people slowly walked over. The one at the front was the peerless beauty, the Pill Fairy in her pure white dress. Chapter 1357 Entering the Heaven Dragon Flame region. The Pill Fairy walked gracefully over. Despite having seen her before, many of these disciples had their breath taken away by her. All the men stared worshipfully at this unmatched beauty. The group the Pill Fairy had come with consisted of neutral disciples within the Divine Pill Hall. For her to come with them expressed that she had fully cut ties with the Divine Shield Alliance. That made the Divine Shield Alliance's disciples sigh. Ruefully, Dan Yangzu's gaze became much sharper. She was also a beauty, and although she couldn't count as a beauty that could cause the collapse of a nation, her figure and grand air were enough to infatuate men. However, her innate arrogance made others uncomfortable around her. In comparison, the Pill Fairy was far more beautiful and didn't possess any arrogance. She was warm and friendly. That was something that made others respect her naturally. What people revered wasn't her position or her beauty, but that noble moral character. There was no way to compare the two. Even if Dan Yangzu's looks could surpass the Pill Fairy's, she couldn't learn the Pill Fairy's noble bearing. That was an inner quality. While others also felt Dan Yangzu to be a beauty, now that the Pill Fairy was also present, she lost her luster. Although Dan Yangzu did her best to conceal her jealousy, Long Chen easily saw through her act. Big brother, be careful. I heard others will make things hard on you. Wan Qing stood by the Pill Fairy's side. She shyly spoke to Long Chen, seeming afraid. Due to the scuffle in the inner sect, she was now afraid of Zhang Zijin. Zhang Zijin's expression sank, and he glared at her, causing her to immediately hide behind the Pill Fairy. Long Chen walked over and gently rubbed her head. He was smiling. Don't worry, didn't I tell you that I'm a descendant of the grand warriors of the starry sky? My power is limitless. These fellows that want to target me are all trash. I can kill them with just a fart. Big brother, you're just bragging. I don't believe you, laughed Wan Qing. The Pill Fairy couldn't help but shake her head. Long San truly dared to say anything. Although his way of speaking was a bit crude, his unrestrained character made him feel easier to get close to. Zhang Zijin's expression immediately sank upon hearing Wan Qing's laughter. Long San was looking down on them. One of the Divine Shield Alliance's disciples lost his temper and pointed at Long Chen, cursing, Long San, you. Pow! Long Chen swung his hand and slapped him in the face. Do you think the name Long San is something you can say? Call me Master Long, declared Long Chen. However, as soon as he slapped him, he regretted it. Long Chen had forgotten that he had reached the great circle of foundation forging. His cultivation base had advanced by an immense amount. Although he hadn't used his spiritual yuan to support his slap, the pure power of his physical body had risen greatly. With just his lightest force, that disciple's head almost exploded. Fortunately, the disciple's pill flame had automatically protected him when he had sensed the danger. Otherwise, this slap would have killed him. His head was deformed, looking almost like a cracked egg. He hastily used his heavenly Tao energy to heal and consumed a medicinal pill. Although he quickly recovered, that didn't change the fact that he had almost died just now. Long Chen's slap had replaced his fury with terror. Long San, you're courting death, roared Zhang Zijin. I've been courting death for a long time, but no one has managed to kill me. As for you, you're not even fit to try, snorted Long Chen. Long San, be careful in the Heaven Dragon Flame region. Zhang Zijin will definitely try to kill you inside. Although he's not a pure flame cultivator, he can use the pressure of a rank 9 celestial and the power of his earth flame. You aren't his match, warned the pill fairy through a spiritual message. Yes, I understand. I won't do anything stupid, responded Long Chen in the same manner. With the curse afflicting his body, not even the pill fairy could sense his true power. All she could sense was his powerful spiritual strength and his powerful body. However, just those 2 points were not enough. His earth flame was ranked outside the top 30. He would definitely be suppressed by Zhang Zijin. I'll transmit the location of the Nirvana Scripture's original tablet, as well as a detailed map of the Heaven Dragon Flame region, to you, said the pill fairy. An image suddenly appeared in Long Chen's mind. It was a map marked with the position of the Nirvana Scripture. Thank you. I'll remember this favor. Long Chen was truly grateful. The pill fairy had helped him out immensely. It had to be known that this opening of the Heaven Dragon Flame region was for disciples to test their luck. Pill Valley didn't offer the disciples maps. The two of them were communicating with spiritual messages. From the outside, it looked like they were staring deeply into each other's eyes. Suddenly, the sound of countless hearts shattering rang out. Even Kan Dongzi's gaze turned a bit cold. Within Pill Valley, every male disciple worshipped the pill fairy. Thus, for her to express special treatment to Long Chen made them almost go insane with jealousy. However, Kan Dongzi's lips then curled. He noticed a certain person looking like he was about to explode. Yes, it was Zhang Zijin. Don't just look at that woman. Remember, you're in charge of looking after Zhang Zijin in the Heaven Dragon Flame region. Don't let him slaughter Long San right at the beginning. If that happened, our plans would just be a huge joke, warned Dan Yangzu. I know, it'll be no problem. Kan Dongs nodded. He didn't need this reminder. Don't forget to arrange for the others, continued Dan Yangzu. It has been arranged. Once they enter the Heaven Dragon Flame region, they'll find their own targets. It'll be easy for them to take Long San's face and kill their targets. Dan Yangzu nodded. She no longer said anything in case anyone noticed. Just at this moment, another group of disciples walked over, and Long Chen was slightly startled. These disciples were powerful. They had intense flame fluctuations coming off of them. Furthermore, they emitted a battle aura that the Divine Pill Hall's disciples didn't possess. These were flame cultivators that had seen a true bloody battlefield. The majority of them were in the Jade Core realm, and they had extremely powerful auras. Their leader was a large man. With his sideburns and bronze eyes, he looked very ferocious. However, he seemed tired, like he had just rushed over from the outside world. In fact, many of these people looked as travel-weary as him. They had clearly rushed over from some place outside Pill Valley, returning specifically for the Heaven Dragon Flame region. The opening of the Heaven Dragon Flame region was a benefit that Pill Valley gave its disciples. It had earth flame spirit beasts that they could subdue. As for what kind of earth flame they got, it would be up to their luck and power. The top 20 earth flames could not be exchanged with merit points inside Pill Valley. If a disciple wanted such a thing, they would need to find it themselves, usually in the Heaven Dragon Flame region. Even Kan Dongs, Dan Yangzu, and Zhang Zijin were using flames outside the top 20 of earth flames ranking. A portion of these people had entered the Heaven Dragon Flame region before, but their luck hadn't been good and they hadn't gained any suitable earth flames. It had to be known that earth flames that were too powerful weren't existences they could subdue. Instead, there was the danger of them dying. According to Pill Valley's rules, Jade Core disciples and below had 3 chances to enter the Heaven Dragon Flame region. If they didn't obtain anything in those 3 attempts, it could only be said that they had no destiny with the Heaven Dragon Flame region. In the future, they probably wouldn't have much more room for growth if they couldn't find a powerful earth flame, and so Pill Valley might just abandon them. The Pill Fairy was naturally an exception. She possessed an innate divine flame and didn't need to subdue earth flames. So she wasn't entering the Heaven Dragon Flame region. Are you the Pill Fairy? I am Ku Dajong. Well met. The large man cupped his fists to the Pill Fairy. His voice was like a roaring flood. Long Chen's heart shook. Based on this person's aura, he probably also specialized in power. He hadn't expected there to be a flame cultivator with such a powerful physical body. Senior apprentice brother Ku is too courteous, responded the Pill Fairy. The Pill Fairy felt like she had heard his name before, but she couldn't remember. After greeting the Pill Fairy, Ku Dajong didn't say anything else. He found a place to close his eyes and rest. The atmosphere became a bit strange. It was like there was an undercurrent flowing within the air, making it hard for them to breathe. Just at this moment, the transportation formation lit up, forming a large barrier. Powerful spatial fluctuations came from within the barrier. The Heaven Dragon Flame region was its own minor world. It wasn't within the martial Heaven continent. To reach it, they had to go through this transportation formation. Let's go. Kan Dongs led his people in. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Long Chen waved to the Pill Fairy and Wan Qing, clenching his fist to express victory to them as he hastily followed Kan Dongs and Dan Yangzhu. They had only just stepped into the transportation formation when the world spun around them. Long Chen felt like he had entered a stove. Waves of heat assaulted him. An ordinary person would ignite just from breathing here. Even he had to circulate his flame energy to protect himself. Otherwise, his robes would be incinerated. When the world stopped spinning, he saw a sea of lava. In the distance were high mountains, yet they also didn't seem like mountains. Instead, they were like islands rolling on the lava. Everything here was filled with dense flame energy. Long San, hurry and go, said Kan Dongs. Don't think you can order me around. I'll leave whenever I want, sneered Long Chen. He crushed a teleportation talisman and instantly disappeared from their sight. Chapter 1358 Scarlet Blood Heart Flame. There's no saving this bastard. Kan Dongs couldn't help being infuriated as he looked at where Long Chen had just been. Don't care so much about a dead person. They've also come, so as long as you keep watch of Zhang Zijin, there definitely won't be any problems. Everyone else has their jobs as well, said Dan Yangzhu. The reason Dan Yangzhu had rushed in here ahead of the Divine Shield Alliance's disciples was for Long Chen to be teleported away before them. That was to avoid Zhang Zijin targeting him. With the Divine Shield Alliance's disciples also entering, everyone began to scatter, all of them searching for their own opportunities. Alright, the game of cat and mouse has begun. Remember, when you find Long San, release the signal. I want to make him live a life worse than death, shouted Zhang Zijin to the people beside him. By the time Zhang Zijin entered, Dan Yangzhu and the others had already rushed away. He knew that Dan Yangzhu and the others wouldn't just watch as he killed Long San so easily, so he decided to let them take this early lead so they could start this game of cat and mouse. Yes, all the Divine Shield Alliance's disciples scattered. They had even more people than the Divine Spear Alliance, and their chances of running into Long Chen were greater, especially with them having been given the order to hunt down Long Chen as their top priority. As for looking for earth flames, that could be done slowly. In any case, the Heaven Dragon Flame region would be open for a month. Although it was huge, and a month's time wasn't even close to being enough to reach its edge, they all started from the same spot. For this many people to look for one person instead of earth flames made it very easy for them to stumble into either of them. Just at this moment, the large Ku Dajong also entered. Brother Ku, if you encounter Long San, I hope you won't kill him immediately. I have even better ways to handle him and make him feel just how luxurious death is, said Zhang Zijin. That's up to Long San's luck. When I attack, my aim is to kill. But I am interested in this suggestion. Goodbye. Ku Dajong was indifferent. Flames erupted out of him, and a pair of flame wings appeared on his back. He rushed off like a shooting star. The Flame Divine Palace's disciples entered the Heaven Dragon Flame region, all of them excitedly rushing off to find their own opportunities. On the other side of the transportation formation, the Pill Fairy was slowly walking away when she paused and looked back. She suddenly recalled where she had heard the name Ku Dajong. Big sister, what is it? Asked Wan Qing. It's nothing, let's go back. The Pill Fairy shook her head and led Wan Qing away, but worry still lingered on her face. It was no wonder she had felt Ku Dajong to be familiar. He was Ku Chunsheng's half-brother. One of them walked the path of the alchemist, while one walked the path of a flame cultivator. And even amongst flame cultivators, Ku Dajong was extremely terrifying. He was a rank 9 celestial. Long Chen had slain his brother, Ku Chunsheng, and now Ku Dajong had entered the Heaven Dragon Flame region. His goal was obvious, however, they had already entered, and it was impossible for her to stop them. The only one Long San could rely on was himself. Space shook, and Long Chen appeared atop a mountain, which composed entirely of rock. The mountain had some faint crevices in an almost honeycomb-like fashion. This was the result of the flame energy constantly washing over it. A burning smell still lingered in the air. Looking out from this high mountain, he saw a sea of lava around him. Well, it was more like a swamp of lava, but he couldn't see far because the heat caused space to twist, cutting his effective visual range to about 10 miles. For me to be able to teleport within such an unstable space, Pill Valley really cares about me. Long Chen chortled. That ancient teleportation talisman he had just used was an absolute treasure. The talisman cultivators of today couldn't possibly create such a talisman. In order to allow Long Chen to get a head start, Pill Valley had given him such a precious talisman. That showed just how highly they viewed him. I shouldn't be in a rush to get to the original tablet. I have to subdue some earth flames first. Those bastards all have stronger earth flames than mine. It'd be troublesome to run into them as I am now. Long Chen looked at his surroundings and then checked with the map the Pill Fairy had given him. He realized that he was just 1,000 miles from the transportation point. What the? Didn't that say it could send me up to 10,000 miles away? TCH, it's definitely my bad luck again. Long Chen extended a hand, and Huo Long appeared. He jumped onto Huo Long's back and they rushed off. Huo Long, share your line of sight with me. Through Huo Long's senses, Long Chen was able to see even further within this fiery space. Within the Heaven Dragon Flame region, his sight and spiritual strength were suppressed. But Huo Long was like a fish in water here. If he hadn't told Huo Long not to cause a disturbance, it'd probably be roaring excitedly. The air was filled with dense flame energy, which was the best nourishment to Huo Long. It was like dense spiritual chi to cultivators. Long Chen rushed off with Huo Long for 6 hours. Within the Heaven Dragon Flame region, Huo Long's speed was extremely terrifying. They had traveled a great distance, yet when he checked the map, he found that this great distance was absolutely nothing compared to the Heaven Dragon Flame region as a whole. They were in the midst of traveling when a roar came from below them. A huge figure charged out at Huo Long. It was an earth flame spirit beast in the shape of a flame python. It emitted a powerful pressure. Huo Long, don't stand on courtesy. Eat it. Long Chen laughed. This was a feast for Huo Long. Huo Long, who had originally kept its size to just 300 meters long, suddenly grew explosively. Previously, Long Chen had told it to conceal its aura so it wouldn't be so easily sensed. But now was the time to start drawing the attention of the earth flames. The flame python's size was less than a tenth of Huo Long's 30,000 meters. It was instantly devoured. Huo Long's body suddenly flashed as it instantly absorbed all its energy. Its aura also increased in power. That earth flame spirit beast probably wasn't ranked very high. Furthermore, it wasn't fully matured. Huo Long, let's continue eating. Long Chen and Huo Long continued. With Huo Long no longer needing to conceal its aura, it began to run rampant throughout this region, seeking to draw more earth flames. Oh, we've been noticed. Perhaps it had been drawn over by Huo Long's provocation, but a terrifying aura suddenly began to rush over to their location. A huge flame leopard suddenly leapt out of the twisting space. It was as large as a mountain, and the pressure coming from it made Long Chen's heart shake. This flame leopard had copper coin-like patterns all over its body. Each one of those copper coins had a blood-colored flower at the center. Ranked 19th on the Earth Flame rankings, the Scarlet Blood Heart Flame. This was a treasure that delighted Long Chen. He hadn't expected to be so lucky as to run into a top 20 Earth Flame so quickly. The flame leopard charged forward like a violent magical beast, its fur bristling. It sent a claw at Huo Long, while Huo Long met it head-on. As a result, Huo Long was blown apart into runes by the claw. Huo Long was unable to even bear a single attack from the flame leopard. This fact shocked Long Chen. It had to be known that during this time, Huo Long had been absorbing a huge amount of earth flame essence. Its power had risen greatly, and yet this flame leopard still outclassed it. It was truly worthy of being ranked 19th on the Earth Flame ranking. A fierce roar rang out as Huo Long condensed again. It attacked the flame leopard. Fierce collisions shook the world. This was the most primitive kind of battle. There was no technique as they simply collided again and again. Huo Long's technique and flexibility were definitely 100 times better than this flame leopard, but the difference in flame energy was too great for it to take advantage of that. In just a moment, it was torn in two by the flame leopard. After reforming, Huo Long's power dropped slightly, and it let out a furious roar. It was powerless against the flame leopard. Huo Long, don't panic. Stall it. Long Chen had been closely absorbing the flame leopard. This natural existence was truly powerful. Ordinary Jade Core experts would be unable to even approach it before being incinerated. It wasn't that Huo Long wasn't strong, but that this fellow was too terrifying. However, natural existences formed by the heavens always had a fatal weakness. They didn't have brains. Long Chen formed hand seals and began to chant. Countless flame runes crazily gathered at an unprecedented rate. Long Chen was shocked. The Nirvana scripture was many times stronger here than in the outside world. Practically, all the flame energy suddenly became like obedient housepets rushing over to assist him. He was surprised, but he didn't bother with that for now. Huo Long was already starting to break apart again. Flame chains condensed in the air, each one of them several meters thick. They came from every direction, surrounding the flame leopard. Pill Valley's flame arts are truly powerful. Long Chen was delighted. Sensing the power of these flame chains, Long Chen profoundly experienced the terror of Pill Valley. Heaven-Earth Prison. These chains suddenly became like millions of serpents, forming a huge cage that enveloped both the flame leopard and Huo Long. Huo Long immediately vanished as Long Chen called it back. The cage now tightened around the flame leopard. Twisting Flame Deathblow. Chapter 1359 Devouring an Earth Flame Spirit Beast. The flame cage tightened around the flame leopard. It struggled intensely, causing the cage to constantly quiver. This cage was an extremely powerful technique he had learned in Pill Valley. It was much more complicated than the raging flame prison he had previously learned, and it was also much more terrifying. Although the cast time was a bit long, it was the best technique to use against a mindless earth flame spirit beast. While he had been accumulating power, the earth flame spirit beast hadn't even known that it should be running. It crazily struggled. What Long Chen hadn't expected was that it was making this powerful cage shudder intensely. This earth flame spirit beast is actually so powerful. Long Chen was shocked. Its power was greater than what he had estimated. His twisting flame deathblow was unable to instantly kill it. However, the flame cage continued to shrink. Although it was unable to kill it, the earth flame spirit beast couldn't budge. No, it's not that the cage isn't strong enough, but that their energy comes from the same source. Whether it was Huo Long or the energy he had gathered with the Nirvana scripture, they were all flame energy. Using flame energy to attack an earth flame spirit beast would naturally have less effect than normal. This was also why fights between flame cultivators were so boring. Their power came from the same source, so unless there was a large power disparity, it would turn into a battle of attrition. Flame cultivators in the same realm might fight for several days without determining a winner. In the end, it depended on whose spiritual yuan and soul energy was greater. That was why no one was interested in watching flame cultivators fight. Now Long Chen was in a deadlock against this earth flame spirit beast. He was unable to kill it, but it was unable to escape his cage. Huo Long, come out and eat it, said Long Chen. Huo Long flew out of Long Chen's arm and bit down on the flame leopard. Flames danced as it tore off a chunk of it. This meat was actually the flame leopard's purest flame runes. It crazily struggled and roared, but the cage bound it, making it so it couldn't even move, let alone strike back at Huo Long. Seeing this, Huo Long continued to take large bites out of it. As it consumed its energy, Huo Long's aura grew stronger, while the flame leopard began to shrink and dim. After a while, Huo Long was no longer able to continue eating more of its energy. It needed a bit of time to digest it. At this moment, it was possible to see the difference between them. Huo Long had to rest 7 times before fully devouring it. After devouring it, Huo Long's aura had completely transformed. Flames constantly erupted from it, making one impossible to see its body. Long Chen knew this was the result of Huo Long not being able to control its new power. It needed some time to get accustomed to it. Oh, people arrived this quickly. Long Chen suddenly looked into the distance. Intense fluctuations were coming from there. He knew that most likely, someone else was subduing an earth flame spirit beast. Long Chen wanted to take a look. Putting away Huo Long, he rushed over. After just a bit, the fluctuations grew clearer. He quickly saw several figures fighting an earth flame spirit beast. It was a scorpion-like beast. Because they were too far, Long Chen wasn't able to see its unique attributes, so he couldn't tell what earth flame it was. However, Just from the fluctuations, he knew that its ranking wouldn't be too low. It was at least much stronger than the berserk blood flame he had consumed. Its ranking looked to be around 26 or 27. Looking toward the 3 disciples, he was startled by the coincidence. They were all disciples from the Divine Shield Alliance. 2 of them were on the list of people he was supposed to kill. They were Foundation Forging disciples, while the third one was a Jade Core expert. The Jade Core expert was a rank 8 celestial. The 3 of them were continuously forming hand seals gravely. A blood-red rune was revolving around the Jade Core disciple's forehead, and blood chains were flying out at the Earth Flame Spirit Beast. The Earth Flame Spirit Beast was currently fighting against countless flame chains, which had traces of blood within it. The Earth Flame Spirit Beast was struggling so fiercely that it looked like the chains would break at any moment. The 3 of them were extremely nervous. Capturing such a powerful Earth Flame Spirit Beast was extremely dangerous for them. Therefore, they were completely focused on using their spiritual strength to seal this Earth Flame Spirit Beast. If they failed and it broke their seal, their souls would be permanently damaged. Long Chen could see that it was the rank 8 celestial that was intent on subduing it. The other 2 were just helping. The true power was coming from the rank 8 celestial. His manifestation was activated behind him, and his spirit blood had condensed in the chains. His face was pale. Capturing such a powerful Earth Flame Spirit Beast was not easy for him, and he needed to pay a huge price. The majority of his spirit blood had already been exhausted. However, as long as he succeeded in capturing it, it would be worth it. Spirit blood could be slowly recovered, but such a powerful Earth Flame was priceless to an alchemist. Although Pill Valley also had Earth Flames of this ranking, they were just Earth Flame seeds. Their power couldn't compare to these Earth Flame Spirit Beasts. If he could refine this Earth Flame Spirit Beast into an Earth Flame seed, it would be many times stronger than an ordinary Earth Flame seed. It had to be known that for alchemists, the slightest difference in the power of their Earth Flames could benefit them immensely. The disciples who had entered the Heaven Dragon Flame region all came prepared. They had powerful sealing arts that could be backed by the spirit blood to capture the Earth Flames. This kind of sealing art wouldn't make the Earth Flame Spirit Beast feel endangered. Instead, it would feel very comfortable. Then it wouldn't resist so fiercely. As the rank 8 celestial poured in his spirit blood, the Earth Flame Spirit Beast struggling weakened. Chains of spirit blood spread like a net, wrapping over the Earth Flame Spirit Beast in multiple layers. Now it looked like it had fallen into a slumber. The rank 8 celestial was pale and exhausted, but he was ecstatic. He only had time for one cheer of success before a flame spear suddenly pierced through his head from behind, destroying his body and soul. Long Chen was hidden and watching, and he had long since noticed a figure stealthily approaching. With the 3 of them focused on the Earth Flame Spirit Beast, they hadn't sensed this danger. As a result, when their nerves relaxed after sealing the Earth Flame Spirit Beast, the rank 8 celestial was slain. Who's there? The other 2 disciples were shocked. They hadn't been expecting a sudden sneak attack. Furthermore, their opponent had killed one of them mercilessly. This Earth Flame Spirit Beast belongs to me, Master Long San. You 2 ants aren't worth killing. Scram! The sneak attackers suddenly took off his mask, revealing Long San. Those 2 disciples were horrified. Go back and report to that idiot Zhang Zijin that he should wash his neck. I'll be taking his head soon. That Long San sneered at the 2 of them disdainfully. The distant Long Chen stared in shock. But he quickly realized that this was an attempt to frame him. It seemed that they had been given orders to kill other disciples while impersonating him. In any case, when the time came, all those people's deaths would be pushed onto him. Those 2 disciples were terrified. Suddenly, one of them took out a sphere. That Long San immediately stabbed his flame spear forward, destroying his arm. The sphere landed in Long San's hand, and he sneered, "You want to summon reinforcements? Truly courting death. Since you want to die, I'll help you out." That Long San suddenly let go of his spear. Flames soared into the sky, and a sea of runes appeared behind him. He was also a rank 8 celestial. Those disciples looked at each other in dismay. Clenching their teeth, they shot off in different directions. HMPH, crafty, snorted Long San. He didn't chase. Instead, he walked toward the sealed Earth Flame Spirit Beast. The Earth Flame Spirit Beast was bound in layers of flame chains that were like a cocoon. There were multiple layers of blood-colored runes amongst them. Seeing it, Long San smiled. This was quite a large side benefit. Long San had just reached out to pull it into his spiritual space when it vanished. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of Long San. Long San. Long Chen looked at this incomparably shocked fellow. He sneered, "Your disguise isn't bad. So, tell me, what do you think you're doing?" Chapter 1360 Heaven Incinerating Flame. Long San, hand over the earth flame spirit beast. That's my battle spoil. The other Long San quickly recovered from his shock. You still haven't answered me. Why are you pretending to be me? Asked Long Chen indifferently. This is my mission. I'm helping you draw away your enemies. If you're not grateful, then fine, but don't you think taking my battle spoils is going overboard? The crafty light behind his feigned anger was unable to escape Long Chen. He suddenly sighed and smiled. So that's what it was. Sorry, I misjudged you. Here, take the earth flame spirit beast. As an apology, please take this insignificant little gift as well. Long Chen tossed a certain thing at this person. That person was still on guard, but he immediately turned pale upon seeing what it was. What Long Chen had tossed out was a tiny flame dragon. When it came flying out of his arm, it was just a foot long. But a terrifying pressure came from it. Bastard, you dare to scheme against me. That person hastily formed hand seals, summoning 10 flame walls in front of him as he retreated. However, it didn't have any use. Huo Long devoured the flame walls in one gulp. It then lunged forward and swallowed him as well. As soon as he entered Huo Long's stomach, he was incinerated into nothing. He didn't even have the power to struggle. Huo Long returned to Long Chen's arm. He smiled. So I was right. These people never had any intentions of letting me live to come out of the Heaven Dragon Flame region. Huo Long had devoured that person along with his soul. As Long Chen was connected with Huo Long, checking his memories as he died like this was easy. Dan Yangzhu had ordered several powerful disciples of the Divine Spear Alliance to disguise themselves as Long San and slaughter the Divine Shield Alliance's core. Then they would blame Long San. They truly were vicious. They had raised his power in order to prove that he had the power to kill those people. So whether they were killed by him or not, the blame would fall on him. This plot wasn't bad. Long Chen thought about it for a moment. He found that the situation was growing more and more unfavorable for him. He had to think of something, or even if he could leave the Heaven Dragon Flame region, he would be executed in Pill Valley. Fuck, I can only take it step by step. I don't have the time to scheme against them. But this thing might be useful. Long Chen picked up the sphere the disciple had dropped. No longer tarrying, he began rushing off to the spot the Pill Fairy had marked. This time, he didn't summon Huo Long. Huo Long was busy digesting the energy of the sealed earth flame spirit beast. It was extremely beneficial to it. As it digested its energy, Long Chen rushed onward. On the way, he encountered several earth flame spirit beasts that weren't very powerful. They were all treated as snacks for Huo Long. In 3 days, he finally left the lava swamp. A huge mountain range had appeared, with the mountains stretched far into the distance. The curious thing was that there was mud on this ground. It wasn't charred, and the rocks were like crystalline jade. It was like this place wasn't affected by the flames. For some unknown reason, when he stepped onto this landmass, Long Chen felt a familiar and intimate feeling. Continuing onward, Long Chen suddenly sensed danger and hastily retreated. The ground split apart and a golden phoenix bird flew out. It opened its mouth, spurting a wave of flames at Long Chen. Long Chen's hair stood on end. These golden flames gave him a feeling of mortal danger. He would definitely be turned into roast pork if struck. Long Chen summoned Huo Long to block it, but shockingly, Huo Long let out a heaven-shaking roar as it was incinerated by the golden flames. Flames can catch fire. Long Chen was shocked. That golden flame possessed the power to incinerate anything. Could it be the existence ranked 3rd on the Earth Flame ranking, the Heaven Incinerating Flame? It was said that the Heaven Incinerating Flame was capable of burning anything. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, all the 5 elements could be ignited. It was the only flame that was not suppressed by water, and all flame cultivators longed to obtain it. Flame cultivators were incredibly powerful. They had stamina and power, but they also had a fatal weakness. That was water element cultivators. Water cultivators were the bane of flame cultivators. In the same realm, they would definitely be defeated. In fact, water cultivators might even defeat flame cultivators across realms. That was why flame cultivators would normally have other cultivators by their side, to guard against water cultivators. However, there were always exceptions. This heaven incinerating flame could burn anything and was not afraid of water energy. It was an unrivaled flame. Yet, The heaven incinerating flame was said to exist only in legend. At the very least, Long Chen had never heard of the heaven incinerating flame appearing in the world. He hadn't expected to run into it in the heaven dragon flame region. Huo Long roared and charged at the heaven incinerating flame, which had taken the form of a legendary golden phoenix. Its body was only 300 meters long, but it possessed overwhelming power. It charged forward, blowing a hole in Huo Long. This injury continued to burn even after it passed. The heaven incinerating flame was too terrifying. Wherever it went, it would ignite anything. In just a few breaths' time, Huo Long's aura dropped by a great deal. It wasn't a match for the heaven incinerating flame. The difference between the two sides was too immense. The thing that shocked Long Chen the most was that the phoenix was still so small, meaning it clearly had only been born not long ago. It hadn't fully matured, but still possessed such power. Long Chen formed hand seals and activated the Nirvana scripture. Heaven-Earth Prison. The Heaven-Earth Prison instantly enveloped the golden phoenix. But it was actually being incinerated, and his spiritual strength rapidly dropped. At this rate, his spiritual strength wouldn't even last an incense stick's worth of time. No good. There's no way to subdue this fellow. Huo Long, we're leaving, shouted Long Chen. He called Huo Long back into his body, and only then did the golden flames stop burning it. Huo Long's power had dropped by more than half in just this moment. The phoenix let out a cry and shot at Long Chen. Do you really think your master Long is afraid of you? Long Chen was enraged. Seeing Huo Long in such a miserable state aggrieved him. A cauldron appeared in the air, and Long Chen smashed it into the phoenix. The golden phoenix was smashed away, but Long Chen's arms received a backlash, and his hands began to bleed. Fuck. Long Chen was enraged. This injury wasn't from the phoenix, but the result of him using his own power, which he was no longer able to control. He had so much power but was unable to use it. He was immensely irritated. The phoenix seemed to also be enraged by Long Chen, and it once more shot at him. Damn it, I refuse to believe I can't subdue you. Be refined. Long Chen roared furiously, and the blazing dragon cauldron opened and grew larger. The phoenix was captured within. Seal. Long Chen's spiritual strength poured into the blazing dragon cauldron as he controlled it to refine the phoenix. However, Long Chen was shocked to find that this ancestral cauldron was becoming red, and then dark red as it became burning hot. The item spirit's cry rang out in Long Chen's mind. It was unable to block the phoenix's power. If this continued, its core runes would be incinerated. Why is it like this? Long Chen sighed helplessly. Even an ancestral item was unable to refine the phoenix. Although it still wasn't fully healed, it hadn't even managed to last a few breaths. Sensing its urgency, Long Chen had no choice but to open its lid and allow the golden phoenix to fly out. As soon as it was released, it became berserk. The sky began to burn, and space began to twist and collapse. It was like the apocalypse. Fuck. Fine, I'm afraid of you, okay. I can't provoke you, but can it be that I can't even run? Long Chen immediately turned and fled. The phoenix was infuriated and refused to let him off. It charged after him like a shooting star, and its speed was even greater than his own. What the fuck is this luck? Long Chen spat on the ground viciously. He had managed to encounter a legendary existence, and yet he was unable to beat it, and now he couldn't even run from it. With the phoenix rapidly getting closer, Long Chen flipped through the primal chaos space to see if he had any trump cards he could use. Right, I still have this. Long Chen's eyes suddenly lit up as he smashed a pitch-black object behind him. Chapter 1361 You are not you. A black light suddenly whistled. Over at the chasing golden phoenix. Huge ripples appeared in space as the world shook. The phoenix let out a mournful cry as it was sent flying into the distance. A black pot flew back, and Long Chen caught it. The golden phoenix was tumbling through the air, seeming to have lost its balance. It smashed into a mountain, and that mountain was instantly ignited. As usual, the pot is mighty, praised Long Chen. Even the heaven incinerating flame couldn't damage the pot. During their collision, Long Chen had seen some of the rust on its bottom isolate the flame energy. Seeing that the pot couldn't be damaged by the heaven incinerating flame, Long Chen had an urge to chase after it to see if he could subdue it. But he saw that it wasn't injured at all. It was like it really had just been struck by a pot. After a moment's hesitation, Long Chen didn't go after it. Instead, he turned and fled. His brain told him that a greedy heart never had a good ending. Long Chen didn't have any assurance in subduing the golden phoenix. Even with the pot, his chances of victory were essentially zero. Moreover, even if he could beat it, he wouldn't be able to capture it. With Huolong's current power, there was no way for it to eat such a tough piece of meat. The difference between them was too great. So Long Chen wisely chose to scram. This golden phoenix wasn't something he could currently provoke. As he rushed off, he heard furious bird cries from behind him. The phoenix was probably complaining about how he had gotten away. Long Chen rushed off for several hours before finding a gorge to hide himself in and rest. He looked at Huolong, who was a bit depressed. The heaven incinerating flame had exhausted a great deal of its core energy. Just seeing it like this distressed Long Chen. Don't worry, I'll help you recover. We can find some weaker earth flames to devour, and once you're strong enough, we'll go get revenge against it. Long Chen summoned Huolong and patted it on its head comfortingly. Long Chen began to advance slower. Although he didn't change his general direction, now he was constantly searching for earth flames for Huolong to devour. Fortunately, Huolong had sharp senses and could easily sense the presence of earth flame spirit beasts. In just half a day, Huolong had devoured 4 weaker earth flame spirit beasts, allowing it to recover the majority of its core energy. In order to increase their efficiency, after recovering, Huolong summoned 3 split bodies, which went off to search for even more earth flame spirit beasts. Long Chen suddenly became ecstatic. Huolong's split bodies were all true bodies and possessed their own spiritual strength. They could handle danger and fight on their own. Long Chen worked together with Huolong for a whole day, allowing it to devour 7 powerful earth flame spirit beasts. 2 of them had decent rankings that allowed Huolong to not only fully recover, but also grow stronger. Long Chen had Huolong release its 8 split bodies. Those split bodies were to go out on their own and hunt earth flame spirit beasts while Huolong's true body stayed with Long Chen. Huolong's split bodies had half the power of the true body, but their intelligence was the same. As long as they were careful, they could continuously devour earth flames and grow stronger. During this time, Long Chen would go after the Nirvana scripture. They couldn't waste any time. Huolong's split bodies had sharp senses and could sense danger from a great distance. Even if 4 of the split bodies were eliminated, as long as the other 4 returned after devouring earth flames, the gains would definitely make up for the losses. Following Long Chen's directions, 8 small flame dragons split up, while Long Chen rushed into the depths of the heaven dragon flame region with Huolong's true body. This time, Long Chen didn't dare to randomly rush around. He had Huolong go completely straight because he didn't want to run into anything as monstrous as the heaven incinerating flame again. When they ran into weaker earth flame spirit beasts, Huolong would conveniently devour them. If they were equally matched or stronger, they would go around them. 1 month could be described as a long time or a short time. However, since Long Chen had to find the tablet within this period, he had to rush. When Long Chen finally arrived at the place the pill fairy had marked, he saw that it was a land of red dirt, which emitted flame fluctuations. There was a canyon ahead, and upon entering, he went through 9 turns before seeing a huge stone tablet. The tablet was so huge that there was no way to clearly see its complete body. Light revolved over it, while it emitted a primeval aura. Seeing this tablet, Long Chen's heart suddenly turned calm. Everything else in the world fell away, and the only thing left was this stone tablet. He slowly walked over. His hand lightly touched its inscriptions. For some unknown reason, his hand was trembling, and he suddenly realized he was crying. Why does this tablet seem so familiar? Long Chen lightly brushed against the inscriptions. It felt like there were some sealed memories in his head, but he couldn't recall them. You've finally come. Just at this moment, a voice rang out in Long Chen's mind. Light enveloped him from the tablet, and he suddenly appeared in a starry sky. There were stars above and below him. He was standing within space. Here, it felt like the flow of time was constantly changing. He didn't even know what exactly he was feeling. Can you turn around and give me a good look at you? A voice rang out. It was a very gentle voice, and it sounded like heavenly music. However, it also sounded extremely distant, so distant that it was as if it came from a different spacetime. Long Chen slowly turned. He saw an illusory figure behind him that he was able to see clearly. It was a peerless beauty. Ripples floated out of her in a mysterious and profound manner. Even after seeing her clearly, he suddenly felt like he could no longer see her so clearly. He was unable to sense her existence. The things that gave him the greatest impression were her limpid eyes. Her eyes were serene and kind, making him feel a burst of warmth. "Senior, you." Long Chen opened his mouth, but his voice was somewhat choked with sobs. His tears still continued flowing out of his control. The woman sighed sadly. "You are you are not you. You are one, you are not one." The voice was transmitted into his ears, yet Long Chen found that it wasn't a true voice, but a special kind of energy being read by his divine sense. Although they were facing each other, Long Chen felt like they were isolated by a boundless space, or perhaps by boundless time. She didn't come from the present. She came from the past, or perhaps the future. Just what was going on? Why did this woman feel so intimate to him, yet also fill him with sorrow? "You are." Long Chen suddenly recalled an image. Within the void, a peerless expert with 9 stars in his eyes and a divine ring behind him fought fiercely against his opponent. At that time, there had been a person behind him, but Long Chen had only gotten a glance. However, he felt that it was a woman. For some reason, he connected this woman with that woman. "Senior, can you hear my voice?" asked Long Chen. 9 stars against the heavens. The heavens collapse, gods fall, and blood dyes the sky red. The peak of power, the peak of the Tao. To defy the heavens, is this the final result? The woman muttered to herself as she looked at Long Chen. The stars in the void suddenly began to shake. They started to rapidly move through the air as they trembled. Perhaps it's right, perhaps it's wrong. Whether it's right or wrong, what harm is there in it? You will always have that unbending nature. I can only silently stand beside you. The woman suddenly reached and held Long Chen's cheeks. However, her hands were unable to touch him. They simply floated above him as her body began to fade. "Can I ask who?" That woman didn't seem to hear him. She vanished and Long Chen's heart turned cold. He didn't know what had just happened. Just at this moment, countless runes lit up around him. One after another, they entered his head. Chanting shook the starry sky. Long Chen's heart jumped, as the voice of the person chanting was the voice of the woman just now. Each syllable, each inflection, each bit of it was hallowed and profound. As the chanting continued, the world began to spin. The stars rose and fell. It was like the world was following the scripture. The total scripture wasn't long. It only had a few dozen syllables to it, but just this short scripture contained boundless profundities. It formed a never-ending cycle with no end or beginning. Yet, despite how profound it was, Long Chen felt it to be very familiar, as if he had long since mastered it but simply forgotten it. Now that he heard it again, he immediately comprehended its essence. Suddenly, the scene around him faded, and he once more appeared in the Heaven Dragon Flame region. Just as he reappeared, the huge stone tablet suddenly seemed to go through millions and millions of years of erosion. It crumbled, the tablet fell to pieces, and the pieces then faded into dust, vanishing. It was like it had never existed. Long Chen just stared, unable to calm himself. It seemed that he had touched one of the secrets of this world. An unprecedented feeling of crisis filled him. He found it hard to breathe. "I can't bother with this now. Since I've obtained the 2nd volume of the Nirvana scripture, it's time to remove this damn curse." Long Chen took a deep breath and slowly formed a hand seal. Chapter 1362 Getting Rid of the Curse. Long Chen had just formed a hand seal when he suddenly felt danger. He hastily turned around and saw a figure rushing over. "Ha ha ha, Long San, you're here as expected. Now let's see where you can run." It was a flame-wrapped Zhang Zijin. Long Chen was startled. He hadn't expected Zhang Zijin to find him here. "Are you surprised? Did you think Zhao Shang was on your side? Ha ha ha, you can buy our people, but we can buy your people too," laughed Zhang Zijin. "Did that idiot Kan Dongs think sending a few people disguised as you would manage to trick me? What a joke. Kan Dongs wanted to follow me, but he didn't expect me to use a few body doubles as well. I knew you would come here. Tell me, where is the tablet? If you tell the truth, I'll consider giving you an easy death." Long Chen came to a sudden comprehension. It seemed Zhao Shang had been bribed by the other side, but Zhao Shang had only been looking after him until he joined the Divine Pill Hall. Afterward, they hadn't interacted at all. For others to get a bit of information from Zhao Shang wasn't difficult. And Long Chen had truly mentioned the 2nd volume of the Nirvana scripture to Zhao Shang. Zhang Zijin had very likely deduced that Long Chen would come here based on that. It seemed it wasn't just the Pill Fairy who knew about the tablet's existence. Zhang Zijin was surprised to see that the tablet had vanished, so he demanded to know what had happened. "I'm not your father, so why do I have to answer you?" sneered Long Chen. This was the Heaven Dragon Flame region. Here, he didn't need to have any misgivings. Haha, hopefully once I capture you, you can still laugh. Zhang Zijin laughed. 9 flowers appeared behind him, and the flames around him suddenly grew, seeming to want to burn down the heavens. I'll let you experience the power of my new flame. This is a power someone like you wouldn't be able to achieve in your lifetime. Zhang Zijin waved his hand, and a dark red spear appeared. This spear had plum blossom patterns on it. This is a peak existence, ranked 13th on the Earth Flame ranking, the Scarlet Plum Explosive Flame. Has a country bumpkin like you even heard of it? Zhang Zijin didn't immediately attack. Instead, he stood there, showing off his power, acting as if he were a god looking down on Long Chen. This flame was something he had worked bitterly to subdue in the past few days. Amongst earth flames, those that contained the word explosive in their names were all extremely berserk and hard to subdue. Those were the kinds of flames that flame cultivators wanted to get, while alchemists would wisely choose a different one. That was because such violent flames would require even greater spiritual strength to control. However, flame cultivators who pursued destructive power were different. Be careful, I wouldn't want you to be killed in one blow, or it'd be boring. With the Scarlet Plum Explosive Flame causing the void to quiver, Zhang Zijin stamped forward, his spear whistling toward Long Chen. Long Chen waved his hand, and a flame blade condensed. He slashed it at the spear. HMPH, an insect really doesn't know its power. Zhang Zijin sneered and poured in even more energy to his spear. Long Chen's flame blade exploded. Huo Long's current power wasn't enough to handle Zhang Zijin's earth flame. With its power divided between 8 split bodies, its own power dropped. However, Long Chen possessed his own power. He had long since expected this result, and as his flame blade exploded, he smashed his fist at Zhang Zijin. Zhang Zijin was startled and suddenly recalled that Long San was famed for his strong physical body. He hastily blocked with his spear. Flames exploded. Long Chen's punch destroyed Zhang Zijin's spear, and fist continued to strike his chest. Raging flame armor. Zhang Zijin hastily shouted, and runes came out of the 9 flowers behind him, forming a layer of armor. Long Chen's fist landed, and Zhang Zijin was sent flying. But Long Chen's fist was also covered in blood. The raging flame armor was one of Pill Valley's powerful magical arts. When Zhang Zijin used it with the Scarlet Plum Explosive Flame, its defensive power was extremely great, enough to cause Long Chen's fist to be injured while Zhang Zijin escaped unscathed. Die. Zhang Zijin was infuriated. Although the punch didn't injure him, it had been unpleasant. Seeing Long San injured, he attacked. It really is annoying to not be able to use my power. Long Chen suddenly formed hand seals, a solemn expression on his face. He began to chant, and the same chanting began to appear in the air as if gods were chanting alongside him. The second volume of the Nirvana scripture. Impossible. Zhang Zijin's expression changed. It had to be known that the second volume of the Nirvana scripture was something only given to supreme geniuses in Pill Valley. Only those who had reached the level of Tower Masters were qualified to learn in it. Even rank 8 Celestials weren't qualified. As for Zhang Zijin, he had had to make an application to learn it, and this application had gone through the Grand Elders as well as the Valley Master before he had finally been approved. The whole process had taken half a year. Long San had only been in Pill Valley for such a short amount of time. There was no way he was qualified to learn the second volume of the Nirvana scripture. Unless, Zhang Zijin suddenly thought of the scripture's original tablet that had vanished from this location. A shocked expression crept over his face. Zhang Zijin's spear arrived and struck nothing but air. Long Chen had simply retreated. Long Chen was surrounded by runes, and sacred chanting filled the air. But at this time, black qi was coming out of his body. That qi gave off an evil feeling. Zhang Zijin was appalled. That black qi gave him a sensation of mortal danger, and he felt like he would die just from touching it. He involuntarily retreated into the distance, not daring to get close. His survival instincts told him that the current Long San was extremely dangerous. More and more black qi appeared. It was like mist surrounding Long Chen. It was enveloped by flames and refused to scatter. Hee, I can finally get rid of this damn curse. When he previously used the first volume of the Nirvana scripture, Long Chen hadn't felt anything particularly special. But now, all his immortal platforms linked up with some kind of energy in the world, forming a resonance. Before, he could only feel the Nirvana scripture gathering energy around him, but now he felt like he had merged with the world. The world's flame energy was merging with his body. It felt like he was boiling from the inside. The flame energy entered his spirit blood, his muscles, his skeleton, and even his soul. The curse was forced out. Furthermore, when he felt this sensation of merging with the world, a new segment of words appeared in his mind. When those words appeared, Long Chen almost cried out in joy. The 5th star's pill formula. It's the 5th star's pill formula. Long Chen was ecstatic. He had finally obtained the pill formula for the 5th star. As the curse was fully expelled from his body, his aura began to climb. The black mist was suddenly blown apart and vanished without a trace. Zhang Zijin looked at Long Chen with shock. He didn't know what had happened, but he felt like he was facing a dragon that had woken from hibernation. With the curse lifted, Long Chen slowly circulated the power of his immortal platforms to nourish his body. During his advancements to the 10th, 11th, and 12th heaven stages, the curse had made it so he couldn't use his spiritual yuan to nourish his body. Now he was making up for it. A huge amount of energy poured throughout Long Chen's body, causing the space around him to shake. The ground splintered and cracks spread into the distance. That pulse of energy lasted for just a few seconds before stopping. Long Chen looked at his hand. He muttered to himself, I can only use 10% of my power. But that's enough to handle trash, I suppose. Although the curse had been removed, and his physical body had powered up, he was still only able to use 1/10 of the power of his immortal platforms. If he used any more, his body would break down. Bastard, don't think you can scam me. Die. Zhang Zijin was infuriated at hearing Long Chen call him trash. He charged forward. A flame-wrapped fist directly blew apart Zhang Zijin's spear and continued to strike him in the chest. Zhang Zijin still had his raging flame armor, but this time, Long Chen's punch left a hole in his chest. Zhang Zijin vomited blood and flew back. Chapter 1363 The Terrifying Ku Dajong. A long ditch appeared in the solid ground. Zhang Zijin hacked up blood as he lay atop a large rock that was now riddled with cracks. Fortunately, he had Pill Valley's secret technique, the raging flame armor. If it had been an ordinary flame defense, then considering how weak an alchemist's body was, he'd definitely have died. Long Chen continued to go after him, launching another punch. Heaven and earth shook as he advanced. Lord Brahma's shield. Zhang Zijin formed hand seals, and his flame runes blazed with blinding light, turning into flame chains that wove together, forming a large shield. Chanting filled the air, and flame energy poured into the shield. It was sacred and divine. Long Chen's fist landed atop the shield. Flame runes blew back, and ripples appeared in the air. When those ripples reached the ground crumbled. However, Long Chen was unable to break the shield. Zhang Zijin gained some breathing room, and he once more attacked Long Chen, stabbing a spear at his heart. Long Chen kicked the spear and borrowed the power to fly back. A burning pain came from his foot. This bastard's earth flame is too powerful. Huo Long isn't strong enough to resist it. Long Chen knew that the difference in the power of their flames was too great. Long San, I know you're powerful at close-range combat, but I won't give you a chance to get close. You're just trash. Zhang Zijin held a shield in his left hand and a spear in his right hand. The 9 flowers behind him revolved. Flame energy raged as his heavenly Dao runes merged with his flame runes. Zhang Zijin thrust his spear forward. A sea of flames followed his spear, crashing over Long Chen. Scarlet Blaze Shield. Long Chen also summoned a shield, but his technique was instantly broken by the spear. The intense flames devoured him. Long Chen conjured flame armor to protect himself. He then broke the flame spear with a punch, while he activated his boots to charge forward at Zhang Zijin. Idiot, I won't let you get close. Zhang Zijin sneered. He retreated, spreading his flame domain. Everything within 100 miles was covered in his flames. Long Chen's expression was grave as he charged through this flame sea. Zhang Zijin's flames were too powerful. He had to expend a great deal of spiritual yuan just to resist the flame domain. The difference in their flames was so great that he was expending hundreds of times the energy Zhang Zijin was. Even with his huge amount of spiritual yuan, Long Chen wouldn't necessarily be able to exhaust him. After all, Zhang Zijin was a Jade Core expert. Furthermore, an alchemist had a much vaster amount of spiritual yuan than normal cultivators, so Long Chen had no assurance of being able to exhaust him. Seeing Zhang Zijin retreating and occasionally launching attacks to keep him back, it was clear he had seen through Long Chen's weak point. Since that's the case, then let's go all out. Long Chen suddenly extended a hand. A sphere condensed in his hand, and chanting filled the air. The sphere rapidly grew larger. Just as Long Chen summoned this sphere, Zhang Zijin was shocked to find that when Long Chen used the Nirvana scripture, not only was heaven and earth's flame energy drawn toward him, but even his own flames were being sucked away. The sphere in his hand had grown to 300 meters almost instantly. It shot toward Zhang Zijin. This terrifying move was summoned so quickly that it even surprised Long Chen. He was experiencing just how powerful the second volume of the Nirvana scripture was. When he used it, all the flame energy in the world became his. Here in Zhang Zijin's flame domain, he even benefited from his flame energy. The shield in Zhang Zijin's hand rapidly grew. It was like a huge mountain blocking starfall. Flame energy exploded and ripples spread. Seeing this, Long Chen's expression changed, and he hastily summoned the blazing dragon cauldron and hid himself inside it. Those ripples struck the runic barrier the blazing dragon cauldron had summoned around it, and it was instantly sent flying like a shooting star. The blazing dragon cauldron pierced straight through a mountain and rolled a great distance. Long Chen crawled out and vomited. What he vomited wasn't blood, but vomit. The blazing dragon cauldron had protected him, but in that instant, he had been spun dozens of times, so he was dizzy. The feeling of the world spinning around him faded after a breath. He picked up the blazing dragon cauldron and rushed back to the battlefield. He actually got away. Long Chen didn't see any sign of Zhang Zijin upon returning to the battlefield. The power of that explosion just now had been too terrifying. According to reason, Starfall shouldn't have possessed that much power. After all, he had used it very quickly. The main problem was that Starfall had collided with Zhang Zijin's flame energy. It was like a spear clashing against a spear. Energies from the same source attacking each other immediately caused an explosion. Long Chen searched all around but didn't find a trace of Zhang Zijin. When he looked in the primal chaos space, he didn't see a rank 9 heavenly Dao fruit on the tree. That meant he had escaped. He supposed that Zhang Zijin was pretty tough to be able to survive such an explosion. Even Long Chen would have been blown to bits without the blazing dragon cauldron and in his current state of not being able to fully use his spiritual yuan. If even Long Chen couldn't handle it, then an alchemist would be annihilated without question. However, Zhang Zijin had managed to escape. It seems that bastard has quite a few trump cards. Long Chen sighed, but his expression suddenly changed. Lightning wings appeared on his back, and he rushed off. Ha ha ha, Long San, there's no need to run. Not a single person has managed to get away when I want them dead. A huge figure appeared in the sky. His laughter was like thunder. It was the Flame Divine Palace's Ku Dazhang. Ku Dazhang's eyes were shining coldly like two sharp blades. Two huge flame wings flapped on his back, bringing him rapidly closer. Long Chen's scalp turned numb. Ku Dazhang possessed boundless power. He was like a crazy beast raging with killing intent. Long San, you killed my brother Ku Chunsheng. Hand over your life. Ku Dazhang's wings suddenly stopped moving. He vanished from his original location and appeared in front of Long Chen, a hand reaching for his throat. You think you're qualified to take my life? Although Long Chen had felt Ku Dazhang's hostility from the start, he hadn't expected this large man to be Ku Chunsheng's brother. Ku Chunsheng had been a little pretty boy, and the two of them looked completely different. It seemed their father had quite a bit of skill. Long Chen snorted and smashed a fist at Ku Dazhang's hand. Boom! Long Chen was actually blown back, his wrist almost broken. HMPH, you have a bit of power, but it's not enough in front of me. Ku Dazhang shot after him. It was like he had teleported, and he arrived in front of Long Chen instantly, smashing a fist at him. What greeted him wasn't Long Chen's fist, but a cauldron. An immense power caused his body to tremble, and he was knocked back a few hundred meters. Flame runes flew through the air as the cauldron was also sent flying. An ancestral item. Ku Dazhang was surprised, but the cauldron had already flown into the distance. He snorted and didn't chase it. Instead, he charged at a distant figure. You won't get away. Ku Dazhang's wings once more appeared and he caught up to Long Chen quickly. He smashed his fist at him. However, what caused his expression to change was that this figure instantly exploded. Bastard, you think you can slip away? Ku Dazhang's expression was unsightly now. He had been duped. This figure had been nothing more than something formed of flame energy. Long San had definitely escaped with the cauldron. Ah! Ku Dazhang roared and shot off in the direction. The cauldron had gone. In an incense stick's worth of time, he finally saw a figure rapidly rushing away. It was Long Chen. "You won't get away. I'll make you pay a price for fooling me. I'll let you know what it means to live a life worse than death," roared Ku Dajong as he got closer and closer. Long Chen was extremely vexed. After beating a jackal, a tiger suddenly came after him. Ku Dajong was no alchemist. He was a true flame cultivator and a rank 9 Jade Core Celestial. All of that, combined with his extremely powerful physical body, made him a real expert. Right now, Long Chen was just at the peak of foundation forging, and he couldn't even use his full power. As he didn't have the ability to fight Ku Dajong, he could only run. Unfortunately, Ku Dajong was even faster than him. Seeing him get closer, Long Chen prepared to take out the pot. Although Long Chen couldn't unleash the power of the pot, its hardness was definitely unmatched. Using it in a sudden attack wouldn't necessarily allow him to defeat Ku Dajong, but if he could catch him off guard, he might be able to use it to escape. Nevertheless, once he used it, his identity as Long San would be over. This pot was far too easily recognized. Just as Long Chen was preparing to take this risk, a message came from Huo Long that delighted him. Chapter 1364 Divine Flame Crystals. Ku Dajong's wings flapped as he chased after Long Chen, getting closer and closer. Just as he was on the verge of locking onto him, a flame dragon appeared in front of him. The flame dragon appeared extremely suddenly and devoured Ku Dajong before he could react. He was about to circulate his flame energy to resist this powerful earth flame spirit beast when it suddenly self-destructed, blowing him away. Ku Dajong appeared with 9 flowers behind him. The self-destruction of the flame dragon hadn't harmed him at all. However, he now had a cold and sinister expression. With a snort, he continued chasing after Long Chen. This was the Heaven Dragon Flame region, and the senses of flame cultivators were 100 times sharper here than in the outside world. Fuck, the difference is too great. Long Chen cursed inside when he saw Ku Dajong still chasing. Just now, one of Huo Long's split bodies had been close by, and Huo Long had sent it to block Ku Dajong, even sacrificing it to stop him. But Ku Dajong was completely fine. Long Chen realized just how bad the situation was. Flame cultivators were true experts, and their power was far, far greater than alchemists. Moreover, Ku Dajong wasn't just a flame cultivator, he was a rank 9 Jade Core Celestial. Ku Dajong was getting closer. His wings clearly had some sort of special energy within them, or there was no way he could be so fast. Clenching his teeth, Long Chen suddenly spun around, smashing the blazing dragon cauldron at Ku Dajong. HMPH, nothing more than a death struggle, sneered Ku Dajong. He let out a single punch, not even bothering to summon his manifestation. In his eyes, Long San wasn't worth him wasting the effort. Is that so? Long Chen smiled coldly. His sleeve suddenly exploded, and blood dripped down his arm. A fierce, violent power smashed into Ku Dajong. Ku Dajong was shocked. He sensed Long San's power had at least doubled from his previous peak. Ku Dajong's wrist broke and he shot back like a shooting star hundreds of miles away. Long Chen was covered in blood after this attack. He immediately turned and fled. Just now, he had used 30% of the power of his immortal platforms, but his body had been unable to bear it. Just this one attack allowed Long Chen to see the difference. Even taking such a risk had only broken Ku Dajong's wrist. It was barely an injury to a celestial. Furthermore, Ku Dajong hadn't even been using his manifestation, let alone his trump cards. Long Chen wasn't his match. Ha ha ha, interesting. At just the foundation forging realm, you already have such power. This will make the hunt more fun. Ku Dajong laughed. That laughter was hair-raising. It was like he was playing a game of cat and mouse, and he continued chasing Long Chen. Long Chen's expression sank. The situation was extremely unfavorable for him. If this continued, he really might be killed. The feeling of having power but not being able to use it was truly irritating. However, he also knew that even if he could use his full power, his chances of victory would still be extremely low. To fight a rank 9 celestial across realms was essentially impossible. Long Chen was constantly looking around as he fled. His eyes suddenly brightened, and he immediately changed directions. Long San, I'll chase you until you know despair. There's no place for you to go, neither the heavens nor hell. Ku Dajong was still getting closer. He laughed sinisterly. He delighted in seeing the expressions of despair and unwillingness on the people he killed right before their deaths. He had barely finished speaking when Long Chen suddenly hurled himself at a large mountain. He pierced a hole into it. At the same time, a flame sphere exploded from ahead. That was something Long Chen had thrown right before. After the flame sphere exploded, the ground split open, and lava spurted into the air. A huge golden phoenix flew out of the lava. The first thing the phoenix saw was Ku Dajong rushing in its direction. It let out a heaven-shaking cry and shot at him. Ku Dajong had been flabbergasted by Long Chen's sudden actions, but when he saw this golden phoenix, he immediately turned pale. Heaven incinerating flame, Ku Dajong couldn't bother with Long Chen. He immediately turned and ran. However, the infuriated phoenix refused to let him off. It thought that Ku Dajong had intentionally provoked it, and it chased him. Ku Dajong was infuriated at being schemed against by Long San. It had clearly been Long San's attack, but somehow the blame had fallen on him. He wanted to say that Long San was right there, but an earth flame spirit beast's intelligence was limited. There was no way it would understand him. As an extremely powerful flame cultivator, he naturally knew what this golden phoenix was. And since he knew what it was, he also knew he had to run. A man and a bird flew into the distance as quick as lightning. Only then did Long Chen come out of his hole. He carried out a head-sized crystal. The crystal was fiery red and emitted a bewitching light. Long Chen had a delighted expression. This is a divine flame crystal, something that contains the purest flame energy of the world. I didn't expect to find such a treasure here. Long Chen hesitated for a moment. Looking in the direction Ku Dajong had fled, he prayed inside that he could last for a bit longer. Then Long Chen dove into the lava the golden phoenix had flown out of. Wrapping himself in flame energy, he swam down. Dozens of meters below, he found another divine flame crystal. He delightedly extracted it. This divine flame crystal was extremely miraculous. Despite containing an immense amount of flame energy, it didn't release any heat and was lustrous like a gem. The terrifying energy within it didn't leak out at all. Continuing to swim down, he gathered over 10 of these crystals. His smile threatened to break his mouth. The deeper he went, the more divine flame crystals he found. By the time he had reached a depth of 3,000 meters, he had obtained over 300 of them. Huo Long was indescribably excited. It was wrapped around a divine flame crystal in the primal chaos space. Absorbing its energy, the amount of energy inside it was too terrifying, and without any experience, Huo Long lost control, and a 3,000-mile stretch of huge trees was incinerated. Huo Long was horrified, thinking it had caused a huge calamity. Long Chen comforted it. Right now, the iron spruce oaks in the primal chaos space were almost useless to him. Incinerating a few was no problem. Long Chen had Huo Long focus on absorbing the divine flame crystal's energy while he continued gathering more. He needed to gather as many as possible before the golden phoenix returned. As he dug, he suddenly noticed that in an even deeper place, there was a huge cave opening. When he went down there, he gasped. This cave, which was thousands of meters wide, was lined completely in divine flame crystals. There was no way to estimate how many of them there were. I'm rich. A roar erupted in Long Chen's heart. Just a single divine flame crystal was enough to cause countless alchemists to go crazy in the outside world. Then what about this many? Divine flame crystals could be likened to the highest possible grade of flame spirit stones. Flame cultivators could absorb their energy to increase their cultivation speed. Furthermore, they could be used to forge powerful flame attribute weapons. When the blazing dragon cauldron saw the divine flame crystals, it immediately begged for one. The blazing dragon cauldron and Huo Long were currently absorbing the energy from one each. These divine flame crystals were priceless treasures to them. As for Long Chen, seeing these divine flame crystals, his see a treasure and can't walk away disease struck again. He charged toward the cave's walls. However, he had only just moved when his expression completely changed. He sensed grave danger approaching. His intuition was telling him that the golden phoenix was rapidly approaching. Little treasures, don't worry. I'll return soon. Long Chen unwillingly left the cave of divine flame crystals. Although he was unwilling, he had to flee. If the golden phoenix blocked his path, he'd be dead. Long Chen hastily flew out of the lava. Just a few breaths later, the golden phoenix returned. It circled its territory for a moment before diving into the lava again. Ku Dajong was lying in a mountain cave, his whole body charred and smelling like meat that had been cooked 70%. If you added some cumin and hot pepper, it would definitely be enticing. How hateful. Ku Dajong was racked with pain. The golden phoenix itself wasn't too powerful, but its flames were terrifying. Whatever they touched would ignite. Although he had managed to escape, the heaven-incinerating flame had turned him into roast pork. Long San, hee, excellent. I didn't expect you to bring me such a windfall. As thanks, I'll make sure to give you a quick death next time. Ku Dajong smiled, but he had forgotten that his whole body was burned. Smiling tugged on his facial muscles, causing him to tear up in pain. Long Chen was flying. He found a mountain stream and immediately dug a hole, concealing the outside. Confirming there were no obvious signs of his presence, he finally relaxed slightly. It's about time to condense the 5th star. Let's see if I can refine the 5th star's pill formula right away. Long Chen closed his eyes. After he had used the 2nd volume of the Nirvana scripture to wipe away the curse, some new memories had appeared in his mind. He finally had a chance to go through them. How could it be like this? Long Chen was shocked by what he saw. Chapter 1365 Condensing the Divine Gate Star. The 5th star's pill formula had truly appeared in his mind. But what shocked Long Chen was that the 5th star wasn't condensed with medicinal pills. The 5th star was named the Divine Gate Star. His first 4 stars were located at his hands and feet, but the 5th star was located in his head. When Long Chen realized where it was located, his face turned green. Whether it was the Fengfu, Alioth, Life Fate, or Enlightenment Palace star, when they had been condensed, a huge amount of energy had erupted. Last time, when he had condensed the Enlightenment Palace star, the violent energy had shattered a mountain. The 5th star was located in his head. Hence, Long Chen wondered if his head would explode when he condensed the star. If these memories didn't come from the Nirvana scripture, he would really suspect that someone was conning him. This was no different than suicide. The Divine Gate Star was located in the position of the Niwen. If you drew a line connecting the ears and another line from where the eyebrows met to the back of the head, the place they connected was the Niwen. This place had many names. The Niwen, the Mind Sea, the Divine Palace, the Soul Depository. There were all kinds of names, but they all referred to this place. In the cultivation world, it was said that even before a fetus formed, its Niwen was born. Even before a baby formed, its Niwen existed. The Niwen represented the soul. First came the soul, then came the body. So naturally, when people's heads were heavily injured, their souls would dissipate, causing them to die in both mind and soul. It was due to the collapse of the Niwen. Unless a person's spiritual strength was extremely powerful, below the soul transformation realm, a cultivator whose Niwen was destroyed would definitely die. This was an extremely important place and also an extremely weak place. But this was where he was supposed to condense the Divine Gate Star. Even with Long Chen's guts, he sucked in a cold breath. In his memories, there was also the Divine Gate Pill, which was a 9th-tier medicinal pill. It required over 100 9th-tier medicinal ingredients. But right now, he didn't look at it, because he didn't need it. The embryonic form of the Divine Gate Star was not condensed through medicinal pills, but by opening the Divine Gate. Once the Divine Gate was opened, the Divine Gate Star would automatically appear. The Divine Gate was located in his Mind Sea. If he wanted to open it, he needed the power of lightning tribulation. In other words, he needed to open the Divine Gate during his lightning tribulation. This time, I'm really dead. I wanted to first condense the 5th star before undergoing tribulation. But now I need to undergo tribulation to condense the 5th star. Long Chen wanted to cry. His current body was unable to handle his own power. If he underwent his tribulation now, then once he broke his immortal platforms to form cores, his body would instantly explode. There definitely has to be some secret to this. The 9-star hegemon body art has never failed me before. Since I can't figure it out, I just won't think about it. Long Chen took a deep breath. In the end, he trusted that the 9-star hegemon body art wouldn't kill him. There was nothing else he could do. He could only go all out. He thought for a moment and looked at the map. In the end, he chose an extremely secluded place for his tribulation. According to the Pill Fairy, this region had no earth flames and no resources. It was just a sea of lava. Whether I'm a serpent or a dragon will be decided now. Long Chen stood in the air, a sea of lava below him. Within this world of flames, he clenched his teeth and formed hand seals. His mind sea suddenly grew turbulent, its energy raging. According to the technique in his new memories, he formed 7 strange hand seals. His mind sea rumbled. Gradually, a huge gate appeared. The Divine Gate was in his mind sea, but in his mind's eye, it was boundless, and there was no way to see the end of it. In front of it, He was like an ant. No, he was nothing more than a speck of dust. Long Chen had never sensed this huge gate in his mind before. It was a grand, heavenly gate. Golden runes revolved around it, forming millions of chains that bound the gate. The gate was sealed tightly, enough to cause despair. This is the Divine Gate. The Divine Gate. A gate for becoming a god. Long Chen was filled with shock, but also excitement and battle intent. The sky suddenly darkened. The moment the Divine Gate appeared in his mind, the scarlet sky of the Heaven Dragon Flame region turned dark. Heavenly pressure crashed down on Long Chen. Ha ha ha, so that's what it was. Long Chen suddenly laughed, his voice louder than the thunder of the tribulation. The moment the Divine Gate appeared, energy spread from the Divine Gate through his entire body. His body was like a riverbed that had been dry for 10,000 years and was finally receiving nourishment. It greedily devoured this energy, and his body rapidly strengthened. The heavenly tribulation had only just appeared when lightning beasts began to fall from the sky, charging at Long Chen like a tide. Just the first wave of the tribulation was so terrifying. Suddenly, the void split open. A huge gate appeared in the Heaven Dragon Flame region. It was the Divine Gate in his mind, and it had manifested itself in the outside world. Crashing against the tribulation clouds, it destroyed the lightning beasts, turning them into runes. Long Chen could only stare in shock. Was this his tribulation, or the Divine Gate's tribulation? The Divine Gate shattered the tribulation runes as soon as it appeared, and it seemed that the heavens had become infuriated. The tribulation clouds condensed once more, and on an even greater scale at that. However, the Divine Gate unleashed another wave of energy, once more destroying the tribulation clouds. Even Long Chen was struck dumb. It had destroyed the tribulation clouds. What kind of power was this? When the tribulation clouds condensed once more, the entire world was being crushed by heavenly pressure. The tribulation surged from above, while down below, the sound of the crashing lava roared. Despite this apocalyptic scene, the Divine Gate was indifferent. It stood firm amongst the clouds. Lightning figures could be seen crashing against it. The heavens were enraged, wanting to completely annihilate this existence that dared to provoke its dignity. An endless stream of lightning beasts attacked the Divine Gate. There were dragons, phoenixes, elephants, apes. Each one of them was huge and ferociously attacking it. Long Chen was completely stupefied. He was supposed to be undergoing tribulation, but it seemed that he didn't need to do anything. He just had to watch as the lightning beasts crashed against the Divine Gate. These huge lightning beasts were like ants in front of the Divine Gate. But there was an endless stream of them. Long Chen noticed that as the lightning beasts attacked, the chains binding the Divine Gate gradually grew fainter. So that's what it was. Borrowing the power of tribulation lightning to open the Divine Gate. Ha ha ha, this is definitely history's easiest tribulation. My luck has finally taken a turn for the better. Long Chen laughed excitedly. He was feeling blessed. Long Chen looked at the Divine Gate in the outside world and the one in his mind. He confirmed that they were really one and the same. As the chains on the outside world's Divine Gate grew fainter, the bindings of the one in his mind also weakened. Suddenly, one of the chains shattered. That chain was nothing more than one of millions of chains. It fell from the Divine Gate, as large as a mountain. Mine. Long Chen rushed over and grabbed the chain. He directly pulled it into the primal chaos space. So, it actually has a solid substance. This huge chain was filled with pure thunder force. Lei Long immediately flew out and bit down on it, absorbing its energy. Suddenly, explosive sounds rang out as countless chains fell. Long Chen was delighted. Those chains fragmented into many pieces, but each one was huge. It was like the chains had possessed some kind of energy before, but that energy had been completely supplanted by thunder force, causing them to shatter. However, the thunder force stayed in the chains. Long Chen didn't care why such a thing would happen. All he knew was that he had struck gold. He frantically gathered the chains, and a huge pile of them quickly appeared in the primal chaos space. Even Lei Long was buried by them. More and more lightning beasts charged out, and they gradually became stronger. But because of this, the chains shattered at an even faster rate, delighting Long Chen. Just as he was frantically gathering the chains, a huge pile of chains fell from the sky, almost burying him. Long Chen was startled. He looked up to see that all the chains of the Divine Gate had been broken, and its doors had opened. Heaven and earth rumbled. Primal chaos circulated on the other side of the gate. It slowly merged with the outside world's energy, forming a vortex. The moment the vortex appeared, Long Chen's body shook. He felt a majestic energy he had never felt before spreading through his body. Suddenly, the divine gate in the outside world disappeared. Within his mind's sea, the divine gate was still open, and the vortex continued to revolve. As it revolved, his Feng Fu, Alioth, Life Fate, and Enlightenment Palace stars shook intensely. They each sent a stream of energy into the vortex. The vortex spun even faster after receiving the energy of the 4 stars. A subtle resonance appeared between the Feng Fu, Alioth, Life Fate, Enlightenment Palace, and Divine Gate stars. Although the Divine Gate star was currently just a vortex, it still formed a resonance with the other stars. Long Chen felt some kind of energy activate within his body, filling him with power. Ha 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 ha, what the fuck? Long Chen raised his head and laughed to unleash his joy. But his expression quickly changed. The endless tide of lightning beasts that had lost the Divine Gate as a target now came charging at him. Chapter 1366 Advancing to Jade Core. Cracking noises suddenly rang out from Long Chen's body. He looked inside himself in shock to see that his 108,000 immortal platforms had cracked. A vague divine light came from behind the cracks. So the one going through tribulation just now wasn't really me, and my tribulation only starts now. What a scam. Long Chen's face turned dark. Just now, the divine gate had infuriated the heavens and increased the power of the tribulation as much as possible, then it had left this tribulation to him. Just thinking of how the divine gate had repeatedly smashed apart the tribulation clouds to raise its power was enough to cause despair. Originally, Long Chen had thought that his luck had taken a turn for the better. But now, he realized it was all a scam. Since there's no way out, let's fight. Lei Long, don't fill up on rations. Eat some fresh food. Seeing the horde of lightning beasts charging at him, Long Chen summoned a huge lightning blade and charged forward himself. A flash of lightning went through the lightning beasts. The lightning beasts were cut down in droves. Lei Long also appeared beside Long Chen after hearing his call. With a roar, it pounced on the lightning beasts. Long Chen felt inexhaustible energy coming from every inch of him. Each strike of his blade destroyed multiple lightning beasts. It wasn't that the lightning beasts weren't powerful, but that Long Chen was even stronger. His divine gate had been opened, and the embryonic form of the divine gate star had been condensed, explosively growing his power. These lightning beasts that he had felt to be incredibly powerful just before were destroyed in waves. Lei Long, go back for now. Long Chen suddenly put away Lei Long. He realized that this was different from his past tribulations. The lightning runes from the slain lightning beasts were being absorbed by his body. The thunder force of these runes didn't invade his body. Instead, they went to his 108,000 immortal platforms. More and more cracks appeared on his embryonic platforms as he absorbed more thunder force. It was like something was about to break out of a cocoon. I need to absorb this much thunder force to break my platforms and condense them into cores. Seeing the change in his immortal platforms, Long Chen put away Lei Long to prevent it snatching the thunder force he needed. Wielding his lightning blade, he slaughtered the lightning beasts, bathing himself in a sea of lightning. There were far too many of them. Even after 6 hours, their numbers hadn't dropped. The world was still filled with lightning, and it was impossible to see anything within. Yet, Long Chen was comforted to see more and more cracks appearing in his immortal platforms. Divine light was coming from behind those cracks. As that light blossomed, his body absorbed the thunder force as well. His blood, flesh, and bones were all bathed by the light. It was like he was being reborn. The lightning beasts suddenly vanished. Instead, replacing them was a mass of human-shaped lightning figures. They all possessed terrifying auras and undefeatable wills. Ancient heroic spirits. They were unrivaled experts when they were alive. Let's see who's more unrivaled. Long Chen had encountered these human lightning figures back when he had undergone tribulation in the immemorial path. He knew that they were experts who had fallen to heavenly tribulation in the past. Their fighting styles had been imprinted in the heavenly Daos, and now the heavenly Daos summoned incarnations of them to fight Long Chen. Long Chen charged toward the human lightning figures. A bloody battle was fought. There were tens of thousands of the lightning figures. Blood quickly covered Long Chen's body, as each one of these lightning figures was a powerful expert. They possessed their own unique powerful moves, and for him to be surrounded by this many, he was quickly injured. Although blood dyed his robe, Long Chen was still fearless. As he fought, his aura only grew stronger. With each attack, he blew apart dozens of them. Those lightning figures transformed into runes after being blown apart, and they were absorbed by his immortal platforms. The cracks on his immortal platforms grew larger, and there were signs of pieces being about to fall. As the cracks grew larger, Long Chen managed to see what was behind them. Inside each of the platforms was a bead. Indistinct primal chaos was circulating within them, and they nourished his body. As he killed, more and more pieces fell from the platforms, revealing what was inside. For normal foundation forging experts, entering the Jade Core realm involved transforming the immortal platform into a core. The Jade Core realm was sometimes called the Golden Core realm, or the Divine Core realm. That was because the majority of people condensed cores that were golden. Only a small portion of people had different colored divine cores. Some of those people were highly specialized elemental experts, while some were just oddities. As for Long Chen, he found that what he had wasn't even a core. As his immortal platforms shattered, he saw that inside each one was clearly a star flowing with primal chaos. This meant that 108,000 stars were in the midst of being born. Primal chaos space was circulating, strengthening his body. The tribulation once more changed. The human lightning figures shifted, replaced by warriors wearing ancient robes. These warriors looked as if they possessed flesh and blood bodies. They were just like other people. Some were old, some were young. Some were men, some were women. As soon as they appeared, Long Chen's scalp turned numb. He recognized their aura. Back when he had undergone his tribulation in the Xuantian Dao sect's infernal devil abyss to annihilate the horde of devil beasts, this kind of terrifying existence had appeared at the very end. Just a single one had almost killed him. It was thanks to Li Tianxuan's advice that he managed to understand how to beat it and successfully pass his tribulation. These lifeforms all charged at Long Chen, immediately launching killing blows. One of them was holding a sword and slashed it at Long Chen. It was a seemingly unstoppable blow that could cut apart heaven and earth. Battle armor. Long Chen's divine ring suddenly appeared, blowing apart an empty space within this sea of lightning. A faint fifth color had appeared in the original four-colored divine ring. It was an extremely faint azure color. If it wasn't in the center of the other four colors, it would have been impossible to sense. At the same time, 5 stars appeared in Long Chen's eyes. But one of those stars was not as bright as the other 4. Long Chen's blade slashed through one of these lifeforms. His immense power instantly killed it. At the same time, he was attacked from behind. All he was able to do was shift slightly to protect his vitals. But he felt a burst of pain as a sword stabbed through his back. However, what surprised him was that the lifeform whose sword was stabbed into his body suddenly transformed into lightning runes and entered his body. Those lightning runes were absorbed by his 108,000 stars. When he had first seen 108 of these terrifying lifeforms, Long Chen had thought it would be a dangerous battle to the death. He hadn't expected such a thing. Seeing this, Long Chen attacked another one of them, essentially giving up on defense. He simply did his best to avoid their attacks landing on his vitals, but otherwise, he allowed their attacks to land. Very quickly, many injuries appeared on his body, but he still felt no fear. Each time he was injured, the lifeform attacking him would transform into powerful lightning runes and be absorbed by his 108,000 stars. As he absorbed more and more, all his immortal platforms shed their outer layers, revealing stars. The power of these stars circulated throughout his body, strengthening him. Although the injuries covering him looked horrifying, he was still full of energy. As the lifeforms' numbers dropped, his stars began to shine brighter. When the final one was killed, all the lightning vanished. The tribulation had ended. Long Chen sat on his butt and gasped for breath. He had lost a great deal of blood and was already getting dizzy. If it hadn't ended soon, he wouldn't have been able to hold on. A wave of exhaustion suddenly struck him. He really wanted to fall asleep right here. Huo Long, bring me away. Long Chen called out Huo Long. Huo Long was the one with the best senses in the Heaven Dragon Flame region. He had caused such a disturbance here. Even though this was a secluded and empty land, it was very likely that he had drawn over other experts. He had to leave as soon as possible. Huo Long brought Long Chen flying away. When he felt that it was far enough, he had Huo Long wrap around him and dive into the lava. With Huo Long's protection, he peacefully slept. When his vision darkened, Long Chen felt as if he had entered an unknown world. Long Chen, you've only condensed the 5th star now. It's really too slow. If you continue like this, it will be too late. They already know the plan and are slaughtering divine sprouts in every direction. We won't be able to last much longer. Hurry, Long Chen. While we still haven't been annihilated, grow up as much as possible. Otherwise, the 10 planar world's millions of lifeforms will be completely exterminated. That familiar voice once more rang out in Long Chen's mind. He heard it clearly, but he didn't say anything. He knew that the owner of this voice couldn't hear him. The 10 planar worlds, millions of lifeforms, master of the 9 stars, pill sovereign memories, looks like I've been drawn into a huge maelstrom. Long Chen suddenly sat up. Lava surrounded him, but inside Huo Long, the outside world was unable to harm him. No matter how great the maelstrom, I still have to resolve the matters in front of me first. Food has to be eaten bite by bite, and I can only take things step by step. What's the point of panicking? Long Chen bitterly smiled. On this trip to the Heaven Dragon Flame region, he had seen that mysterious woman. It had felt like he had understood something, but it also felt like he didn't understand anything at all. That woman's contradictory words had been especially worrying. You are not you. You are one, you are not one. He had countless questions, but no one was able to answer him. It made him feel like his head would explode. Huo Long, I need to rest. I'll give you a direction, and you can stealthily swim through the lava. Long Chen took a deep breath. Since he couldn't figure it out, for now, he wouldn't waste any more energy on it. Having advanced to the Jade Core realm, it should be time to get to proper matters. Chapter 1367 Target, Heaven Incinerating Flame. Huo Long's body shrank to just a few dozen meters as it swam through the lava. This made it much more difficult for others to find them. In truth, the entire Heaven Dragon Flame region didn't have a proper landmass. All it had were floating islands. So by going through the lava, it was possible to reach any location. As they traveled, Huo Long constantly grew stronger, because its split bodies were all called back. Back then, it had sent out 8 split bodies. One had detonated to hold back Ku Dajong, and of the remaining 7, only 6 returned. Most likely, the last one had been destroyed by some powerful earth flame spirit beast. With 6 split bodies returning, Huo Long's power grew explosively. After merging temporarily, Huo Long once more sent out 8 split bodies. But this time, the split bodies were sent to the primal chaos space to each absorb a divine flame crystal. Absorbing the divine flame crystals would rapidly increase its power. It had to be known that Huo Long possessed its own life and spirit now. The flames that were absorbed by it could impart their unique abilities to it. It was like a person learning different techniques. The primal chaos space had grown by 10 times with his advancement to the Jade Core realm. It was 3 million miles wide, practically becoming a minor world. However, other than a medicinal field, the rest of it was barren. Long Chen was too lazy to plant the iron spruce oaks again. Even at the peak of the foundation forging realm, the life energy they had been able to offer him was almost negligible. Now he had advanced to the Jade Core realm. During the tribulation, the iron spruce oaks had only been able to heal a single injury. They weren't even as strong as his own natural recovery ability. As for the withered, iron spruce oaks, they had been incinerated by the divine flame crystals. That was why the primal chaos space was mostly empty. On the edges of the primal chaos space were the chains filled with thunder force. Lei Long was currently latched onto them, absorbing their energy. These were the chains that had fallen off the divine gate. They had been piled into a huge mountain. Lei Long was continuously absorbing their energy. The blazing dragon cauldron was not far, its whole body shining. There was a divine flame crystal being refined inside it, and its power was nourishing it. There were 8 flame dragons in the vicinity, each of them holding a divine flame crystal. Their efficiency was 8 times greater than before. It was unknown whether it was because of Huo Long's influence, but Lei Long suddenly flew out of its pile and coiled around one of the flame dragons. It was like they were communicating. Just a moment later, Lei Long returned to its rations and actually summoned its own split bodies. Furthermore, Lei Long summoned over 100 of them in one go, and it began to crazily absorb thunder force. It seemed Lei Long had mimicked Huo Long's skill. Lei Long, Huo Long, and the blazing dragon cauldron were all rapidly growing stronger. As for Long Chen, he was inside Huo Long's body, looking within himself to see the changes within his body. The tribulation had covered him in injuries, but his physical body was so powerful that his self-recovery ability was also extremely strong. Furthermore, he had protected his vitals, so in just one day, his body had essentially recovered. Although it couldn't compare to the divine life elixir, this recovery speed was still shocking. Looking within himself, he saw 108,000 stars slowly circulating in his body. An endless stream of energy spread throughout his body. It was like a huge formation cycling power perfectly in an unending loop. The stars formed their own self-sufficient system. If they became strong enough, Long Chen wouldn't even have to absorb energy from the outside world. He could replenish his own energy from the stars. Of course, that wasn't possible right now. These stars all seemed unfinished. They had the form of a star, but they weren't fully condensed. And yet, the amount of power they already possessed made Long Chen's heart pound. Previously, he hadn't even been able to use his power because it had been so immense. But now that he could use this even more terrifying energy, Long Chen felt even greater reverence for the 9-star hegemon body art. Before undergoing the tribulation, the amount of energy he had been able to use had been very limited. But now that his 108,000 stars were free of the immortal platforms, he no longer felt anything stopping him from using their power. As his body recovered, he felt like he might explode from how powerful he felt. It felt like his power simply wanted to erupt. This was also the feeling many cultivators felt after advancing. Because they weren't able to control their new power, their aura leaked out. At that time, a cultivator's power might have multiplied, but because they weren't used to this new power and were unable to control themselves, their actual combat power would be very limited. That was why Long Chen needed to adapt to his new power first. His body had gone through a complete transformation. It was like he had been reborn. He slowly circulated his energy through his body. This was a fundamental step for getting accustomed to his power, and he couldn't skip it. As his mind focused in his mind sea, he saw a huge gate, with a vortex spinning. At the center of the vortex was an extremely small spot. He knew that was the core of the divine gate star. It was its embryonic form. Divine light shot out of it. Long Chen sensed that it had gathered the energy of the Feng Fu, Alioth, Life Star, and Enlightenment Palace stars, as if it was the leader of those 4 stars. The 4 stars were in the midst of undergoing some unknown transformation. The Divine Gate Pill is a 9th-tier medicinal pill that requires 173 medicinal ingredients. Good, I'm not missing that many. Yes, I'm only missing 170 of them. Fuck. Long Chen was speechless. It seemed that he was being scammed over and over again. The Divine Gate Pill was a 9th-tier medicinal pill, and he didn't even have that many 9th-tier medicinal ingredients. The numerous 8th-tier and below medicinal ingredients that he did have were all useless. Amongst 9th-tier medicinal ingredients, he had tried to plan ahead and had gathered a few must-have ones. He had over 100 of them, but now only 3 were actually useful here, and none of them were main ingredients. Looks like I'll need to think of a way to get those medicinal ingredients. I wonder if I can get some from Pill Valley. Long Chen was a bit apprehensive. In the current situation, as soon as he left the Heaven Dragon Flame region, he would be immediately killed due to the blame of killing so many genius disciples falling on his shoulders. Huo Long, slow down a bit. Long Chen suddenly sensed 2 figures rushing from above together. He had Huo Long follow them. Those 2 weren't going too fast, and they had no idea that in the sea of lava below them, there was a flame dragon swimming around. Senior Apprentice Brother Guo, we haven't found suitable earth flames yet, but the Alliance Master wanted us to give up and find Long San. Don't you think that's a bit unreasonable? Grumbled one of those disciples. The disciple called Senior Apprentice Brother Guo said, what can we do? We can't go against the orders from higher up. Even if we don't find anything this time, we'll have another chance. But if we offend the Alliance Master, we'll probably be kicked out of the Divine Pill Hall. It's not worth it to be disobedient. Long Chen was startled. So the 2 of them were actually searching for him. He stealthily sent his divine sense up and saw that they were disciples of the Divine Spear Alliance, and they were Jade Core experts. Just what happened to Long San? Did he go crazy? He actually killed over 100 disciples of the Divine Shield Alliance. Not even Dan Yangzu and Kan Dongs dared to protect him any longer, and they sent out the order to kill him on sight. If he's going to die, why couldn't he just die without causing a fuss? We don't even have time to search for earth flames because of him. Over 100 disciples killed. Long Chen sneered inside. It seemed Dan Yangzu and Kan Dongs were even more vicious than he had realized. They had killed so many of the Divine Shield Alliance's disciples. This would truly be a fearsome injury to the core of the Divine Shield Alliance. Without enough alchemists, the Divine Spear Alliance would become the main force of Pill Valley in the future. Whether it was in the present or the future, This vicious move of the Divine Spear Alliance had completely turned things around. It definitely got the most use out of the chess piece known as Long San. All those people were killed by Long San, and now that the Divine Spear Alliance discovered this scourge, they would immediately abandon their prejudices and join hands with the Divine Shield Alliance to kill him. They would appear righteous while also managing to kill him to cover the truth. If his guess wasn't wrong, those people who had disguised themselves as Long San and killed other disciples would all be quietly eliminated by Dan Yangzu and Kan Dongs. That way, once Long San was dead, there would be no one to testify against their version of stories. When an investigation was carried out, Dan Yangzu would point their investigation toward that idiot Zhang Zijin. Before entering the Heaven Dragon Flame region, Zhang Zijin had clearly expressed how he wanted to kill Long San. What had happened was that Long San had been chased down by Zhang Zijin. And driven by revenge, he had decided that since he couldn't beat Zhang Zijin, he had launched an indiscriminate slaughter to vent. When the time came, all those people who had died would be said to be killed by him, while the responsibility would be pushed onto Zhang Zijin. It wasn't a bad plan. Continuing to hear them talking, he realized that they were just complaining, and he lost interest. He had to long speed up, as he wanted to go see that golden phoenix again. He had long since been attracted to the Heaven Incinerating Flame. That was the existence ranked third on the Earth Flame ranking, and it only existed in legend. The golden phoenix was still young, and this was the best time to subdue it. Once it matured, then let alone a Jade Core disciple, even a Life Star expert would have to scram upon seeing it. A landmass quickly appeared ahead. It floated atop the lava. As he wove around some small islands, he quickly found the spiritual imprints he had left behind. However, when he approached this region, he sensed powerful auras clashing from ahead. Powerful undercurrents were raging in the lava. Oh, people are fighting the golden phoenix. Long Chen was startled. He had to long find a concealed spot, while he stealthily stuck his head out of the lava. Seeing the situation, he was delighted. The heavens were finally making things up to him. Chapter 1368 Divine Crystal Formation. The golden phoenix was immersed in flames as it fought in the sky. It was fighting 4 people. Those 4 people were Ku Dajong, Zhang Zijin, Dan Yangzu, and Kan Dongs. They had all summoned their heavenly Dao manifestations, and their 9 grand Dao flowers revolved. Flame blades flew about as they fought. The 4 of them didn't dare to face the golden phoenix head-on. Each time they exchanged blows, their flame blades would ignite, and they would have no choice but to throw them away and condense a new one. They were most afraid of fighting the golden phoenix in close range. Once they were struck by it, the runes around them would be incinerated. The flame runes they had summoned around them were their core runes. If they were ignited, they would have to abandon them, and that would harm their foundations. But if they didn't abandon them, they would be incinerated as well. However, as rank 9 celestials, their spiritual strength was extremely powerful. Flame arrows shot out at the golden phoenix. The 4 of them had long since planned out their strategy and were working together well. When the golden phoenix attacked one of them, the other 3 would launch all-out attacks. They would try to bind it with flame chains. Those flame chains would only last a breath's time before being incinerated, but that one breathing room for the one being attacked, and they would be able to escape the golden phoenix's attack. Of the 4 of them, it was clear that Ku Dajong was the main force. Whenever anyone was in danger, he would use a powerful attack to stop the golden phoenix. The other 3 were alchemists, and although their spiritual strength was powerful and they possessed powerful flames, they were still alchemists. They were not as adept as a flame cultivator in fighting. Put in some more effort. It's been 3 days, and its power is starting to fall. If we last a bit longer, we'll be able to seal it, cried Ku Dajong excitedly. The heaven incinerating flame was something all flame cultivators long for. There was not a single flame cultivator capable of resisting its attraction. This heaven incinerating flame in particular had just been born, and it was the best time to subdue it. They definitely couldn't miss this chance. Don't forget our agreement. Once it's sealed, we'll each extract 20% of its flame energy, said Dan Yangzu coldly. In order to obtain the heaven incinerating flame, Ku Dajong had had no choice but to find helpers. On his own, there was no way to handle it. Last time, he had almost been killed by it. So, he gathered Dan Yangzu, Kan Dongs, and Zhang Zijin. They had agreed that once they obtained it, he would extract 40% of its power, and the remaining 60% would be split between the 3 of them. Of course, earth flames couldn't simply be divided like this. Once the golden phoenix was sealed, it would become an earth flame seed. This was a complete seed, and it could grow stronger in the future. However, once it was split up, it couldn't grow any stronger. In other words, its power would never surpass the current power of the phoenix. In truth, that aggrieved Ku Dajong greatly, but there was no way around it. If he didn't split it with them, the three of them wouldn't help. In the end, obtaining just a part of the heaven incinerating flame was better than nothing. HMPH, do you think Brother Ku is as petty as you? Sneered Zhang Zijin. Zhang Zijin, are you worried you haven't caused enough trouble? Because you chased down Long San, you made him despair and start a crazy slaughter of innocents. Not only did he kill your people, but even our people who went to help them were killed. It's clear he knows that he has no hope of living, so he wants to bring down as many people as possible with him before his death. With your stupidity, do you have any right to mock others? Retorted Dan Yangzu viciously. Bullshit. That Long San is in your faction, and his matters are your responsibility. Raged Zhang Zijin. Don't joke. When Long San was in our faction, although he was brazen, he treated the people around him decently and was easy to get along with. But after entering the Heaven Dragon Flame region, he became a murderous devil. There's no way you can avoid this responsibility, sneered Dan Yangzu. Long Chen smiled coldly as he hid. She was truly skilled at assigning blame. Zhang Zijin had already fallen for Dan Yangzu's trap. Zhang Zijin was enraged, clearly refusing to accept this blame. Alright, stop talking, we're still busy. First, seal the phoenix, and then we'll kill Long San. Long San's already crazy and kills anyone on sight. We have to kill him, or we won't be able to give an explanation to everyone, interjected Ku Dajong. In truth, right now, Zhang Zijin only knew that over 10 of his disciples had died. He had no idea that this number was just a tenth of his real casualties. That was why he was just angry and didn't feel fear yet. Dan Yangzu and Kan Dongs were skilled actors and also acted like victims. Even Ku Dajong had fallen for their act. However, Ku Dajong wasn't interested in anything other than the phoenix right now. If he obtained it, his power would rise to a terrifying level. The three of them immediately stopped arguing and focused on the phoenix. The heaven incinerating flame was just too precious. Although it was wild and wasn't suitable for refining pills, its flame seed could be exchanged for unimaginable wealth. Even a rank 9 celestial would be moved. Hehe, work hard, I look favorably upon you. Long Chen laughed inside. He directed Huo Long to go down, and he quickly found a huge cave. Seeing the countless divine flame crystals again, Long Chen wasn't able to control himself. He entered and saw that the cave was very long. It had to be over 100 miles, and that made things hard on him. Gathering the crystals one by one would be too slow. He wanted to absorb the entire cave, but it was too big. This size was absolutely impossible for him to absorb. Huo Long, Blazing Dragon Cauldron, it'll be up to you. These are your rations, so you think of a way. Long Chen shouted into the primal chaos space. The Blazing Dragon Cauldron flew out, while Huo Long explosively grew. It bit off divine flame crystals from the wall, sending them to the Blazing Dragon Cauldron, which had also expanded. Once it was packed with divine flame crystals, it returned to the primal chaos space and tossed tens of thousands of them to the ground before flying back out. Huo Long, who was waiting, continued tossing divine flame crystals to it. This cycle didn't require Long Chen to waste any effort. As Long Chen advanced, it was like a group of locusts flying through a grain field. The divine flame crystals on the walls were swept clean. A mountain of divine flame crystals quickly appeared in the primal chaos space thanks to Huo Long and the Blazing Dragon Cauldron's efforts. When they worked together, their speed shocked even Long Chen. He quickly reached the end of the cave, and it suddenly opened into an empty space like a plaza. Seeing what was inside, he jumped in shock. This entire space was full of divine flame crystals. Each one of them was as large as a human and was in the shape of multifaceted diamonds. Divine light and faint immortal spiritual chi came from them. When he saw these crystals, he felt like he had been transported to an immortal flame world. These are true divine crystals. Long Chen's eyes almost popped out. These crystals possessed immortal spiritual chi within them and were completely different from the ordinary divine flame crystals. Long Chen was in the midst of reaching out to gather them when he realized something was off. These crystals were arranged in a pattern. It seems to be a formation. He quickly saw through some clues. These crystals filled this space, but they were different from the divine flame crystals that had simply been lining the walls of the cave outside. Long Chen looked carefully. There were 36,000 of these divine crystals, and they were arranged in a set distance from each other. Although he couldn't tell what formation this was, he knew this wasn't natural. Who cares? The formation has nothing to do with me. In any case, Pill Valley's things are my things. Long Chen forcibly pulled one out of the wall. It revealed a hole behind, and there was an ancient rune in it as well. That rune rapidly dimmed, but nothing else happened. Hehe, looks like it's a formation that's been crippled for a long time. Then Master Long San won't stand on courtesy. Long Chen had been a bit worried. According to reason, he shouldn't touch these crystals in case something happened and he was killed by the formation. However, he trusted the senses of the 9-star hegemon body art, and he didn't sense any danger. If he didn't take them, it would mean that his xianxia treasure and can't walk away disease had been cured. Seeing that there was no problem with the first one, Long Chen quickened his pace. He had Huo Long come out to act as the transport, and the 36,000 divine crystals were quickly transported to the primal chaos space. Long Chen checked the entire cave to see if he had gotten everything. Seeing that there was nothing else, he finally left. He didn't know that after he left, the dim runes in the 36,000 notches began to fall. Then cracks began to appear. Long Chen summoned Huo Long and slowly swam to the surface. Once he was close to the surface, he heard explosive ringing. Chains were flying in the air. Ku Dazhong, Zhang Zijin, Dan Yangzu, and Kan Dongs all had blood-colored runes on their foreheads. They had actually managed to seal it. Should I help them out? Or should I help them out? How about I help them out? I'll just randomly pick one of those 3 options. An evil smile appeared on Long Chen's face. Chapter 1369 Master Long will kindly accept your offering. The golden phoenix was tightly bound in blood-colored chains. They were the spirit blood seals that Ku Dazhong, Zhang Zijin, Dan Yangzu, and Kan Dongs had summoned. After several days of work, the 4 of them had finally exhausted the golden phoenix. The most important factor was that earth flame spirit beasts were too dumb. Despite clearly having weakened, it didn't flee and continued to fight. As a result, it had allowed itself to be captured. Their spiritual strength was currently erasing the final bit of energy the golden phoenix had. Eventually, the chains suddenly tightened. The seal was complete. The 4 of them were all ecstatic to have sealed the golden phoenix without any mishaps. Everyone, you've worked hard. Let me express my sincere gratitude for your outstanding contribution. Since we're all friends, I'll kindly accept it. A figure suddenly appeared beside the golden phoenix and put it away. He had a grateful expression and cupped his fists in thanks toward the 4 of them. Long San, their expressions all changed. They had already told all their subordinates not to come here no matter what happened. That was because the 4 of them didn't want Pill Valley to learn about the matter of the heaven incinerating flame. According to Pill Valley's rules, any disciple who obtained a top 10 earth flame would have to offer it to Pill Valley, and Pill Valley would give them a corresponding reward. Earth flames below the top 10 would belong to the disciples, but the top 10 earth flames were too powerful. Even Pill Valley cared about them. As for the heaven incinerating flame, it was ranked 3rd. If they gave it to Pill Valley, there was no chance of them getting something as good. Even if the Pill Valley gave them treasures, there was no way they could match the value of the heaven incinerating flame. So the 4 of them had intended to keep this matter secret. After all, everyone was selfish. That was why no one had appeared in this region despite them fighting for so long. The 4 of them were sure no one would be so brazen as to come here and snatch the earth flame from them, so they hadn't made any preparations. Courting death. Seeing Long Chen put the golden phoenix away, the 4 of them were enraged. Ku Dazhong was the first to attack. Flames erupted from him as he attacked Long Chen. He unleashed a punch that was clearly intent on killing him. I've been courting death for a long time. But can you actually help me court death? Long Chen smiled coldly. He didn't unleash his aura. He just sent out a single punch. Flames erupted. Ku Dazhong's arm broke in several places and he was blown back. Do you think you could suppress me like when I was still in the foundation forging realm? Long Chen sneered. His gaze was like 2 sharp blades sweeping over the 4 of them. He was no longer his old self and was filled with explosive power. Just now, his punch had been nothing more than a test. You advanced to the Jade Core realm. The 4 of their expressions changed. Dan Yangzu and Kan Dongzi's expressions were especially ugly. Do you regret abandoning me so easily? Did you feel like I wouldn't have much value as a chess piece? Perhaps if you had used me better, I could have even helped you get rid of Zhang Zijin. Is that what you're thinking? Said Long Chen indifferently as he looked at Dan Yangzu and Kan Dongs. He naturally knew what they were thinking. Nonsense. Long San, you've already become bedeviled. Our subordinates were simply ordered to capture you, not kill you. Put down your butcher's blade and come peacefully. That's your only option to live. As long as you don't resist, there'll still be room for negotiating. Although you killed many people, Pill Valley won't kill someone as talented as you. Don't misunderstand, explained Kan Dongs. Ha ha ha. Long Chen couldn't help but laugh. Even at this time, he was able to say such lies that not even a child would believe. They were really insulting his intelligence. Long Chen couldn't be bothered to expose him. The main thing was that he didn't want to waste words. There was no need for such a thing now. Attack together. Kill him. Zhang Zijin roared furiously. Heavenly Dao energy circulated, and a flame spear condensed in his hand. He shot at Long Chen. Although they had all exhausted a great deal of soul energy and spiritual yuan to seal the Golden Phoenix, the truth was that most of the effort had come from Ku Dajong. After the first day, they had found their rhythm and learned to cooperate. Their rate of exhaustion had fallen, while the Golden Phoenix had weakened. By the end, their spiritual yuan had mostly recovered. Watch out! Seeing Zhang Zijin charge forward on his own, Ku Dajong let out a startled cry. Of the four of them, he was the strongest. Only he knew just how terrifying the current Long Chen was. He immediately shot after Long Chen as well. Bang! Zhang Zijin's spear was blown apart by Long Chen. In front of Long Chen, that flame spear was as weak as a child's plaything. Zhang Zijin had never imagined that Long Chen would have grown to such a terrifying level. With his flame spear broken, he was open to attack. Long Chen's hand was already raised in the air. Long Chen's hand viciously slapped across Zhang Zijin's face. A thick, automatic flame barrier appeared over Zhang Zijin's face to block it, but it was blown apart by Long Chen's slap. Half of Zhang Zijin's face caved in, and he shot back like a shooting star, crashing into the lava. A huge pillar of lava soared into the sky and then descended as a rain of lava. Ku Dajong's fist arrived in front of Long Chen right after he had slapped Zhang Zijin. His 9 flowers revolved behind him. This time, he was using his real power. Long Chen met Ku Dajong's punch with his own, and flame runes flew in every direction. It was like a firework had gone off. Long Chen and Ku Dajong's fists were still locked as they floated in the air, their eyes cold as their auras continuously rose. A small vortex appeared where their fists were colliding. It gradually grew larger and larger. Zhang Zijin came out of the lava, his face pale and horrified. Just now, Long Chen's slap had almost killed him. He knew that if it hadn't been for his flame armor and Ku Dajong's reinforcement, he would have died. If Long San hadn't needed to reserve a bit of energy to handle Ku Dajong, that slap would have destroyed his head. Now seeing Long San fighting equally against Ku Dajong, he was even more horrified. Dan Yangzu and Kan Dongs were also stupefied. They had never imagined that Long San was so powerful. After just advancing to the Jade Core realm, he possessed the power to fight against Ku Dajong. It had to be known that Ku Dajong was an extremely terrifying flame cultivator. Ku Dajong's fist began to emit a blazing light as his power became violent. All his muscles bulged and his robes exploded, revealing his copper skin. Ku Dajong was originally a large man. With his muscles bulging like this, he looked like a monster. In terms of power, no one is a match for me in the same realm. You might be strong, but there's an uncrossable gap between us, said Ku Dajong coldly. With the increase in size, his voice also became heavier. At first, Zhang Zijin had been horrified to see Long San being a match for Ku Dajong. But now seeing Ku Dajong reveal such immense power, he instead became excited and cheered him on. Brother Ku, don't kill him too fast. Don't forget, he killed your brother. We have to make him live a life worse than death. Dan Yangzu and Kan Dongzi's expressions changed slightly, and they exchanged a glance. They nodded. They definitely wouldn't allow Long San to live. Only once he was dead could they push the blame to Zhang Zijin. Otherwise, if the truth was learned, the ones to die would be them. They had made their plans. Once Long San was subdued, they would immediately kill him to cover up the truth. Sorry, I can't accept your words. In terms of power, within the same realm, the only one who might be able to surpass me is one of my brothers. Other than him, I haven't met anyone who could match me. Your confidence is based on nothing, sneered Long Chen. Suddenly, an explosive sound came from Long Chen's body as his 108,000 stars began to revolve, forming an unending cycle of energy that poured through his body. His aura erupted. Azure ripples appeared in the space around Long Chen's fist. That was the result of space being compressed by the immense power. This is impossible. Long Chen's energy suddenly erupted like a volcano. Ku Dajong was suddenly blown back by an immense power. He almost coughed up blood. Long Chen continued to stand in the air. Ripples continued to spread from his body. They began to spread further and further, shaking the sky and lava. It really is nice to be full of power. Long Chen clenched his fists. Feeling this inexhaustible energy surging within him, his eyes blazed. Sorry, I'll be using you all as whetstones today. Long Chen shot toward the four of them. Chapter 1370 Magma Body. Heaven and earth rumbled. Ku Dajong, Zhang Zijin, Dan Yangzu, and Kan Dongzi's expressions changed. They had never seen anyone trigger such a terrifying reaction just by relying on the power of their physical body. The most shocking thing to the four of them was that this single punch from Long Chen covered all four of them. An invisible energy was locking them down. Long San, you're too arrogant. Kan Dongs roared. A flame blade appeared in his hand, and it turned blood-colored as he activated his spirit blood. Dan Yangzu and Zhang Zijin also immediately activated their spirit blood. They attacked Long Chen with their flame weapons. Did you not know? When have I, Master Long San, ever been not arrogant? Long Chen's fist smashed the four of them, colliding with their four flame weapons. Their weapons shook, but they managed to block his attack. However, after blocking him, the four of them were not delighted. Instead, they were deeply shocked, because they were in a deadlock. In other words, his current power was equal with their combined power. It seems if I don't bring out some real power, I won't be able to do anything to you all. Sighed Long Chen. Ku Dajong, Zhang Zijin, Dan Yangzu, and Kan Dongzi's expressions immediately became unsightly. Based on his words, he really did think he could kill them. That was the greatest insult to them. However, their fury was quickly replaced with shock and alarm. Long Chen's five-colored divine ring suddenly began to revolve, causing the void to tremble uneasily. Energy from the world was forcibly extracted by the divine ring, and Long Chen's power explosively grew. Their flame weapons were blown apart. The four of them were blown back by his immense power. Long Chen's figure flashed, and he arrived in front of Zhang Zijin in an instant, his hand clamping down on his throat. Zhang Zijin was horrified. The other three were all blown away and couldn't help him. He was facing Long Chen on his own right now, which was something he didn't dare to do. He immediately activated some kind of movement art, seemingly teleporting away. Although he was fast, how could he compare to Long Chen who had killed his way out of countless battlefields? Long Chen knew what he wanted to do as soon as he tried it, and he immediately grabbed Zhang Zijin's arm, forcibly tearing it off. Zhang Zijin face twisted in pain. As an alchemist who didn't have to worry about fighting, he had never suffered such a painful injury. He almost screamed, "Hurry up and use heavenly Tao energy to heal your arm. This Long San's extremely strange. Be careful," warned Ku Dajong gravely. He was the only real fighter amongst them, and he could see just how strong Long San was. Even so, his eyes didn't contain the slightest fear and were filled with battle intent instead. Long San, you truly are powerful. But having only just advanced to the Jade Core realm, it seems your arrogance has nothing backing it. In the end, you still won't be able to walk out of the Heaven Dragon Flame region alive, said Ku Dajong. Long Chen slowly took off the spatial ring on the arm he had torn off of Zhang Zijin. Without even looking inside it, he knew there would be countless treasures. He first tossed it into the primal chaos space. I really doubt your words. Just where does your confidence stem from? Asked Long Chen indifferently as he tossed aside the arm. From myself. I fought for 10 bloody years, dominating the entrance to the devil world, and I have killed countless experts of the devil race. I'm not nearly as simple as you, said Ku Dajong. He walked in front of the other three, facing Long Chen alone. Fighting for 10 bloody years? That makes me think of my own experiences. From when I started rising in the eastern wasteland, it hasn't been 10 years. It's only been over 8 years. During these years, I seem to recall fighting quite a few battles. Your words make me think of a few memories. Long Chen smiled faintly. What? You're not Long San. That divine ring. You're Long Chen. Cried out Zhang Zijin suddenly. Ku Dazhong, Dan Yangzu, and Kan Dongs came to a sudden comprehension. No wonder they had felt this divine ring to be so similar. They remembered hearing about this technique. With Zhang Zijin's reminder, they instantly thought of a demonic genius in the eastern Zan region. He wasn't a celestial, but he could still fight evenly against one. The show of Long Chen fighting one of the corrupt path's rank 9 celestials, Gui Yan, had spread and shaken the entire world. His divine ring had become his signature technique. However, now it was 5 colors, not 4. It seemed to have changed somewhat, so they hadn't immediately recalled it. As soon as Long San said that he came from the eastern wasteland, they immediately thought of him. Long Chen had offended Pill Valley egregiously, especially the radical faction. Ha ha ha, good, very good, Long Chen. I never imagined you would be so brazen as to waltz your way into Pill Valley. I admire your guts, laughed Ku Dazhong. Thank you. In truth, I also very much admire you. Long Chen nodded and clasped his hands beyond his back in a leisurely manner. It was like he didn't care about the 4 people in front of him at all. The truth was that he really wasn't panicked over this. Huo Long had already devoured the sealed heaven incinerating flame. This was different from the previous earth flames it had devoured. Those had been earth flame spirit beasts that had resisted intensely. However, the heaven incinerating flame had already been sealed and wasn't resisting at all. It obediently let Huo Long devour it. It was just that the power difference between Huo Long and the heaven incinerating flame was too great. It could only devour its energy bit by bit, turning its energy into its own. The more time that passed, the greater Huo Long's power was. Long Chen didn't mind spending some more time on this. Ha ha ha, you really are brazen. Then let me experience just how much skill you have to stand on the same level as rank 9 celestials. Ku Dazhong laughed. A rune suddenly appeared on his forehead, and it quickly spread to cover his entire body. That rune seemed to take root in his body. His already bulging muscles grew to another level, and his body hardened, looking like rock. The space around Ku Dazhong began to wildly twist, and Zhang Zijin, Dan Yangzu, and Kan Dongs were all forced to retreat. Just by being near him, they had felt like they would be flattened. That energy seemed to want to crush their bodies. Haha, do you see? This is the magma body that only flame cultivators with the strongest physical bodies can train in. This secret art is incredibly powerful, and the only drawback is that it puts a great strain on the body when it's used. That strain can't even be immediately healed by heavenly Tao energy, so it requires me to rest for 3 months after I use it. However, for you, Long Chen, using my magma body is definitely worth it. Hopefully, you won't disappoint me, or I really will make you live a life worse than death. Ku Dazhong grew so large that his voice became raspy and no longer sounded human. He now looked like a monster full of explosive power. I hear you also excel in power. Bring out your battle armor. In your current state, you're not a match for me. I don't want to waste my time, said Ku Dazhong. Alright, then I'll test your secret technique for myself. It just so happens that I also don't like wasting time. 5-star battle armor. Long Chen let out a cry inside, and 5 stars appeared in his eyes. Although the star corresponding to the Divine Gate star was dim, it was still present. When it appeared, 5 stars vaguely appeared within the Divine Ring. The Divine Ring began to revolve faster and faster, until it reached such a speed that it didn't even look like it was revolving. Heaven and earth lost their light. It was like the world had lost its weight. Fist-sized balls of lava suddenly floated out of the sea of lava beneath them. It was as though heaven and earth had inverted and a rain of lava was going up. The Divine Ring suddenly blossomed with light, and a sacred aura spread. In front of the Divine Ring, everyone else felt an urge to prostrate themselves. Zhang Zijin, Dan Yangzu, and Kan Dongs all turned pale, never having seen such a terrifying technique. Even Ku Dazhong, who was in his strongest state, was shocked. Suddenly, the rising balls of lava exploded in the air. Long Chen's aura climbed to a peak and stopped rising. This is your strongest state. It seems there wasn't much change. It'd be best if you weren't just trying to pull a trick, or your death will be very miserable. Ku Dazhong was somewhat suspicious, because Long Chen's aura might be shocking, but the fluctuations of his physical body didn't seem to have changed that much. Ku Dazhong bent ever so slightly, and an explosive sound rang out as he shot toward Long Chen. Chapter 1371 Fifth Form of Split the Heavens. Don't worry, I, Long Chen, never disappoint my opponents. Seeing Ku Dajong charging at him, Long Chen bent his knees and spread his feet ever so slightly. Like an arrow shooting out of a bow, he sprang forward. The sea of lava exploded. Flames runes turned into bright lights that shot into the distance. Dan Yangzu, Kan Dongs, and Zhang Zijin all coughed up blood from the shockwave despite defending all out. They didn't have any ability to resist in front of that power. They were filled with shock. This is the difference between alchemists and flame cultivators. Kan Dongs was envious. Don't let your Dao heart be rattled. The pill Dao is the correct choice, warned Dan Yangzu coldly. Clearly, Kan Dongs had been amazed by Ku Dajong's immense power and wished he could possess such power too. His confidence had been rattled. After all, he was a man, and he wanted power too. But alchemists required a calm heart. If they switched professions to become a flame cultivator, that great power would make their hearts violent and warlike, and it would be very difficult to focus on alchemy. That was why the paths of flame cultivators and alchemists were conflicting. When alchemists switched to become flame cultivators, their alchemy path came to an end. And as more time passed, their alchemy skill would regress. In the end, they wouldn't even be able to refine pills. That was why it was commonly accepted that dual martial pill cultivation was a dead end. Within Pill Valley, alchemists possessed grand statuses, while no matter how strong the flame cultivator, they would be nothing more than a fighter. Furthermore, based on Pill Valley's ideology, alchemists had a path that could lead to ascension, but flame cultivators essentially had no chance of that. That was why in Pill Valley, alchemy was the correct path, while flame cultivators were all alchemists who had reached the end of their path and had had no choice but to switch. At this time, Kan Dongs was envious of Ku Dajong's combat power, so Dan Yangzu gave him a reminder to avoid Kan Dongs giving up his alchemy due to his lust for power. Long Chen and Ku Dajong were fighting intensely. Wind and flames raged. Each collision of their fists caused space to wildly distort. Not bad, you have the qualifications to fight against rank 9 celestials, bragged Ku Dajong in the middle of their fighting. And in that moment that he split his attention to speak, a hand came from an incomprehensible angle and slapped across his face. Although Long Chen's slap had come from a crafty angle, it wasn't very powerful, and was not a killing blow. But despite that, Ku Dajong felt a stinging pain on his face. Compared to the pain of his face, the pain in his mind was much greater. Ku Dajong's eyes turned scarlet and his hair stood on end. Like an enraged lion, he crazily attacked. Demolition Fist. 2 transparent fist images shot out of Ku Dajong's fists, smashing into Long Chen. These fist images possessed explosive power, and they shot out without any warning. Long Chen was immediately struck and coughed up blood. As for Ku Dajong, he also coughed up blood. That was because while he had attacked Long Chen had also landed a vicious kick to his lower abdomen. Neither side had any advantage. Wiping off the blood from their mouths, they once more shot at each other. Ku Dajong suddenly formed hand seals, and a flame giant condensed behind him. Spirit Merging Art. The flame giant was suddenly absorbed by Ku Dajong, and flame runes appeared in his eyes. A terrifying pressure immediately descended. He's actually able to use the spirit merging art so quickly. How is that possible? Zhang Zijin was shocked. Although he was an alchemist, he knew what the spirit merging art. In fact, the majority of alchemists knew it. Alchemists didn't necessarily not possess any combat power. They could raise either own earth flame spirit beasts. Even without personally fighting, their earth flame spirit beasts could dominate their opponents. A main reason Zhang Zijin and the others wanted the heaven incinerating flame was to nurture a terrifying earth flame spirit beast as a housepet. Whether it was for showing off or actual combat, it had countless uses. But alchemists had special constitutions, and so they were unable to merge with their earth flame spirit beasts. Only flame cultivators could do so. However, even for flame cultivators, merging with an earth flame spirit beast should take at least several breaths' time. But the greater the connection between the user and the earth flame spirit beast, the shorter the merging time would take. To merge with an earth flame spirit beast allowed the flame cultivator to unleash several times their previous power. One punch will kill you. Ku Dajong seemed to have reached the border of insanity after being slapped by Long Chen. When his fist slammed towards Long Chen, a whirlwind of flames followed. That's a grand ambition, but you'll never achieve it in your lifetime. Long Chen snorted and also sent forth a punch. But in that instant, green scales covered his entire body. Ku Dajong's expression changed. He felt like he had been struck by a meteorite, and he was blown back. "This is your punch that will kill me in one blow," sneered Long Chen. He felt carefree inside. After advancing to the Jade Core realm and condensing the embryonic form of the Divine Gate Star, everything had changed. He no longer had to fight so sullenly. The feeling of being able to unleash his full power was addicting. "Taste my one-shot kill as well." Long Chen took 7 steps, crossing thousands of meters with each step to appear beside Ku Dajong. He sent out a single punch. His 108,000 stars revolved. A starry image appeared on each one of his scales. Space exploded. His fist didn't even touch Ku Dajong. The explosion made Ku Dajong smash into the lava below, his bones broken. Lava surged out in every direction from the impact. Dan Yangzu, Kan Dong's, and Zhang Zijin's expressions changed. They had never expected that the incredibly powerful flame cultivator Ku Dajong would be unable to receive a single blow from Long Chen. This was their first time experiencing how terrifying Long Chen was. Heaven-rending divine slash. Suddenly, a furious roar rang out from the lava. The sea tore apart as a huge flame blade slashed towards Long Chen. Long Chen's heart shook. This flame blade was an incredibly powerful magical art. It had actually absorbed the energy within the sea of lava. This attack possessed the power to kill him. A sabera appeared in Long Chen's hand. The saber pointed towards the sky, and a huge saber image pierced the clouds. It was like heaven and earth could not endure its existence. A fierce will was present within the saber image, one that would make even gods run. Dan Yangzu, Kan Dong's, and Zhang Zijin felt like they were lambs for the slaughter in front of this blade. They couldn't even form an urge to resist. That was the will within the saber image wasn't one that aimed to kill humans, but one that aimed to shatter the heavens. This was a saber at the peak of the heavens, at the peak of the earth, at the peak of all gods and devils. Split the heavens 5. Long Chen's saber slashed down mercilessly. The huge saber image crashed against the flame blade. The flame blade was instantly blown apart, and without pausing, the saber image continued down. Ku Dajong coughed up blood when his flame blade was destroyed. That flame blade had contained part of his soul, and was condensed with the energy of his earth flame spirit beast. Its destruction injured him. Not good. Ku Dajong was pale. This blade gave him a feeling of absolute death. He felt like not even 100 lives would be enough. Sea of flames, form of the heavens, condense. The 9 flower behind Ku Dajong shook. Chanting filled the air, as he activated the Nirvana scripture. Furthermore, this was the second volume. The sea of lava seemed to obey Ku Dajong's orders and rapidly gathered in front of him, forming a barrier. At the same time, flame runes formed layers of barriers on top of the lava. Good reaction. His defensive power is something not even life star experts can break. Zhang Zijin was impressed by Ku Dajong's quick reactions in the face of danger. Even Dan Yangzu and Kan Dong's had to nod inside as well. Flame cultivators were the true warriors. Just this rapid reaction speed wasn't something alchemists like them could compare to. The saber image crashed into Ku Dajong's defenses. Dan Yangzu, Kan Dong's, and Zhang Zijin could only stare dumbfounded as this defense, which not even life star experts would necessarily be able to break, was easily pierced as if it was tofu in front of the saber image. The sea of lava split in two. A huge gorge appeared in the bottom. Suddenly, the lava in the air exploded, and a figure flew out. It's Ku Dajong. He's not dead. Dan Yangzu, Kan Dong's, and Zhang Zijin let out startled cries. At this time, Ku Dajong was covered in blood, and his aura was falling. Although he wasn't dead, he was clearly heavily injured. As for Long Chen's spear, despite being a king item, it shattered after he used the 5th form of Split the Heavens. Long Chen let go of it, and its hilt turned into dust before it could reach the ground. Chapter 1372 Celestial Spirit Flame Sharing Art. If Long Chen had a suitable weapon, Ku Dajong would probably be a dead man by now. Looking at the fragments of his king item, Long Chen couldn't help but miss Blooddrinker. As soon as he had started storing up power, he had felt that this king item had reached its limit, and so he hadn't been able to accumulate enough power before unleashing this move. As a result, his king item shattered, causing his attack's power to drop again. Even so, the 5th form of Split the Heavens still shocked Long Chen. Split the Heavens was truly worthy of being the heaven-splitting battle sect's core divine technique. Just using it once used up half his spiritual yuan. Considering how much spiritual yuan he had, it was clear how terrifying this move was. If it hadn't been for his weapon, a full-strength attack using up over half his spiritual yuan was not something Ku Dajong would have been able to block. This was a move that Long Chen couldn't use twice in one fight. With his experience using the fifth form of Split the Heavens, Long Chen could understand how the heaven-splitting battle sect had managed to be the head of the three great sects. Just with the 9 forms of Split the Heavens, they had been able to dominate the land. After a brief moment of shock, Long Chen shot after Ku Dajong. Of these people, only Ku Dajong was a real expert. The rest were just alchemists he didn't need to worry about. Ku Dajong was furious as well as unwilling. He was unable to accept this loss. He was a rank 9 celestial and had become a flame cultivator in the Xianxian realm. It wasn't that his alchemy talent hadn't been good enough, but that he was fundamentally a person who liked to fight. Starting from the Xianxian realm, he had never tasted defeat against someone in the same realm. He had once taken a stroll to various sects to exchange pointers with their experts. He had also been sent to assist the fight in a land of devils. He had killed countless devils, increasing his fame. However, now he had lost to someone who wasn't even a celestial, and he still couldn't understand how he had lost. Seeing Long Chen coming at him, Ku Dajong knew he didn't have the power to block him any longer. Taking a deep breath, wings suddenly appeared on his back, and he vanished, reappearing beside Dan Yangzu, Kan Dongs, and Zhang Zijin. Long Chen was startled. As expected, Ku Dajong was truly powerful. His movement technique could escape the lock of his divine sense. However, he also noticed that Ku Dajong's aura had dropped another level after using it. Long Chen turned to face the 4 of them. He wanted to know just what trump cards they still had left. "I want to kill Long Chen. Will you help me?" asked Ku Dajong. "No problem. We have to kill Long Chen, or we'll all be heavily punished." Dan Yangzu immediately agreed. The situation had progressed to an extremely strange point. Their original plan was already ruined. Long San was Long Chen. For Long Chen to randomly kill people in the Heaven Dragon Flame region, there was no way to push all the responsibility onto Zhang Zijin. Zhou Tianxiang also wouldn't be able to escape this responsibility. The only thing that would suppress the aftermath of this matter was to kill Long Chen before anything. When the time came, they and Zhou Tianxiang would definitely be punished. But as long as Long Chen was killed, there would be room to discuss things. The worst case was that they would simply refuse to accept the responsibility. And with something as complicated as this, it was true that it was difficult to truly blame one party. By spreading the blame and smoothing things over, things could be settled. That was why Long Chen had to die. But for Dan Yangzu, Kan Dongs, and Zhang Zijin to kill Long Chen, it was clearly impossible. Ku Dajong was their only hope. "I agree. Long Chen is the enemy of Pill Valley. We'll fully support you," said Kan Dongs. "Brother Ku, we know what to do. Fight all out. But I still hope you can leave him with one breath left. I want to play this bastard to death." Zhang Zijin smiled sinisterly. "All right then, I've made my preparations. You should prepare as well." Ku Dajong took a deep breath. His forehead suddenly split open and blood poured out. That was his purest spirit blood. His spirit blood condensed into a rune that spread through his body. From a distance, it looked like his body had cracked all over. In truth, the lines of blood covering him were also composed of countless runes. At this time, Dan Yangzu, Kan Dongs, and Zhang Zijin also formed hand seals, and blood poured out of their foreheads. Flame energy erupted from all around the 3 of them. Their bodies became illusory, and 3 streams of energy shot toward Ku Dajong. An explosive sound came from Ku Dajong's body. He let out a shriek as if experiencing some kind of torment. His skin suddenly exploded, revealing his flesh beneath it. They could see his muscles, veins, and arteries. His bulging muscles shrank. He instantly became skinny. It was like a fatty had suddenly gotten into shape. Except his skin was still gone, and he appeared extremely frightening. Ku Dajong's body was covered by flame runes, which formed his new skin. He now looked like a flame monster. Flower circles had appeared in his pupils, and his aura had reached a shocking level. "Long Chen, you can die happily. This is Pill Valley's secret art, the celestial spirit flame-sharing art. I've gathered all their energy, and death is your only end." Ku Dajong's voice was now extremely strange. It was like several people were speaking with him, and one of those people was a woman. Ku Dajong seemed like a completely different person. His aura was violent and mixed. Flames continuously surged out of him like he was an unstable volcano. Long Chen looked at the distant Dan Yangzu, Kan Dongs, and Zhang Zijin. Their eyes were closed, and their auras had vanished. They had used some secret technique to transfer all their energy to Ku Dajong. A sword appeared in his hand, and he threw it at Zhang Zijin. Shockingly, the sword went straight through his body without harming him. It was like the current Zhang Zijin was nothing more than an illusion. Ha ha ha, it's useless. If the celestial spirit flame-sharing art had such a fatal weakness, how could it be one of Pill Valley's secret arts? I don't mind telling you this. This art uses heavenly Tao energy as the guide and spiritual strength as the bridge. The power of their souls, earth flames, and spiritual yuan is all mine. As for the three of them, they are protected by heavenly Tao energy and are between reality and illusion. Your attacks are useless against them, sneered Ku Dajong. This secret art was something Pill Valley did not transmit. Only rank 9 celestials were allowed to learn it, and during that process, they were harshly warned not to transmit it. Furthermore, they were only allowed to use this kind of secret art when there was danger to their lives. If they used it randomly, they would also be heavily punished. Pill Valley's disciples rarely exchanged blows with others, and their lives were essentially never in danger. That was why the outside world had essentially never heard of such a technique. It really is not bad. Long Chen nodded. He had to admit that this technique was very powerful. It allowed the 4 of them to share all their power. Yet, he shook his head. However, it seems you're bragging a bit too hard. Yes, they've shared their energy with you. But how much of that can you use? Their souls, earth flames, and spiritual yuan are all different. Now that you've mixed it all together, it looks very frightening, but just how much power can you really use? HMPH, what do you understand? Although I can't perfectly merge all their power, I can use it to increase the power of my physical body. My power has now reached an unprecedented height. Power is what I specialize in, and now I'll let you see what absolute power is. Ku Dajong shot toward Long Chen, causing the void to explode. Sensing this huge power coming toward him, Long Chen smiled coldly. Then let me see what this absolute power is. Boom! Blinding light exploded like a sun. Their fists had collided, and they were now bleeding profusely. They were evenly matched. This is just a start. I'll teach you what despair is. Ku Dajong roared, and the 9 flowers behind his back revolved. Heaven and earth's energy was rapidly sucked away by him. In that instant, he seemed to become the ruler of this world. Ku Dajong's power had been boosted to an inconceivable level with Dan Yangzu, Kan Dongs, and Zhang Zijin's support. He shot at Long Chen. However, Long Chen was still fearless. His divine ring shook and his 108,000 stars revolved. His green scales blossomed with light, and he also attacked. The 2 of them fought using the most primitive method, competing purely in power. Long Chen's scales burst apart, and he began to bleed from the impacts, but Ku Dajong's flame skin was constantly exploding and spurting out blood as well. Their eyes were scarlet as they fought a violent battle, both sides trying to suppress the other in power. After continuous fierce exchanges, they were both covered in blood. But Ku Dajong was shocked to find that even with his current power, he was unable to defeat Long Chen. He was startled and infuriated, almost going mad. Ku Dajong suddenly let out a furious roar, and a fiery red sword appeared. Its ancient runes lit up as it mercilessly slashed at Long Chen. Chapter 1373 The Blazing Dragon Cauldron's Power. A fiery red sword appeared, cutting apart heaven and earth as it slashed toward Long Chen. It was a terrifying ancestral item. An ancestral item, I have one too. Long Chen sneered, and a cauldron appeared in his hand. He used the blazing dragon cauldron to block the sword. The collision of ancestral items caused space to crumble and heaven and earth to be ripped apart. Long Chen and Ku Dajong were both blown back. That's the Eastern Zan region's core treasure, the blazing dragon cauldron. Ku Dajong's expression changed as he thought of how one of Pill Tower's ancestral items had been snatched away by Long Chen. He immediately recognized the blazing dragon cauldron now, and he turned green with fright. Although his sword was also an ancestral item, its age did not surpass a few centuries. The time it had been nourished for was very short. Although it could unleash some of an ancestral item's power, there was still quite a distance between it and true ancestral items. An ancestral item, it was a weapon transmitted down through generations and nourished for many, many years. As for the blazing dragon cauldron, it was a true ancestral item that had been passed down for tens of thousands of years and had been nourished by generation after generation of tower masters. Its item spirit had already gained intelligence, and it was incredibly powerful. Compared to it, his sword was like a newborn baby. The blazing dragon cauldron suddenly began to shine, and the sword was sucked inside it. It seemed it wanted to refine it. Bastard, return my sword. Ku Dajong's eyes immediately reddened. That sword was incredibly precious to him. He had been nourishing it for a long time, and it was now very adapted to his soul. He had gained the item spirit's recognition, or he wouldn't have been able to unleash its power. The blazing dragon cauldron was shuddering as the sword did its utmost to escape. It wanted to fly out, but it wasn't a match for the blazing dragon cauldron. If Ku Dajong didn't save it, it would be crippled. Ku Dajong charged forward to attack, but he was blocked by Long Chen. Don't worry, the blazing dragon cauldron won't kill it. I couldn't bear to do such a thing, comforted Long Chen. Of course, he couldn't bear to do such a thing. That was an ancestral item, an absolute treasure. He definitely wouldn't let the blazing dragon cauldron destroy it. But he would need to give it a lesson. Bastard, you are forcing me. Ku Dajong seemed to go insane. He suddenly formed strange hand seals. Divine Brahma, hear your disciple's prayer. Bestow me divine power. Disciple is willing to use his life to open the gate to gods. Unleash divine punishment to kill this person in front of me. Following Ku Dajong's crazy roar, Long Chen suddenly felt the world change. It lost all its color. As for Ku Dajong, he rapidly aged, his life energy rapidly fading. In the distance, Dan Yangzhu, Kan Dongs, and Zhang Zijin seemed to be struggling. However, their souls were connected to Ku Dajong, and the prayer was complete. They couldn't resist. That strange energy caused them to rapidly age as well. In just a breath's time, the four of them aged to the point that they looked to be in the 50s. The beautiful Dan Yangzhu had turned into an old woman covered in wrinkles. A lotus rapidly appeared in Ku Dajong's hand. It grew, and wherever it went, the world crumbled. The entire Heaven Dragon Flame region began to quiver. Long Chen's expression finally changed. This was definitely a terrifying move. He had never felt this kind of energy before, but he could sense that it had the power to annihilate him. He didn't dare to tarry. Forming hand seals, chanting quickly filled the air, chanting that sounded like gods were murmuring. Huo Long, prepare yourself. Our fight starts now. Long Chen clasped his right elbow with his left hand. A golden sphere rapidly began to grow in his hand. With the Nirvana scripture activated, boundless flame energy poured over from throughout the Heaven Dragon Flame region, rushing toward him like hundreds of streams. The flame sphere rapidly grew. 1 meter. 10 meters. 100 meters. The flame runes pouring over were all absorbed by the golden sphere. The golden sphere eventually reached 3,000 meters. At that point, it didn't look like a ball of flames, but a golden star. Space was crumbling all around it. The world was chaotic. There was no longer any order in this world. Just die. All your struggles are useless. Divine punishment. Lord Brahma's fury. The lotus in Ku Dajong's hand shot forward, leaving behind a line of black, crumbled space. Ku Dajong had gone completely insane. That magma body technique he used was a self-destructive move with quite a few side effects. Merging the power of 4 people also had great side effects. However, since they were split across 4 people, it was a bit better. After half a year, they should all be recovered, but losing half a year of their golden cultivation time was still a large price to pay. Seeing that they had still been unable to capture Long Chen, Ku Dajong had finally used his final trump card. He had used his ancestral item, a secret trump card he didn't want anyone to know about. However, not only had it failed, but it had also been taken away by the blazing dragon cauldron. That had made him crazy, and as a result, he used this sacrificial art. Using his own longevity and essence blood, he offered sacrifice to his god, summoning divine power to eliminate Long Chen. Dan Yangzhu, Kan Dongs, and Zhang Zijin were forced to suffer with him. In this kind of situation where they were under the control of Ku Dajong, their longevity was also stripped away. The 3 of them were infuriated, especially Dan Yangzhu. The huge lotus possessed endless destructive power as it shot at Long Chen. He could smell the scent of death approaching. His 108,000 stars all blazed with power, while Huo Long unleashed all its energy. The golden sphere in his hand grew larger and larger as all his power poured into it. The sphere in Long Chen's hand shot toward the huge lotus. When Starfall collided with the lotus, time seemed to stand still. When they clashed, they came to a pause. In the end, They merged into one, and right after, blinding light exploded, light more intense than the sun. The sky was smashed to pieces. It was like the world had been destroyed. Iron Pot, if you still don't help me, I really will die. I won't let you off even as a ghost. Seeing the shockwaves coming, Long Chen could only take out the iron pot and roar at it. Long Chen saw that space was crumbling. If struck, he would definitely die. At this time, the blazing dragon cauldron was focused on sealing the sword and couldn't help him. He couldn't only place his hopes on the iron pot. He had known that the iron pot was an absolute treasure from the start. It was just very stingy and refused to help him. Now he was warning it that if it continued being such a lazy scumbag, he would die. He didn't know if it was because it heard his call, but the rust at the bottom of the pot floated off and formed layers of light, creating a powerful defense. Boom! The terrifying shockwave struck the barrier. It was instantly blown to bits, causing Long Chen to turn green. Fuck, was this a scam? I thought you were badass. Long Chen tightly grasped the handles of the pot and hid behind it. He prepared himself to be blown apart. At the very least, he would lose a layer of flesh. However, what pleasantly surprised him was that the shockwaves merely blew by like the wind when they reached him. They didn't injure him at all. The fuck, the iron pot is mighty. Long Chen almost hugged the pot and kissed it. But seeing the black bottom of it, he abandoned that thought. He put it away and looked into the distance. This terrifying attack had completely blown away the lava. The sea of lava below him was temporarily empty. Even the huge landmass in the distance was covered in wild cracks. He had just managed to take a look when a wave of the displaced lava returned and crashed against each other, blowing into the air. The sound of crashing waves continued for a while. 4 figures were blown out of the lava. Originally, Ku Dajong had been protected by divine energy after unleashing the lotus. But now that divine energy had faded, and the 4 of them had exited their special combined state. Ku Dajong, you damn bastard, I'll definitely kill you. A crazy shriek suddenly rang out as an old woman, who was Dan Yangzu, charged out. Everyone wanted beauty, especially women, and especially beautiful women. To have her beauty stolen made Dan Yangzu go insane. Of course, Kan Dongs and Zhang Zijin were also infuriated. They had lost the majority of their longevity, and they had no idea if they could restore it. They even formed an urge to kill Ku Dajong. At this time, Ku Dajong was covered in blood. His skin was gone, and his manifestation had faded. He had no energy left to heal. He was filled with hatred. Long Chen, you've won. But don't worry, you'll still die. I'll slowly savor how you die. Ku Dajong had no choice but to admit his defeat. He, someone at the 3rd heaven stage of Jade Core, had joined hands with 3 experts at the 2nd heaven stage, but had still lost to Long Chen, someone who had just reached the Jade Core realm. Furthermore, their defeat was extremely miserable. Is that so? I don't think so. Long Chen put away the blazing dragon cauldron that had completely suppressed the sword. He slashed a golden flame blade at the 4 of them. Chapter 1374 Terrifying Monster. Long Chen, you won't be able to kill us. Unless you forever stay in the Heaven Dragon Flame region, your death is doubtless. Ku Dajong completely ignored Long Chen's attack. Just at this moment, the 4 of them, Ku Dajong, Dan Yangzu, Kan Dongs, and Zhang Zijin, each of them took out a jade plate and crushed it. Long Chen's flame blade slashed straight through their bodies, but it didn't injure them. They seemed to be like illusions. These are teleportation talismans. No, they're different. Long Chen's expression changed. This is Pill Valley's protective talisman. Do you think an idiot like you would know about it? In just 10 breaths, we'll be transported back to Pill Valley. Furthermore, spatial energy will be protecting us. Even if you were 10 times stronger, you wouldn't be able to harm a single hair on our bodies, said Kan Dongs coldly. Long Chen, once you exit the Heaven Dragon Flame region, you'll definitely die. I advise you to stay inside. I want to bring in the heads of your Dragonblood Legion's members one by one. I heard you also have quite a few beauties that are so beautiful they can cause the downfall of a nation. Don't worry, I'll look after them. Perhaps 10 years from now, you'll be able to see their children. Don't worry, I, Zhang Zijin, guarantee it. Zhang Zijin's expression was twisted. His hatred for Long Chen had reached a peak. Long Chen's gaze was icy cold. He raised the pot and smashed Zhang Zijin. But the pot, which had always been the bane of formations, actually passed straight through Zhang Zijin's body without harming him. Haha, are you angry? Good, I hope you don't die. Long Chen, because I want to make your life worse than death. Zhang Zijin laughed at Long Chen's rising killing intent. How was this possible? He had clearly been able to kill them, but the final result was still them getting away. Was this due to the golden fate lines the Eastern Wasteland Bell had mentioned? Long Chen was incredibly infuriated. He refused to allow anyone to threaten the people by his side. The Eastern Wasteland Bell had said that Celestials were protected by great karmic luck. Defeating one of them could be easy, but to kill that person would be extremely difficult. That was because the heavenly Taos would always help them. Luck would always be on their side. Unless you had absolute power, it was essentially impossible to kill a rank 9 Celestial. They were the favorites of heaven and earth. As for killing 4 at once, that was even less likely. Seeing their bodies grow fainter and more indistinct, Long Chen clenched his teeth so hard that they creaked. Suddenly, the sea of lava exploded, and it was as if something at the bottom had caved in. The sea of lava rapidly descended, forming a whirlpool. At the same time, a terrifying pressure descended that caused the world to violently shake. 4 panicked figures suddenly fell from the sky. They were Ku Dazhang, Dan Yangzu, Kan Dongs, and Zhang Zijin. The 4 of them had been on their way, and the space in front of them had just been about to stabilize for them to be taken away. However, what they saw in front of them was not Pill Valley, but still the Heaven Dragon Flame region. Seeing Long Chen staring at them with killing intent, their expressions immediately changed. Impossible, I refuse to believe this. This is definitely just a dream, cried Zhang Zijin. Long Chen appeared beside him in an instant, kicking him in the crotch. Zhang Zijin was just an alchemist, and without the protection of his flame energy, his lower body exploded. He let out a miserable shriek, but it was cut off halfway. That was because a hand was tightly clenching his throat. Long Chen smiled icily. Here, let me give you some pain so you know it's not a dream. The other 3 were all flabbergasted. They didn't understand what was going on, but they knew they were doomed. Another explosive sound rang out, causing the entire Heaven Dragon Flame region to rock. The whirlpool beneath them vanished, and following that, the lava began to rise higher and higher. Long Chen's expression suddenly changed, and he turned to flee. But in that instant, a sensation that caused his whole body to turn cold appeared. Something terrible was about to appear in this world. He suddenly thought of the divine crystals he had taken and also of the collision between Starfall and the giant lotus. When the lava had been blown away, it seemed that they had been right above that spot. He fled as fast as possible. As for Dan Yangzu, Kan Dongs, and Ku Dazhang, they still didn't understand what was happening. Suddenly, a huge figure appeared out of the lava. Seeing that monstrosity, the 3 of them instantly turned pale. It could only be described as a monster 100 miles tall. It had horns on its head and wings on its back. Moreover, it had the body of an ape but the head of an ox. There was also a long tail with a sharp, bony point at the end. Lord Brahma, you damn bastard. After you were done with us, you then sealed us and used our power to raise your descendants. You damnable shameless bastard. That huge monster let out a heaven-shaking roar. An invisible ripple spread. Dan Yangzu, Kan Dongs, and Zhang Zijin were blown away, vomiting blood. Blood poured out of their ears and their heads almost exploded. Horrified, the 3 of them summoned wings and fled. This monster was too terrifying. Oh, damnable maggots, you're definitely Lord Brahma's descendants. Die. The monster let out a roar, and a huge claw slammed toward the 3 of them. Wherever the claw went, space was torn to shreds. Ku Dazhang's wings suddenly shook, and his body seemed to teleport 100 miles away. This was his final burst of energy. He managed to escape, but the exhausted Kan Dongs and Dan Yangzu were blown to pieces. Even their souls were turned to dust. Damn human race. Lord Brahma's descendants are all shameless scammers. You can all die. The monster then sent another claw at Ku Dazhang. Ku Dazhang let out an unwilling roar, but he was powerless to run away. He was killed. HMPH, there's another maggot. Die. The monster then turned toward the distant Long Chen. Its huge wings flapped once, and it tore through space, appearing beside Long Chen in an instant. Here, Long Chen tossed out Zhang Zijin behind him. He crashed into the monster's head, while Long Chen continued fleeing. The monster's wings suddenly slammed into the lava, and a maelstrom erupted. Long Chen was like an ant blown into the air and further into the distance. Zhang Zijin let out a sharp cry. He was powerless to resist as he flew closer and closer to the monster's mouth. Zhang Zijin felt like he had entered a nightmare. Just as he was about to reach the mouth opened, and over 100 teeth could be seen flickering with a cold light. When Zhang Zijin was about to enter its mouth, the monster blew out a breath of air. Who knew how many millennia it had been since the monster had brushed its teeth? The stench was overpowering. However, this stench was better than the fragrance of flowers to Zhang Zijin, because he was still alive. He came to a pause, and his remaining upper body landed in a huge hand. "Tell me, where is Lord Brahma?" demanded the monster. I don't know," stuttered Zhang Zijin. "If you don't know, then just die." The monster clenched its hand, killing Zhang Zijin as easy as swatting a mosquito. "Little fellow up ahead, I want to ask you some questions." The monster suddenly called out to Long Chen. "Little fellow." Long Chen was stunned. Not maggot, could it be that there was room for discussion? "Please, ask away. Junior will not hide anything that he knows. I am not Lord Brahma's descendant. I came to kill his descendants. In fact, the reason you could break out of your seal was because of me. I was the one who removed the divine crystals from the formation," cried out Long Chen. First, he brought up how he had no relationship with its enemies, then he mentioned that it owed him a favor. "Tell me, do you know where Lord Brahma is?" demanded the monster as bluntly as ever. It didn't seem to believe Long Chen. "I don't know where Lord Brahma is, but I know where his descendants are. I can bring you to them." "Of course, but before that, you have to agree to one of my conditions." "Bastard, do you know who you're talking to? You dare to demand conditions from me? You want to die, is that it? Then fine, kill me. But let me warn you, other than me, everyone else here is Lord Brahma's descendants. They won't tell you any information. If you kill me, you'll never find Lord Brahma." The monster was silent for a moment before it demanded, "What is your condition?" "It's very simple. I want you to kill every single one of Lord Brahma's disciples in this world." As Long Chen looked at this monster, a new plan hatched in his mind. Chapter 1375. Have it, little monster. "That's easy." The monster's abdomen suddenly expanded like a balloon. It opened its mouth, and a violent whistling noise spread in every direction. Space exploded wherever the sound went. It rapidly spread beyond the horizon and continued to the end of the world. But Long Chen was outside the scope of the attack. Suddenly, the entire Heaven Dragon Flame region rocked violently like it had been knocked out of balance. Long Chen jumped in shock. He hadn't expected this monster to be so terrifying. Just a single one of its attacks covered the entire Heaven Dragon Flame region, let alone ordinary disciples. Even if Ku Dajong and the others were alive, they wouldn't be able to resist such power. To think that he had tried to run from such a monster before. That plan was clearly unrealistic now. This monster's power surpassed his current understanding. "All right, the only human left here is you. Let me warn you, you better not trick me, or I'll immediately kill you," threatened the monster. Long Chen was a bit dumbfounded. It seemed this monster's intelligence wasn't very high, or it would have threatened him with something more terrifying than death. "Don't worry, we share the same enemy. Your enemies are my enemies. Tricking you doesn't benefit me at all. Helping you is helping me." In truth, Long Chen hadn't wanted to kill so many people. He had only done this to win the monster's trust. Although it hadn't said anything to that effect, Long Chen could sense that its wariness against him had dropped from the beginning. "All right then, bring me to Lord Brahma's descendants. I'll kill them all. That bastard Lord Brahma used us like fools. This enmity must be avenged." That monster raged with fury whenever it mentioned Lord Brahma. Long Chen truly wanted to know what secrets there were between it and Lord Brahma. But his intuition told him that this fellow was too wary of humans, and if he rashly asked about it, it would backfire. "Let's go. I'll bring you to the exit. I hope you didn't destroy it." Long Chen began to fly off. "You're too slow. Get on my shoulder and point which direction it is," shouted the monster. Long Chen could only fly onto the monster's shoulder helplessly. Only once he landed on it did he truly sense how terrifying it was. Just a single one of its hairs was many times thicker than his waist. How had something this giant even noticed someone as small as him? Long Chen pointed a direction. The monster's tail swung, and it took a single step, rushing off. It was truly fast like lightning. It was even faster than the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow. In less than an incense stick's time, they crossed a distance that would take Long Chen several days. Fortunately, the transportation formation was still present. Its protective runes hadn't crumbled. "This transportation formation seems to be a bit small," said Long Chen. The transportation formation was 3,000 meters and was classified as a giant one. But it wasn't even enough to fit the monster's foot. Runes suddenly covered the monster's body, and it rapidly shrank down until it was only 300 meters tall. It then stepped onto the formation. Long Chen took out a jade plate and placed it on the center of the transportation formation's altar. Its runes activated and space twisted. When Long Chen's eyesight recovered, he found that he had appeared at the original transportation location. However, at this time, there was no longer anyone present. That was because there were still several days until the month was up. Normally, the disciples would stay in the Heaven Dragon Flame region for the whole 1-month limit. They would only come out on the final day, so there was no one waiting to greet them. Lord Brahma, you bastard, this is the price for playing tricks on the Aldeval race. The monster's body suddenly grew larger again, and a terrifying aura spread. Violent power brewed, about to burst out, causing Long Chen's expression to change. This bastard's going to kill me. Long Chen felt like his whole body was about to tear in the face of the monster's aura. Just at this moment, the black pot took the initiative to appear beside him. Black runes spread from it, covering Long Chen. The monster's aura erupted, blowing Long Chen away. He smashed through a dozen buildings, only stabilizing hundreds of miles away. As expected, the devil race's monsters are all bastards. Just wait, Long Chen cursed inside. Borrowing the broken buildings as a screen, he slipped away. Just at this moment, a huge formation appeared in the sky. Countless alarms began to blare. One powerful aura after another rose as experts were drawn over. What scoundrel dares to run amok in Pill Valley? A Life Star expert was the first to rush over. But as soon as it saw the huge monster, he immediately turned pale. As soon as he appeared, the devil monster's tail whipped over, killing him. Its attack also destroyed the buildings it passed through. Dozens of Life Star experts appeared, but the devil monster blew them apart with a single attack from its claw. In front of it, these Life Star experts were unable to bear even a single blow. The Aldeval race monster's abdomen suddenly expanded. Long Chen saw it from a distance and jumped in fright. It was about to unleash that move again. Don't do it, I still have stuff to do. Long Chen couldn't help but curse inside. If it used this move here, all of Pill Valley would be destroyed. Long Chen didn't care about Pill Valley, but he still had things he wanted to plunder first. What evildoer dares to be impudent in Pill Valley? Brahma formation, activate. At this moment, an ancient and majestic voice rang out. The runes on the countless buildings in Pill Valley lit up, wrapping around the Aldeval monster. The monster let out its attack, but it struck the formation's barrier and was cancelled out. Divine Flame Chains, Seal. A large group of experts suddenly arrived. When Long Chen saw them, he jumped again. They were all Life Star experts, and there were hundreds of them. Some of these people had extremely condensed auras and were clearly much stronger than ordinary Life Star experts. They should be at the late Life Star realm or even the peak. These people immediately formed a formation. A flame chain appeared in each one of their hands, and they tightly bound the Aldeval monster. Foolish human race, you'll pay a price for your foolishness. No one can play tricks on my Aldeval race. The monster let out a furious roar, and its body shook. The runes on its body began to shine with a blinding light. The chains binding it were blown apart. Those Life Star experts coughed up blood and flew back. An expert cried out, but it was too late. The Aldeval monster's mouth opened, and a huge sphere shot out. Boom! Anything in front of that sphere was blown to bits, whether it was a human or a building. This was different from its previous whistle attack. That had been a wide area attack that was easily blocked. But this sphere's power was condensed, and it tore through the formation's restrictions. A huge line of destruction appeared in Pill Valley. The Grand Pill Valley had been cut in two. Hurry and alert the Flame Divine Hall's elders to get the hell out of seclusion. We won't be able to last much longer. Also, alert the Valley Master to come, cried someone. Good, work hard, I look favorably upon you. More and more experts were rushing over, but they still weren't able to stop the Aldeval monster. Long Chen immediately rushed off. He went straight toward the 1,000 Treasure Pavilion. Within Pill Valley, there were two important locations for medicinal ingredients. One was the 1,000 Treasure Field, and the other was the 1,000 Treasure Pavilion. The 1,000 Treasure Field was a medicinal field, while the 1,000 Treasure Pavilion was where those medicines were stored. Some medicines would be sealed when they reached a certain age in Pill Valley. They could then be directly taken when an alchemist needed them. The The Thousand Treasure Pavilion was Pill Valley's largest precious medicine storage house. Long Chen urgently needed to go there, because he was hoping to find the ingredients for the Divine Gate Star. The world was constantly shaking, and terrifying explosions would occasionally erupt. Clearly, the Aldevil monster was too terrifying. Even this many experts with their supreme grand formation were unable to suppress it. With each passing moment, Pill Valley was being destroyed. Long San, what are you running around for? The alarm's ringing. Hurry up and get to the underground shelter. Long Chen had only just arrived at the Thousand Treasure Pavilion when a Life Star Elder shouted at him. He was just an elder of the outer circle and didn't know the true plan, so he thought Long Chen really was on his side. This elder was part of the radical faction, and because of his post here, he couldn't participate in the battle outside. There was also another elder present. After all, the Thousand Treasure Pavilion was an extremely important location and needed guards. There were originally other disciples present, but after the alarm, those disciples had all fled to the shelter. After all, for those disciples, the slightest shockwave would kill them. They would only cause trouble, so they were sent away. Something major happened. The monster outside injured Protector Zhou. His upper head was destroyed, and he urgently needs the yin-yang soul replenishing elixir and the undying lotus heart grass to protect his soul. I came to get him the medicines. Long Chen acted extremely panicked and in a rush. Really? Hurry then. Hearing that Elder Zhou had been injured, he immediately moved to open the storage house for Long Chen. Hold it. Those two precious medicines are extremely high tier and require an order from the Grand Elders to obtain. The other elder stopped them. He was from the conservative faction and was inflexible. Long Chen furiously slapped him across the face. That elder collapsed on the ground, unconscious. Chapter 1376 Plundering Everything. Long San, you. The elder was shocked. He had attacked a superior. He would be gravely punished. There's no time to explain. To save Protector Zhou, I, Long San, will take on all the responsibility for this, promised Long Chen righteously. The elder praised, good, to care so deeply about relationship, it's no wonder Protector Zhou views you so highly and a Grand Elder would take you as their final apprentice. They both must view your moral character highly. Exactly, his moral character was truly impeccable. He even admired himself for this quality of his. Elder, help me open the door, quick, urged Long Chen. The rumbling outside was growing more and more intense. The Aldevil monster was clearly in a bitter battle. This was Pill Valley, a place with countless formations and experts. Although that monster was terrifying, Pill Valley wasn't so worthless. He didn't have a good opinion of the monster's chances. The stone gate slowly opened. The elder said, those medicines are located. I know where they are. Don't worry about it. Long Chen rushed on through. After a large corridor, he saw a huge underground space. This space was thousands of miles long and was brimming with shelves filled with jade bottles. These jade bottles were spatial storage items. Inside were matured medicinal ingredients. Each shelf explained the name, tier, age, quality, and other information about the medicines stored in it. That made it convenient for disciples to take them out. Blazing Dragon Cauldron, get to work. He directly tossed the shelves into the primal chaos space, not even looking at what he was taking in. His goal was simply to take everything. On his own, he was too slow. The Blazing Dragon Cauldron had its own space and could draw in objects. There were far too many precious medicines here. Long Chen couldn't even get them all. The Blazing Dragon Cauldron appeared, and it began to suck in the shelves. They shrank as they entered the cauldron, and it was even faster at gathering them than Long Chen. In truth, these shelves had formations protecting them. Let alone taking a whole shelf, even taking 10 different medicines would cause an alarm. However, Long Chen was benefiting from the Aldevil monster. Its rampage had destroyed the formations protecting the Thousand Treasure Pavilion. That was why there was no alarm. These medicines were split into different regions, and the ones below the 9th tier were so worthless that Long Chen didn't even have time to get them. The Thousand Treasure Pavilion was split into 2 areas. One was the place to store medicinal ingredients, and the other stored medicinal pills. After plundering the medicinal ingredients, he turned to the medicinal pills. This region wasn't very large. There were only 100 shelves. Because pills were small, a single bottle could store over 1,000 of them, and each shelf had tens of thousands of bottles on it. If these medicinal pills were taken out, they would form a mountain. There's still something behind this door. Just as Long Chen took all the shelves, he saw a stone door behind where they had been. It was protected by runes, but those runes were now dim. Long Chen split the stone door with a fiery red sword. Without a formation protecting it, this stone door was extremely weak in front of an ancestral item. Long Chen praised Ku Dazhong's ancestral item. It really wasn't bad. After it had been suppressed by the blazing dragon cauldron, he had placed a slave mark on it and could use it. The stone door split apart, revealing a room inside. It wasn't a very large room, but the walls were covered in small cases. These cases had runes revolving around them, and they twinkled like stars. This is the star condensing pill formation. Long Chen was shocked. He looked up, and as expected, there was an image of a starry sky above. But this image was very dim. Clearly, it wasn't working any longer. Long Chen opened one of the cases, and a small monkey shot out. Its body rapidly grew to become a 3-meter furious golden monkey. It immediately attacked Long Chen. When Long Chen met its punch with his own fist, he was knocked back half a step. He hadn't expected it to be so powerful. It had to be known that he had now reached the Jade Core realm, and ordinary Jade Core experts wouldn't be able to even endure a single punch from him. The monkey roared furiously and attacked once more. Long Chen snorted and used the power of his 108,000 stars. This time, his punch blew apart the monkey. After a burst of golden light faded, it revealed a small medicinal pill rolling on the ground. Long Chen picked it up. 10th tier pill, tyrannical bone marrow cleansing pill. His pill sovereign memories floated up. He could only recall how to refine this pill but not how to use it. In the eastern wasteland, Long Chen had known very little about alchemy. He had learned that the alchemist ranks were pill apprentice, pill adept, pill master, pill king, pill emperor, pill ancestor, pill venerate, pill saint, and pill sovereign. Pill sovereign was supposed to correlate with the 9th tier. In other words, the peak was supposed to be the 9th rank. However, after arriving in Pill Valley, he had learned that this knowledge had been nothing more than the sayings of the secular world. The truth was that no one dared to call themselves anything greater than a pill ancestor. This related to the secrets of the Pill Tao. Nowadays, the alchemy ranks came to a stop at the pill ancestor level. No one dared to call themselves a pill saint, let alone a pill sovereign. It was like the alchemy path had been severed. Within Pill Valley, he had found ancient texts that had mentioned the rank of pill sovereign. Those texts were very vague, but they seemed to be saying that pill sovereigns were on the same level as those great martial sovereigns of the past. However, there were no details. He had gone through all the ancient texts he could read, but hadn't found anything else. After learning the second volume of the Nirvana scripture, many things that hadn't been there before had appeared in Long Chen's mind. However, right now, he couldn't go through all of them. He found that only when he advanced to a certain level would some pill formulas appear in his mind. And it just so happened that those new pill formulas would be the ones that he needed the most at the time. Even he himself didn't know how far the path of an alchemist could go. So seeing a 10th tier pill shocked him. This was a 10th tier pill, and it had been nourished for who knew how many years under the formation. Its medicinal energy had reached a shocking level, and it had even given birth to a spirit that possessed great power. I've struck gold. Long Chen recovered from his shock and immediately took away all the cases on the wall. Now it was about time to go. If he took too long, that elder would get suspicious. He immediately ran out and then handed over 2 kinds of medicines. I won't make things hard on you. See, they are the 2 that I took. The elder checked them and confirmed that they were the ones Long Chen had mentioned. They were medicines that could save someone whose soul was about to disperse. How could I not trust you? Hurry up and go save Protector Zhou. Long Chen nodded. Many thanks. Once Protector Zhou heals, I will definitely tell him about your contribution. Goodbye. Long Chen left, and the elder was delighted. If Protector Zhou remembered him, he would be assigned to a much better spot than this place. He didn't know that he had just caused a huge calamity. When Long Chen left the 1,000 Treasure Pavilion, he sensed the spatial fluctuations were growing more and more intense. In the distance, terrifying runes were flying. There was a formation forming a barrier there now, and the space inside was completely chaotic, making it impossible to see what was going on. He jumped to the top of a pavilion and looked around. He saw that several wide new streets had appeared in Pill Valley. Those were the masterpieces of the Aldeval monster. Now Pill Valley looked like the mane of a beautiful lion that had randomly had parts of its hair clipped away. It looked extremely ugly. All of Pill Valley was empty now. The disciples were hiding, and even soul transformation experts were gone. In a battle of this level, only Life Star experts were qualified to participate. Let's see if I can get some more profit. Long Chen truly wanted to see just who was stronger, Pill Valley or the Aldival monster. In any case, he was the only one to come out of the Heaven Dragon Flame region, and no one here knew what had happened. He wasn't worried about being exposed. He also found that while the pot ignored him, it would still come out to help him at a critical time. The Aldival monster had almost killed him when it had unleashed its aura, and it was the pot that had come out to protect him. That meant the pot was actually loyal. That gave him quite a bit of confidence. Most importantly, Long Chen wanted to know just what enmity the Aldival monster had with Lord Brahma. It seemed to have been used by him. What kind of secret did this relate to? He was also very curious about the Nirvana scripture. Based on its name, it seemed to be a divine technique created by Lord Brahma. But why was it that when he saw his statue, he was so disgusted? Long Chen slowly approached the battle. Immediately, astral winds buffeted him, almost blowing him away. Damn, it's even stronger than I thought. Long Chen could only push his way forward slowly until he found a good place to watch. This seemed to be the base of a building. The building had been blown away, but there was still a stone pillar remaining to hide behind. The astral winds were like blades cutting his skin, causing him to clench his teeth in pain. Once a burst of wind passed, Long Chen stealthily stuck out his head. He couldn't help sucking in a cold gasp of air. Chapter 1377 The Valley Master. Everything within 3,000 miles had been destroyed. The grand and luxurious buildings had been turned to rubble. Up in the air was a huge star whose light enveloped this space. That was Pill Valley's grand formation. It had sealed the location of the battle to avoid the entirety of Pill Valley being destroyed. Yet, this powerful formation still wasn't enough to stop the Aldival monster's rampage. Bursts of energy still erupted out of its control, destroying the surroundings. Through layers and layers of mist, Long Chen managed to see hundreds of figures in the air, all of them wielding chains. They were currently fighting all out against the Aldival monster. The battle was incredibly intense. He saw dozens of Life Star experts that were illusory bodies. That meant their physical bodies had already been destroyed and they could only fight with their yuan spirits. They really are vicious, muttered Long Chen inside. For dozens of Life Star experts to have been reduced to their yuan spirits, it seemed likely that quite a few people had already died. However, Pill Valley's power was truly shocking. No wonder it was said that no one dared to go against them. Just this number of Life Star experts was enough to dominate the continent. The 18 divine guards of the Flame Divine Palace have arrived. Suddenly, 18 figures appeared, and each of them emitted violent auras. Blazing flames surged out of them. Those are true experts. Long Chen's heart shook. These 18 people were still Life Star experts, but their auras were much, much stronger than ordinary Life Star experts. They were true flame cultivators. You're finally here, the elders sighed in relief. The 18 of them immediately surrounded the Aldival monster while forming identical hand seals. Their energy formed a huge flame ring around it. The flame ring shrank, binding the Aldival monster. Following that, more and more flame rings appeared. A total of 18 of them materialized and bound the monster. It was instantly suppressed. The berserk energy raging in the air finally stabilized. Why did it take you so long? Were you planning on waiting until Pill Valley was annihilated? Roared one of the Grand Elders. Sorry, we rushed over as soon as we received the alarm, but, said one of the 18 experts. These 18 experts still had to restrain themselves in front of the Grand Elders. In the end, alchemists were more important to Pill Valley than flame cultivators. Don't make excuses, hurry and seal this monster, roared the Grand Elder. He then suddenly recalled something and hastily said, quick, go call back that person who went to alert the Valley Master. The Valley Master is still in seclusion. Hopefully, you'll make it in time. These 18 experts were most likely at the peak of the Life Star realm. Their combat power was probably on the same level as Boss Bao and the others, shocking Long Chen. No wonder they were called the 18 Divine Guards. However, what made him speechless was that these 18 people seemed to behave like sheep in front of that elder. What happened to their dignity? They should raise their blade and cut him as a warning. That made Long Chen feel disappointed. Did Lord Brahma not leave behind a single decent descendant? Since that's the case, you can all die. The Aldival monster let out a roar, and golden scales suddenly appeared on his body. A pillar of light soared into the sky, blowing apart the grand formation. Not good. Everyone's expressions changed. The 18 divine guards formed hand seals, and a sea of runes appeared around them, pouring toward the flame rings. Everyone else hastily unleashed their chains, binding the monster. Blood chi surged into the sky as the Aldeval monster entered a berserk state. A powerful chi wave blew back the experts surrounding him. Those experts who only possessed yuan spirits were directly killed by this single attack. Lord Brahma, I didn't think your descendants would be so weak. You shameless bastard, today I'll kill them all to tell you that there's always a price for deceiving the Aldeval race. The Aldeval monster suddenly took a step. The ground split apart, and a huge wave spread. The wave of earth contained an indomitable power. It was too late. Any expert struck by the earth wave was instantly blown to smithereens. Fuck, am I this unlucky? I'll lose my life just by watching the battle. Long Chen's face turned green. He had only just come when this monster went berserk and unleashed such a destructive attack. This attack was incomparable to the attack it had used to slay the disciples in the Heaven Dragon Flame region. For even Life Star experts to be annihilated instantly, he didn't have any chance of survival if struck. Brother Pot, you're closer to me than a blood brother. Hurry and protect me. Other than you, no one else will help me. Long Chen took out the pot and placed it in front of him. He muttered a prayer. This kind of power was something not even the blazing dragon cauldron could block. However, the pot didn't make any movements, completely ignoring Long Chen. He cursed inside. Just as the earth wave was rapidly spreading and about to destroy all of Pill Valley, a large hand descended from the sky. Ripples spread, and time seemed to freeze. That terrifying earth wave came to a stop and dissipated. You actually escaped from the Heaven Dragon Flame region. An astonished voice rang out. A man stood in the air, his hands clasped behind his back. The man had shoulder-length hair and appeared to be in his 30s. His features were sharp and distinct. He was an imposing and handsome man. Immortal chi swirled around him, and it was as though he was bathed in divine light. Valley Master. All the despairing experts were ecstatic to see this man. He was the one with the greatest authority in Pill Valley, the Valley Master Yu Xiaoyun. He was an overlord figure even within the entire martial heaven continent. This is Yu Qingshan's father. No wonder he could give birth to such a beautiful daughter. As expected, only good bamboo can give birth to good bamboo shoots. Despite being extremely disgusted with Pill Valley, Long Chen had to admit that this Yu Xiaoyun possessed an expert's air. Regretfully, he was fated to be Long Chen's enemy. Yu Xiaoyun nodded and looked at the Aldeval monster. It's impossible for you to break out of the seal on your own. I suppose someone found the seal and released you, correct? Ha ha ha, a decent person has finally come out. You have the same blazing blood flowing through your veins as Lord Brahma. This scent is very familiar. I can finally kill a true descendant of Lord Brahma, ha ha ha. The Aldeval monster laughed. After laughing, it suddenly opened its mouth, and a sphere of light shot through the air, instantly appearing in front of Yu Xiaoyun. Yu Xiaoyun's expression was calm. He extended a hand, and immortal light flowed over it. With a single palm, he blew apart the same attack that had killed hundreds of Life Star experts. There wasn't even the slightest ripple in the process. Seeing him easily resolve the monster's attack, the surviving Life Star experts looked at him reverently. You're worthy of being Lord Brahma's descendant. Then I'll let you experience my Aldeval race's innate divine abilities. The monster's scales suddenly lit up, and its tail raised. A golden light formed on the tip of its tail. When that light appeared, the world began to shake uneasily. We've long since experienced the divine abilities of your Aldeval race, and we're not interested. This place is too small, so I'm sorry to tell you that I'm going to attack now. Yu Xiaoyun formed hand seals, and two pillars of light soared in the distance. A divine aura filled the world. That place is the statues of their gods. Long Chen's expression changed. Be suppressed. Yu Xiaoyun coldly spat out two words. Those two rays of divine light coiled together and formed a huge net that bound the Aldeval monster. You bastards, Lord Brahma and fallen Daynite. Traitors like you who betray their masters and ancestors definitely won't have a good ending. The Aldeval monster was unable to resist at all. The divine net bound it and rapidly shrank. Eventually, its body exploded under the pressure of the net. Its blood filled the air. Yu Xiaoyun took out two bottles. Powerful suction force absorbed the blood and runes that flew out. The Aldeval race is very powerful. These two bottles contain its essence, blood and soul essence respectively. They're priceless treasures, so send them to the 1,000 Treasure Pavilion. Yu Xiaoyun tossed the two bottles to a Grand Elder. It's regretful that the Heaven Dragon Flame region is essentially ruined now. We'll have to make our distribution of earth flames more stringent. Alright, I'll leave the rest to you. Yu Xiaoyun turned to leave. Father. Just at this moment, a clear cry rang out, and a figure rushed over and threw herself into his embrace. It was the beautiful Pill Fairy. She tightly hugged her father. You've grown up. I wasn't able to be a good father to you. Yu Xiaoyun's imposing face now revealed a rare loving expression, as well as self-blame. It's been 3 years, so of course I've grown up. Father, have you finally come out of seclusion? Asked the Pill Fairy eagerly. No, not yet. This is just a clone, and it needs to merge back with my main body quickly, or it'll affect my progress. Xianxia, I'm sorry. After cultivating for so long, I wasn't able to accompany you as you grew, apologized Yu Xiaoyun. Father, I'm fine. I have many friends who accompany me, and I'm not lonely. Go back into seclusion. I look forward to seeing you succeed. Yu Xianxia smiled, but the disappointment in her eyes couldn't be hidden. Yu Xiaoyun sighed. He turned and left, leaving behind the Pill Fairy in the air. Although there were many experts below, Yu Xianxia still felt she was alone. In her loneliness, for some reason, a face with a mischievous smile appeared in her mind. Chapter 1378 Meeting on the Battlefield. That face was handsome, but when it smiled, it looked a bit wicked. His eyes were always bright and clear enough for people to see his heart. Once her father left, the Pill Fairy slowly descended to the ground. At this time, a Grand Elder ordered, "Hurry and send people to the Heaven Dragon Flame region to investigate what happened inside and see if any disciples are still alive." Immediately, several elders rushed off to gather other disciples. The Heaven Dragon Flame region's entrance was restricted by a formation so only Jade Core disciples and below could enter. However, some elders were already shaking their heads. That Aldevil monster had been too terrifying. Even with the Grand Formation suppressing it, it had killed hundreds of Life Star experts. Furthermore, considering how furious it had been, it must have started a slaughter as soon as it escaped from its seal. The chances of any of those disciples surviving were minuscule. Wait, someone saw Long San before this. He's still alive, cried an elder. When Long Chen had fled after he had come out of the Heaven Dragon Flame region with the Aldevil monster, several experts had seen him as they had rushed over. It couldn't be that he was the one who unleashed that monster. Wondered someone. Long Chen cursed. Did they really have to randomly guess around? Fuck, they actually got it right in one guess. At this time, his smartest option was to run as fast as possible. But he was still worried, and in the end, he didn't slip away. The Pill Fairy was shocked to hear this and was delighted. She had thought that Long San had already died in the Heaven Dragon Flame region. Send out orders to capture Long San. Whether or not he has anything to do with that monster, we have to capture him first. Shouted a Grand Elder. That Grand Elder was from the conservative faction. At this time, the Grand Elder who had been given the 2 bottles handed them to Zhou Tianxiang. Protector Zhou, go send these to the 1000 Treasure Pavilion. Also, alert our side to capture Long San immediately. If he's alive, I want him captured. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse. We must find him. This final message was sent spiritually. Zhou Tianxiang nodded and carefully took the 2 bottles. These 2 bottles were priceless treasures. Most importantly, that Grand Elder had been telling him to make sure their side found Long San before the others. First, they would figure out what happened from him, and if the truth was unfavorable for them, they would eliminate him right there and then. Otherwise, they could continue raising them. The situation in the Heaven Dragon Flame region had gone far astray of what they had planned. Originally, they had been planning on using this opportunity to reverse their disadvantage, but as a result, all their troops had been annihilated. This matter was huge. If Long San was found by the conservative faction, and he told them that he had learned of the sinister plot of the radical faction and decided to release that monster in his despair, they would be doomed. Thus, they had to find him first. For the Grand Elder to say that he wanted Long San captured alive or dead was clearly telling Zhou Tianxiang what he needed. Zhou Tianxiang didn't tarry and he flew away, but he didn't go straight to the 1000 Treasure Pavilion. Instead, he went to his own residence. Important things had to be done first. Sending these treasures over could be done sooner or later, but Long San had to be captured immediately. This would decide whether they lived or died, so he had to alert all his confidants to capture Long San and bring him here immediately. Protector Zhou, I've found you. Disciple has something major to report. Zhou Tianxiang had only just arrived at his residence when Long San came crashing in, panicked and terrified. Seeing Long San send himself to him, Zhou Tianxiang was delighted. Long San was bowing toward him, and Zhou Tianxiang didn't hesitate. A large hand reached toward his throat. First, he would capture Long San and then decide what to do with him. Just as Zhou Tianxiang's hand was about to reach Long Chen's neck and seal his cultivation base, a fiery red sword stabbed through Zhou Tianxiang's chest. Zhou Tianxiang, now do you know who I am? Long Chen poured a golden flame through the sword into Zhou Tianxiang's chest. He was instantly enveloped by flames. You are Long Chen. At this time, Long Chen no longer bothered to change his voice, and Zhou Tianxiang immediately recognized him. He was filled with fury. Back then, he had suspected Long San to be Long Chen, but after all kinds of proof, he had finally convinced himself that they weren't the same people. Now, the truth was laid bare in front of him. Long San was indeed Long Chen. His current emotions could not be described with words. Bastard, you dare to trick me. Zhou Tianxiang suddenly slammed a palm toward Long Chen. All Long Chen did was tilt the sword in his hand. The power of an ancestral item burst forth within Zhou Tianxiang's body, blowing him up. No, all that remained of Zhou Tianxiang was his yuan spirit. It was bound in golden flames and being incinerated. Long Chen's sudden attack had also heavily injured his yuan spirit. Long Chen took a spatial ring and instantly left. Protector Zhou, what is it? Long Chen had only just left when others heard the disturbance and rushed over. They saw a ball of golden flames burning in the air. At first, they could hear Zhou Tianxiang screaming, but in less than a breath's time, his yuan spirit was incinerated into nothingness. This is the legendary heaven incinerating flame. Someone cried out in shock and terror. This is bad. Protector Zhou has been slain. Hurry and report it to the higher-ups. Only at this moment did someone react and hastily go to report this. With the treasures in hand, Long Chen happily decided to leave Pill Valley. He hadn't suffered all those grievances for nothing. He had finally gotten his payback. Just at this moment, the sound of a bell rang throughout Pill Valley. A majestic voice could be heard screaming, "The traitor Long San has stolen the treasures of the 1,000 Treasure Pavilion. His crimes are reprehensible, and all disciples are to move out to arrest him." Long Chen was startled. He had been noticed this quickly. He immediately dived into some bushes and wiped some new elixir on his face, changing his appearance. In just a moment, he had become a different person. Checking in a mirror, he adjusted some details. He had become a different disciple of the Divine Pill Hall. That disciple was from the Divine Spear Alliance, and Long Chen's impression of him was extremely strong because this person's mouth was extremely malicious. He had wanted to kill him several times, but had never had an excuse to do so. It just so happened that he could use his face now. Everyone, be on the lookout for Long San. Quick, capture Long San. What the fuck? Long Chen was shouting as he ran to prove that he was working for Pill Valley when he saw another person rushing over. They had only just crossed paths when that person turned back to look at him questioningly. That person's expression suddenly changed, and he was about to cry out. It's forbidden to fart here. Long Chen immediately attacked, blasting that foundation forging disciple into blood mist. That person was truly unlucky. He was precisely the person Long Chen had disguised himself as. The original had met the imposter, and the imposter had eliminated the original. Now, the imposter could truly take the place of the original. After killing that person, Long Chen truly felt refreshed. Could it be that this fellow had wanted him to be able to leave without regrets? He had even sent himself to Long Chen. Everyone, work hard. Long San is definitely still in Pill Valley. We have to find him. Long Chen ran straight through Pill Valley openly. He was heading to the outer regions. On his way, he saw countless disciples searching for him. If an inner disciple or outer disciple found him, they would be directly rewarded with a Divine Pill Hall spot. That was the award that had just been announced. So all of Pill Valley was chaotic, and Long Chen was running within the chaos, shouting louder than anyone. Brothers, don't limit your line of thinking. Long San might not necessarily be hiding in a building. He could be hiding in a cluster of flowers, a crevice in some stones, anywhere. Shouted Long Chen as he ran. Many thanks, senior apprentice brother from the Divine Pill Hall. Your golden words of wisdom are appreciated. If this little one has the fortune of joining the Divine Pill Hall, I will definitely work as a dog for senior. Someone immediately began to bootlick. I can only help you so much. Work hard. I look favorably upon you," encouraged Long Chen without the slightest shame. These disciples almost wept tears of gratitude, and they all split up, looking in all the various secluded places. "Brother, I need some help." Following one of them into a secluded place, Long Chen called out to this outer disciple. "Senior apprentice brother, what is it?" Long Chen knocked him unconscious. "Don't you dream of becoming a divine pill hall disciple? Here, let me achieve your dream for you." Long Chen switched his robes with that disciple and changed his appearance. He randomly tossed him in a bird's nest on a tree. When he woke, he'd realize his dreams had come true. Confirming there were no mistakes with his new disguise, he began to stealthily creep away on a secluded path. However, before he could get far, a figure blocked his path. When he saw that person, Long Chen couldn't help but sigh. The person he had wanted to avoid the most had appeared. "Why did you do this?" The pill fairy was as beautiful as ever, but her gaze was full of disappointment now. Just looking at her current expression would break a person's heart. Long Chen knew that there was no way any of his disguises would be able to trick the pill fairy. "I have my reasons," sighed Long Chen. The pill fairy was silent for a moment. She shook her head, slowly extending a hand. Long Chen sighed deeply. In the end, was he really about to face the pill fairy on the battlefield? Chapter 1379 Killing his way out of Pill Valley. Long Chen was on guard. He felt very conflicted toward the pill fairy because he knew she was a good person. If he wasn't Long Chen, the two of them would be good friends. But in the end, the two of them had to face each other. Long Chen was clear on just how terrifying the pill fairy was. When the two of them had joined hands to kill Zhan had been killed in one blow, even his yuan spirit hadn't escaped. In Long Chen's current state, he still wasn't able to instantly destroy a Life Star expert's yuan spirit. Although he had killed Zhou Tianxiang, one reason was because it had been a sneak attack, and the other reason was because he had used an ancestral item. Furthermore, without the heaven incinerating flame, Zhou Tianxiang's yuan spirit would have managed to escape. It was clear that there was an obvious power gap between the two of them. Seeing the pill fairy extend her hand, Long Chen took a deep breath. He prepared himself for a bloody battle with this peerless beauty. Unexpectedly, the pill fairy wasn't extending her hand to unleash an attack. Instead, she handed him a jade pendant. "This is my jade pendant and my token of trust. Only by using it can you get through the layer of blockades outside," said the pill fairy. Long Chen didn't dare to believe this. He couldn't understand why the pill fairy would help him. "Why?" Seeing his astonishment, the pill fairy smiled. "Are you very curious?" "In truth, I'm also very curious. I very much dislike the current Pill Valley with its raging schemes and internal fighting. But, you are a good person who made me feel a warmth I've never felt before. I've already sent Duan Tianchao's ashes to the eastern wasteland, so this is the only thing I can do for you now. Take it." The pill fairy pressed the jade pendant into Long Chen's hand. It was still warm, and the pill fairy's scent still lingered on it. Long Chen wasn't able to describe what exactly he was feeling in his heart at this moment. He truly wished the pill fairy was a sharp and unkind woman like Dan Yangzhu. He would be able to fight all out against such a person, but the pill fairy wasn't such a woman. Despite knowing he was her enemy, she was helping him leave. He didn't know what to do. "You'll be caught up in my trouble if you do this. You'll be seen as a criminal by Pill Valley," said Long Chen. "Even at this time, you're thinking of me," said the pill fairy softly. "I don't like owing favors. My life is full of trouble and misfortune, and if I one day caused a huge calamity and died, I won't be able to repay you." Long Chen bitterly smiled. "I don't need your favor. But I feel like you're a good person I should help. For example, when you helped Wan Qing. Did you ever once think of getting anything from her? For a little girl, you would challenge Zhang Zijin to a life and death battle. Did you once think about the consequences? Now I'm the same. I feel like there are some things that I should do, so I'll do them. Go. Even with my jade pendant, you won't be able to escape that easily. Pill Valley's power far surpasses your imagination." Seeing her pure eyes, Long Chen nodded. He felt great admiration for people like the pill fairy who were still pure-hearted and kind. "I owe you a favor." Long Chen sighed and accepted the jade pendant. He bowed toward the pill fairy once and then left. Seeing him go into the distance, sadness appeared in the pill fairy's eyes. It was just as she had said. She was only able to help so much. She couldn't guarantee that Long San would be able to live. Long Chen rushed off, quickly reached the exit of Pill Valley. The two divine statues were standing there. One was fallen Day Knight, one was Lord Brahma. Fuck, why do I find you so hateful when I look at you? Long Chen looked around and saw that there was no one present. He suddenly shot toward one of the statues' heads. Long Chen punched the statue. But suddenly, a barrier appeared around it. They were actually protected by a formation, and Long Chen was blown back, coughing up blood. His arm almost broke. As expected, it seems that these two statues are very important to Pill Valley. I can't break them, but I suppose crapping on their heads would be doable, right? Long Chen had a sudden thought. However, the statue was too tall. Long Chen wasn't able to poop that high up. Fine, I'll lower the difficulty. A stream of liquid fell on Fallen Day Knight and Lord Brahma's statues. Long Chen was extremely fair. He shared his wealth without being biased to either side. After finishing this, Long Chen pulled up his pants and rushed off. This path was extremely long. He didn't run into any guards on his way. He quickly reached the end, and there were countless experts there. Runes covered the sky. They had long since set up a huge net. It was no wonder the higher-ups had only allowed the disciples to search within Pill Valley. They had already sealed the exit. Who's there? Stop. As soon as Long Chen appeared, over 10 Life Star experts went over to him. Your father. Long Chen's reply was a flame sphere. The 300-meter sphere shot out like a shooting star. He's definitely Long San. Capture him. These experts immediately deduced that this person wearing the robes of an outer disciple had to be Long San. Long Chen's flame sphere exploded, and golden flames raged. Fuck, it's the legendary heaven incinerating flame. These experts had flame runes revolving around them, but even these flame runes were ignited by the heaven incinerating flame. Startled cries rang out. The Life Star experts were alright. After a moment of panic, they used their powerful spiritual strength and spiritual yuan to isolate the heaven incinerating flame. However, soul transformation experts were unable to do the same. They were simply burned to a crisp. The thing that terrified them was that when they used their flame runes to resist, it was just like adding oil to the fire. The burning grew even more intense. But if they didn't resist, they would simply be standing there as they were roasted. The Life Star experts immediately helped the others. The flames were extinguished, but many were killed in just that moment. Their yuan spirits were incinerated along with their physical bodies. Where'd Long San go? It took a long time for them to suppress the flames. Of the thousands of experts, only a few hundred remained. During the chaos, Long San had vanished. He activated the transportation formation. Impossible. We closed the transportation formation a long time ago. Who activated it? Elder Lu has been killed. Long San definitely did an instantaneous soul search and learned how to activate the formation on his own. One of the elders went over to a corpse that had been burned to a crisp. There was a hole on that corpse's forehead. I heard this Long San's soul was strange. It seems we underestimated him. Most unexpected of all is that he possesses the heaven incinerating flame. Just go report it and ask for reinforcements. Even if he got past us, there's no need to worry. There's still another gate past this formation. Long Chen smashed a huge cauldron into the transportation formation he exited. There were thousands of experts surrounding this transportation formation, but Long Chen had appeared suddenly, and they reacted a bit slow, allowing Long Chen to destroy the transportation formation behind him. This couldn't be blamed on them. They were sure that the inside of Pill Valley was full of experts, and a single divine Pill Hall disciple would be easy to capture. The only reason so many of them were here was a display of power to enemies. Although they looked tense on the surface, they were randomly chatting spiritually. As a result, when Long Chen appeared and destroyed the transportation formation, they were all dumbfounded. Long Chen sighed in relief. He finally had a chance to breathe. Pill Valley was huge, and there was quite some distance between this transportation formation and the one at the exit. This person is Long San. Capture him, shouted a Life Star expert. All the guards immediately attacked. A huge barrier enveloped all of them. Long Chen formed hand seals, and this barrier became filled with golden flames. Those people had only just started rushing over when they were enveloped by the flames, their bodies instantly igniting. Those experts let out mournful cries. 4 Life Star experts charged through the flames. To reciprocate, Long Chen slashed a sword, and its immense power forced them back. Damn it, this flame is. Everyone's expressions changed as they recognized this legendary flame. Open the barrier. Let them get out of the region of these flames, or they'll be killed. roared a soul transformation expert. He himself was already starting to reach his limit. We can't. If we open the barrier, Long San will get away. The few Life Star experts were still able to endure. They didn't care about the others. They knew that as long as they could keep Long Chen here, Pill Valley's reinforcements would quickly arrive. At that time, they would have contributed a great service. Moreover, if they opened the barrier to save these people, Long San would get away, and they would have to bear the responsibility. So they didn't care about these people any longer. Several Life Star experts attacked Long Chen while resisting the heaven incinerating flame. The best possible situation was for them to capture Long San themselves. However, he had an ancestral item, and adding on that they were all flame element cultivators and that Long Chen's flame was the heaven incinerating flame ranked 3rd on the earth flame ranking, they were unable to capture him. I can't waste time with them. Long Chen knew that the longer he stayed here, the more dangerous it would become. Just the heaven incinerating flame was unable to menace Life Star experts. Long Chen suddenly slashed his sword, forcing them back. A pot appeared in his hand, and he smashed it at the barrier. Chapter 1380 Once more going to the heaven-devouring forest. The transparent barrier was struck by the pot. Black spots of rust flew up, and a large hole appeared in the incredibly powerful barrier. Long Chen immediately rushed through. There were 4 huge flying boats parked in the distance. Pill Valley really is kind, they even arranged a boat for me. I'm so emotional. Long Chen didn't stand on courtesy. He directly pulled 3 of the flying boats into the primal chaos space and jumped onto the 4th one. Stay behind. The Life Star experts were shocked that Long Chen had escaped the barrier. They immediately charged after him. Flame runes circulated, forming a huge flame wall in front of him. It's okay, I'm busy. I won't be staying for dinner. How about the next time I'm free? Long Chen laughed and extended his arm. A huge golden flame dragon appeared in the sky. The golden dragon immediately opened its mouth, and its dragon breath spurted toward the wall. A huge hole appeared in the flame wall. Long Chen activated the flying boat and shot away, instantly vanishing. Damn it, we actually let him get away. The Life Star experts were enraged. They had definitely messed up. Despite all of them working together, they hadn't been able to stop a single Jade Core brat. They would probably have to suffer severe punishment after this. Suddenly, space trembled. Flying boats appeared one by one. This aura, it's the Flame Divine Palace's 18 divine guards. Those experts looked toward those flying boats with shock. They had no idea what had happened in Pill Valley. But seeing Pill Valley mobilize the 18 divine guards for a single Jade Core disciple shocked them. Even at this life and death juncture, you still think of me and refuse to implicate me. Long San, you're really such a person. At some unknown time, the Pill Fairy had appeared in the surroundings. She looked questioningly at the sky, her eyes containing an emotion difficult to describe with words. The jade pendant she had given Long Chen was a protective talisman, but Long San hadn't used it. Instead, he had used his own power to kill his way out. The Pill Fairy was grateful for this. But if this was learned by others, they might die from rage, especially those experts that had already been killed by Long Chen's heaven incinerating flame. They would probably die again from rage. Could it be that just because he had power, he could be so willful? Wasn't this just showing off? Long Chen didn't want to implicate the Pill Fairy, because the Pill Fairy was a good person. He would rather handle the danger himself. Another reason was that he was someone who would definitely repay favors. The Pill Fairy's actions had made it so no matter if he used or not, he would still owe her a favor. However, if he used it, he would not only owe a favor, but he would have also implicated her. He wasn't afraid of heaven or earth, but he was afraid of owing favors. They've caught up this quickly. Long Chen was shocked. Although he couldn't see anything behind him, he could sense danger rapidly approaching. Clenching his teeth, he instantly increased the speed of the flying boat to its peak. Normally, a flying boat needed to accelerate slowly to avoid damaging it. However, Long Chen couldn't bother caring about that right now. In any case, he had stolen it, so if it broke, he wouldn't need to feel any pain. The flying boat was like a meteor shooting through the air. But in an incense stick's worth of time, over 10 other flying boats had appeared, slowly getting closer. Fuck, they can actually increase the speed even more. Seeing the flames spurting out of their flying boats, Long Chen felt like he had been conned. The truth was that these flying boats were all equipped with the ability to attack, defend, and accelerate. but they all required powerful flame energy to be inserted into certain installations. Back in the heaven-devouring forest, Zhou Tianxiang and the others had used one of those installations to scare away the tree demons. The heaven-devouring forest, right, that's a good spot. Long Chen's eyes suddenly brightened. He hastily took out a map and was delighted. He was just about to reach the heaven-devouring forest. Long San, you won't get away. Let yourself be captured peacefully, or you'll be killed. There was still 1,000 miles between them, but that person's voice rang out very clearly. He had to possess a powerful cultivation base. He was most likely one of the 18 divine guards. What a joke. Do you think Master Long San would surrender? Idiots from the radical faction, after using me, you want to get rid of me. You scammers, you're shameless trash. You tricked me into killing the elite disciples of the Divine Shield Alliance in the Heaven Dragon Flame region, and then you told Dan Yangzhu and Kan Dongs to kill me so no one would know. Did you think turning me into a vengeful ghost would allow you to live happily? Fuck your grand dreams, I'm not going to let you get away with it. Since you want me dead, I'll make you pay a price. Although Long Chen's voice wasn't very loud, since he was the one at the front, his voice still reached the ones behind him. Long Chen's words immediately caused quite a few people's expressions to change. One person roared, Long San, don't talk nonsense. After committing such crimes, randomly accusing others won't let you escape. That person was precisely an elder from the radical faction who possessed great authority. His position was only slightly lower than a grand elder, so he knew the real plan involving Long San. There were hundreds of Life Star experts on these flying boats, and although the majority were flame cultivators from the Divine Flame Hall, there were also alchemists. After all, the 1,000 treasure pavilion had been pilfered, Zhou Tianxiang had been slain, and the Aldevil monster's essence, blood and soul essence had been taken. Pill Valley had never suffered such an insult. If they didn't capture Long San, they would become the laughingstocks of the cultivation world. Thus, there were also experts from the conservative faction that were all infuriated upon hearing Long Chen's words. Talking nonsense. Alright, then let me show you something. This is proof of how you baited me. I've kept it all this time. Did you really think I was an idiot? Since you wanted to kill me, and since I won't be alive soon anyways, I'll make your ugly faces public. People from the conservative faction, look properly. These photographic jades are for you. As for whether you can grab them or not, it'll be up to your own skill. Long Chen tossed out hundreds of photographic jades behind him. One of the elders immediately extended a hand to unleash a powerful attack, but as a result, another elder blocked him. What? Do you have a guilty heart? You want to destroy evidence. The photographic jades were rapidly snatched up. Although the radical faction's experts, accidentally, broke a large portion of them, there were more than 10 that landed in the hands of others, and 5 in the hands of the conservative faction. An elder activated the photographic jade, revealing a scene of Kan Dongs giving a list of people to Long San and telling him to kill them. He also mentioned the benefits he would obtain if he eliminated them all. Good, very good, I didn't expect you to actually be so despicable. The conservative faction's people were enraged. A portion of the recording came from within the Heaven Dragon Flame region, and there was no way it was fake. There were scenes of Kan Dongs and Dan Yangzhu. The chances of it being fake were essentially zero. Don't bother with the veracity of these photographic jades for now. We have to handle Pill Valley's matters first. As for whether or not it's the truth, we can discuss it when we get back. Arguing about this doesn't have any meaning right now. First capture Long San. We must take back what he stole. He has the treasures Pill Valley accumulated over tens of thousands of years. If we don't capture him, none of us will be able to give an explanation. Seeing that both sides were about to start fighting, one of the divine guards hastily interrupted. The conservative faction's elders were fine with this. As long as this proof remained in their hands, they weren't worried about the radical faction getting away. Furthermore, Long San had truly been vicious. He had plundered the 1,000 treasure pavilion, including the secret treasure room. The Grand Elders had ordered them to capture him at any cost. So they had mobilized the 18 divine guards and hundreds of Life Star experts for a single Jade Core disciple. This kind of lineup was truly terrifying. Then again, this was very reasonable. This Jade Core disciple had drawn over a monster that had almost destroyed Pill Valley. If it hadn't been for the Valley Master personally interfering, Pill Valley would have been annihilated. Now, Pill Valley had been half destroyed, over 100 Life Star experts had been slain, the 1,000 treasure pavilion had been pilfered, and most infuriating of all, the two priceless treasures the Valley Master had obtained by slaying the monster had also been snatched away. That made them crazy with fury. Suddenly, one of the pursuing flying boat's runes lit up, and a blazing arrow smashed into the back of Long Chen's flying boat. His flying boat flipped through the air, and Long Chen hastily controlled the flying boat, finally stabilizing it with great difficulty. The flying boats behind him had shortened the gap. He noticed another flying boat's runes light up. It was clearly preparing an attack. Haha, we've arrived. Suddenly, the sky darkened. Long Chen was delighted. The heaven-devouring forest was right ahead. Long Chen's flying boat's runes immediately exploded as Long Chen used a self-destructive acceleration tool. The flying boats behind him were thrown back into the distance. After using this acceleration tool, the flying boat would only be able to continue flying for an incense's stick worth of time before being completely ruined. Long Chen had an evil smile as he stood atop the flying boat. A huge flame sphere rapidly grew in his right hand. Tree idiots of the heaven-devouring forest, today, my Pill Valley is going to show you who the real master of this world is. If you have any guts, get the hell out here, roared Long Chen, so loudly that the entire forest trembled. Chapter 1381 Master Long shows off his power. Raging Prairie Fire. A flame sphere shot into the sky, and golden flames immediately began to incinerate everything around it. Bang! Suddenly, the flame sphere exploded in the sky, turning into 8 smaller spheres that shot out like a beautiful firework, instantly covering a wide area. The 8 smaller flame spheres exploded into another 8, spreading the golden flames once more. After the flame spheres exploded a total of 8 times, a region of 10,000 miles was turned into a sea of flames. Pill Valley's magical arts really are useful. This was one of the magical arts Long Chen had learned in Pill Valley. Although the Raging Prairie Fire's power wasn't as great as Raging Flames Devour the Heavens, it cost less energy and was spread throughout a greater area. It was an extremely powerful area attack, and considering he was unleashing it within this forest of ancient trees, its destructive power was definitely terrifying. All the trees in this region began to burn. Chaos raged in the heaven-devouring forest. This bastard, does he realize what he's doing? The Pill Valley experts chasing behind all turned pale. This Long San's ability to cause trouble was truly heaven-defying. He had wantonly unleashed so many flames in the heaven-devouring forest. Idiots of the heaven-devouring forest, this is the price for not being respectful to Pill Valley. I, Master Long San, will teach you brats a lesson you'll remember. What drugs did you take to dare stop my Pill Valley's flying boat? Today, if I don't beat you until you kneel on the ground begging for mercy, then I wouldn't be called Master Long San. Long Chen continued charging forward with his flying boat, and he tossed out another flame sphere. He had only just flown out of the first sea of flames when a second sea of flames was born. These huge trees were extremely weak to his flames. Even the slightest spark could ignite them. The sleeping trees were all woken. Their branches whipped around as they tried to extinguish the flames, but that was the heaven-incinerating flame and was not so easy to extinguish. Considering that fire was the bane of wood, these huge trees were quickly incinerated and toppled. Pill Valley, you go too far. Do you think my heaven-devouring forest is easy to bully? Furious roars began to ring out, and several terrifying auras began rushing over from the depths of the forest. Perfect. Long Chen jumped off the flying boat. Wielding a sword, he stabbed a hole into the ground and vanished. The flying boat he had been on exploded, unleashing gale winds that spread the golden flames even further. Huge figures comparable to mountains rushed over. Each one of them was an incredibly powerful tree demon. Pill Valley, die. Over 10,000 of them had appeared just in time to see Pill Valley's flying boats come flying out of the core of the flames. This proof was clear. These powerful tree demons summoned barriers of light that isolated them from the flames and attacked Pill Valley's experts. Stop. This is just a misunderstanding. Listen to our explanation. The first tree demon didn't bother waiting. Its branches gathered together to form a huge fist that smashed one of the flying boats away. Although these flying boats were hundreds of meters long, compared to these huge tree demons, they were like toys. Fortunately, the flying boat's barrier activated, or this attack would have destroyed it. Bastards, do you think we're idiots? After attacking, you say it's a misunderstanding. Kill them all. The tree demons blocked Pill Valley's flying boats and attacked. Charge through. We can't let Long San escape, ordered the various experts. They knew that Long San was just one person, and it would be easy for him to slip away in the chaos. This was his best chance to get away. If they allowed him to get away, they would all be doomed. Suddenly, runes lit up on the flying boats, and huge pillars of flames shot out. The flame pillars blew through any of the tree demons in front of them. Each one of these attacks was the result of over 10 Life Star experts working together with the flying boats formation. They killed hundreds of the tree demons in just a moment. All the flying boats charged through, but their expressions changed. Long San had vanished. After the explosion of the flying boat, the sea of flames had spread even further, and Long San had vanished amongst it all. There are no spatial fluctuations, so he didn't use a teleportation talisman. He can't have gotten far. He's definitely hiding underground. An elder was about to order them to dig up the ground when it exploded, and vines shot out at him. These vines were incredibly thick. They were like a fiend's tentacles. Not good, it's the evil ghost creeper. The expression on one of the elders completely changed. This was an extremely terrifying lifeform. Its body was composed of vines, and it spent its days devouring the flesh of magical beasts. More and more vines came out of the ground, covering the sky. Although it was just a few tentacles, they were so huge that it sparked disbelief. Activate the flame shield. All the flying boats' runes lit up again, forming a huge flame barrier that protected them. Senior of the heaven-devouring forest, my Pill Valley is innocent in this. It's just a misunderstanding. We came to capture. One of the divine guards cried out, trying to explain. This was all caused by Long San. He had actually left the blame to them. This was incredibly aggravating. Boom. However, the evil ghost creeper didn't give him any chance to explain. Its vines wrapped around all the flying boats. The barriers around the flying boats began to crack. All of Pill Valley's experts' expressions changed. The evil ghost creeper was even stronger than they had expected. The 18 divine guards, if you don't fight back, we won't be able to last, cried an elder. Their barrier was on the verge of collapsing. Senior, this is just a misunderstanding. One of the divine guards was still trying to explain. However, the evil ghost creeper wasn't listening. Its power grew greater and greater. These wood-brained idiots, you can't explain anything to them. Hurry and kill them, or Long San will get away, cursed an elder. Although their cultivation bases weren't as high as the divine guards and their actual combat power was far weaker, because they were alchemists, they didn't need to be courteous to them. Fine, then I can only offend you. The divine guards could only strike back. Although this would make them fall for Long San's scheme, they had no choice. Brahma Divine Ring. The 18 guards formed hand seals, and chanting filled the air. A huge ring of light formed between the 18 of them and then rapidly spread. With the 18 of them working together, the vines binding them were all blown away. At this time, Long Chen was scurrying away underground like a mouse. Sharp light came out of his sword, making a path for him. He didn't dare to appear outside, and he also suppressed his aura as much as possible. As he dug underground, no one sensed him. Within this region, all the ancient trees had been turned to ashes and killed. Even when he encountered roots, the actual trees had died, so there was no danger. Pill Valley's experts were confident they could catch up to him. That was because flame cultivators had sharp senses for each other. Since flame cultivators all had core flames, they wanted to rely on this sense to find Long Chen. However, they didn't know that Long Chen didn't have a core flame. His flame energy came from Huo Long. Long Chen could use the flame energy and then simply send Huo Long back to the primal chaos space, and there wouldn't be any flame aura left on him to sense. Not being able to sense his aura had made Pill Valley's experts panic, which was another reason they had charged out of the tree demon's barrier without caring about the price. The ground exploded. The true body of the evil ghost creeper appeared. It was a body of thistles and thorns that was even larger than a mountain. Furthermore, there wasn't just one. Dozens of them appeared at once. They instantly sealed the path of the Pill Valley's experts. Pill Valley, you've always cursed us for being wood-headed idiots. We've had enough. Today, we'll settle all our debts. The terrifying voice rang through the air like thunder. This voice came from one of the evil ghost creepers, and when the divine guards saw that evil ghost creeper, their expressions all changed. As for Long Chen, he was already far in the distance. Borrowing the flying sand and rocks from their battle, he flew away. Yes, you're right, they always curse you like that. I'll testify to that. Fight, kill these bastards. I'm cheering for you in spirit. Long Chen praised the evil ghost creeper inside. He hadn't expected things to go so smoothly. It seemed that the heaven-devouring forest and Pill Valley had both disliked each other for a long time. Their resentment had slowly accumulated over all this time, and with him as the spark, a blazing conflict immediately ignited. Rumbling rang out behind him. A world-shaking battle had begun. Chapter 1382 Shaking the entire world. Grand Elders, a report has come saying that the 18 divine guards are urgently requesting reinforcements. An emergency has occurred in the heaven-devouring forest. Pill Valley instantly became chaotic again. They didn't know how chasing after Long San had caused them to end up in a fight to the death with the heaven-devouring forest. Send out my orders. All experts are to gather and attack the heaven-devouring forest. Bring the day-night furnace, as well as the Brahma Divine Diagram. With the Brahma Divine Diagram, it's impossible for a flame cultivator to escape. All the experts in Pill Valley were gathered, including those who had been injured by the Aldevil monster. They all got onto flying boats and rushed over to the heaven-devouring forest. Pill Valley's experts had moved out in full force. They had been enraged to even bring out 2 divine items. Outsiders had no chance to witness that battle, but the rumor was that the heaven-devouring forest had almost been annihilated, and an area of millions of miles had been turned into scarlet land. As for Pill Valley, apparently they had suffered quite a bit too. Some terrifying existences within the heaven-devouring forest had attacked, and even with 2 divine items, Pill Valley's victory was not completely one-sided. Over 100 of Pill Valley's Life Star experts had been slain. As for soul transformation experts, there was no way to keep track of the casualties. In the end, this battle had disturbed the Valley Master who had just returned to seclusion. He had been forced to appear in order to suppress the battlefield. The misunderstanding was finally resolved, but resolving it now didn't have any meaning. Pill Valley had lost so many experts, while the heaven-devouring forest's territory had been scorched, their lifeforms annihilated. Their habitable territory had shrunk by 1/3. With the Valley Master present, the terrifying existences in the heaven-devouring forest had also appeared in the open. Both sides had agreed to mind their own business in the future. However, Pill Valley's higher-ups were incredibly vexed. They had clearly come to capture Long San, but instead of capturing him, they had ended up in a fight against the heaven-devouring forest. This battle had been miserable. Moreover, even after using the Brahma Divine Diagram, they were unable to find Long San. That made them depressed. The Brahma Divine Diagram was a powerful divine item whose range could spread for millions of miles. As long as someone possessed a pill flame, there was no way for them to escape from its senses. But Long San had vanished mysteriously. This powerful divine item had been unable to find him, and there was no way he could have left its range in such a short amount of time. There was only one possibility: Long San had died. According to their hypothesis, he probably hadn't accurately calculated the self-destruction of the flying boat, and so he had been blown apart in the explosion. A flying boat of this level was comparable to an ancestral item. Its core contained a powerful formation, and if it exploded, its power would kill even Life Star experts who were on it. Long San's death wasn't what they cared about. The main thing was that he had held all of Pill Valley's wealth on him. That wealth had been accumulated for tens of thousands of years. There had been countless treasures. Even the Valley Master's heart had bled upon hearing this. The most infuriating thing was that at this time, the photographic jades Long San had thrown out before his death reached his hands. The truth was instantly exposed. At that moment, the Valley Master had truly wanted to start a slaughter. All the experts who had seen him in that state had a deep impression of that time. There had been 2 parts to the photographic jades. One recorded the sinister plot in the Heaven Dragon Flame region, while another contained the recording of Zhou Tianxiang raising him step by step into a killing machine to be used against the conservative faction. At that time, the Valley Master's expression had been ashen, but he hadn't killed anyone. Instead, he had only left behind a single sentence: "Just wait for when I come out of seclusion." The Valley Master was at a critical moment in his cultivation, and he couldn't bring out his true body. He could only send out clones. His meaning was clear: once he was out of seclusion, he would properly settle his debts with these people. Once the Valley Master left, the radical faction's elders all looked like they had aged a decade. They were listless. As for the conservative faction's elders, they were enraged, and they ordered the people of the radical faction to get to work. They ordered them to go over every inch of the battlefield until they found Long San's spatial ring. That was nothing more than bossing them around. Even the best spatial ring was only on the level of a king item. How could it survive the explosion of a flying boat? Long San wasn't a Life Star expert. He didn't have his own astral space to store things. So treasures had to be placed in his spatial ring. Having been unable to protect his own life, how could Long San have had the power to protect the spatial ring? It had to have shattered, and the treasures would have been lost in the chaotic flow of space and disintegrated. Having them search was just to torment them. Who had asked their sinister plot to end in such abject failure? They could only be tormented now. They were like a group of prisoners on death row, just waiting for their execution. And their execution date was the day the Valley Master came out of seclusion. As for the battle between Pill Valley and the heaven-devouring forest, Pill Valley had already ordered everyone to shut their mouths and not to talk about it to outsiders. However, how could it be possible to keep something like this secret? Pill Valley's losses numbered in the tens of thousands, and the majority of people had been secretly recording the fight. That was their pride and glory. For ordinary people like them to have experienced something so amazing, they would definitely need proof so that they could brag. That was why Pill Valley's gag order was essentially useless. On just the third day, news of the battle spread. This news didn't actually come from within Pill Valley, but from some travelers who had been sneaking their way through the heaven-devouring forest. The heaven-devouring forest was just too huge, and some travelers had no choice but to take the danger of sneaking their way through it. They didn't dare to fly through as brazenly as Pill Valley. Instead, they concealed their auras and traveled like thieves. That gave them a very high chance of getting through the forest safely. That was especially true of those with low cultivation bases. The battle between Pill Valley and the heaven-devouring forest had been witnessed by them, and they were the ones who unleashed the first wave of news. Countless photographic jades spread with recordings of the battle from the distance. Very quickly, the second wave of photographic jades spread. Those were much clearer with the first-person view of the battlefield. The entire world was shaken. Everyone went all out to investigate what had happened, and as a result, the name Long San quickly shook the world. He became the focus of the entire world. A Jade Core disciple had almost caused the destruction of the incredibly powerful Pill Valley. Hundreds of Life Star experts had been killed, and it was impossible to count the casualties of the soul transformation experts. 4 rank 9 Celestials had even been conned to death. Moreover, he had plundered the 1,000 treasure pavilion, even taking the essence blood and soul essence from that terrifying monster that had required the Valley Master to kill. He had then single-handedly killed his way out of Pill Valley, and with the 18 divine guards on his heels, he ran toward the heaven-devouring forest and incited a huge battle between the heaven-devouring forest and Pill Valley. Each one of these things was huge. Each one of them could shake the world. However, Long San had done them all. Although he had died, his name was remembered by the world. In many people's hearts, Long San was a legend. Other so-called heavenly geniuses were garbage compared to Long San. Due to their great emotion, a saga of the great hero Long San was passed down. Great heroes are born on the martial heaven continent. The true dragon rises arrogantly above all. Unrivaled divine power shatters heaven and earth, a power that looks down on all others. Nowadays, mediocrity is everywhere. People think themselves amazing without realizing others are laughing at them. The Divine Valley and Ghost Forest are still present, but the Master Long San of that time has vanished. Once Long Chen was in the forest, he slowed down and suppressed his aura. He spread his spiritual perception as far as possible to avoid running into any terrifying existences. The battle behind him grew more and more intense, but he was in no mood to watch. Every now and then, he would have to pause and conceal himself, because terrifying tree demons were rushing over from every direction. He only continued when the danger passed. After a couple of hours, he was only able to sense the earth quivering slightly. He couldn't hear any more voices. Only at that time did he start increasing his speed. He finally saw sunlight again after 3 days. The exit of the heaven-devouring forest was right in front of him. Boom! Seeing the exit, he suddenly tore the root of a large tree out and fled. He tossed the root into the primal chaos space. The calm forest instantly became enraged. The trees were woken from their slumber, and huge branches whistled toward Long Chen. Hee, there's no need to send me off. Thanks for everything. Long Chen used the lightning body blink to disappear. He was already out of the forest. The tree he had attacked was on the very edge of the forest and was not a true tree demon. Most likely, it hadn't completely matured and was unable to move. As a result, he easily escaped. Ha ha ha, Master Long, I'm finally free. Long Chen rushed away. He had long since changed his appearance and his robes. Now he was completely safe. He was ecstatic. His con of Pill Valley had gone perfectly. Now no one would be able to stop him from rising. It felt like he was a beggar who had instantly become an emperor. He wouldn't lack medicinal pills ever again. After half a day's flight, he arrived in a city. Paying a slight toll, he sat through several transportation formations and finally arrived at the Eastern Zon region. Here, he was fully at ease. No matter how amazing Pill Valley was, there was no way they would be able to track him down here. Finding a decent hotel, he asked for a room. He needed to take a look at his gains this time. Chapter 1383 Checking the Spoils. After surviving a calamity, there will definitely be a great fortune. Hee, I'm definitely rich now. Long Chen cackled maniacally in his private room. He seemed almost insane. This was a hotel of the cultivation world, and its rooms were made for cultivators. They all possessed private seclusion rooms and spirit stone formations. These rooms could simply be lived in, or they could be used for cultivating. How regretful. For some reason, those tree demons refused to grow in here. This was the only thing Long Chen felt some regret about. When he had tossed the remnants of the tree demons into the primal chaos space, they hadn't come back to life. Instead, the primal chaos space had absorbed them and turned them into life energy to nourish itself. It was just like the black soil had devoured them. Long Chen couldn't explain it. Then he supposed that those tree demons were not ordinary trees. They were capable of cultivating. Perhaps the primal chaos space viewed them as magical beasts and simply devoured them. This didn't ruin his perfect mood. On the edge of the primal chaos space, he arrived at an open space. There were a bunch of shelves piled up here. These were the medicinal pills and ingredients he had plundered from Pill Valley. But there were so many that he needed to spend a long time organizing them. In another region, there were two huge mountains. One was a mountain formed of chains filled with thunder force, while another was formed of divine flame crystals. Lei Long and Huo Long were on their own mountains, crazily absorbing thunder force and flame energy. The blazing dragon cauldron was also absorbing the energy of the divine flame crystals. Long Chen could sense its power rapidly recovering. He opened up a bottle in the primal chaos space. A terrifying blood chi instantly charged out, causing space to shake. He hastily covered it again. He was shocked by its power. That Aldeval monster's essence blood is actually so powerful. What he had opened was the bottle containing the Aldeval monster's essence blood. The amount of energy inside it was terrifying. He supposed that made sense. At first, it hadn't used its real power, most likely to draw over more experts. It had been extremely crafty. If it started out too strong, it would scare them away. So he intentionally gave them hope in an attempt to annihilate them. But in the end, it had underestimated Pill Valley. It had been annihilated by the Valley Master. Perhaps I can use this. Long Chen suddenly had a thought and slowly absorbed a drop of the essence blood. As soon as it entered his body, his 108,000 scales appeared on his body, and divine light shone. That drop of essence blood was instantly vaporized. What domineering dragon blood! Despite not being as strong as this blood, it used its divine might to eradicate it. Right now, he had cultivated the green dragon battle armor to its peak. But it clearly wasn't worth mentioning when compared to that Aldeval monster. However, when he tried to absorb the essence blood, the dragon might was provoked. It seemed to hate Long Chen's actions and directly destroyed the essence blood. The dragon, the emperor of all beasts. It stood at the peak and refused to be blasphemed. Fine, this essence blood has no destiny with me, sighed Long Chen. However, now he suddenly thought of a white scale located in the depths of the Eastern Sea. It was the Azure Dragon reverse scale. With my current power, would I be able to subdue it? Wondered Long Chen. Then he shook his head. He had a kind of intuition that the Azure Dragon reverse scale wasn't so easy to subdue. Back when he had seen it, he hadn't even been able to get through its barrier. Furthermore, he had sensed strong hostility from it. It was different from the Green Dragon reverse scale. The Azure Dragon reverse scale seemed to possess its own independent will. It wouldn't bend to another person's will so easily. If he wanted to subdue it, it would be impossible without absolute power. The Green Dragon was the first infant form of a true dragon. They were children to the dragon race. However, the Azure Dragon was the true dragon's second form. They shed their green color to mature. This was a phrase left behind by the dragon race. The human race adapted that phrase, saying that people were green when they were inexperienced. But the general meaning was the same. It meant to lose one's immaturity and become a true expert. Just the green dragon's power was able to eradicate the Aldeval monster's essence blood. From this, it could be deduced just how powerful the Azure Dragon reverse scale would be. Sensing the power of the essence blood in the bottle, Long Chen smiled. This would be enough for all the Dragonblood warriors to bathe in. I can't use it, but it can strengthen the Dragonblood warriors. Once I have an opportunity to study it, I'll refine it into pills and make them ascend. Long Chen naturally wouldn't make them directly absorb this essence blood. That was no different from suicide for them. Even Ji Yuyong wasn't an exception for that. He had to refine it into pills first to reduce its berserk power. That wasn't difficult for him. He placed it to the side. He'd handle that when he had time. He took out the second bottle that contained the Aldeval monster's soul essence. After slaying it, the Valley Master had only left behind the purest soul essence. This is perfect for me right now. Heaven flipping seal, you can be revived. Long Chen took out a cyan brick. This was the pillow the divine fetus had been lying on in Devil Spirit Mountain. Back then, the heaven-splitting divine tablet had told him that it was the heaven-flipping seal, and an extremely powerful existence at that. But its item spirit was dead, so it needed a new item spirit. Within Long Chen's pill sovereign memories, there was a technique that could do this. It was the 9 Heavens 10,000 Life Spirit technique. It was normally used to impart spirituality on a pill, but it could be used for creating an item spirit as well. Long Chen hadn't used it yet because it was useless. Giving birth to a new item spirit was easy, but raising that item spirit would be difficult. For a newborn item spirit to gain its own mind would require thousands or tens of thousands of years. Waiting 10,000 years was impossible for Long Chen. His original plan was to find a corrupt life star expert with powerful spiritual strength and refine their soul into a spirit seed, and then inject it into the heaven-flipping seal. Unexpectedly, Pill Valley had been so kind as to give the Aldeval monster's soul to him. He wouldn't stand on courtesy. He opened the bottle and released the seal. Vast soul energy soared into the sky. An illusory figure appeared, one with the same shape as the Aldeval monster. As soon as it appeared, it roared and a violent will erupted. Although it had no consciousness, its instincts were to destroy everything. HMPH, this isn't a place you can show off. Divine Might suddenly crashed down within the primal chaos space. The illusory figure was still roaring when it suddenly curled up in terror and began to shiver. After advancing to the Jade Core realm, I'm finally able to control a tiny bit of the primal chaos space's power. Long Chen smiled. The primal chaos space had grown after he had advanced, and his soul had formed a mysterious connection with it. He could use a bit of its power to suppress everything within the primal chaos space. Once he used it, this fierce monster was like a tiny rabbit that could only shiver. Spirit of the 9 Heavens, the Law of 10,000, the Peak of Life, the End of Death. As Long Chen chanted, an invisible energy enveloped the Aldeval monster's spiritual body. It was originally milky white, but as he chanted, its body became clear. At the same time, its violent aura gradually faded until it was just like a ball of clear water without the slightest impurities. The cycle of life and death returned to the beginning. Let life be born, 10,000 life spirit technique. A small light appeared in the clear spiritual body. It was like an egg. There was a small fetus within the egg. The fetus was the same shape of the Aldeval monster, but compressed 1,000,000 times. Using the 10,000 life spirit technique, Long Chen first erased its violent and dark side before giving birth to a new soul. Countless runes began to flow into it. Condense. Long Chen suddenly shouted. A rune lit up on the heaven-flipping seal, and it devoured all the soul essence in the fetus. Once all of that energy was devoured by the heaven-flipping seal, that rune on top of it vanished. Only then did Long Chen bring his mind out of the primal chaos space. He took a deep breath and wiped off some sweat. He felt like his head was about to split open. Using the 10,000 life spirit technique to make the Aldeval monster's soul undergo a complete rebirth was definitely forcing his current limits. It had taken a huge amount of soul energy on his part. After resting a bit, his headache faded. He once more entered the primal chaos space. It was time to flip through the medicines. Chaos Star Fire Thorn Grass, Heavenly Fragrance Fig, Azure Phoenix Bitter Root. Long Chen was constantly picking out the medicinal ingredients that he needed from the shelves. In the end, he had over 100 of them. Haha, perfect, now I can start planting them, and then I'll be able to refine the Divine Gate Pill. Long Chen laughed and got to work on a new medicinal field. Chapter 1384 News of the Xuantian Dao Sect. The runes of the blazing dragon cauldron lit up. 9 small lifeforms were lit up by the runes and transformed into 9 medicinal pills. The pills shone like jade, and their bodies emitted their own light. They were all top-grade pills, delighting Long Chen. When the heaven incinerating flame is combined with the blazing dragon cauldron, it's practically a perfect match. I just need to refine it once, and they'll remember the process and refine their own divine gate pills that aren't much inferior to my own. Seeing the 9 divine gate pills in the cauldron, Long Chen felt a burst of joy. After gathering and mass planting the medicinal ingredients, it had only taken 3 days in the primal chaos space for them to fully mature. Long Chen found that his current connection with the primal chaos space had grown stronger. As long as he had enough spiritual yuan, he could make the plants inside grow at a much faster rate. These medicinal ingredients that would normally require thousands of years to mature had only taken 3 days under his efforts. The price was that all the energy in his 108,000 stars had been sucked dry. Fortunately, the medicinal ingredients weren't like huge trees, and the amount of energy they required was limited. If he had filled the entire primal chaos with these medicinal ingredients, there was no way his spiritual yuan would have been enough to make them grow this fast. And if he had planted trees everywhere instead, with his little bit of spiritual yuan, it would be like watering a desert with a single drop of water. Long Chen still didn't know much about the primal chaos space, but he guessed that it was deeply connected to the 9-star hegemon body art. In this world, no matter who it was, there was no way they would be able to cultivate the 9-star hegemon body art. Just the amount of medicinal ingredients required would bankrupt countless sects. Even Pill Valley wouldn't be able to handle such a cost. It could be said that without the primal chaos bead, he wouldn't have his current accomplishments. This mysterious bead that came from the Julie secret realm had given him his ability to soar. With the primal chaos space, as long as he had seeds of the medicinal ingredients, he could grow them limitlessly. However, even with a limitless amount of ingredients, he couldn't waste so much of his precious time on refining pills. Fortunately, now he had Huo Long and the blazing dragon cauldron working together. He didn't even need to refine them personally. Work hard, you too. Long Chen patted the blazing dragon cauldron. The blazing dragon cauldron sent Long Chen a spiritual message. It was extremely grateful to him. It had its own mind, and although its item spirit wasn't able to form words, it could express its emotions. From the day it had been born, it had been used like a tool, like a slave, forced to constantly refine pills. Ever since his first master passed away, his descendants had placed slave marks on it, enslaving it generation after generation. However, Long Chen had treated it differently. He hadn't placed a slave mark, nor had he restricted it in any other way. It could clearly sense Long Chen's trust. This was something it had never felt in all its years. Ancestral items had their own spirits and their own emotions. Long Chen's magnanimity had formed a resonance with it. On Devil Spirit Mountain, it had seen Blooddrinker self-destruct to help him and stop itself from holding him back. It had erupted in a final burst of light. This had deeply shaken the blazing dragon cauldron. This was Long Chen's charisma. Even an item spirit was willing to follow him into death. Long Chen smiled. He understood its message. Trust had to be mutual. Sometimes, there was no need for oaths or words. With the blazing dragon cauldron and Huo Long refining pills, Long Chen's mind exited the primal chaos space. He took out a divine gate pill and swallowed it. It instantly dissolved once it entered his mouth. Instead of flowing down his throat, it instead went toward his head. Divine light appeared in his mind sea and condensed into a divine gate. At the center of the gate was a huge vortex. The pill's energy poured into it. At the center of the vortex was a small ball of light. That was the core of the divine gate star. However, it was still in an extremely primordial state, more like a ball of primal chaos. There was still a great distance from being fully formed, let alone going through the 9-star transformations. A single divine gate pill was like a speck of dust to the divine gate star. It didn't change at all. Fine, I understand. Long Chen bitterly smiled. He sent over 100 newly refined divine gate pills into his mouth. The pills all instantly dissolved and entered his mind sea. They contained a kind of energy similar to spiritual strength, which was extremely strange. This time, Long Chen finally saw a glimmer of hope. 100 divine gate pills had finally made the divine gate star brighten slightly. However, it truly was just ever so slightly. If he hadn't been paying close attention, he wouldn't have been able to sense the change at all. Fine, I know what I have to do, sighed Long Chen. The Divine Gate star was even greedier than what he had expected. With his past experience, he knew condensing the star was the fastest part. But over 100 pills had only changed it ever so slightly. He knew he would have to eat Divine Gate pills like food in the future. Fortunately, he had Huolong and the Blazing Dragon Cauldron, or there was no way he would be able to refine pills all day. There was still a long path for him to walk in the future, and he didn't have time. The thing that comforted him was that after 100 Divine Gate pills were consumed, he sensed a change in the Feng Fu, Alioth, Life Fate, and Enlightenment Palace stars. Could it be the Divine Gate star has a subtle connection to the first 4 stars? The 4 stars became complete when I advanced to C expansion, and each of them has a Chi C beneath them. Now the 5th star is in my mind C. Is there some secret between their connection? Long Chen suddenly thought of a possibility. When he had opened the Divine Gate, he had sensed a change in the 4 stars, but he hadn't really bothered with it. However, now he realized that as the Divine Gate star advanced, the other 4 stars seemed to be undergoing some unknown transformation. He shook his head. He knew far too little about the 9-star hegemon body art. There were many things he couldn't figure out about it, and so he directly gave up wasting energy on trying to figure it out. Long Chen changed his disguise once more. Right now, he still couldn't face people as Long Chen. After all, many people knew that he was in the Xuantian Tower and trying to suppress the curse. That was the cover Li Tianxuan had made for him. It was to mislead everyone, making them feel like Long Chen would die at any moment under the encroachment of the underworld soul ghost curse. When he left the hotel, he found a mid-sized restaurant. He sat at a table near the window and ordered some food and wine. As he ate, he listened to the gossip around him. This restaurant couldn't count as luxurious. Instead, it was very ordinary, and the people who entered were mostly at the Shantian realm or below. There were all kinds of people. Some were already drunk and laughing loudly. Some were bragging as if they had saved the world, and some were whispering quietly. What Long Chen wanted to hear was news of Pill Valley and the heaven-devouring forest. Of course, that included the main character in that battle, Master Long San. There was one fellow who was helping him out quite a bit. He eloquently described the scene of that battle as if he had really been there. Even Long Chen was dumbfounded as he listened, almost believing him. This person also knew how to con people. According to him, Master Long San was a god, and the Aldeval monster had become his mount. Riding the monster, he had caused chaos in Pill Valley, even disturbing the Valley Master. Apparently, Master Long San had even injured the Valley Master at that time. His story was so far from reality that it was clear it was just his imagination. However, there was a group of people listening intently. Occasionally, they would buy some wine for the speaker. That person bragged as he drank. Long Chen was speechless and couldn't bear listening any longer. He focused on others. Pill Valley's matter is shaking the entire continent. The name of Master Long San is probably going to go down in history. Within a corner were 2 men quietly chatting. True, that Long San really was terrifying. He actually managed to half-destroy Pill Valley and the heaven-devouring forest. He didn't die for nothing. I thought that our eastern Zan region would only have a single rising star in the form of the Xuantian Dao sect's Long Chen, but compared to Master Long San, Long Chen's light had been drowned out. You can't put it that way. Master Long San might be terrifying, but he's already died, and he's fated to just become part of history. But Long Chen is still very powerful. I saw the recording of him fighting the Corrupt Path's rank 9 Celestial on Devil Spirit Mountain. It really was a world-shaking battle that made my blood heat up. Regretfully, he's been afflicted with the Corrupt Path's curse, and it seems his situation in the Xuantian Dao sect isn't very good. After all, that Gui Yan sacrificed the lives of so many soul transformation experts and the longevity of life star experts to back the curse. Even the Xuantian Tower isn't able to suppress it. I heard that people have completely surrounded the Xuantian Dao sect, and whenever their disciples go out, they will be mocked and cursed. As for the Dragonblood Legion's people, they refuse to come out, instead acting like turtles in their shells. It's very likely that Long Chen has reached his limit. Long Chen narrowed his eyes. They had surrounded the Xuantian Dao sect. Good, he wanted to see just who was so brazen. It seemed some more fruit would be appearing on his heavenly Dao tree. Last time, 4 heavenly geniuses had been killed, and 4 rank 9 heavenly Dao fruits had appeared on the heavenly Dao tree. That signified 4 new rank 9 celestials were about to appear in the Dragonblood Legion. Long Chen knew that the reason the Dragonblood Legion hadn't gone out was definitely because of Li Tianxuan's orders. It was to create the illusion that he was in grave peril. It was to win more time for him. He continued listening for a while. All that people were discussing was news of Pill Valley and Master Long San. Since Pill Valley thought that Long San was dead, Long Chen was at ease. Paying for his food, Long Chen patted his butt and directly got onto the eastern Zan City's transportation formation. It was time to let the world see that Master Long Chen was definitely not inferior to Master Long San. Chapter 1385, which is harder, my fist or your life? There was a large mass of experts gathered in front of the Xuantian Dao sect's gates. No one would be able to enter or leave without getting past them. These people were all very young. The majority looked to be in their 20s, and their cultivation basis had reached the Jade Core realm. These disciples' robes were all different. Some were wearing ordinary robes, while some were wearing robes of their sects. Some were men and some were women, and they were all staring at the front. At the front was a group of hundreds of experts wearing robes of the Ancient Family Alliance. Their leader was precisely the rank 9 celestial that Meng Qi had almost killed last time, Luo Minghao. Last time, Luo Minghao had almost been slain by Cloud when he was caught off guard. In the end, he had relied on a teleportation talisman to get away. The results of their battle had filled Luo Minghao with rage. He viewed it as his greatest humiliation, so he had come again to challenge Meng Qi. However, Meng Qi refused to come out. In fact, not a single person acknowledged his existence. When he had erupted into curses, the Xuantian Dao sect had kicked him out for his rudeness. He was unable to swallow his fury at losing to Meng Qi, and he also didn't dare to be reckless in the Xuantian Dao sect. That was why he had brought a group of Jade Core disciples, with the excuse that this was an exchange of pointers amongst disciples. The Xuantian Dao sect wouldn't have a reason to suppress them with power. After being kicked out of the Xuantian Dao sect, Luo Minghao had blocked the entrance to the Xuantian Dao sect. He and his group of ancient family disciples were constantly cursing the Xuantian Dao sect's disciples. The higher-ups of the Xuantian Dao sect had sent out orders to ignore them. Once Long Chen recovered, he would naturally put them in their places. The Xuantian Dao sect's disciples stopped going out. They did their best to avoid them. This was fine for inner and outer sect disciples, but the workers often needed to go out to hunt down magical beasts or gather medicinal ingredients for resources. The Xuantian Dao sect had said that they were to not go out, and any of their lost wages would be compensated with double the amount. However, some of the workers and outer sect disciples had already been outside when these people had sealed the entrance. Oftentimes, disciples would spend over 10 days outside. Some would spend several months outside before returning. They had left before Luo Minghao had arrived, but when they returned, the path was blocked. They refused to let them return. When the disciples showed the slightest resistance, they would beat them and heavily injure them. Luo Minghao was very sinister. His people blocked the path, and if anyone tried to charge past, one of his people would pretend to be knocked down and shout that someone had attacked him. Then they would attack and beat that person. It was despicable to the peak. Yet, the Xuantian Dao sect maintained its silence, making the outside world believe that something had happened to Long Chen. Otherwise, with his character, there was no way he would hide like this. As a result, Luo Minghao became even more arrogant, and under Pill Valley's urging, more and more sects sent their elite disciples to keep watch over the Xuantian Dao sect. The sects that the Xuantian Dao sect had obstructed before all sent their elite disciples over. This was their way of humiliating the Xuantian Dao sect. Last time, Pill Valley and the ancient races had been forced to leave dejectedly, and their life-star experts had been slain. They had become laughingstocks. This time, they naturally wouldn't give up this opportunity to throw stones on them while they were down. Now, they were smart. Luo Minghao was the main character, and they were just watching the fun. However, this was humiliating enough. During the past few days especially, quite a few disciples had mocked the Xuantian Dao sect for having no warriors. Other than Long Chen, could it be that no one could come out to fight? Some people also questioned whether or not Long Chen had died. If he had, then the Xuantian Dao sect should hurry up and release the news so that everyone could celebrate. Some of them even said more disgusting things that made the Xuantian Dao sect's people clench their teeth in fury. Today, another worker who was returning from outside was blocked. After going around one person, he accidentally knocked down someone else. He was given a vicious beating. That worker was only at the Xianxian realm, while the attacker was a Jade Core rank 8 celestial. That worker didn't have the slightest power to resist. The rank 8 celestial controlled himself properly. The worker continuously coughed up blood, but he didn't pass out, nor was there danger to his life. Idiot, is everyone in the Xianxian Dao sect a coward? They only know how to hide inside the Xianxian Dao sect and don't even dare to stick out their heads. Sneered the rank 8 celestial. He intentionally spoke loudly to transmit his voice throughout the Xianxian Dao sect. Thousands of Jade Core disciples who came from various large sects all smiled mockingly. This scene was something they were accustomed to seeing now. There were also hundreds of ancient race disciples smiling sinisterly. Last time, the Xianxian Dao sect had caused the ancient races to lose face. That humiliation was something they would never forget. Seeing the Xianxian Dao sect's disciples be tormented gave them a wicked pleasure. The worker was once more beaten, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. He looked like he was on the verge of dying. Doesn't Long Chen think himself to be so amazing? Then why doesn't he come out and fight? He's just a coward, shouted the rank 8 celestial. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen. He's not a coward, he's an unrivaled hero. You're the trash. The worker didn't have much life within him, but he still struggled, using his final bit of energy to roar. Damn worker, you think you're tough, huh? Die. The rank 8 celestial hadn't expected an insignificant Xianxian worker to contradict him. He punched him again, this time with fury. He no longer held back. If struck, it would definitely kill him. The worker just stared coldly at the rank 8 celestial. There was no way for him to block this fist. Rather than fear, this killing blow made his back stand up straighter. He knew that he would die. But before he died, he wouldn't allow others to insult that god-like existence in front of him. Suddenly, a hand caught the fist. A black-robed man appeared in front of the worker. Long Chen. The worker's voice trembled. Long Chen's gaze was icy cold. He looked like a demon king from hell, icily staring at the rank 8 celestial. What did you just say? You want to fight me? Come, let's fight. The rank 8 celestial felt like he had fallen into an iceberg. It was like a death god was staring at him. His voice shuddered, and he wasn't even able to speak. Long Chen's appearance shocked everyone. The distant Luo Minghao instantly jumped out of his chair. Everyone had thought Long Chen was already dead, or at the very least, on his deathbed struggling against the curse. His appearance came as a complete surprise. Cracking sounds suddenly rang out. Everyone was horrified to see the rank 8 celestial collapse on the ground, all his bones broken. Not only were his bones broken, but his Niden had been shattered. His spiritual yuan now began to escape out of his body and into the world. He had been turned into a cripple. A powerful rank 8 Jade Core Celestial didn't even have the slightest ability to fight against Long Chen. He could only lay on the ground, wailing. Junior brother, that was a good showing. Long Chen gave the worker a medicinal pill. The worker wept tears of gratitude. Having been called brother by Long Chen, he felt like even death was worth it. I still remember how he humiliated you. You can get your humiliation back. Not avenging enmity, repaying enmity with kindness, that's not our style. Within the merciless cultivation world, using power is the most effective method. Long Chen patted his shoulder. Can I really? The worker was still afraid, not daring to attack. The brothers of Long Chen, can do anything. Don't make me look down on you. Long Chen frowned. All right. The disciple swallowed Long Chen's pill and fully recovered instantly. He directly kicked the former rank 8 celestial. Bastards, you! Someone in the ground was about to speak up against them when a bolt of lightning pierced through his body, killing him instantly. No one is allowed to randomly fart in front of me. If you don't want to die, keep your farts inside your mouths. Said Long Chen coldly. At this time, the worker of the Xianxian Dao sect had kicked that person a dozen times. Finally, his kick caused the rank 8 celestial's head to explode, and the sound of screaming came to an end. Just at this moment, the Xianxian Dao sect's gates opened, and countless familiar figures appeared in front of Long Chen's eyes. Meng Qi, Tang Wan Guo Ran, Ji Yuyong, Song Mingyuan, Li Qi, Hua Xiu, Wang Zhen, and the others were all present. Meng Qi and Tang Wan were smiling tearfully. Dragonblood Legion, hear my orders. Kill them all. Seeing those familiar faces, Long Chen felt a grand feeling, and he roared. Following Long Chen's order, the Dragonblood Legion's warriors roared as well, taking out their weapons and charging at the disciples who had come to watch the fun. In truth, They had long since been filled with fury, but the Zan master had ordered them not to do anything in order to keep up the appearance that Long Chen was on his deathbed. Now that Long Chen had appeared, it was time to vent all their fury. They charged at these bastards that had humiliated them. "Long Chen, you dare!" roared Luo Minghao. All the Dragonblood Legion, all the Xuantian Dao sect's elite disciples were attacking. HMPH, what a huge joke. Is there anything in this world that I don't dare do? Long Chen sent the worker beside him to safety. All their humiliation had been caused by him, so he owed them all a debt. After sending that worker off, he charged toward Luo Minghao. "Today, I want to see which is harder, my fist or your life." Chapter 1386. The qualifications to be arrogant. People hadn't even recovered from their shock at Long Chen's arrival before the Dragonblood warriors pounced on them. "We just came to watch. Your Xuantian Dao sect is completely unreasonable," cried those disciples. "To watch, fanning the flames, insulting us with your evil tongues, humiliating the Xuantian Dao sect's disciples, this is just watching. Don't joke around. Dogs of Pill Valley, let me tell you that by standing here, you have already become enemies of the Xuantian Dao sect. You want to talk reason? Why didn't you think about talking reason before when you were humiliating the Xuantian Dao sect's disciples? You boot-licking dregs, I already said that the Xuantian Dao sect is rising, and that anyone who doesn't accept it can come and fight. I already gave you your warning, but you actually treated it as wind blowing past your ears. To blockade my Xuantian Dao sect and humiliate our disciples, although you aren't killers, you're all accomplices, and killing you is only right," sneered Long Chen. He had already turned into a bolt of lightning shooting toward Luo Minghao. Long Chen neither had any words for Luo Minghao, nor did he give him time to talk. His fist smashed forward mercilessly. "Long Chen, don't be so arrogant. Even if you removed the curse and advanced to Jade Core, you're still nothing special." Luo Minghao's aura surged, and he flew into the sky. Runes revolved in his eyes. His aura was much stronger than when he had fought Meng Qi and Cloud. "What a joke. If I wasn't arrogant, would I still be Long Chen?" sneered Long Chen. "In front of me, you aren't qualified to be arrogant. Be suppressed." Luo Minghao spread his hands, and golden light shot out of his fingers. 10 golden lines intersected, forming a huge net that enveloped Long Chen. Last time, Luo Minghao had been careless, resulting in him almost being killed by Cloud. That didn't mean that he wasn't powerful, but that Cloud was too fast and had appeared too suddenly. As soon as he was caught off guard, he never had a chance to collect himself, so he hadn't been able to bring out his real power. He had only been able to flee. His defeat last time was his greatest humiliation. That was why as soon as Long Chen appeared now, he used his strongest magical art. These golden rays were incredibly tough. Once a person was caught, they would be unable to escape. Within the same realm, there had yet to be someone capable of escaping this golden net. A person who can suppress me hasn't been born yet. I hate people who are bigger braggarts than me the most. Long Chen let out a single punch. Ripples suddenly came out of his fist. The golden net was instantly pierced. Long Chen charged through a large hole that had appeared in it, completely unaffected. What? Luo Minghao was stunned. This magical art was his most sinister attack. Its power was a soft one, not a hard one. No matter how much power you used, you would be unable to break the net. Instead, the net would instantly bind you. However, Long Chen's punch had contained some kind of power that had first condensed the space around the net. Only then had his punch landed. Normally, this net of his was extremely powerful. It was like a net that hung in the air. If you smashed it with a hammer, there was no way it would break. Yet, Long Chen had controlled his power perfectly. It was like he had placed the net on a rock and then smashed it with a hammer. He immediately broke open a large hole in it. After advancing to the Jade Core realm and condensing the Divine Gate Star, Long Chen's control of his power had risen to a new level. He could use his power as he pleased. Seeing Long Chen's fist coming at him, Luo Minghao could only unleash his own punch. Golden runes covered his arm in an instant. The sky shook, and Luo Minghao was blown back. Large ripples appeared in the air, spreading in every direction. What? Luo Minghao was defeated with a single blow. The distant disciples were all shocked. Luo Minghao was a terrifying rank 9 celestial, but he had been blown away by a single punch. When had Long Chen reached such a powerful level? Within the Xuantian Dao sect, on the highest level of the Xuantian Tower, Li Tianxuan, Lu Kang, and the tower department head were observing the battle. Liu Kang and the tower department head were both astonished. How did Long Chen's combat power rise so much just from advancing to the Jade Core realm? Wondered Liu Kang. Li Tianxuan smiled. That smile was full of confidence. Within the Xuantian Dao sect, only he knew Long Chen's secrets. No one else knew better than him just how terrifying Long Chen was. Even the death sentence, which was the underworld soul ghost curse, had been unable to take his life. In truth, not even Liu Kang and the tower department head were aware that Long Chen had gone to Pill Valley. Only Li Tianxuan had known of Long Chen's plan. Even Meng Qi and Tang Wan'er had only known a bit. Now that Long Chen had returned alive, it signified that he had already obtained the second volume of Nirvana scripture. He was going to soar like a comet, and that would cause the Xuantian Dao sect to soar as well. Thinking of this, Li Tianxuan suddenly had a grand ambition to bring this generation of the Xuantian Dao sect to a height that surpassed its previous peak. Long Chen's attack struck first, but the Dragonblood Legion quickly followed. They didn't have any mercy on these people that had stood behind Luo Minghao and cheered him on in his humiliation of the Xuantian Dao sect. For the Xuantian Dao sect to willfully slaughter the innocent, are you trying to become enemies with the entire righteous path? Just at this moment, Life Star experts appeared in the distance, rushing over. These Life Star experts had been present the entire time. They were here on Pill Valley or the ancient races, orders to keep watch over every movement of the Xuantian Dao sect. As soon as Long Chen appeared, he didn't give anyone any chance to explain. He directly started a slaughter, so these experts were forced to appear to save them. If any Life Star experts step foot on this battlefield, they will be immediately executed. I, Long Chen, declare that anyone who dares to come forward today will be celebrating the anniversary of their death in 1 year's time. Long Chen turned to the Life Star experts rushing over. At this moment, the Xuantian Tower lit up, and the divine might enveloped the battlefield. Those Life Star experts' expressions immediately changed. The Xuantian Tower had been activated. Its light represented its domain. If they dared to take a single step inside that domain, they would definitely face its attack. Li Tianxuan, have you gone mad? Roared the Life Star experts. They were well aware of how terrifying the Xuantian Tower was. Once activated, they wouldn't have any chance of surviving. They had originally expected that sending their disciples to humiliate the Xuantian Dao sect would leave the Xuantian Dao sect powerless to do anything. As long as the disciples didn't attack the Xuantian Dao sect, the Xuantian Dao sect would have no excuse to do anything to them. However, as soon as Long Chen appeared, he started killing those disciples. He didn't talk reason at all. These disciples were the elites of their sects. They were all under 100 years old and had already reached the Jade Core realm. They were all qualified to attempt to reach the Life Star realm. If they were killed, they would have lost a whole generation of their best disciples. Their sects had spent an enormous amount of resources on each one of these elites. If they died, it would be a serious blow to their cores. They might not recover for centuries. Right now, Long Chen has the authority to command the Xuantian Dao sect. Talking to me is useless. If you want to discuss things, you can discuss them with Long Chen. Li Tianxuan's voice rang out from the sky. Bastard, are you not afraid of provoking the public's wrath and getting your Xuantian Dao sect annihilated? Roared a Life Star expert. A ray of light shot out from the Xuantian Tower. That Life Star expert's expression changed. He wanted to run, but the space around him had frozen. He couldn't move and could only stare as that golden light blew him to pieces. Of course I'm afraid of the Xuantian Dao sect being annihilated. But before my Xuantian Dao sect is annihilated, we'll make sure to bring along countless other sects with us. So right now, instead of asking if I'm afraid, you should ask yourselves whether or not you're afraid. Li Tianxuan's voice was as calm as ever, but it caused all their expressions to change. Li Tianxuan's attitude was already very clear. Those who wanted to destroy the Xuantian Dao sect could come as they pleased. The Xuantian Dao sect would simply use the Xuantian Tower and Reincarnation Mirror to destroy them in turn. In the worst case, they would bring down all their attackers with them. An explosive sound suddenly rang out, drawing everyone's attention. Luo Minghao's manifestation had appeared behind him. Astral winds raged in the space around him, constantly twisted. On the other side, Long Chen's 5-color divine ring was revolving. When the two of them unleashed their peak auras, it caused the clouds to change color. The two of them were standing in the air, their fists still locked. Luo Minghao's entire body was covered in golden runes, making him look like a golden statue. He had pushed his power to its peak. As for Long Chen, His expression was indifferent. One hand was still behind his back. He only used a single hand to fight. Your power's not bad, however, it doesn't seem to be a good match for your arrogance. Do you have any stronger moves? If we compete in terms of power, I'll feel like I'm bullying you, said Long Chen. Although Luo Minghao's current state was truly powerful, and when he entered this golden battle state his power was 10 times greater than normal, his normal was just too low. Even if it increased by 10 times, it wasn't a match for the 5-star battle armor. He was far too lacking when it came to power. Long Chen, since you want to die, I'll help you out. Luo Minghao's expression twisted. He suddenly retreated and formed hand seals. He vomited a mouthful of blood. Chapter 1387 Ancestral Spirit Possession. The blood Luo Minghao vomited out was caught by him, and it strangely twisted together to form a serpent. Long Chen, since you want to die, I'll help you out. Luo Minghao roared furiously, and the blood serpent transformed into chains that formed an image in the sky. This blood-colored image was that of a human. When that figure appeared, the world shook as a terrifying pressure descended. Ancestral Spirit Possession. Luo Minghao let out a cry, and that figure merged into his body. A blood-colored mark appeared on his forehead. Luo Minghao has actually been forced to this extent. He's igniting his own essence blood to summon his ancestor's spirit. Now Long Chen is in danger, said the tower department head gravely. He, Li Tianxuan, and Lu Kang were able to see the battle clearly from the top floor of the Xuantian Tower. Lu Kang said, basically, every family from the ancient family alliance has a glorious inheritance. They offer sacrifices to their ancestors' spirits to bless their geniuses. However, summoning the ancestral spirit comes at a huge price. Luo Minghao has been forced to the point that he has no other choice, but I still don't think Long Chen is in danger. When it comes to Long Chen, no one knows his true power. He then hastily said, Tower Department Head, I'm not intentionally contradicting you. Please don't care about this. Ha ha ha, Lu Kang, you're no longer the Hallmaster of the Elder Hall. Your rank is the same as mine, so you don't need to be so careful when speaking to me. Otherwise, wouldn't it make me seem intolerant? Laughed the Tower Department Head. For the Tower Department Head to laugh was something inconceivable to the Xuantian Dao sect's disciples. In front of outsiders, he was always gloomy and strict. He was quite frightening. Zan Master, why don't you also give us your view? Asked the Tower Department Head. Li Tianxuan smiled. The only one in the Xuantian Dao sect who is not within my control is Long Chen. I would be a fool to waste time guessing anything about him. That's why I've already released Long Chen. Or perhaps I should say I've fully released the entire Xuantian Dao sect. What I said before wasn't to scare them. It was the truth. Whatever Long Chen wants is what we'll do. Seriously, can we depend on him? Li Tianxuan's words caused Lu Kang and the Tower Department Head to jump in shock. What matters isn't whether or not he's dependable. The land beneath the heavens is like a chessboard. After playing for tens of thousands of years, the board has become completely chaotic. And Long Chen will add more chaos to the chaotic arrangement. The Xuantian Dao sect only has a bit of karmic luck left, and if we don't go all out, we'll simply slowly fade away like smoke in the end. I bet the Xuantian Dao sect's future on Long Chen a long time ago. This is a gamble. I bet that Long Chen will win. Hee hee. Right now my master is in seclusion, so the Xuantian Dao sect is mine. If I don't properly use this authority, it will probably become invalid not too long from now, said Li Tianxuan. Lu Kang and the Tower Department Head exchanged a glance, both seeing the shock in the other's eyes. So the Zan Master had truly handed the Xuantian Dao sect to Long Chen. The world was probably about to be thrown into chaos. With Long Chen's character, if he didn't flip the heavens, he wouldn't be Long Chen. The Zan Master was serious. How's the situation with the old Zan Master? Asked the Tower Department Head. He's reached the final step, but as for whether he'll succeed or fail, it's impossible to tell. Li Tianxuan's expression finally became a bit serious. This matter was too important. Although the old Zan Master had said he was 50% confident, it didn't change the fact that advancing at his level was filled with danger. That step was fraught with danger. Just as the three of them were conversing, Luo Minghao began to emit an ancient aura. His entire air had changed. Long Chen, do you see? This is my strongest state. My power is 10 times greater than before. Now you're just an ant in front of me. Shockingly, Luo Minghao's voice was layered, as if two people were speaking at the same time. Right now, Luo Minghao had used a kind of spiritual possession. He had used his own spirit blood to call forth his ancestor. Normally, only the ancient families would have such terrifying experts amongst their ancestors. After receiving their descendants' offerings in faith, they would become ancestral spirits that existed in a strange state. Those ancestral spirits would bless their descendants, but there was no way for them to fight directly against enemies. That was why they required using their descendants' bloodline power to appear and merge with them. It's just merging with another soul. Even if you dug out your ancestor's entire grave, I wouldn't be afraid, sneered Long Chen. Long Chen had long since experienced this kind of technique. No matter how powerful an external power was, it was still external power. It was nothing to be afraid of. You'll pay the price for your arrogance. Taste my fist. Luo Minghao roared furiously at Long Chen, who was looking down on him. Luo Minghao attacked, his aura shaking heaven and earth. At this time, his aura was extremely strange. It was like he was a devil god. Being arrogant requires the qualifications to be arrogant. As for your arrogance, it's just from overconfidence. Long Chen sneered and took a single step. The void exploded, and he shot forward like a shooting star. Green scales covered his body. A terrifying aura shook the heavens. Long Chen was even more dazzling than the sun. Their fists collided in the air. The void exploded and divine light erupted, piercing the earth. This was a world-shaking collision. The ground exploded, and a wave of earth spread. Boss is as lively as ever. Brothers, prepare to defend. If we were killed by Boss's shockwaves, it would definitely not be worth it, cried Guo Ran. Seeing the wave of earth coming toward them, everyone's expressions changed. They couldn't bother with fighting, and they all unleashed defensive magical arts. The Dragonblood Legion activated their king item armor. A large collective barrier appeared around all of them. This was the armor Guo Ran had made for them, and after upgrading them several times, their defensive power was astonishing. This PFFT. The Dragonblood Legion's defensive barrier instantly shattered upon contact with the earth wave. Cracks even appeared on their armor, and they were blown away like wooden stakes in a hurricane. The Dragonblood warriors were injured despite possessing such powerful armor. Meanwhile, the disciples of the other sects were directly annihilated. The shockwaves of Long Chen's full-strength fight with Luo Minghao made their defenses as weak as paper. Space continuously shook and runes flew about in the sky. A terrifying battle was being fought. Haze covered the battlefield so that they couldn't see them, but they could hear two people continuously exchanging powerful blows. Each collision caused the world to rock. Meng Qi and Tang Wan'er tightly held each other's hands as they stared at that distant battlefield. They were filled with excitement and adoration. That was the undefeatable Long Chen. He had finally returned. Not even the underworld soul ghost curse could defeat him. Instead, it had been like a whetstone, making him even sharper than before. That bastard Long Chen. The distant life star experts were clenching their teeth. They had been hesitating about whether or not they should charge forward to save their disciples. They had felt that if they all went together, the Xuantian Dao sect wouldn't dare to offend everyone to kill them. But considering Long Chen's fearless character, they had no confidence in that plan. So while they had been caught in their own indecision, Long Chen had helped them make their choice. That terrifying attack had killed all those disciples. Not one had survived. Now they didn't need to take the risk. Their hearts were dripping blood as those people had been their sect's elite disciples. They had only come to taunt the Xuantian Dao sect. The meaning was obvious. So what if the Xuantian Dao sect had geniuses? They had geniuses as well. After the Xuantian Dao sect had offended so many people, there was no way they would allow them to get away with things forever. However, in front of this conclusion, their thinking appeared so childish. Just who was taunting who? Now Long Chen was fighting intensely with Luo Minghao. Occasionally appearing for a moment, they both looked like battle gods, and each of their punches unleashed loud rumbling. It was like gods were beating their war drums. Even the Life Star experts were shocked by their fight. Their combat power made them feel fear. If it had been them fighting Luo Minghao, they'd have long since died. That was because under the Nine Flowers manifest the Heavenly Dao's suppression, the majority of their Heavenly Dao energy would be stripped away. They would only be able to unleash 50% of their normal combat power at best, so they would definitely die upon facing Luo Minghao. That was the terror of rank 9 Celestials. However, Long Chen was still fighting intensely against him. Despite Luo Minghao summoning forth his ancestral spirit and increasing his power by 10 times, Long Chen was still fighting evenly with him. This kind of combat power surpassed their imagination. At this time, the Dragonblood warriors had gathered together again. Although they were covered in dust, they were all inspired. A fanatical expression filled their eyes. Boss is forever boss. He's as lively as ever. Guo ran and the others clenched their fists. They all felt their blood boiling as they watched Long Chen fight. Unfortunately, their opponents this time had been too useless. They had all been killed by just the shockwaves of Long Chen's battle with Luo Minghao. If only they had been stronger, the Dragonblood Legion would be able to fight to their heart's content. The battle in the air continued. The ground was continuously being destroyed, but the Xuantian Dao sect had activated the Grand Formation, protecting the sect from the shockwaves. This battle between a dragon and a tiger lasted over 2 hours before Long Chen and Luo Minghao's oars began to drop. The time to decide the victor has finally appeared. Once their battle tempo finally slowed down, everyone's hearts shook. This was when the true battle started. Chapter 1388. I've been waiting for you. The two of them had been fighting in the most berserk way this entire time. Each collision had been an exchange of power against power. That meant each attack used up a huge amount of energy. For such a wild battle to continue for 2 full hours was shocking to everyone here. Within that terrifying battlefield, ordinary rank 8 Celestials wouldn't even have a chance to get close before being killed. Yet, it took 2 hours for their auras to start to drop. Their power finally started to flag. This is the critical moment. I wonder who will win. It was normally very difficult for peak heavenly geniuses to determine a winner amongst themselves. Their talent was the same, and they were given the same blessed nurturing. Peak heavenly geniuses all enjoyed the best resources, so the difference between them wasn't very large. Even if they did determine a winner, it would only be a victory by the slightest margin. That was why battles between them were brilliant to watch, but it was rare for anyone to die. However, just because no one died didn't mean that their battles weren't shocking. After all, that was the field of peak heavenly geniuses, existences that they couldn't compare to. Both of their fists collided once more, but the explosive sound from it was not as great as before. The two of them were breathing heavily. You're already out of energy. Now I'll be taking your life. Prepare to face your death, said Long Chen coldly. What a joke. Who do you think you are? If you think you can kill me, you must be dreaming. I might be out of energy, but what about you? Don't you feel a sense of shame to boast like this? Said Luo Minghao. He was starting to pant, but his eyes were full of disdain. In truth, the disdain he revealed was to cover up his shock and fury. He had already summoned his greatest power but was only able to fight evenly with Long Chen. This was an unacceptable result for him. From the eastern wastelands to the central plains, I don't know how many arrogant but incompetent idiots like you I've slain. With my experience of killing idiots for so many years, I can tell that you're definitely going to die today. If you have any last words, you should say them quickly. Otherwise, you won't have another chance, said Long Chen as his fists and legs flew. Bullshit, you're the one who's going to die, you country bumpkin, raged Luo Minghao. He did everything he could to defeat Long Chen. Long Chen was forced back step by step under his torrent of attacks. Luo Minghao, you've fallen for Long Chen's trap. He said that to make you angry. If you attack so much, you'll use up more energy than him. Stay calm. Long Chen's using up more energy than you to fight, so you have the greater chance to win, warned someone. Luo Minghao's heart shook upon receiving that person's warning. The flames in his heart instantly calmed down. Long Chen, you despicable trash, you would actually use such an underhanded move. You're not fit to be a martial cultivator, cursed Luo Minghao. With trash like you present, I do feel embarrassed to be called trash as well. You blocked the entrance to people's homes and humiliated weaker disciples to find meaning in your existence, trampled over other people's dignity for your pleasure, used any despicable means necessary to achieve your goals. Tell me, just who's the real trash? To be able to call other people trash, I really don't know how you survived with such a brain, mocked Long Chen. When he had returned to the Xuantian Dao sect, he had come just as they were humiliating that disciple. He had seen it all. Thus, he had memorized the expressions of the people who had come to watch the fun. He was from a low background, and when he was young and weak, he had been bullied every day. When he saw them bullying that disciple, he thought of when he had been bullied in his youth. At that time, there had also been a group of cold spectators who had simply watched with smiles delighting in his pain. That was just like this current scene. Not one of these people was a friend of the Xuantian Dao sect. If they wanted to watch as the Xuantian Dao sect was mocked, then fine. The price of the ticket would be their lives. After another hour, they were unsteady. Luo Minghao's manifestation and Long Chen's divine ring had dimmed, and they looked like they might fade away at any moment. The two of them were tottering. Suddenly, Long Chen's power erupted, and he shot at Luo Minghao. This shocked everyone. Had he been holding back some energy? Was it to be used in a final effort to kill Luo Minghao? Blood sprayed from Luo Minghao's mouth. Long Chen's punch broke his ribs, and his chest caved in. Everyone let out startled cries. This one attack signified Luo Minghao was the loser. Long Chen had still been holding back a bit of power, while Luo Minghao was out of energy. An ancient scroll suddenly appeared in Luo Minghao's hand. He was about to activate it when a flamed sword severed his arm. By this point, do you think I'd let you get away? Sneered Long Chen as his sword slashed down again. Luo Minghao was appalled. Seeing the coldness in Long Chen's eyes, he suddenly realized something. He had fallen for Long Chen's trap. Long Chen's eyes were calm. Their previous dimness had vanished, replaced with a reserved sharpness. Long Chen hadn't used even close to all his energy. He had been exhausting Luo Minghao on purpose. By making him think they were fighting evenly and giving him hope that he could win, Long Chen made sure he was completely exhausted before launching a sudden killing blow. Now Luo Minghao had no energy left to use any of his escape techniques. He could only watch as death came for him. He was filled with terror. Long Chen, I don't believe you dare to kill me, roared Luo Minghao. Long Chen's sword suddenly made a strange turn, actually missing Luo Minghao's head. Long Chen had mercy. No. Lu Kang's expression changed. Long Chen's sword wasn't aiming for Luo Minghao. That had just been a facade. His waist turned, and the sword slashed behind him. At the same time, his dim divine ring suddenly lit up, its light shaking the sky. The space behind Long Chen twisted. A sword silently came out of that space. However, Long Chen's sword had landed on it. Bloodkill Hall idiot, I've been waiting for you. Long Chen's sword shattered the space around the sword, causing a miserable figure to fly out, vomiting blood. Bloodkill 9, you really are determined. Long Chen swung his sword, emitting sword chi. But this sword chi wasn't aimed at the Bloodkill Hall's assassin. Luo Minghao, who had just escaped disaster, had managed to grab the scroll with his other hand. However, he didn't have time to open it before Long Chen's sword chi struck him. Bang! Luo Minghao's body smashed into the ground, but shockingly, he didn't die. Semi-transparent runes revolved around his body as he stood back up. This is his ancestral spirit blessing. Several Life Star experts cried out as they recognized Luo Minghao's current state. Rumor was that the top geniuses of the ancient families were under the protection of their ancestors' spirits. One way was shown when Luo Minghao had increased his power by so much. This was another way. The ancestral spirit descended into his body to protect him. However, this kind of situation was extremely rare, because once that ancestral spirit descended into the physical world like this, they would quickly dissipate. In the future, they wouldn't be able to offer any more blessings to their descendants. You vile creature, you will be put to death. Luo Minghao seemed like a completely different person. His voice was ancient, and simply by raising his hand, a rain of light fell and enveloped the world. The rain was like millions of divine arrows. It attacked both Long Chen and Bloodkill 9. Bloodkill 9's expression changed. In truth, he had arrived here a long time ago and had been waiting for half a month. Originally, after Long Chen had been afflicted with the underworld soul ghost curse on Devil Spirit Mountain, his mission had been cancelled, because no one struck by that curse could survive. As a result, he had gone through with his advancement, becoming a Jade Core expert. But for some unknown reason, the higher-ups sent him to test the Xuantian Dao sect's bottom line. He was to wait for a chance to assassinate Meng Qi. However, Meng Qi hadn't come out. Instead, Long Chen had returned. At the most critical moment, he had been hoping to kill Long Chen in one blow. Unfortunately, he didn't have the ability of the twin brothers that had been Bloodkill 10. Those twins had been able to cancel out each other's killing intent. As for him, Long Chen had sensed him from the start. He had intentionally put on an act of running out of energy when fighting Luo Minghao for two reasons. One was to bait out Bloodkill 9, but he was so powerful that even his sudden attack only injured him. The other reason he had put on this act was because he wanted to kill Luo Minghao. He didn't want to give him a chance to get away. He knew that rank 9 celestials were blessed by the heavens. They had great karmic luck and were difficult to kill. When he had faced Ku Dazhong, Zhang Zijin, Kan Dongs, and Dan Yangzhu, despite clearly having an absolute advantage, they would have managed to get away in the end thanks to their karmic luck. It was only because of the Aldeval monster's appearance that they had been crushed. The Eastern Wasteland Bell had told him that each heavenly genius was beloved by the world. Their golden fate lines were very stable, and unless you possessed enough power to overwhelm them like the Aldeval monster, they would always find some opportunity to escape from death. Long Chen had refused to accept this. He had created this desperate situation for Luo Minghao step by step and also baited out Bloodkill 9. However, the situation had changed again. Luo Minghao had become a completely different person, and he immediately launched a killer attack. A cauldron appeared over Long Chen's head, its divine runes protecting him. The rain of light shattered upon contact with the blazing dragon cauldron's defense, and Long Chen shot into the air. As for Bloodkill 9, his sword flashed coldly. A barrier of light appeared around him, protecting him. Although it wasn't an ancestral item, he was strong enough himself, and this rain of light was unable to harm him. I still have 70% of my energy left. It should be enough. Although Luo Minghao had been possessed by his ancestor's spirit, Long Chen wasn't discouraged. His sword pointed at the heavens. A huge sword image tore into the sky. Chapter 1389 Killing Luo Minghao. His sword fell, shattering the rain. The huge sword image transformed into a crescent moon that slashed down. The crescent moon was 30,000 meters long at the start, but as Long Chen attacked, it explosively grew, enveloping Luo Minghao and Bloodkill 9 within it. Everyone stared in shock as this celestial blade slashed down. The world changed color. Luo Minghao hastily formed hand seals and chanted. His forehead split open, and divine runes appeared, wrapping around him. As for Bloodkill 9, he was locked down by Split the Heavens, divine might, and couldn't flee. Clenching his teeth, he took out a palm-sized turtle shell. The turtle shell sparkled like jade. It looked to just be an ornament, but when he poured his spiritual yuan into it, it grew to hundreds of meters and began to shine. An aura of primal chaos flowed within it. This turtle shell was actually a powerful ancestral item. The crescent blade slashed down, exploding into blinding light. The ground was instantly split in two, and a long ditch extended far beyond the horizon. Even the Xuantian Dao sect's grand protective formation was cut apart, and the sword chi continued. However, a divine light shot out of the Xuantian tower, blocking the attack. This single slash terrified everyone, both friend and enemy. This attack surpassed the scope of their understanding. Even Liu Kang and the tower department head were stunned. If they hadn't personally witnessed it, they would definitely have refused to believe that Long Chen could unleash such a terrifying attack. This attack was something that even Life Star experts would definitely die to if they didn't have an ancestral item to protect them. As for the opposing Life Star experts, they turned ashen. They blessed their luck that this sword hadn't been aimed at them. Otherwise, they didn't know if they would have been able to survive. After launching this attack, Long Chen began to pant. He felt like he had used up all his energy. Suddenly, a figure of light flew out of the dust. It was Luo Minghao's soul. "Where do you think you're going?" Long Chen stretched out his hand, and the lightning dragon tattoo on his arm lit up. However, before he could attack, a violet spiritual arrow shot over and pierced Luo Minghao's soul. Luo Minghao's body had been destroyed despite the protection of his ancestral spirit. Now that he only had his soul, the spiritual arrow instantly caused his soul to dissipate. In order to force Long Chen to accept his challenge, he had called Meng Qi out to fight. He had also said many hateful things in his efforts. In order to protect Long Chen, everyone had been forced to stay inside and not say a word. But even the calm-natured Meng Qi felt like Luo Minghao had to be killed due to his malicious tongue. As a soul cultivator, she was better than anyone here at killing a soul. She had long since been prepared, and Luo Minghao's soul didn't manage to run far before she killed him. After all, Luo Minghao was only a Jade Core disciple. Although his soul was powerful, it was still just a soul. He hadn't condensed a Yuan spirit yet. As his soul dissipated, a generation's heavenly genius died. Just at this moment, a huge wind blade cut through the dusty battlefield. It landed on a huge white-colored turtle shell. Tang Wan'er had also attacked. Tang Wan'er had now reached the 4th heaven stage of Jade Core. She was at the mid-Jade Core realm, and her attack was extremely powerful. The turtle shell trembled. As for Bloodkill 9 who was behind it, his body was covered in cracks. He was heavily injured even with an ancestral item protecting him. Tang Wan-er's attack caused him to cough up more blood, and the cracks on his body grew. If struck again, his body would explode. Suddenly, he vomited blood onto the turtle shell. It instantly became scarlet and began to rapidly spin. It formed a spatial portal in the air. "This bastard's running," cried Guo Ran. He whipped out his crossbow, and a black light shot into the turtle shell. Regretfully, the arrow was unable to affect the turtle shell at all. Meng Qi, Tang Wan-er, Hua Xiu, and the others all unleashed attacks, but they were ineffective in the face of an ancestral item. Barriers of light had appeared on the turtle shell, which also covered Bloodkill 9. Space began to tremble. Long Chen paused his hand seal. The lightning and flame dragon images on his arms had lit up, but in the end, Long Chen put down his hands. "Long Chen, congratulations on escaping your assassination this time. That's your blessing, but also your misfortune. With the killing god's guidance, death is your only end. Just patiently wait for your death to come." Bloodkill 9 was covered in blood, but his eyes were still icy cold. "Stop talking. In my eyes, you're just a minor character. Whether I kill you today or tomorrow doesn't matter. You should cherish your life after managing to escape with it. Keep talking and just wait for the Xuantian Tower to attack. Then even 10,000 lives wouldn't be enough for you," said Long Chen indifferently. If Long Chen unleashed the double dragon destruction, he was 90% confident in killing Bloodkill 9. Although his spiritual yuan was exhausted, just Lei Long and Huo Long's power should be enough to kill him. However, he chose not to. He had two misgivings. One was that he was worried about exposing the heaven-incinerating flames so quickly. That would draw suspicion. Another reason was that Huo Long and Lei Long had grown to a terrifying level. He didn't know just what would happen if he released the two of them. Although the Dragonblood Legion was rather far away, he wasn't 100% sure that they would be safe. After having their power explosively grow, Huo Long and Lei Long weren't able to perfectly control their energy. They were only able to release it explosively. So after hesitating, he decided not to kill him. And if he didn't kill him, the Xuantian Tower would feel that it was beneath it to kill him. The Xuantian Tower was a divine item, and it had its own pride. It wouldn't participate in the competition of the junior generation. Unless someone provoked the Xuantian Dao sect, which was provoking the Xuantian Tower, it wouldn't interfere too often. Yes, that's the truth. My life was bestowed to me by the grand killing god. Death is just returning to the embrace of the god. Bloodkill 9 became covered in divine runes. His expression lacked any fear at all. What a nice way to put it. Since you love your god so much, why don't I send you to see your god right now? Hopefully, your god has long enough arms, or it won't be able to hold you all if there are too many of you, said Long Chen. He couldn't be bothered trying to change the minds of these brainwashed fellows. These people were no longer even human. Their heads no longer knew how to think for themselves, and they only knew how to follow orders. That was why Long Chen didn't feel the slightest guilt no matter how many of their assassins he killed. He knew they were emotionless killing machines. Blasphemer, you'll receive your divine punishment soon. Repent in your terror and regret. Don't commit the same sins in your next life. Fuck, can you shut up? Raged Long Chen. He almost unleashed the double dragon destruction right there and then. Just at this moment, the turtle shell shook and vanished along with Bloodkill 9. Rank 9 Celestials really are hard to kill. They have countless trump cards and are supported by karmic luck. Even after all that, I only managed to get one. But just getting one rank 9 Heavenly Dao fruit was worth it. Long Chen slowly descended from the sky. Meng Qi, Tang Wan-er, and the others all rushed over to greet him. Meng Qi and Tang Wan-er helped support him. This time, he wasn't acting. He was really out of energy. Despite his weakened state, the fact that he had fought against two rank 9 Celestials and even killed one still caused him to give off immense pressure. Long Chen, you murdered colleagues of the righteous path. Where is your conscience? Is your Xuantian Dao sect planning on rebelling and going against the righteous path? Shouted the Life Star experts. Supported by Meng Qi and Tang Wan-er, Long Chen's gaze swept across those Life Star experts. He sneered, colleagues, are you trying to joke? Were they acting like colleagues? This was just a mutually beneficial exchange of pointers. Both sides would work to improve themselves. But you viciously murdered them. Your crimes need to be punished. Cried out another Life Star expert from the crowd. Do you think I'm as stupid as you? You've established a mystic peering formation around the Xuantian Dao sect to keep watch over our every move. Don't tell me that's a part of exchanging pointers, sneered Long Chen. As soon as he had arrived, he had seen the formation outside the Xuantian Dao sect. That was what had enraged him the most. Through this formation, they were able to observe every movement of the Xuantian Dao sect. Although it couldn't see into the Xuantian Dao sect, it was still a provocation and an insult. This little move of theirs might not have affected the Xuantian Dao sect on the surface, but if the Xuantian Dao sect simply endured it, then eventually it would be surrounded by all kinds of formations. If it was like a game of chess, the end result would definitely be a checkmate. I don't have time to waste words with you. And you guys shouldn't try to act stupid in front of me. Hurry up and scram, or there'll be no need for you to ever leave again, snorted Long Chen. Suddenly, a ray of golden light shot out from the Xuantian Dao sect. Chapter 1390 Scram. That direction is. The earth shook and a plume of smoke rose from the distance. Because it was so far, they first felt the earth shaking before they heard the sound. The Mystic Peering Formation has been destroyed. That direction was where the Mystic Peering Formation was. The Xuantian Tower had unleashed an attack to destroy it. Long Chen coldly stared at the shocked Life Star experts. Did you fools think that sucking up to Pill Valley would allow you to do anything? After being used by Pill Valley, you still don't realize you're just idiotic cannon fodder. You might have forgotten, but while Pill Valley is strong, its interior is currently in a mess due to the chaos Long San caused. They're too busy to bother with anything else right now. You fools weren't even able to see this, and yet you still came to add fuel to the fire. If I try to talk reason with you, you play your games to avoid me. If I play your games, you start acting as shameless as possible. Well now, I'm not going to beat around the bush. In the future, I won't be talking reason with any of you idiots. No matter who it is, either fuck off or fight. From top to bottom, from the Zon Master to the workers, my Xuantian Dao sect's blood is hot, and our spines are straight. If you want to come suppress us, you can try and suppress us with your lives. That's the only thing left to say. Any more words are meaningless. Scram. Long Chen's words echoed through the air, and killing intent erupted out of him, causing the world to change color. An undefeatable will shook their hearts. The Dragonblood warriors, the Xuantian Dao sect's elite disciples, the inner sect disciples, the outer sect disciples, all of them roared. Their voices seemed unstoppable. The air became saturated with the will of every member of the Xuantian Dao sect. This kind of cohesiveness is something only Long Chen is capable of, said Li Tianxuan emotionally. Of course, even an old man like me feels my blood heating up. I almost want to shout with them, laughed Lu Kang. When Long Chen had roared, they had also been affected. They had felt something stir in them that they hadn't in a long time. The tower department head bitterly smiled. Even someone like him had an urge to go out and dominate the battlefield, so it could be imagined what the young disciples were feeling. Now they fully understood why the Dragonblood Legion's warriors would be so united and follow Long Chen so unswervingly. That was because he possessed a charisma that could make others willing to fight to the death for him. The Xuantian Dao sect's disciples had never been this united before. It was the result of Long Chen creating miracle after miracle, which had caused the Xuantian Dao sect's reputation to rise to the point that their light blinded the rest of the eastern Zon region. Any sect's disciple would feel a sense of belonging and pride in their heart. But before, the Xuantian Dao sect hadn't done anything in particular to enforce this, so their hearts were scattered. It was Long Chen's arrival that had caused everyone's hearts to unite. Li Tianxuan had noticed that after the battle on Devil Spirit Mountain, after Long Chen had managed to defeat the corrupt Path's Gui Yan, the Xuantian Dao sect's unity had been elevated to an unprecedented level. There had been several times when outsiders tried to infiltrate the Xuantian Dao sect and bribe its disciples to incite disharmony. But no matter what they offered, they were unable to shake those disciples' hearts. They weren't even able to buy a single worker. Li Tianxuan knew that the reason they followed the Xuantian Dao sect so loyally was because of Long Chen. Long Chen had become the idol of everyone here. He was essentially a god-like existence to them. They all believed that as long as Long Chen was here, the Xuantian Dao sect would continue to rise. They felt that just being in the same sect as him was a supreme glory. That was why when that worker had been bullied, he hadn't said a word until they started insulting Long Chen. Then he would fight to the death to protect Long Chen's glory. With the millions of people in the Xuantian Dao sect roaring at once, those Life Star experts turned pale. They could only leave dejectedly. They were finally afraid. A single person's power wasn't something to be afraid of. The most terrifying thing was a power that was fully united from top to bottom. No matter how solid the foundation, there were always weaknesses. But it was different with the Xuantian Dao sect. This time, the attitude of the Xuantian Dao sect was clear. Long Chen's position was no lower than Li Tianxuan's in the Xuantian Dao sect. Becoming enemies with Long Chen was becoming enemies with the Xuantian Dao sect. Thus, trying to drive a wedge between them was impossible. With the Life Star experts leaving, the disciples of the Xuantian Dao sect let out heaven-shaking cheering. This victory belonged to all of them. Furthermore, Long Chen had finally reappeared. All the disciples cheered and surrounded Long Chen, like stars surrounding the moon. They shouted until their throats were sore. Their gazes were fanatical. Li Tianxuan had concealed the truth so well that everyone in the Xuantian Dao sect had been worried for Long Chen. They were aware that the Xuantian Dao sect had been searching everywhere for medicine, and with the people provoking them right outside their door, a shadow had been cast over the sect. However, today, Long Chen had reappeared, healthier than ever. Fighting against two peak heavenly geniuses, he had even managed to kill one. That made these disciples so excited that they didn't even know what to do. They could only cheer crazily to express their emotions. Meng Qi and Tang Wan were filled with pride. This man who was revered as a god was the one they loved. Long Chen also felt emotional. He greeted these disciples as best as he could. In truth, no one in the world was completely good or completely bad. Each person's heart had a dark side. But some people could suppress that side, and some couldn't. The most terrifying thing was for a person to be corrupted by their dark side without even realizing it. They would feel that what they were doing was correct, that they were right, and that no matter how vile their actions were, they wouldn't need to feel any guilt. Back when he had first arrived at the Xuantian Dao sect, he had disliked this place. People were scheming against each other every day. Yet today, through the 9-star hegemon body art, he could sense everyone's emotions. Everyone here had absolute trust in him. Perhaps only trust could give birth to belief, and once a person had a belief, it would form a guide for them. People without any belief would have no bottom line and be easily drawn into depravity. That was terrifying. However, if their faith was wrong, it would be even more terrifying. They would become crazy people filled with bigotry. On one hand, there were the Wine God Palace's disciples who believed in their wine god and that the wine Dao could lead them to the heavenly Daos. They lived leisurely without any struggles. There was also the Huayan sect's disciples. Their faith was in the wealth god, and they believed that the business Dao could lead them to the heavenly Daos. Using their wealth, they could get rid of hunger and pain. They lived as businessmen, and so they treated their customers well. They also helped out countless poor people. One of them detached themselves from the rest of the world, while one was intricately connected with the world. But in the end, what they pursued was the wealth of the mind and of the heart. They spread their happiness to others. On the other hand, there were the corrupt path and the bloodkill hall. The corrupt path believed that the weak were prey to the strong, and that the weak could be slaughtered at will. Their version of the heavenly Daos was one where only the strong would survive. The bloodkill hall wasn't much better, focusing on their assassination Dao. They believed that every person in the world had sins that made it so they could kill them without any guilt. Killing people simply reduced the sin in the world. They were the servants of the killing god, and were carrying out their divine mission. In truth, each belief had its own principles and justifications. They were all paths that pursued the heavenly Daos. However, the path to the heavenly Daos was built on the human Dao, on the mortal Dao, as a foundation. The goal was for the heavens and man to be one. Otherwise, cultivation wouldn't begin with the body. There would be no qi condensation, blood condensation, tendon transformation, bone forging, meridian opening. The concept of building up Hautian power to step into the Shantian realm wouldn't exist. Since it was a process of constant evolution, then the point was to undergo constant changes without losing touch with the source. What changed was just the outside, but not the heart. Through cultivation, a person became stronger. But no matter how powerful they became, no matter how many magical arts they mastered, no matter what heights they reached, their innate character was something that shouldn't change. For example, mankind should treasure family, friends, and love. The foundation of how to conduct oneself was rooted in humbleness, righteousness, bravery, dedication, etc. Yet, many people's desires grew along with their martial power. They became arrogant and prejudiced. It was like a dynasty ruled by a royal family. The dynasty started in the hands of a wise ruler and was destroyed in the hands of a corrupt ruler. That was because they became too arrogant, believing themselves to be an omnipotent god. In the end, the foundation that had given them what they had, was destroyed. Without the human Tao, where would the heavenly Taos come from? If you couldn't even be a proper person, how could you cultivate the heavenly Taos? That was why Long Chen didn't believe in any god. Some beliefs were wrong, so he wouldn't believe in them. Some beliefs were correct, but they didn't suit him. He had to walk his own path. Well done, Long Chen. When Long Chen walked into the inner sect plaza, Li Tianxuan, Lu Kang, and the tower department head were already standing at the center. Many thanks for your praise. If you praise me for a few more hours, I'll be even happier. Long Chen bowed, but that naughty smile was completely improper. Perhaps only Long Chen would dare to speak to the Zan master like this in the Xuantian Dao sect. However, Li Tianxuan was already used to the fact that this little fellow liked to speak without restraint, so he wasn't offended. Instead, it made them seem even closer. Long Chen truly viewed the Zan master as a family elder, not a sect leader. The latter was a professional title, while the former seemed more intimate. Li Tianxuan smiled and nodded. He had all the disciples go back and rest for now. Then he brought Long Chen to the peak of the Xuantian Tower alone. Not bad, you've managed to remove the curse. It seems you've already obtained the second volume of the Nirvana scripture. And I heard you flip the entire Pill Valley on its head. The name of Master Long San is shaking the entire world. Let me hear your marvelous story. Ah, it was just me blindly messing around. It's not even worth telling, said Long Chen bashfully. Although that was what came out of his mouth, his hands were already starting to gesture enthusiastically. Chapter 1391 The Xuantian Tower's Warning. Hearing Long Chen's story, even Li Tianxuan felt his heart pounding in shock. Although he had heard the recent news about Pill Valley, the rumors and stories that came through the grapevine could not compare to the truth spoken by one who had not only personally witnessed it, but also been in the middle of it. Lord Brahma and fallen Daynite are the gods Pill Valley believes in. Lord Brahma is the god of controlling fire, while fallen Daynite is the god of forging furnaces. Flames and pill furnaces are two must-haves for alchemy. Rumor has it that all of Pill Valley was built around their inheritances. As for the Valley Master, for him to suppress the Aldeval monster, he had to have used the gods' power. As expected, Pill Valley is as unfathomable as always, sighed Li Tianxuan. Long Chen wasn't just telling him his story. He also revealed many battle scenes he had recorded on photographic jades. When Li Tianxuan had seen the Aldeval monster, he had jumped in shock. That monster was absolutely terrifying. For Long Chen to be able to survive such an encounter, it could be said that as usual, his luck was heaven-defying. One god's inheritance is flame arts, and the other's is forging arts. Then what about the actual alchemy arts? Asked Long Chen. If you don't know after muddling around in Pill Valley for so long, how would I know? Li Tianxuan couldn't help but smile. I went through countless tomes in Pill Valley, but I didn't see any information about those two fellows or any of the secrets behind Pill Valley's history, said Long Chen helplessly. Perhaps it was simply that he hadn't been qualified to learn such things. If Li Tianxuan hadn't mentioned it now, he wouldn't have even known about the background of Lord Brahma and fallen Daynite. So fallen Daynite specialized in forging alchemy tools. It was no wonder his statue had held a pill furnace. However, Lord Brahma was even more amazing. All flame magical arts were his inheritance. Long Chen regretted having left Pill Valley so early. He hadn't learned their true skills. Back when he had fought against Ku Dazhong, Dan Yangzhu, Kan Dongs, and Zhang Zijin, they had used many powerful techniques that he had never seen before. Clearly, the flame magical arts he had managed to learn in Pill Valley were nothing to them. Zan Master, that Aldeval monster repeatedly said that Lord Brahma used the Aldeval race, and that he was a traitor who betrayed his master. Do you know what he was talking about? Asked Long Chen. This was still a mystery to him, so he asked Li Tianxuan, whom he had to prostrate toward when it came to wisdom. It would be best if you didn't discuss things relating to gods. Before Li Tianxuan could say anything, the Xuantian Tower's voice rang out. Long Chen, although it looks like your trip to Pill Valley went very smoothly, the truth is that you have already invoked karma. You have to be careful. When mortals end up involved with gods, they are infected by karma, and that karma will always settle its debts during heavenly tribulation, said the Xuantian Tower. People aren't being alarmists when they say that man and God are blocked off from each other by the heavenly Taos. You shouldn't randomly discuss gods, or the karma will cause divine lightning to fall during your next tribulation. In the end, mortals aren't able to resist divine lightning. And it's not just you, Long Chen. Li Tianxuan, you've reached the peak of life star and have touched the next barrier. If you are infected by karma, you'll definitely die during your next tribulation. The Xuantian Tower's voice was extremely grave. Divine lightning, Long Chen gulped. He was doomed. He had a premonition that his next lightning tribulation would be far more dangerous than any before. This was a feeling that came from the 9-star hegemon body art. It seemed that he would definitely encounter divine lightning next time, so the Xuantian Tower had been helping Long Chen out by not mentioning gods to him before. But now, it was already too late. He felt like the heavenly Daos had already locked onto him. They were just waiting for their chance. Zan Master, I have a request. Long Chen suddenly clenched his teeth and took out a dragon-shaped jade pendant. Do you know the origin of this jade pendant? 9-line soul-calming jade? No, that's not right. This dragon shape, it's... Li Tianxuan's expression suddenly changed. We know its origin, but it would be best if you didn't learn it yet. By the time you reach that level, you will naturally learn of it. The Xuantian Tower cut off Li Tianxuan once more. Li Tianxuan's expression was bewildered, but he didn't say anything. He simply handed the jade pendant back to Long Chen. Long Chen, this jade pendant's origin is even more complex than you imagine. It can be used as a summoning transportation formation, but it would be best if you never used it. As for why, you should think about it yourself, said the Xuantian Tower. Long Chen's heart pounded wildly. It seemed that the Xuantian Tower had realized something and was warning him. Many thanks. Then I'll take my leave. Long Chen knew that there was no point in asking any more questions, so he directly left. Seeing Long Chen's parting figure, an unprecedented grave expression appeared on Li Tianxuan's face. When he first arrived, Lu Kang said that he had a 9-line soul-calming jade. I thought that he might have been some fallen genius from a powerful family, but only now do I realize that I was wrong. The shape of the dragon, it's a coiling dragon. That's the specific mark of that existence, sighed Li Tianxuan. There's nothing strange about it. Back when he used Future Lake to see his past, I learned of his origin, said the Xuantian Tower. Then why didn't you warn me? Li Tianxuan grumbled. Why would I warn you? Even if you knew, would you have changed your plans? Retorted the Xuantian Tower. I guess not. Then don't worry about it. No matter what his origin is, you would have bet everything on him. Furthermore, I really look favorably on you and your decision, said the Xuantian Tower. Many thanks for your support. Li Tianxuan was grateful. Without the Xuantian Tower's support, he wouldn't have dared to act so brazenly. He would be worried his master would kill him once he came out of seclusion. But now he had a reliable backer. I have no choice but to support you. The heavenly Daos and the lines of fate, they've become chaotic. The future is no longer clear. The chi flow of the world is surging. Heavenly geniuses will rise one after another, and the world will definitely enter a glorious era in just 100 years. But that's the herald of a world-shaking tribulation. It's also what people call the final radiance of the setting sun. Is it really so grave? Asked Li Tianxuan. Although he had also felt the change in the world, in the end, part of the heavenly Daos was that the world had to go through a cycle. Trees grew and withered. A cycle of prosperity and decline was completely normal. However, the Xuantian Tower's words were a bit frightening. Li Tianxuan knew that the Xuantian Tower wouldn't give such a warning just to scare him. It's even graver than you think. Although I didn't experience that battle of the immortal era, my premonition is that the upcoming tribulation won't be any less fierce than that battle, said the Xuantian Tower. Li Tianxuan's heart shook. Legend said that the martial heaven continent's 5 parts, the eastern wasteland, western desert, southern sea, northern source, and central plains had all been the same size at first. That had been a golden age for the martial heaven continent. People flourished, while gods and immortals were abundant. Yet, for some unknown reason, after a huge battle where the heavens collapsed and the earth fell, the very world had changed shape to its current state. It was said that the 5 great divine items had all appeared and joined forces, but it was unknown who their opponents were. Now there were many different stories. Some said that their enemies were demons, some said that they were devils, and some said that they were gods. That era had occurred so long ago that there was no way to research anything about it. But that huge battle had almost destroyed the entire continent. Because that time was rumored to have been a time of gods and immortals, it was called the Immortal Era. After an unknown number of years, the continent gradually recovered. Although it couldn't compare to its former glory, it had still been a glorious era with heavenly geniuses soaring and hundreds of philosophies of the Tao emerging. The Xianxia Tower, heaven-splitting battle sect, heaven-suppressing magic sect, and other sects like them had only risen during that time after the immortal era. It was another glorious era. However, when that era reached its peak, another tribulation suddenly descended. Countless lifeforms from other worlds broke through the barrier between worlds and attacked. The martial heaven continent's experts had fought back, and under the lead of sovereign-class experts, they managed to repel them. That battle had been incredibly bitter. Mountains of corpses and rivers of blood had formed. There had been so much slaughter that the sky had turned dim. Although they had won that battle in the end, almost all the continent's experts had been slain. Many extremely powerful sects were annihilated and had their inheritance fully severed. Some sects relied on their powerful foundations to survive, but lost most of their inheritance. That bloody time had been called the Dark Era. The Xianxia Tower had participated in that battle. However, it didn't say that this upcoming tribulation would be like that Dark Era, instead it brought up the battle at the end of the Immortal Era. Clearly, it thought that when the tribulation came, it would very likely mark the end of the martial heaven continent. Li Tianxuan now understood why the Xianxia Tower would support him like this. It was because it could see the end coming. That was what made Li Tianxuan feel the most fear. Don't feel pressured. If this world really is destined to die, it means its fate has simply come to an end. No matter how hard you try, it would be meaningless. But if the continent still has some fate left, there will definitely be some variables appearing to save it. The lines of fate are a complete mess now. That means the martial heaven continent also knows that it's in a fight for its life. Heavenly geniuses will spring up like bamboo after the rain. During such an era, countless demon-class geniuses will rise to stand above the rest. We will enter an era of legends. As for whether those monstrous geniuses will be able to change the fate of the continent, it'll be up to the will of the heavens. That's why you don't need to feel any pressure. Just do what you want. This is the final stand of the Xianxia Dao sect and the final stand of the martial heaven continent. The Xianxia Tower's voice resounded throughout Li Tianxuan's mind. He nodded and brushed aside all his worries. Chapter 1392 Preparing to Forge Items. News that Long Chen had fought against Luo Minghao and Bloodkill 9 at the same time resounded throughout the eastern Zan region. Most shocking of all was that of those two heavenly geniuses, one was slain and the other was sent fleeing. Despite being struck by the corrupt path's underworld soul ghost curse, Long Chen hadn't died. Instead, he had advanced to the Jade Core realm and his power had risen explosively. He won even 1 against 2. If Bloodkill 9 hadn't had an ancestral item to protect him, he wouldn't have been able to escape his death either. At the same time, Long Chen's ruthlessness enraged countless sects. Their strongest Jade Core disciples had all been killed by Long Chen. They had lost a whole generation of geniuses. They went to demand justice from Pill Valley, wanting their Pill Tower to teach the Xianxia Dao sect a lesson. Last time when Zhou Tianxiang had led them to the Xianxia Dao sect and their Life Star experts had been killed, they had received a large amount of compensation that had drawn Pill Valley closer to their side. This time, they had suffered huge losses because they had been currying favor with Pill Valley. They had to stand up for them. However, they hadn't expected that the Eastern Zan region's Pill Tower had changed masters. The new Tower Master was from the conservative faction. As a result, the door was slammed in the face of these experts. They didn't even get a single pill as compensation. Now those sects were dumbfounded. Last time, the Pill Tower had been so generous. But this time, they were a cheapskate that wouldn't even give them a copper coin. These experts could only clench their teeth and return to their sects. They had to accept a fact. Pill Valley had been flipped on its head. This was because of Master Long San. The radical faction had been completely suppressed. Although the Valley Master had said that he would put them in their place once he came out of seclusion, they were like death row inmates. They only quietly waited for execution. Although they knew that the Valley Master wouldn't kill them, they would at least be losing a layer of their skin. They were so busy acting obedient that they didn't have time to bother with anything else. With Pill Valley giving in, a storm of protest erupted in the eastern Zan region. The Xianxia Dao sect was too domineering. Long Chen had killed so many people, and yet no one dared to do anything to them. Even the ancient races and the ancient family alliance didn't make a sound, let alone try to punish the Xianxia Dao sect. The Xianxia Dao sect's attitude was obvious. They were rising, and anyone who dared to try stopping them would be viewed as mortal enemies. Even an existence as powerful as Pill Valley had retreated, not willing to provoke the Xuantian Dao sect. It seemed even with their power, destroying the Xuantian Dao sect would come at a huge price. This was especially true with how Master Long San had half destroyed Pill Valley. Pill Valley didn't want to do anything, while the ancient races and ancient family alliance also didn't want to take any risks without getting anything in return. Although they were also enormous existences, they weren't completely united. Right now, the Xuantian Dao sect was like a madman. No matter who went against them, the Xuantian Dao sect would launch the craziest, fiercest attack. With the Xuantian Tower and Reincarnation Mirror backing them, no one dared to take the risk. Most importantly, even if they did destroy the Xuantian Dao sect, so what? Without any benefits, there was no way to unite enough people to attack them. Battle needed a goal, and as long as there was a goal, they could make up any other excuses as to why they had to fight. But without any profit, no one would be willing to try consuming a hard bone like the Xuantian Dao sect. Their teeth weren't strong enough for it. Although the Xuantian Dao sect had declined, they had the Reincarnation Mirror and the Xuantian Tower. This was their foundation that made it so others didn't dare to act rashly. As for the sects that had maintained a neutral position because of the Huayan sect, they were rejoicing inside now. After weighing the pros and cons, they had decided to not offend anyone and just watch as things developed. It was because they had been so cautious that they had saved a generation of their disciples. Otherwise, if they had sent people there, they would definitely have died. The battle in front of the Xuantian Dao sect had been recorded, and photographic jades quickly spread throughout the eastern Zan region. Everyone saw how terrifying Long Chen was. People said that as long as they didn't encounter any powerful opponents, the Xuantian Dao sect would become the eastern Zan region's strongest sect in less than a decade. However, some people had their suspicions. On that day, Long Chen hadn't come out from within the Xuantian Dao sect, but had arrived from outside the sect. People quickly guessed that Long Chen hadn't been in the Xuantian Dao sect the entire time. The Xuantian Dao sect had simply misled them to draw their attention. Then what had Long Chen been doing during this time? Who had helped him remove the curse? Just as these questions began to pop up, news came from the Grand Sha ancient nation. People said that they had seen Long Chen in the Wine God Palace. Once this news spread, everyone came to an understanding. Considering Long Chen's close relationship with the Wine God Palace, it was clear that he had gone to them to remove the curse. Once they thought of this, they realized there was only one person who was capable of removing this curse, which even the Xuantian Tower couldn't suppress. It had to have been the Wine God Palace's high priest. The high priest's position was transcendental. His position was just as high as Pill Valley's master. As he couldn't personally go to the Xuantian Dao sect to help Long Chen had to have gone to him. While Long Chen was gone, Li Tianxuan had intentionally acted nervous to draw everyone's attention. It was to cover Long Chen, while he stealthily went to the Wine God Palace. Very quickly, the Wine God Palace also sent out word that Long Chen had been in the Wine God Palace this entire time. He had been secluded in the High Priest's palace. As for why the High Priest would personally remove the curse for Long Chen, no one knew. Naturally, this was all prepared by Long Chen. When he had been in the eastern Zan city, he had gone to the Huayan sect and written a letter for them to give to the Wine God Palace's two xianxia. With the Wine God Palace testifying for him, no one would suspect that he was Master Long San. Upon returning to the Xuantian Dao sect, Long Chen finally had a few carefree days. He truly felt the Xuantian Dao sect to be his home now. He passed his days with Meng Qi, Tang Wan and the others. After relaxing for a few days, he called Guo Ran to his room. "Boss, do you have good stuff for me?" Guo Ran's eyes immediately began to shine. After following Long Chen for so many years, he understood him the best. "Are you able to use this thing?" Long Chen tossed a fiery red crystal to Guo Ran. "Heavens, this is a divine flame crystal." Guo Ran's eyes almost popped out. His forging arts had reached an extremely high level, and he had studied many rare ores and materials. He immediately recognized the divine flame crystal. "Can you use it?" "Yes, definitely. This divine flame crystal can be used to forge ancestral items. It just so happens that I've been studying how to forge ancestral items during this time, but I just haven't had the materials. I should be able to refine this divine flame crystal into the arrowhead of a supreme exploding arrow. Its power might not be on the level of an ancestral item's detonation, but as long as it's used when they don't expect it, it should be no problem for it to kill a Life Star expert, said Guo Ran excitedly. Killing Life Star experts is meaningless. I want to know if you can forge it into armor or weapons. Long Chen shook his head. He wasn't interested in killing Life Star experts. Boss, if you put it like this, just how many of them do you have? First answer my question, can you do it? This was what Long Chen wanted to know. Could he forge ancestral items or not? Yes, I definitely can do it. Boss, I can do it. How many divine flame crystals do you have? Guo Ran's eyes blazed with anticipation. Don't worry, there'll be enough divine flame crystals for you to use. I want to equip every warrior of the Dragonblood Legion with a set of armor and a matching weapon, said Long Chen. You want to equip them all? Gasped Guo Ran. The Dragonblood Legion had over 13,000 members. That would mean 13,000 sets of armor and 13,000 weapons, all on the ancestral item level. That was essentially impossible. Originally, Guo Ran had thought he would just be equipping the captain class fighters. Giving each one of them an ancestral item would definitely be badass. But Long Chen wanted to equip every single person. That was too crazy. Close your jaw, I can see your stomach. Can you do it or not? Demanded Long Chen. Boss, to tell the truth, although I'm a genius and incredibly smart, hardworking and dedicated, one might say a generation's leader. Get to the point, interrupted Long Chen. Cough, well, I haven't forged ancestral items before, and these divine flame crystals have fire attributes. It's my first time coming into contact with such material. Although I'll definitely be able to forge them, there will be a few failed creations at the start. Guo Ran relied on himself to comprehend the ethereal crafting secret record. It was a tome that came from the immortal era, and it was incredibly difficult to understand. Although he had managed to learn quite a bit, and he thought he was around the level to start forging ancestral items, the forging Dao was also a grand Dao, and there were countless techniques. As he tested things, he would definitely waste a few materials. The materials for ancestral items were incredibly precious. Even wasting just a bit would make his heart bleed. You really say a lot of nonsense. It's fine as long as you can forge them in the end. Here, I'll give you one portion for now, and you practice with it. Once you succeed in mastering this, we can research other possibilities. Long Chen tossed a spatial ring to Guo Ran. When Guo Ran looked inside the spatial ring, he almost dropped it. There were hundreds of thousands of divine flame crystals. Boss, I'm going into seclusion. Just wait for the good news. Guo Ran vanished like a wisp of smoke. Long Chen knew that with Guo Ran's passion for forging, he would be working without caring about sleep or food. That was one of Guo Ran's good points. However, Long Chen didn't have particularly high hopes this time. Ancestral items weren't so easy to forge, but at least trying was necessary. After Guo Ran left, Long Chen also went into seclusion. Taking out a portion of the Aldeval monster's essence blood, he began to refine pills. Chapter 1393 Dragon Tiger Body Tempering Pill. An illusory figure charged out of the blazing dragon cauldron and attacked Long Chen. It was a 3-meter-long devil beast. Bang! Long Chen's fist blew it back, but it didn't explode. Instead, it roared and black chi condensed in front of it, transforming into a black blade that slashed at Long Chen. Bang! 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 Long Chen blocked it 3 times and was forced back. He was shocked to find that its power was extremely bizarre, capable of instantly killing ordinary Jade Core disciples. Pipe down. The medicinal energy's going to be completely wasted. Long Chen's fist began to glow, and his punch blew the illusory figure apart this time. It dissipated, revealing a giant pill the size of a baby's fist floating in the air. This was a Dragon Tiger Body Tempering Pill, an extremely bizarre pill as it didn't have any set tier. It could be considered a 5th-tier medicinal pill at its lowest level, but it had no upper limit. The higher the quality of the ingredients, the greater the medicinal energy. Normally, its main ingredients were the earth dragon and the leopard-striped white tiger's essence blood. However, now Long Chen was refining it with the Aldeval monster's essence blood. Although Long Chen split 1 drop of its essence blood into 10 before refining the pills, each pill still contained a frightening amount of berserk energy. This particular pill is probably only suitable for Ji Yuyong, muttered Long Chen. If someone else consumed this top-grade giant pill, they would instantly explode. Only Ji Yuyong would be able to survive the ordeal. Looks like I still underestimated the power of its essence blood. I'll have to split each drop into 100 for it to work. Long Chen split the essence blood once more, only merging 1/100th of a single drop of its essence blood into his pills. This time, he refined 9 top-grade normal pills. The energy in giant pills was too great and was unsuitable for the Dragonblood warriors. With the blazing dragon cauldron and Huolong's assistance, he didn't have to refine any more. They could do it on their own. Huolong had it easy. It just used a single split body to refine pills with the blazing dragon cauldron. The rest of its bodies were absorbing the energy in the divine flame crystals. Now Long Chen focused on consuming the divine gate pills. The blazing dragon cauldron's efforts had resulted in a small mountain of divine gate pills, so Long Chen had to get to work. On this day, Long Chen started to constantly consume medicinal pills by the handful. He calculated that he had to be eating over 10,000 divine gate pills each day, and each one of them was a top-grade 9th tier pill. Without the primal chaos space that allowed him to have an infinite amount of ingredients, he'd have bankrupted a sect like the Xuantian Dao sect in less than a month. Normally, only soul transformation alchemists could refine 9th tier medicinal pills. And amongst those people, only a 10th had the possibility of refining top-grade 9th tier pills. To refine top-grade medicinal pills didn't just require great skill. It required a certain amount of luck. Being able to refine a single top-grade pill out of 100 furnaces was not bad. Any top-grade pills that they did refine would normally be stored by the alchemist as part of their personal collection. To them, they were treasures bestowed by the heavens, and they were symbols of their glory. That was why top-grade 9th tier pills were basically priceless treasures on the marketplace. You wouldn't necessarily be able to buy one no matter how much money you had. Yet, Long Chen was consuming such precious treasures like candy. If the world learned of this, it would definitely make countless alchemists faint. Some people would die from fright, some would die from the pain of having so many top-grade 9th tier pills disappearing from the world, and some would die from rage. As Long Chen crazily consumed pills, the small dot of light in the middle of the vortex in front of his divine gate gradually changed. It seemed to be going from gaseous to liquid, and then it went from liquid to solid. At that time, the core of the star was completed. As the divine gate star strengthened, Long Chen clearly felt the connection between it and the Feng Fu, Aliath, Life Fate, and Enlightenment Palace stars. He felt that the divine gate star was sharing its power with the other 4 stars. Those 4 stars were also transforming. The 5 stars were growing as one. It was no wonder it was taking so long for the divine gate star to advance. It was advancing while bringing the other 4 stars along with it. That made Long Chen feel even more anticipation for the day it was fully condensed. He could clearly feel his body going through some kind of transformation. The most obvious change was that the chi seas below his 4 stars were continuously growing stronger. His spiritual yuan was growing more abundant. That was also what excited him the most. Both Starfall and the 5th form of Split the Heavens were huge moves that sucked up the majority of his spiritual yuan. During the battle, he would have to choose between using one or the other. But as his 4 chi seas grew stronger, then adding on the spiritual yuan in his 108,000 stars, he would be able to consecutively unleash his ultimate moves. Thinking of that, he felt an indescribable excitement. Before this, he had always had to be careful when fighting, making sure to get the most out of every bit of his spiritual yuan. However, it seemed that with the growth of the divine gate star, he would be able to luxuriously spend his energy when fighting. Each fight with a rank 9 celestial was extremely taxing for him. Their manifestations constantly absorbed energy from heaven and earth to replenish their own usage. On the other hand, the world rejected him. He had to use the divine ring to force the world to give him its spiritual yuan. Now he didn't need to rely on heaven or earth. He could rely on himself. The only thing he could count on was the 9-star hegemon body art. 3 days later, he had refined plenty of dragon tiger body tempering pills and came out of seclusion. Minus the ones for the Dragonblood Legion, there were still over 1,000 left for the Xuantian Dao sect. These pills could definitely be passed down as treasures. When Li Tianxuan received over 1,000 top-grade 9th tier pills from Long Chen, he involuntarily jumped in shock. Long Chen had given him plenty of medicinal pills before this as well, but he knew that those pills had been plundered from Pill Valley. They couldn't see the light of day, and when given to disciples, they had to be consumed stealthily. Now, there were over 1,000 dragon tiger body tempering pills, and they had clearly just been refined. In other words, Long Chen had personally refined all of them. Li Tianxuan had decided not to bother or ask about Long Chen's power. Although he had known that Long Chen was very skilled in alchemy, he hadn't expected his skills to be so monstrous. When handing the pills over, Long Chen asked Li Tianxuan to bring him to where Wild was sleeping. That was within the Xuantian Tower, and it was definitely safe. A pool of blood appeared beside Wild. Long Chen had brought over all the remaining essence blood of the Aldevil monster. It filled a 3,000-meter pool, and he tossed Wild in. The large cocoon around Wild began to slowly absorb the essence blood. This essence blood is comparable to the essence blood of a rank 12 magical beast. For Wild to be able to absorb it directly, he truly is terrifying, said Li Tianxuan with shock as he saw the cocoon absorb this powerful essence blood. Zan Master, how many ranks do magical beasts have? Asked Long Chen. 13. It's the same as human cultivators. After 13 levels, the next step is ascending and becoming a god or immortal. However, becoming a god or immortal lies only in legend. In fact, whether or not people can reach the 13th level is a mystery, said Li Tianxuan. 13. Long Chen suddenly had a thought. He had 13 heaven stages in each realm. Could it be? Just at this moment, the blood pool began to bubble. A whirlpool appeared, and the blood began to rapidly fall. In just a few breaths, the blood was all absorbed into Wild's cocoon. He absorbed it all at once. Long Chen was stunned. All the pills he had refined had used just 2 to 3% of all the essence blood. His original plan was for Wild to absorb as much as he could and then Long Chen would save the rest of the essence blood. After all, it might be useful in the future. But he had really overthought it. After absorbing all this essence blood, silver runes appeared on the cocoon. Those runes quickly hardened, forming a seemingly metallic outer case. It was like a giant ball had enveloped Wild. The barbarian race really is terrifying. He required all this essence blood to store up enough energy for his metamorphosis. If you hadn't brought this essence blood, his metamorphosis would have probably taken thousands or even tens of thousands of years, gasped Li Tianxuan. The barbarian race only existed in legend, and no one truly understood them. Now that Wild was in an egg-like ball, it meant that he was finally undergoing his metamorphosis. Once he awoke, he would be like a butterfly. It was unknown what kind of form he would take. Long Chen was startled and delighted. This was a good thing. The stronger Wild was, the better. He left the Xuantian Tower and gathered all the Dragonblood Legion. Good brothers should share their fortune, medicine should be eaten together. Chapter 1394 Painful Advancement. There was a large open space in the back of the Xuantian Tower. This had originally been the core plaza of the Xuantian Dao sect, but after it had declined, this region had simply wasted away. However, it had been reopened recently. This region was given to the Dragonblood Legion to use. Now, all the Dragonblood warriors were gathered. There were also the people close to the Dragonblood Legion, Hua Xiu, Wang Zhen, Zhao Zian, Mu Qingshan, Su Mo, and the others. Tang Wan'er had brought up whether Long Chen wanted to bring them into the Dragonblood Legion, but he hadn't done so. The Dragonblood Legion was going to fight through countless bloody battles with him. As his path was filled with towering mountains and plummeting pitfalls, he didn't even know how far he could go. The Xuantian Dao sect had its own destiny, and he needed to leave behind a few powerful protectors for it. As for Hua Xiu and the others, they would be the future pillars of the Xuantian Dao sect. Boss, can we really eat this? Ji Yu Yong was at the front of the Dragonblood Legion. He was holding a giant pill in his hands, and he felt a chill when he sensed the fluctuations coming from it. This pill seemed to possess its own life. It was like a volcano that might erupt at any moment. This was something that could be used as a killer weapon, but he wanted them to consume it. If you can absorb it through your nose, you don't have to eat it, said Long Chen. Ji Yu Yong was speechless. His nose wasn't small, but it wasn't so big that he could use it as a mouth. Ji Yu Yong, are you even a man? A big man like you is afraid of a tiny thing like that. Hurry up and show everyone what to do. You're a captain of the Dragonblood Legion, said Guo Ran disdainfully. Right now, everyone was holding a dragon tiger body tempering pill in their hands. However, they were just holding ordinary top-grade pills, while Ji Yu Yong was holding a giant pill. Guo Ran, you shameless bastard, how about we switch pills? I guarantee I won't even bat an eye when I eat it. Raged Ji Yu Yong. TCH, your pill is bigger than 5 of ours. Boss is giving you special treatment, so you should be grateful. Shouldn't you be crying tears of gratitude? Are you suspecting boss would harm you? Guo Ran had an evil smile. Alright, little brat, I'll remember this. Ji Yu Yang nodded. He knew this fellow's ability at stirring up trouble far surpassed his. He hardened his heart and swallowed his giant pill. In less than a breath's time, Ji Yu Yang's entire body looked like a frog being boiled. His body turned red, and explosive sounds came from it. The bricks inlaid in the ground cracked. Blood began to flow from his pores. Blood also came from his eyes, nose, ears, and mouth. Everyone was shocked. The blood pouring out of Ji Yu Yang contained a huge amount of spiritual yuan. That was his core spiritual yuan. Don't fight it. The Dragon Tiger Body Tempering Pill contains a powerful essence blood that can replace your spirit blood. This is a chance for you to substitute your blood, and at the same time, your body will be tempered by it, making it even stronger, said Long Chen. Ji Yu Yang wasn't listening. He couldn't even hear what Long Chen was saying. He was in too much pain. He let out a heaven-shaking roar that made everyone else jump in shock. Ji Yu Yang's position in the Dragonblood Legion was extremely high. Other than Long Chen and Wild, he was known as the manliest man. With his willpower and toughness, he still had to scream in order to release the sensation of pain. Ji Yu Yang quickly became dyed in blood. Just looking at him gave others chills. Alright, you should all be prepared now. You can consume your pills. Long Chen saw that Ji Yu Yang didn't need any help from him and was able to forcibly withstand the power of the medicinal pill. He nodded with praise and had everyone else follow Ji Yu Yang's lead. Guo Ran, who had previously said such big words, immediately turned green. He hadn't expected the Dragon Tiger Body Tempering Pill to be so terrifying. If even Ji Yu Yang was acting like this, wouldn't he die from the pain? However, everyone else had already popped their pills into their mouths. Even Meng Qi and Tang Wan were no exception. They trusted that Long Chen wouldn't harm them. Brother Guo Ran, are you afraid? Probed one of the wood cultivators. Are you joking? When have I, Guo Ran, ever been afraid? I just feel a bit unwilling to eat something that boss personally refined. Thinking of how boss has worked so hard to raise the Dragonblood Legion, spending so much blood, sweat, and tears, I just feel. Just eat it. Li Qi stuffed the pill into Guo Ran's mouth just as he was trying to drum up sympathy. He then clapped Guo Ran on the back of his neck, causing the pill to go down his throat. As soon as he swallowed it, Guo Ran let out a miserable shriek. He sounded like a pig being slaughtered. Shut up, the medicinal effect hasn't even activated, so what are you shouting for? Long Chen wanted to slap this bastard. Other than showing off, could he not properly cultivate? Guo Ran had just opened his mouth when he turned as pale as paper. Then he turned scarlet as the medicinal effect activated. Once the medicinal effect activated, Guo Ran couldn't scream. He was focusing all his energy on resisting the pain, so much so that he didn't even have the energy to shout. The only things ringing out now were heavy breathing and pained groans. Blood began to leak out of everyone. Meng Qi, Tang Wan, Hua Xiu, Zhao Zian, Mu Qingshan, and the other women were also covered in blood, but they still clenched their teeth and persevered. Don't use your wood energy to resist it, or you won't be able to completely switch out your spirit blood. If your wood energy automatically tries to protect you, you should temporarily seal it, shouted Long Chen suddenly. Under this immense pain, the wood cultivator's spiritual energy was automatically activating to block the essence blood. The Dragon Tiger Body Tempering Pills he had refined for Meng Qi, Mu Qingshan, and the other wood cultivators had had their medicinal energy cut in half. Furthermore, he had added other medicinal ingredients to soften the violent medicinal energy. That way, its effect would erupt slower and give them more time to adjust. After all, their physical bodies were too weak, and they couldn't endure such berserk medicinal energy. As a result, the pills he had refined for them only caused a tenth of the pain the others were feeling. In actuality, the pain level that Meng Qi and the others were enduring was the normal one for the Dragon Tiger Body Tempering Pill. The ones the Dragonblood warriors were consuming had been modified by Long Chen. Not only had he made the medicinal effect ruthless, but he had also increased the pain level by 10 times. What he wanted wasn't just to temper their bodies, but also temper their wills. Although everything was in his control, seeing Meng Qi and Tang Wan covered in blood still made Long Chen feel like needles were stabbing his heart. He wished he could take their place. If the Dragon Tiger Body Tempering Pill was effective on him, he'd eat 10 giant pills and go through this pain with everyone. Right now, each bit of pain they were enduring was increasing their chances of survival in future battles. The pain of the body and the pain of the mind could not compare to the pain of the heart. Back in the Julie secret realm, the scene of Lu Fang'er and Yi Ziqiu dying in front of him had been heart-rendingly painful. There was simply no way to describe it. Right now, each of them was going through a hellish torment. The pain felt like it would never end. It didn't give them any hope. Although it had just been an incense stick's worth of time so far, it felt longer than 10 years for them. They felt like they were on the edge of breaking down. As for Guo Ran, he had only endured for a few breaths before lying on the ground and fainting. That brat's willpower was far too weak, and he couldn't bear this pain. As a result, he triggered his mind's natural defense and fell unconscious. Even after falling unconscious, Guo Ran's body continued to undergo the effects of the Dragon Tiger body tempering pill. It was strengthening his body, however, it was now unable to temper his will. After an incense stick's worth of time, the wood cultivators were unable to endure any longer and fainted. They had surpassed their limits by staying conscious this long, which made Long Chen give them a thumbs up inside. Because women were innately more emotional than men, the pain of the mind was even worse for them. An hour later, Meng Qi and Mu Qingshan also couldn't hold on. Then Hua Xiu, Zhao Ziyan, and the others also began to fall unconscious. After 6 hours, the first Dragonblood warrior collapsed. These 6 hours had felt like 30 years within that endless torment. Unable to see any hope, they had struggled for what had felt like 30 years. That willpower was shocking enough. The first Dragonblood warriors to fall were more accurately the Dragonmark warriors that had joined them in the Central Plains. They were the weakest among them, but after going through so much with them, their willpower had grown much stronger. After 8 hours, only 1,000 warriors of the Dragonblood Legion were still standing, tottering on the verge of collapse. The people that had come from the eastern wasteland were all present amongst these 1,000 people. That even included 5 women like Qing Yu. They were still persevering. Ji Yu Yang suddenly opened his eyes. The Dragon Tiger body tempering pill's effect had finally come to an end. The pain faded. The others also sighed with relief as their hellish torment came to an end. Don't relax too early. You've only gone through half of it. Following this, it's time for you to temper your bodies with lightning, said Long Chen slightly apologetically. Chapter 1395 Peak Power. Lightning tempering. Ji Yu Yang and the others didn't understand. At this time, the warriors that had fallen unconscious began to wake up as the medicinal effect wore off. Lei Long, come out and greet everyone. A sea of lightning suddenly fell from the sky, enveloping all of them. A large lightning dragon floated in the air above everyone. Everyone looked at Lei Long with shock. They sensed its new aura and felt that its pressure was 10 times stronger than the final wave of their last lightning tribulation. They had seen Long Chen's lightning dragon before, but they were shocked that it had grown to such a terrifying level. Lei Long, help them out with their tempering, said Long Chen. Countless lightning runes lit up on Lei Long's body, turning into 30-meter lightning dragons that coiled around each Dragonblood warrior. Everyone was fully awake now. Only one person lay on the ground like a dead dog. However, Lei Long didn't stand on courtesy. A lightning dragon directly wrapped around Guo Ran, and when the thunder force was injected into his body, he immediately yelped. Long Chen's expression darkened, and he cursed, "You shameless bastard, of the entire legion, you were the first to fall. Even the healing sisters lasted twice as long as you. Don't you feel embarrassed to make so much noise? Lei Long, double the thunder force on him." Lei Long was very obedient, and a second lightning dragon coiled around Guo Ran. The double thunder force poured into Guo Ran's body. Today, I'll let everyone see what 2 dragons cooking a pig means. Just keep acting dead. Long Chen laughed sinisterly. Boss, I'm going to die, cried Guo Ran painfully. Don't worry, you won't die. And even if you do, I promise to burn a lot of paper money for you next year. I guarantee you'll have nothing to worry about in the next world, said Long Chen indifferently. Boss, I hate you. Good, I prefer this. It'd be gross if you shouted out that you loved me instead. Long Chen crossed his arms over his chest, completely indifferent to Guo Ran's plight. Guo Ran coughed up a mouthful of blood, but Long Chen refused to be shaken. Guo Ran pleaded, Boss, I'm a forging master, and I don't need to be that strong. Why can't you let me off? Long Chen ignored him. This brat always had countless excuses to get out of pain. Did he not realize that the pain he suffered today would be the foundation for his posing in the future? Each bit of power Guo Ran obtained would improve his posing ability. Although he understood that, he still didn't want to feel any pain. That was why Long Chen ignored his cries and had Lei Long torment him. This fellow's willpower was the weakest of everyone, so he needed extra tempering. As for everyone else, their wills were already extremely firm after the hell they had gone through. Long Chen had Huo Long temper their bodies in the gentlest way, and so they didn't even feel any pain. Instead, it felt very comfortable. Hearing Guo Ran continuously crying, everyone found it funny inside. They knew Long Chen was doing it on purpose. Furthermore, he was truly evil. He intentionally had Lei Long control its power so that Guo Ran couldn't even faint again. Boss, I'm going to go crazy. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha, I'm insane. Guo Ran suddenly laughed crazily. Then congratulations, I heard insane people garner the most fame. Only a crazy mortal can become an immortal. Knight Guo Ran, carry me to new heights of posing, Long Chen laughed mischievously. Tang Wan Hua Xiu, Zhao Zian, and the others all laughed. Meng Qi couldn't help sighing that these two were a couple of clowns. One was as slippery as oil, and one was as evil as could be. They were a perfect fit. As the thunder force continued to pour in, the Dragonblood warriors felt their bodies rapidly strengthening. Even the wood cultivators with extremely weak bodies felt like their bodies were brimming with strength. But the best thing for them was that after the torment of the Dragon Tiger body tempering pill, their spiritual strength had also advanced a level. The Dragon Tiger body tempering pills that Long Chen had refined for them were special, and through strengthening the physical body, it also passively increased spiritual strength. That was why even they were benefiting immensely from this pill. However, their benefits still weren't as great as the Dragonblood warriors who already possessed extremely powerful physical bodies. After consuming the Dragon Tiger body tempering pill and going through this lightning baptism, their physical power was crazily soaring, to the point that even they felt some fear. Ji Yu Yong was the first to finish. With a single punch, the void shuddered. Ji Yu Yong was delighted and shocked. The feeling of being full of energy was splendid. The others also finished their lightning tempering, and they were all happily surprised. They felt like they had gone through a heaven-toppling transformation. A single Dragon Tiger body tempering pill had completely transformed their bodies. At this time, the two lightning dragons around Guo Ran also left him. But he was lying on the ground, twitching, his eyes scarlet. He had entered a crazy state. Long Chen forced Guo Ran's mouth open and stuffed a pill down his throat. Only then did he stop twitching and fall unconscious. Long Chen, don't you think you were a bit too ruthless? Asked Meng Qi. Although Guo Ran was a slippery little fellow, his current appearance was truly pitiable. There's no way around it. If we aren't ruthless enough to ourselves, we won't be able to handle it when our opponents are ruthless to us. Don't worry, once he wakes up and realizes how much stronger he is, he'll run over and grovel while thanking me. Long Chen truly understood Guo Ran far too well. When he felt his new power, he would completely forget about the pain. This new strength would be the foundation of his future posing. Long Chen patted Ji Yu Yong on the shoulder hard. Feeling how strong his body was now, he nodded in praise. The Aldevil monster had truly been powerful. Just a trace of its essence blood was able to strengthen their bodies to unprecedented heights. Boss, do you want to exchange some pointers? Asked Ji Yu Yong suddenly. After his strength explosively grew, he wanted to test himself. All the Dragonblood Legion began to cheer rowdily. They also wanted to know just how much stronger they had grown. Ji Yu Yong was the one with the greatest power in the Dragonblood Legion other than Long Chen and Wild. They cheered excitedly now that he challenged Long Chen. Come, I also want to see how strong you've become. Long Chen smiled. Boss, watch out. Ji Yu Yong didn't stand on courtesy. Retreating, a crackling sound came from his body as his blood chi rose. The manifestation of a rank 8 celestial appeared behind him. Ji Yu Yong seemed to become a furious wild beast. With his power instantly raised to its peak, a booming sound rang out. All the Dragonblood warriors cheered. They felt their hot blood surging and also seemed to enter a battle state. Boom! Ji Yu Yong stamped down, and the ground exploded. Turning into a ray of light, he shot at Long Chen. As he reached the end of his travel, his power had reached its peak. Seeing Ji Yu Yang's punch smashing toward him, Long Chen couldn't be careless. His 108,000 stars circulated, and he slammed his palm forward. Chi waves surged out, sending dirt and dust flying. The ground beneath Long Chen shattered, and he was forced back continuously. As expected of you, Long Chen was amazed. Ji Yu Yang's power was dozens of times greater than before. His full force attack made Long Chen's blood flip inside him. "Boss, don't hold back. Summon your battle armor. My fist is thirsting for a fight," shouted Ji Yu Yang. His robes began to float, and runes circulated around him. His muscles instantly bulged as he used a powerful battle skill. "As you wish." Heaven and earth shook. Ji Yu Yang flew back, rolling like a calabash, and he vomited 3 mouthfuls of blood. The divine ring behind Long Chen and the stars in his eyes that had appeared for just a moment now vanished. He returned to his normal appearance. "Boss, did you have to do that? I just wanted to compete a bit. Did you have to be so serious?" Ji Yu Yang was pulled up by someone. The bones all over his body had cracked, and his internal organs had received quite a shock. The Dragon Tiger body tempering pill is truly powerful. Just now, I didn't hold back, but you only received a light injury that can be instantly healed. You're pretty good, Ji Yu Yang, praised Long Chen. Just now, he hadn't been merciful, but Ji Yu Yang wasn't even heavily injured. He was very powerful now. If he hadn't condensed the Divine Gate Star, he probably wouldn't be a match for Ji Yu Yang in terms of power anymore. Hehe, to be able to block boss's full strength attack, I guess I'm pretty powerful myself. Ji Yu Yang praised himself proudly. Long Chen had always been an unrivaled expert in the same realm. Just how many people were able to block his full strength attack? It truly was something worth being proud of. With everyone's power explosively growing, Long Chen told them not to cultivate for a little while. They should form pairs and drill against each other in battles of physical power so they could get used to their new power. All in all, the Dragonblood Legion had been risen to a new level thanks to the Dragon Tiger body tempering pills. 3 days later, while Long Chen was busy consuming pills, Guo Ran excitedly interrupted him. He hugged him and wanted to kiss him, which resulted in Long Chen kicking him away. "Boss, you really are my beloved boss. Starting today, I, Guo Ran, am unrivaled beneath the heavens. Because I just defeated Ji Yu Yang," shouted Guo Ran excitedly. Chapter 1396 Plotting Strategy. Really? Long Chen was startled. Then he quickly recalled that once Guo Ran put on his armor, his power rose by dozens of times. His power was the lowest amongst the Dragonblood Legion, but by wearing his armor, his power could match those of Ji Yu Yang and the others. Now after the baptism of the Dragon Tiger body tempering pill and Thunder Force, his base power had multiplied by hundreds of times. With the help of his armor, he truly was capable of defeating Ji Yu Yang. "So, do you want to challenge me too?" asked Long Chen. No, I'm not as dumb as Ji Yu Yang. Boss, in my heart, you are a god. This junior wouldn't dare to fight you." A boot-licking smile hung on Guo Ran's face. "Put away your smile, it gives me chills. If you want to say something, just say it." Long Chen shuddered upon seeing Guo Ran's expression. That smile's destructive power was immense. "Boss, I need to create a new set of armor for myself. I've already designed the blueprints, but I want to see if you have any suggestions." Guo Ran took out a sheet of paper covered in symbols. This 3-foot-wide paper had over 10,000 mechanisms written all over it. "I get it, no wonder you're so low-key. Your armor was destroyed in the battle, wasn't it?" demanded Long Chen. "Boss, when it comes to you, my heart is as bright and clear as the sun and moon. I would never challenge you. In my heart, you..." "Alright, I get it. If you keep talking, I'll end up vomiting all my pills. I'll look at your designs." Long Chen hastily waved his hands to cut Guo Ran off. He lowered his head to see the composition of his armor. Although Long Chen didn't understand forging, he had many evil thoughts in his head that made Guo Ran prostrate himself in admiration toward him. When it came to battle experience, no one could surpass Long Chen. In the past, when Guo Ran had forged his armor, there would always be some flaws, and Long Chen would propose some ways to fix them that had benefited Guo Ran greatly. That was why Guo Ran first brought the blueprints to Long Chen this time. "Does your propulsion mechanism really have to be on your butt?" Long Chen asked with a strange expression. Guo Ran helplessly said, "There's no way around it. Whenever I put it on my hands, feet, or wings, it's very difficult to maintain balance. This is the best spot for it." This propulsion mechanism had been giving Guo Ran a headache for years now. Every time he accelerated, it looked like he was farting. It wasn't very becoming. However, only by placing it there could he keep his limbs and wings free. He was able to maintain his balance while not affecting his agility in battle. "This old design of your armor is no longer very useful. Long Chen looked it over and shook his head. What do you mean? Guo Ran was dumbfounded. You're still focusing on wide area destruction with this armor. That's not useful to the current Dragonblood Legion. With this kind of attack style, you won't be able to kill our enemies in one blow. People with the qualifications to be our opponents will definitely be high-ranking Celestials. Injuring them but not killing them is meaningless, said Long Chen. You're right. Guo Ran instantly understood what he was saying. His line of thinking had been too rigid. In the past, in the Eastern Wasteland, to pursue the greatest wide-area destruction had been correct. However, now the Dragonblood Legion's numbers had risen, and the opponents they were facing were powerful heavenly geniuses. He would most probably be fighting one-on-one, only occasionally throwing out area attacks. His area attacks were now ineffective. You can get rid of your 300 area mechanisms. Switch them all for power runes. You only need 5 close-range life-protecting methods in your armor as well. Switch the rest for power runes. You should walk the path of a berserk power fighter, suggested Long Chen. Alright, I'll listen to you, boss. Are those runes on your wings for speed? Why are there so few? I only have 3 speed runes, and even they aren't very high level. I also can't carve them in a more concentrated way or they'll cancel each other's effect. Guo Ran was helpless about it. The majority of the runes he could engrave were for king items. The Xuantian Dao sect didn't specialize in forging items, so king items were their limit. As for the ethereal crafting secret record, Guo Ran had yet to comprehend many of those runes and couldn't add them to his forging. That's no good. With just power and no speed, you won't be able to hit anyone. I'll go ask Zheng Wenlong to get some forging tomes and material for you, said Long Chen. If he wanted Guo Ran to forge ancestral items, he couldn't be stingy. Without going all the way, any money he did put in would just be wasted. Put your personal armor to the side. Let me see your design for the Dragonblood Warrior's armor and weapons, said Long Chen. Long Chen took out 2 pieces of paper. They were much simpler, but they still needed over 1,000 mechanisms. Not bad. You've carved a formation on the armor that lets everyone share their power for offense and defense. It's ingenious, praised Long Chen. Guo Ran was a genius when it came to forging. He knew that the Dragonblood Legion fought as a group. By placing formation runes on each set of armor he forged for them, they would be able to work together easier. Although there were only 2 options for sharing their power, one for a collective attack and one for a collective defense, this was still something Guo Ran had figured out how to do on his own. It was very impressive. I'm planning to use the scale pattern for the armor. The back and heart will be specially protected. Each scale will have a defensive rune on the front, and the back will have an offensive rune linked to their weapons. That way, their weapon and armor will be connected and be able to boost each other's power, explained Guo Ran as he pointed out various parts of the diagram. During the past few days, I tried forging 2 ancestral items. My forging table and hammer are 100% capable of forging ancestral items. They're that strong? Asked Long Chen. Yes, this forging table seems to be a divine item in and of itself. The forging hammer is the same. As my forging skills continuously advance, it's like they're slumbering divine items slowly awakening their abilities. The weight of the forging hammer always suits me perfectly. It's very strange. Now, each time I use them, I always kowtow to them first. I can feel a faint connection to them now, said Guo Ran. His respect for the forging table had only risen. When he mentioned it, his mischievous smile was replaced with a devout expression. Long Chen nodded. It seemed that Guo Ran was someone with a great destiny. The forging table he had pulled out of an ancient tomb in the Julie secret realm had to possess an extremely terrifying history. Forging ancestral items isn't a problem now, but there is one major problem. That's the item spirit. Without an item spirit, an ancestral item can't possibly unleash the power an ancestral item should possess. It will just be like a king item with a bit more energy, said Guo Ran. Ancestral items were nourished by generations of experts. That resulted in a powerful item spirit that could assist the master in unleashing the item's full power. An ancestral item needed an item spirit. That wasn't difficult. Even forging masters who could only refine king items were more than capable of adding an item spirit to a weapon. However, the problem was nourishing that item spirit. That process required centuries. For an ancestral item to reach its peak would require millennia. That was what made them so precious, and it was simply impossible for Guo Ran to do the same in a short period. You just forge them. I'll handle adding the item spirits, said Long Chen. As long as Guo Ran was capable of forging them, it wasn't a problem. Guo Ran didn't disappoint Long Chen. In just 3 days, he brought a scale armor and sword set that were on the level of ancestral items. However, they were still a mock-up and hadn't had any additional runes inscribed on them. Guo Ran was just letting Long Chen see their appearance. If there was no problem, he would start forging them en masse. Over half of the Dragonblood Legion used swords. Long Chen sighed emotionally as he held the sword. Guo Ran was truly a blessing to him. Who would have thought that his forging table would be so amazing that it could even forge ancestral items? The length, width, height, weight, shape, everything about it was very satisfactory. Long Chen told Guo Ran to imprint an image of a divine dragon on the weapons. That would be the mark of the Dragonblood Legion. Since Long Chen was satisfied, Guo Ran quickly finished the armor and sword. They were both fiery red and contained a huge amount of flame energy. That was the result of being forged with divine flame crystals. They possessed a powerful flame attribute, which wasn't suitable for wood or water element cultivators. Fortunately, those two attributes were rather rare, and only a couple hundred of them existed in the Dragonblood Legion. The others could use these. Long Chen put on the armor and wielded the sword, testing their power. As expected, without item spirits, there was no way to unleash the power of ancestral items. Since everything was confirmed, Guo Ran went into seclusion and began to forge the scale armor and swords. Since the materials being used were of the highest quality, the forging table seemed to be receiving some kind of nourishment and seemed to be awakening. That delighted Guo Ran, and he began forging like his life depended on it. As for Long Chen, he sent a letter to Zheng Wenlong. Zheng Wenlong's efficiency was extremely high, and in just 10 days, he had gathered a large pile of forging runes and ancient tomes perfect for Guo Ran's level. He had also brought over a mass of ancestral items, materials. Of course, Long Chen wouldn't let Zheng Wenlong suffer a loss. He directly gave him 1,000 divine flame crystals and one of those giant divine crystals. When Zheng Wenlong saw that giant divine crystal, he was completely dumbfounded. The divine energy within it made it a priceless treasure. Even he didn't possess the qualifications to auction off such a terrifying treasure. Long Chen said that Zheng Wenlong should simply take it and treat it as him paying off all his debts. He trusted the Huayan sect in the way they conducted their business. After sending off Zheng Wenlong, Long Chen went into seclusion. The rest of the Dragonblood Legion also went into seclusion with a pile of medicinal pills that Long Chen had given them. Those were the pills he had plundered from Pill Valley. They had Pill Valley's mark and so they couldn't be sold. They should be used for private consumption. As a result, everyone entered a state of constant medication. Chapter 1397 Portal to the Spirit World. Long Chen, we've managed to get news of Chu Yao. Long Chen was in the midst of eating his food as fast as possible when Meng Qi and Tang Waner came flying into his room. Long Chen spat out the pills accidentally. Then he hastily stuffed them into his mouth and swallowed. Are you serious? Hee, it's true. The Huayan sect's people sent this over. Open it. Tang Waner pushed a jade case into Long Chen's hands. Long Chen's hands trembled. Despite having faced armies of thousands of powerful enemies, he had never been this nervous before. He slowly opened the jade case. Inside, there was a verdant leaf that looked almost crystalline. It emitted boundless life energy. The entire room became filled with life energy. The potted plants Meng Qi had placed in Long Chen's room all began to rapidly grow as they overflowed with vitality. The dragon swims across the 4 oceans, the phoenix flies throughout the 9 lands. Seas of blood may block us, but we will never give up our path. Dragon and phoenix will both live to old age. These 4 lines were on the leaf. This was the promise the two of them had made to each other during the Phoenix Cry Lantern Festival. The first 2 lines were what Chu Yao had summoned the courage to say to express her life for Long Chen while she was stuck in an inescapable cage. The last 2 lines were what Long Chen had sworn in front of all the experts of the capital. Although they contained some of the frivolity of youth, the two of them truly loved each other. Seeing these words, Long Chen's tears almost overflowed. These words were not written on the leaf. Instead, they were the result of the natural vein lines on the leaf. In other words, they had formed when this leaf was born. Although Long Chen didn't know how Chu Yao had managed to do this, just from this small leaf, he could feel how much Chu Yao missed him in her heartfelt feelings. For him, Chu Yao had sacrificed far too much. She had gone all alone into the Central Plains, a foreign world. She had done this despite how much she yearned to be with him. All the case held was this leaf. There was no letter, but Long Chen could already understand Chu Yao's heart. The emotions between them had reached the point that they couldn't be described with words. Meng Qi and Tang Wan'er were both aware of his past with Chu Yao. They exchanged a look, both feeling pity. They had been with Long Chen this entire time. Although it had been dangerous and they had gone through countless battles, they were able to fight alongside Long Chen. They were much more fortunate than Chu Yao. I wonder how big sister Chu Yao is lately. Why hasn't she come to see us? Asked Tang Wan'er. Chu Yao should be in a very critical period and can't come. Otherwise, she'd definitely come and find us. Don't worry, the current Chu Yao is stronger than any of us. Long Chen gently stroked the leaf with a faint smile. He sensed many things from this leaf. Stronger than any one of us. Is she stronger than you? Asked Tang Wan'er with disbelief. At the very least, she's stronger than the current me. Long Chen nodded. This leaf contained a familiar aura. That was an aura he had felt from Pill Valley's Pill Fairy, as well as the illusory music immortal palace's Xian. At the same time, he thought of 4 dislikable figures that had appeared in the immemorial path. When Yu Xiaochen was about to pass her tribulation, those 4 idiots had almost caused her to be killed by her tribulation. In his fury, Long Chen had provoked the heavenly Daos and brought down heavenly punishment. That had ruined those 4's tribulations and scared them off. Could it be that those 4 are also existences on that level? Wondered Long Chen. He felt boundless life energy from this leaf, as well as boundless heavenly Dao energy. Although it was just a single leaf, it seemed to represent the will of the heavens. Its existence broke all the laws around it. Meng Qi, Wan'er, your cultivation bases have pretty much stabilized. You should refine the rank 9 heavenly Dao fruits. As for the remaining 3, hand them to Ji Yuyong, Song Mingyuan, and Li Qi. Guo Ran doesn't have the time. Long Chen handed 5 rank 9 heavenly Dao fruits to them. 4 of them had come from Pill Valley's Ku Dazhong, Dan Yangzhu, Kan Dongs, and Zhang Zijin. Although they had been killed by the Aldevil monster and not him personally, as long as someone died around Long Chen, their heavenly Dao energy would be absorbed by the primal chaos space and condensed into a heavenly Dao fruit. The 5th fruit came from the ancient family alliance's Luo Minghao. He also wasn't killed by Long Chen, but by Meng Qi. That idiot had been so incredibly unbridled that he had completely infuriated Meng Qi. He had spoken so many profanities and insulted Long Chen so much that she hadn't hesitated at all. Wild was sleeping, while Yu Zifeng had been brought away by Ling Yunzi to the Heavenly Sword Gate. But of course, those 2 had special cultivation paths and didn't need the heavenly Dao fruit. Meng Qi and Tang Wan'er weren't surprised when Long Chen brought the rank 9 heavenly Dao fruit out. He had already told them everything that had happened in Pill Valley. However, he had wanted to raise their power before letting them refine the heavenly Dao fruit. The order of priority couldn't be messed up. He also took out plenty of rank 8 and rank 7 heavenly Dao fruits for Meng Qi to distribute. 3 months passed without any disturbance. No one came to find trouble for the Xuantian Dao sect. Pill Valley didn't do anything. Instead, a very unsettling piece of news spread. Problems had occurred in the circulation of pills coming out of Pill Valley, and that shook the entire cultivation world. People quickly managed to investigate the truth. When that Master Long San had plundered Pill Valley, he had taken all their medicinal pills and ingredients. This news threw the cultivation world into a panic. Without medicinal pills, the world would enter chaos. Pill Valley did their best to hide the truth because they hadn't wanted to cause a panic. However, their ability at keeping secrets was far too lacking to succeed in such a venture. Countless sects turned to the Huayan sect who viewed alchemy as a side business. Many sects were afraid of not being able to have their medicinal pill requirements be met by Pill Valley, so they secretly went to buy pills from the Huayan sect. The Huayan sect stock of medicinal pills was quickly bought out, but countless sects were won over by their actions. Even though the demand had been so high, they hadn't inflated the price at all. Therefore, many sects began to sign long-term purchasing contracts with the Huayan sect. The Huayan sect always kept such contracts secret, and there were many measures in place to keep others from learning of them. As a result, the various large sects all formed agreements with the Huayan sect. This way, they would have 2 sources for medicinal pills. This was the best option for them. Even those sects that had been hugging Pill Valley's leg from the start were starting to sway. That was because Pill Valley was hard-pressed, and their interior was still a mess. They couldn't bother with outsiders. These sects, disciples had been killed by Long Chen because they had been currying favor with Pill Valley. However, Pill Valley hadn't given them any compensation. It didn't even say a single word of comfort. Now, even those loyal followers had no choice but to side closer to the Huayan sect. Pill Valley couldn't do anything as the Huayan sect expanded its business into the pill market. Right now, they were doing their utmost to refine more pills to meet the market demand. They could only pick medicinal ingredients from their fields, but some of them took hundreds or thousands of years to mature. Without their previous stock, there was no way for them to meet the demand. All of Pill Valley was in disorder, and they truly hated Master Long San now. The elders and disciples belonging to the radical faction were all repeatedly cursed, but they couldn't even retort. However, after a moment of chaos, the waves passed. After calming down, the sects realized that they had been worrying over nothing. They already possessed a large stock of medicinal pills that could last them for many years. During this time, Pill Valley or the Huayan sect would be constantly trying to resolve this problem. If they couldn't buy medicinal pills, well, others couldn't either. Everyone would be on even playing grounds, so there was no need to panic. This wasn't something that would cause some sects to be wiped out and others to dominate. So there was no need to panic. Everyone could suffer together. The waves caused by the shortage of medicinal pills passed. But another even more shocking piece of news spread throughout the world. The heaven-devouring forest's tree demons had suddenly left this world, leaving behind a huge spatial portal. That portal led to the spirit world. Rumor said that the spirit world possessed countless treasures. Divine springs littered the ground, and just drinking a mouthful of its water could extend a person's longevity by hundreds of years. The continent was rocked. Experts wanted to go adventuring, but this news came too suddenly. It had to be known that the heaven-devouring forest was one of the 7 great forbidden zones. The lifeforms of the forest were even more terrifying than magical beasts. People suspected that it was a trap. However, there was no lack of people who wanted to go on adventures. Some experts finally couldn't help going. The first person was a life star expert, and he was instantly rejected by the spatial portal. His physical body exploded, and only his Yuan spirit escaped. People immediately realized that life star experts could not enter this spatial portal. So a soul transformation expert tested his luck. He was also forced back, but because his cultivation base was lower, he only suffered a light backlash. Finally, Jade Core disciples managed to go through the portal and enter the spirit world. They entered one by one, but none of them returned. Yet, some sects still sent some of their disciples to test their luck. Finally, a disciple managed to return alive. He brought back a shocking piece of news: a huge war was being fought in the spirit world. This news shook the Central Plains. This was the best chance to dredge up some benefits. The righteous path, corrupt path, ancient races, and ancient family alliance sent countless Jade Core geniuses to the spatial portal. As for when Long Chen heard this news, he immediately gathered the Dragonblood Legion. I will finally repay the debt I owe from back then. Chapter 1398 Heading for the Spirit World. Just as Long Chen gathered the Dragonblood Legion, Li Tianxuan came to find him. He gravely warned, "Think carefully about this. That place is like a pool of muddy water. It involves many things." Long Chen was startled. He couldn't figure out what exactly Li Tianxuan was saying. An entrance to the spirit world had been opened, and adventurers had already gone to test their luck. How was it a pool of muddy water? If he said that it was dangerous, that would make sense. But a pool of muddy water? That was dumbfounding. Let him go. The Xuantian Tower's voice rang out. But senior, there's nothing to say. Long Chen is well aware that that place is dangerous. Since he wants to go, it means he has his reasons. Since you've decided to let go, you should let go completely. Li Tianxuan's expression was helpless, while Long Chen's expression was questioning. It seemed they knew something but refused to tell him. Once Long Chen left, Li Tianxuan stood in the Xuantian Tower. The Xuantian Tower's ancient voice rang out once more. From the eastern wasteland to the central plains, Long Chen has never walked the common path. Even if you told him everything, you wouldn't change his decision. Instead, you would simply draw karma to yourself. In my eyes, that is very foolish. But senior, the spirit world involves so many different things. Once Long Chen enters, no one can control Long Chen's fate. No one is qualified to guide him down his path. Since you've chosen to leave the Xuantian Dao sect's fate to him, you should give him free rein. Sometimes speaking is an instinct, while not speaking is the truly wise choice. The Xuantian Tower's voice was completely calm, as if this was an extremely minor affair. Disciple was foolish. Thank you for your guidance. Li Tianxuan took a deep breath. Your concern caused your thoughts to become muddled. You've lost your initial transcendent attitude. When you decided to give the Xuantian Dao sect to Long Chen, you were someone outside the game. But once you left it to him, you became someone inside the game. The viewpoints between the two are immense. People inside the game see a mountain as a mountain, water as water. But people outside the game know a mountain is not just a mountain, and water is not just water. A spark of comprehension appeared in Li Tianxuan's eyes, and he knelt on the ground, respectfully saying, "Many thanks for your guidance, Senior." The Xuantian Tower had been the divine item of the Xuantian Dao sect's patriarch. Even the Zan master had to call themselves disciple in front of it. There's no need to thank me. If you want to thank someone, thank Long Chen, or perhaps the high priest of the wine god palace. It was his wine that allowed your mental realm to rise to an unprecedented height, while I just gave you some slight guidance. You've reached the peak of life star and can enter the netherworld whenever you want. But the Xuantian Dao sect still needs you for now. Your master is at a critical juncture, so you can't attempt to break through. I know. Li Tianxuan nodded. As for Long Chen's matter, don't bother with him. Just keep the attitude of a spectator. The lines of fate are in chaos, and the world is about to change. You are not this era's main character, so being a spectator isn't necessarily something bad, said the Xuantian Tower. Could it be that even if I entered the Nether Passage realm, I still wouldn't be able to play a leading role in this era? Li Tianxuan bitterly smiled. Child, with your talent as an acquired rank 9 celestial who is qualified to attack the Nether Passage realm in just 800 years, you can already count as a genius. However, this stage is not for you. So, just be content as a spectator. Alright, I'll listen to you. I'll be a spectator, said Li Tianxuan helplessly. Li Tianxuan was over 800 years old, but for life star experts, a single round of seclusion might last over 100 years or several hundred years. So, he was actually very young. The other heavenly geniuses in the same generation as him had all slowly fallen or been thrown so far behind that they would never catch up. Recently, he had touched the door to the Nether Passage realm, and so a competitive drive had been ignited in him again. Based on the Xuantian Tower's words, even if he reached that realm, he would still just be a spectator. That was quite the blow. However, the Xuantian Tower was the first-generation patriarch's divine item. Li Tianxuan felt great reverence for it. Then should the reincarnation mirror be sent to escort Long Chen? Asked Li Tianxuan. This time, the Xuantian Tower didn't bother answering. Li Tianxuan couldn't help but blush, and he hastily said, "Disciple knows his mistake." Boss, when did you get such an amazing flying boat? Guo Ran excitedly cried out as he drove the flying boat. This was thousands of times better than any flying boat he had ever driven. The entire Dragonblood Legion was on the flying boat. But this time, Long Chen only brought the Dragonblood Legion. He hadn't brought Wuxia, Zhao Zian, and the others. He had noticed that they were slightly different from the Dragonblood warriors. That was because they had originally been peak heavenly geniuses, and they lacked a kind of determination to press forward even in the face of death. As for the Dragonblood Legion, both the old Dragonblood warriors and the newer Dragonmark warriors had been lacking in talent. The only reason they had been able to climb to their current height was because they had worked as if their lives depended on it. They possessed the resolve to put their lives on the line. As they hadn't been blessed with anything, they weren't afraid of losing it. Geniuses all possessed a feeling of superiority. They were unable to truly maintain the same heart as the Dragonblood Legion. Although they listened to Long Chen's orders, and there was no need to question their loyalty, there was simply something that couldn't be clearly explained lacking within them. Because they were lacking that thing, in the end, they were unable to be one with the Dragonblood Legion. Furthermore, this trip to the spirit world was not a vacation. There would definitely be a bloody slaughter. Thus, Long Chen didn't want to implicate anyone outside the Dragonblood Legion. This trip to the spirit world was to repay his debts. If the expert from the spirit world hadn't bestowed him with the divine life elixir, he'd have long since died. Wild would also have died. And it was unknown just many of the people beside him right now would also be dead. He owed that expert a huge debt. As for the Dragonblood Legion, they were his life and death brothers, so they naturally went with him. He didn't want to draw anyone else into his problems. This flying boat was gifted to me. Long Chen lazily reclined in a chair in the control room. Meng Qi and Tang Wan'er were pouring tea for him, and he received a cup from Meng Qi. Gifted. Who was so nice? Asked Guo Ran. Who knows how many hearts of beauties he seduced this time? Being gifted a single flying boat isn't much. Am I right, Master Long San? Tang Wan'er raised her brows at Long Chen. Her bright eyes were locked onto his, seeming to pierce into his heart. Long Chen almost spat out his tea. Smiling a smile that wasn't a smile, he said, "Girl, with your little bit of spiritual strength, you shouldn't try using spiritual peeping arts on me." He didn't know what she was thinking. She was using her spiritual strength to sense if he was lying, but her spiritual strength wasn't able to do such a thing to him. Scoundrel, stop changing the subject. Speak, did you seduce any beauties this time? Tang Wan'er was embarrassed, and her embarrassment quickly turned into rage. She grabbed Long Chen's collar. Without even thinking about it, I know it definitely happened. If he didn't do such a thing, he wouldn't be the boss, said Guo Ran. Perhaps he was thinking of the pain he had suffered when being tempered by lightning. Long Chen raged, "You just fly the boat. Don't worry boss, with my technique, I can fly with my eyes closed." Sister Wan'er, I'm willing to bet that this time, boss seduced at least 3 beauties on his trip to Pill Valley. If you don't believe me, just keep questioning him. Of course, with boss's calm, just asking isn't useful. Without a bit of torture, he won't speak the truth. So how about this? If it's less than 3, I'll eat this flying boat, promised Guo Ran. Big sister Meng Qi, you come and try. Tang Wan'er kept a tight grip on Long Chen as she called out to Meng Qi. Long Chen clenched his teeth when he saw Guo Ran's pleased expression. It seemed that this little fellow's confidence had inflated. Now he even dared to con his boss. Stop messing around. Long Chen went to Pill Valley for proper things. He wouldn't act as unreasonably as you're saying. Meng Qi shook her head. Meng Qi, thank you for your trust. You really treat me the best. Long Chen was extremely moved. Meng Qi truly was the best. However, I'm very curious, is that pill fairy very beautiful? Meng Qi's beautiful eyes contained a teasing light. The change in subject came so suddenly that Long Chen was caught off guard. He was still filled with gratitude toward her when she pulled the subject right back. Only Meng Qi, Tang Wan'er, Guo Ran, Ji Yuyong, Li Qi, and Song Mingyuan knew about his trip to Pill Valley. The other Dragonblood warriors had no idea. Boss, is that pill fairy really like a real-life fairy? Did you manage to seduce her Aya? Guo Ran turned back with a mischievous smile when he was suddenly slapped by Long Chen. Long Chen's sudden attack caused Meng Qi and Tang Wan'er to let out startled cries. Guo Ran's words were cut off in the middle, and the control mechanism in his hand tilted. The flying boat was in the midst of passing through 2 large mountains, and as a result, it tilted and crashed into one. Boom! A large jag appeared on the mountain, and the flying boat shuddered violently. Fortunately, its defenses automatically activated, and it wasn't damaged. Sorry boss, sorry, I'll properly fly the boat. You guys can chat. Seeing Long Chen's dark expression, Guo Ran hastily turned away, making sure not to say another word. The sound of Ji Yu Yang's cursing rang out from above. The collision just now had been especially aggravating for him and the others. This flying boat was something Long Chen had stolen from Pill Valley, but the outside had already been disguised. The original markings had been removed so that it no longer looked like Pill Valley's flying boat. Just as Tang Wan'er was interrogating Long Chen for details about the Pill Fairy, the flying boat slowly descended to where the heaven-devouring forest had once been. Chapter 1399 Strange. Long Chen could no longer recognize this place. The heaven-devouring forest's towering trees had all vanished. The ground looked like it had been freshly overturned. It was like this entire land had been plowed and was simply left to nature. Wild growth grew everywhere. The flying boat continued forward, but Long Chen was puzzled. The horde of adventurers he had expected to see rushing in this direction never appeared. Although he did see a few, they were sparse and isolated, only in small groups of just several people. What's going on? Why would only so few people come for such a good opportunity? Wondered Tang Wan'er. Is it that it's too dangerous, so they don't dare? Guo Ran was also suspicious. The heaven-devouring forest's name is on the same level as Devil Spirit Mountain, but Devil Spirit Mountain had so many people adventuring inside. It doesn't make sense. Meng Qi shook her head. According to reason, something this huge would have shaken all the Central Plains geniuses, and they would have flocked over. But they didn't see any large groups. Even groups over 10 people were very rare. Seeing how few adventurers there were, Long Chen thought of Li Tianxuan's warning. Was this to say that he knew what was going on with the spirit world? The flying boat quickly reached the spatial portal at the center of this region. From a distance, it looked like the gaping maw of a giant beast that was patiently waiting for its prey to enter. The spatial portal was dozens of miles wide, giving off violent spatial fluctuations. The space around it rippled like water. This was a spatial portal that had existed for countless years, and the spatial channel inside was completely stable. It was like a door to the spirit world. However, this place had been the heart of the heaven-devouring forest and had always been a forbidden land to human cultivators. If the heaven-devouring forest's tree demons hadn't suddenly vanished, no one would have known that there was such a spatial portal here. This spatial portal was opened by the tree demons and was made for them. Human soul transformation experts and above would feel a strong sense of expulsion if they tried to enter, and if they forced it, the spatial backlash would kill them. Long Chen put away the spatial boat. The Dragonblood warriors stood in front of the spatial portal, all of them feeling their spirits rise. Long Chen had said that they were going to return a debt. Long Chen's debt was their debt, and they also wanted to take a look at the legendary spirit world. Long Chen led the way. Meng Qi and Tang Waner followed right behind him, and then the rest of the Dragonblood warriors. Ji Yu Yang and Guo Ran took the rear. Space shook, and the scene in front of Long Chen changed. He saw he was standing on top of a mountain. An endless forest stretched beyond the horizon. "This is the spirit world. What strong life energy fluctuations!" exclaimed Tang Waner. But this air also contains something evil. For Meng Qi, this was her second trip to the spirit world. She could sense that this place was different from the last place they had entered from. Long Chen hadn't even had a chance to completely capture the scenery around him before a blood-red sword slashed toward him from an odd angle. Over 10 other figures appeared with the sword, attacking Long Chen. Wind blades suddenly formed in the air, slicing through those people like flying knives. Tang Waner was now a rank 9 celestial, and her control over wind energy had reached the point that she could control it at will. Even without forming hand seals, she could control the surrounding wind. They're from the corrupt path. Meng Qi was surprised. There were a total of 17 of them, and 16 of them were soul transformation experts. These people were all very weak. They were only rank 3 celestials. But the shocking thing was that they were soul transformation experts. Just how had they entered the spirit world? The rest of the Dragonblood Legion now entered. The first thing they saw were the corpses on the ground. "Sorry, I couldn't control my energy perfectly." Tang Waner stuck out her tongue with embarrassment. As a rank 9 celestial, even just a random attack from her contained the might of the heavenly Taos. These people were too weak. Even their Yuan spirits were destroyed. How strange. They were from the corrupt path, so they should have recognized Long Chen. Were they trying to get themselves killed by attacking him? Meng Qi was trying to make sense of what was going on. If you were to ask who the corrupt path wanted to kill the most, it would definitely be Long Chen. Whether it was in the eastern wasteland or the central plains, Long Chen had killed countless of their experts. That incident on Devil Spirit Mountain had especially been vicious. Long Chen had killed so many of their geniuses. Therefore, now that the corrupt path as a whole hated Long Chen, how could their people attack and fail to recognize him? No one could figure that out. Even Long Chen himself couldn't tell what was going on. He could only vaguely feel just how grave this matter was. Li Tianxuan had clearly known some things and wanted to tell him, but the Xuantian Tower had prevented him from doing so. Suddenly, a furious roar came from the distance. Experts from the corrupt path charged over. There were dozens of them, but what was shocking was that half of them were Life Star experts. You're Long Chen. Ha ha ha, kill him." Their leader suddenly recognized Long Chen and began to laugh with delight. A rank 5 celestial dares to be so arrogant. Ji Yu Yang flew out, his spear striking like a poisonous snake. That Life Star expert was startled as this bald fellow made his soul shudder. Feeling that this baldy posed a mortal threat to him, he took out his corrupt weapon, a curved blade with an evil aura coming out of it. He raised it against Ji Yu Yang's spear. His corrupt weapon shattered, and he himself was blown apart by Ji Yu Yang's spear. His Yuan spirit tried to escape, but it was destroyed by another thrust of Ji Yu Yang's spear. A Life Star expert was instantly slain by Ji Yu Yang. Both the corrupt experts and the Dragonblood warriors were shocked. However, Long Chen had expected this. These Life Star experts were the weakest existences in their realm. For rank 3 celestials, due to their limited talent, reaching the Jade Core realm would normally be their limit. The limit for rank 4 celestials was soul transformation, and the limit for rank 5 celestials was the life star realm. This so-called limit referred to never being able to advance again after making their breakthrough. In other words, once a rank 5 celestial broke through to the life star realm, their cultivation bases wouldn't advance again. These people's cultivation bases would be stuck in the state of someone who had just broken through. They couldn't even count as having reached the first heaven stage. It was a bit similar to how Liu Kang had used a life star bead to break through. However, these people were even weaker than Liu Kang, and their weapons were all inferior king items, with half not even having reached the king item level. As for Ji Yu Yang's spear, it was an ancestral item Long Chen had brought out of Devil Spirit Mountain. In the first clash, that curved blade was as weak as paper, and the life star expert was slain. Kill them all. Meng Qi, see if you can soul search them. Long Chen waved his hand, giving out his orders. Ji Yu Yang felt like his heart was about to burst with joy after killing a life star expert in one blow. This feeling of accomplishment was truly stimulating. His spear unleashed a wave of spear images at the corrupt experts. The Dragonblood Legion instantly surrounded those people. Tang Wan Li Qi, and Song Ming Yuan all attacked. What they found strange was that these life star experts were truly weak. They were all killed in just a few exchanges. As for the soul transformation experts, they were even weaker than ordinary Jade Core disciples. They might not even be a match for the Xuantian Dao sect's outer sect Jade Core disciples. The Dragonblood Legion had never encountered such weak life star experts. They were all slain in just a few breaths, dumbfounding the Dragonblood warriors. They were just too weak. Boss, what's going on? Ji Yu Yang's excitement vanished. He was just stunned at how weak these people had been. How was it, Meng Qi? Long Chen didn't reply to him, instead turning to Meng Qi. Meng Qi's hands slowly came out of their seal. A rune on her forehead faded, and she opened her eyes, shaking her head. Their souls were filled with restrictions, and I couldn't get anything of value from them. They're the corrupt path's weakest existences and aren't even fighting experts. Normally, they are in charge of gathering information, and thus the corrupt path doesn't view them highly. These people's longevity was coming to an end, so they were sent to kill any disciples that entered from this channel. But there is one piece of important news I obtained. They didn't enter from this spatial portal. Instead, they entered through other means. Other means, yes. Their memories were sealed, but by scouring the fragments of their souls, I was able to piece together that they had entered the spirit world from a large transportation formation. Furthermore, the number of people that came with them was extremely great. Meng Qi was now worried. The corrupt path's transportation formation could dispatch experts above the Jade Core realm. Meanwhile, the outside world's experts could only send in Jade Core disciples and below. In this case, the righteous path's disciples would be slaughtered if they encountered the corrupt path here. The scent of a scheme was growing stronger. The corrupt path's experts had entered the spirit world in force. For the Dragonblood Legion to have also entered, they had essentially stepped into the corrupt path's hive. Long Chen thought about it for a while before shaking his head. The old man said constantly using brains to resolve problems will cause a person's body to regress and their guts to shrink. There's no need to think too much about it. It doesn't matter what they're scheming. All we have to do is flip the heavens as usual. When has the Dragonblood Legion ever been afraid? Then he raised his hand and summoned the flying boat. Since they want to play with their secret schemes, we'll just use an open scheme. Let's move out. Chapters 1400 Piles of White Bones. The flying boat shot through the air like a streak of light. It was completely unbridled and fearless. Below them was an endless sea of trees. Boss, don't you think this is too unbridled? Asked Guo Ran as he controlled the flying boat. No need to worry, just keep flying like this. The more carefully we travel, the easier they'll find us. Perhaps by flying so openly, we can pass ourselves off as belonging here, said Long Chen. Since the corrupt path could enter this place without any restrictions on their cultivation base, Long Chen wanted to test if the tree demons might view them as from the corrupt path. He also realized why they hadn't seen disciples of other sects rushing over to the spatial portal. The sect leaders of the various sects must be aware of some secrets and had warned their disciples not to come. He didn't know why the Xuantian Tower would prevent Li Tianxuan from telling him those things, but he knew the Xuantian Tower wouldn't harm him. If the Xuantian Tower wouldn't tell him, he would find the answer on his own. What direction should we go then? Asked Guo Ran. Just close your eyes and fly. As long as you don't fly into any mountains, you can go wherever you want, replied Long Chen. Boss, can you not mess around so much? I'm talking seriously. I'm talking seriously as well. The spirit world's huge, and I don't even know where the person I'm looking for is. So you can fly wherever you want, said Long Chen. Last time, he had come with Meng Qi to the spirit world, and they had only seen a single corner of the spirit world. They hadn't entered very deeply. When he compared the huge trees they had seen at that time with the heaven-devouring forest's tree demons, he found that what they had seen last time weren't worth anything. So they could fly around blindly. Heavens, these trees are giant. Meng Qi, Tang Wan and the others all let out a startled cry. The trees in front of them blocked out the sun, turning the world dark. We were just in the outer region before. Now we've entered the real spirit world. Guo Ran, keep flying like before. Just charge through directly, said Long Chen. These trees were so tall that the flying boat couldn't fly above them. The airflow that high would cause huge resistance and greatly impact their speed. Guo Ran involuntarily gulped at the sight of these somewhat sinister giant trees. He had never seen trees like this. They gave off a feeling similar to magical beasts baring their teeth. However, with Long Chen's orders, he could only steel himself and send the flying boat charging through their midst. The darkness in front of them was endless. The sunlight was completely blocked by the leaves. This was a world of darkness, of deathly silence. However, the flying boat didn't slow down. It continued charging forward, and these sinister trees didn't do anything to stop them. Long Chen narrowed his eyes. This was truly abnormal. Although these tree demons were low tier, they definitely had to have some intelligence. According to reason, they shouldn't permit the flying boat to continue so brazenly. Increase the speed. Guo Ran slowly increased the flying boat's speed to its max. Just as everyone's hearts were clenching tightly, these huge trees opened a path for them. Boss, why is the path starting to curve? Called out Guo Ran. The path the trees had opened was not straight. It doesn't matter. Just follow the path, said Long Chen. This wide path finally led in some sunlight. It was the only light in this world of darkness. They rushed forward on this path, but everyone was still tense. Through this flight, they finally recognized the terror of the spirit world. Even after 3 days and nights of travel, they were still on this path. The flying boat was going at max speed. The distance they had crossed would probably be enough to even cross the martial heaven sea ring. Boss, another flying boat has appeared, cried out Guo Ran. Another flying boat was up ahead, but it was much smaller than theirs. After all, this flying boat had been stolen from Pill Valley. It was the highest grade flying boat. Just a few seconds after noticing the second flying boat, they caught up. It's from the ancient races. Everyone easily recognized that the flying boat belonged to the ancient races just from the mark. There were thousands of ancient race experts on the flying boat. An elder standing at the front of the flying boat shouted, "Which power are you from? Why haven't you displayed your symbol?" "Boss, what do we do?" asked Guo Ran. Long Chen thought about it for a moment. He couldn't figure out why these ancient race experts would be here. Furthermore, that elder was clearly a life star expert. Eliminate them. Boss, are you joking? Guo Ran jumped in shock. Don't waste words. Slowly open the barrier. We're attacking, said Long Chen. The flying boat's runes lit up. The barrier slowly opened, allowing the ancient race experts to see which power they were from. They were first dumbfounded to see a mass of people. But when they saw one guy in particular who was waving at them, when they saw that extremely friendly smile, their expressions instantly changed. Just as they were shocked by the sight of Long Chen, a huge cannonball smashed into their flying boat. The ancient races hadn't expected that they would be attacked. And Long Chen was truly evil to store up energy as they slowly lowered the barrier. As a result, the ancient races, flying boat exploded, and all the people on it were killed. Even the life star expert was not an exception. Because it had come so suddenly, they hadn't been prepared at all. The explosion of their flying boat's core was so destructive that not even their yuan spirits escaped. Although the explosion also affected the giant trees, Long Chen had told Guo Ran to fly away at top speed as soon as the attack was launched. They were already rushing away. Strange. Why didn't these trees attack us? Wondered Guo Ran. It's not strange. The ancient races and the corrupt path have very likely come to reinforce the heaven-devouring forest, said Long Chen. From his various tests and the fact that Li Tianxuan had wanted to warn him, as well as Pill Valley's relationship with the heaven-devouring forest, Long Chen had come up with a very brazen theory. The forest divinity he had encountered in the outskirts of the Phoenix Cry Empire had possessed a holy and divine aura. It had been completely different from the berserk and evil aura of these tree demons. It was likely that the spirit world possessed two great powers. One was the side of the forest divinity, while the heaven-devouring forest represented the other side. As for the experts that said that a war was being fought in the spirit world, that was nonsense. It was part of the corrupt path's scheme. They were trying to draw more adventurers to their deaths. There had been so many experts guarding the spatial portal. Although they were incredibly weak for the Dragonblood Legion, they could easily slaughter Jade Core disciples. Most importantly, this situation in the spirit world was definitely known by Li Tianxuan. His warning was definitely going to be that other sects weren't letting their disciples come because this wasn't a good opportunity, but a sinister trap instead. They continued flying for 2 more days, and the huge trees slowly dwindled in number. Replacing the forest was a barren mountain range. The ground had been destroyed, and the scars of battle were still present. A dense scent of blood still hung in the air. It seems we've reached the battlefield. Let's continue onward, but carefully. We might end up joining a bloody battle at any moment, and there won't be any time to warm up, called out Long Chen. He couldn't conceal his excitement. He had owed this debt for a long time, and that pressure had been like a stone weighing down his heart the entire time. He wanted to cast it away as soon as possible. As they continued onward, he realized that this battlefield was even larger than he had thought. The ground below them was stained red with blood, and there were huge skeletons as large as mountains. Their flesh had already vanished, but their skeletons still emitted terrifying auras. At first, they only appeared occasionally, but as the flying boat advanced, more and more of them appeared. The entire ground became covered with white bones. Did we end up coming to hell? Guo Ran couldn't help muttering as he stared at the white bones covering the blood-stained ground. This scene was truly similar to the hell spoken in legends. Suddenly, they heard a furious roar in the distance, and the ground trembled. A ray of light soared into the sky, but they were still too far to tell what was going on. We're going. The flying boat sped off in the direction of the light. Chapter 1401 Woman of the Spirit Race. The flying boat shot forward, allowing them to see several giant beasts attacking a person. These beasts were called scorpion lions. They were 8th-rank magical beasts. Their upper bodies were covered in fur, while their lower bodies were cloaked in plates of armor. They had long tails with huge stingers. Each of these scorpion lions was 300 meters long and crazily attacking one person. Long Chen and the others were surprised by the appearance of the person whom these scorpion lions were attacking. It was a slender, beautiful woman who wasn't wearing any clothes. She had 2 leaves covering her chest and a skirt made of woven leaves around her waist. Her legs were extremely large. She didn't have the proportions of a normal person. At this time, one of the scorpion lions opened its mouth, and a white ripple spread. The ground crumbled, and the woman pressed down on the ground. That allowed Long Chen and the others to see her face. Her face was beautiful, making her look like a spirit elf. Her nose pointed up slightly, and her eyes protruded out a bit more than a regular person's. Her pupils were emerald green, and there was an image of 6 leaves on her forehead. This woman was extremely strange. Her aura was completely different from a normal cultivator's. But based on the power she had displayed, she seemed to possess the power of a sea expansion expert. Even surrounded by these scorpion lions, she didn't panic. She held an emerald bow, and she shot out an arrow. The bow and arrow were extremely simple. The bowstring looked to be a wooden vine, while the arrow didn't even possess an arrowhead. It was just a sharp stick. Shockingly, the arrow directly pierced through the scorpion lion's defenses. How is that possible? A stick was able to break the defense of an 8th-rank magical beast. If that bow was a king item, then fine. But it was clearly just the simplest, most primitive bow. How did it possess such power? The scorpion lion roared painfully. It was the same furious roar that they had heard before. Guo Ran, prepare to attack. I'll give you a chance to be the hero saving the beauty. That woman's running out of energy, said Long Chen. Although Long Chen didn't understand this woman, from his years of combat experience, he could guess that this woman was like an oil lamp on the verge of running out of oil. That arrow she had shot out had clearly been pointed at the scorpion lion's eyes, a vital spot. But when she had unleashed it, her hand had shuddered, causing her arrow to miss and strike its neck. Boss, You really are my beloved boss, my. Just go. Long Chen grabbed Guo Ran and threw him off the boat. I swept through the 4 seas, crossed 1,000 mountains, caused huge billows in heaven and earth, slaughtered demons, eliminated devils, plucked the stars and moon. If there's a beauty in need of saving, Guo Ran will be her hero. Guo Ran struck a very flashy pose in the air as he shouted. Long Chen and the others almost coughed up blood. This was just too shameless. This damn chant of his was always identical, except he would change the last few lines to match the situation. Just how thick did a person's face have to be to say such a thing over and over again? Guo Ran's shamelessness gave them goosebumps. Long Chen had an urge to give this fellow a vicious beating. If he had to show off when there was a good chance to show off, then fine. However, right now, the only ones here were the Dragonblood Legion, excluding one outsider and a few magical beasts. Just who was he showing off to? It wasn't a time to be showing off, but he still forced it. It was completely unbearable. The woman seemed to have sensed Long Chen and the others' arrival a while ago, and she wasn't surprised by Guo Ran coming. She continued to nimbly dodge the scorpion lion's attacks. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and attack, we're all busy, shouted Long Chen. If he hadn't tossed out Guo Ran, he'd have charged out already. This fellow was clearly waiting for a critical moment to interfere. Guo Ran helplessly pointed out his finger, and rays of golden light shot out. The heads of the scorpion lions were all pieced straight through the middle, and they exploded. Miss, don't be afraid. I'm a good person, I'm here to save you, and I won't ask anything of you. All you have to do is give your heart to me. After killing those scorpion lions, Guo Ran advanced closer to the woman. She suddenly raised her bow and pointed an arrow at Guo Ran, making him raise his hands innocently. The woman didn't react to Guo Ran's words. Her hands were shaking from how tired she was. Just pulling back the bowstring was taxing to her. Miss, put down your bow. I don't want to be killed when your hand slips. Ah, fine, you don't need to give your heart to me. Guo Ran shook his head. For some reason, that arrow gave him a sense of unease. It seemed that some energy within that arrow intimidated him. The woman still didn't reply. She glared at Guo Ran, but her arms trembled even more. However, when a certain person walked over, she was shocked and delighted. She put down her bow. What shocked everyone was that this woman immediately flew over to Long Chen and threw herself into his embrace. Hey, what's with this? I'm the one who saved you. You should be throwing yourself to my embrace, cried Guo Ran. Long Chen also found it strange. But he didn't sense any hostility from this woman, so he didn't refuse her. The woman really did just hug him like that. The leaf image on her forehead spun, and she took a step back. Friend, have you come to help our forest of life? The woman suddenly began to speak. I don't know what the forest of life is. I came to the spirit world to repay a debt. Long Chen shook his head. You have the aura of the forest of life on you. You have an agreement with the forest of life, so you are our friend. Agreement. Long Chen suddenly thought of the final words that the spirit world expert had said. She came from your forest of life. Long Chen created an image in the air with his spiritual strength. It was an image of the forest divinity that small nameless village in the eastern wasteland had offered sacrifices to. Yes, friend, my comrades are in danger. Can you help us? Asked the woman. Talking is too difficult. Transmit what you want to communicate with me through spiritual strength. Long Chen pressed a hand against the woman's forehead. The woman was clearly panicked inside, but her words didn't seem to match her expression. She probably wasn't able to speak this way easily. Meng Qi, summon Cloud. We have to go. Cloud appeared in the air. Meng Qi, Tang Wan Long Chen, and the woman jumped on. Cloud let out a bird cry and transformed into a rainbow streak of light that vanished from the rest of the Dragonblood Legion's sight. We're following. Guo Ran used the flying boat to fly off in the same direction. Due to the urgent situation, Long Chen had left first. Cloud had been in seclusion in the myriad spirit diagram this entire time. Its cultivation base was still at the peak of the 9th rank, but it was displaying more and more power of the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow. Its aura had grown far stronger, and its speed was absolutely shocking. It flew so fast that there was no way to see their surroundings as they passed. Through the woman's soul, Long Chen confirmed that she was definitely from the same side as the forest divinity. She was from the spirit race. The spirit race was the indigenous race of the spirit world, and the forest of life was what they depended on to survive. Long Chen could have learned much more from this woman's soul, but he didn't, because that was an invasion of her privacy. He only received what she expressed to him. All he really needed to know was that he wasn't helping the wrong person. These ladies from the spirit world really are stubborn. They're still resisting. A corrupt expert pulled out an arrow sticking out of his shoulder, grimacing from the pain. There were hundreds of corrupt experts on this battlefield. They were surrounding a large tree, and there were over 10 spirit race women fighting against them, shooting out arrows continuously. The corrupt experts were unable to approach the women, because divine runes came falling from the huge tree, forming a natural formation that protected them. Under the protection of the tree, they were able to hold on. But at this time, the runes on the tree's leaves were starting to dim. The corrupt experts' attacks were constantly draining its energy. They were powerful experts within the Jade Core realm, and the tree couldn't last much longer. Fortunately, the arrows from the spirit race's women were also terrifying. They possessed some energy these disciples had never encountered before. If they were shot in their heads, their souls would instantly dissipate. Even the Yuan spirit of a soul transformation expert might be erased. That was why these Jade Core corrupt disciples had been in a deadlock with them for the better part of a day. Dozens of them had already been killed, infuriating them. They had to constantly dodge the rain of arrows as they attacked the tree. As long as the tree ran out of energy, these women would be easily caught. The runes on the tree's leaves were dimming, and the barrier protecting it was weakening. Each of their attacks was causing it to shudder as if it might break apart at any moment. The tree finally couldn't last any longer. The barrier exploded and the tree vanished, transforming into a withered seed. At the same time, one of the women coughed up a mouthful of blood. She turned pale and fainted, and the others hastily went to support her. Ha ha ha, beauties of the spirit race, you're ours. The corrupt experts laughed greedily and sinisterly charged forward. They didn't know that a huge mouth had suddenly appeared in the sky above them. It devoured them all in one gulp. Chapter 1402 Old Acquaintance. All the corrupt experts were devoured by Cloud. In front of a cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow, they didn't have the slightest opportunity to resist. Cloud had been cultivating in the myriad spirit diagram this entire time, and it had learned the divine abilities of the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race. Amongst them, the most terrifying was their devouring ability. Of course, that was why they were given the name Heaven Swallowing. At the same time as Cloud devoured those corrupt experts, it swung its wings, and the spirit race women felt their bodies lighten. They appeared on its back. They were shocked and about to resist when the spirit race woman beside Long Chen seemed to communicate with them spiritually. They didn't need to speak to know what the others were saying. Those women immediately thanked Long Chen. But their clothes were far too simple, making things awkward. He tried his best not to look, but their bodies were all beautiful. Even Meng Qi and Tang Wan couldn't help but glance, let alone a man like Long Chen. The curious thing was that all the spirit race's experts were women. He saved 3 waves of them on his way, and they were women. It made him speechless that they all looked identical. It was almost impossible to tell them apart. Suddenly, an explosion shook the land, and a pillar of light soared into the air. They saw a blood-colored skeleton floating in the air, wielding a huge bone club. Facing the skeleton was a woman of the spirit race. An image of an ancient tree hung behind her, one that was even larger than a mountain. Chains shot out of the tree, attacking the skeleton. The spirit race woman fought against the skeleton, while countless experts of the corrupt path and spirit race were clashing in the distance. Their battle was extremely miserable, and both sides had taken losses. Corpses covered the land, but the corrupt path was currently winning. Their power was extremely great. They had over 10 life star experts and hundreds of soul transformation experts. Moreover, their Jade Core experts numbered in the tens of thousands. As for the spirit race's side, they were down to less than 10,000 members, and whether it was in terms of numbers or power, they were at a disadvantage. The worst thing was that their leader, the one who was fighting the skeleton, was already starting to lose. The chains she summoned were being blown apart one by one. Long Chen, please save our spirit guard, begged one of the spirit race women by Long Chen's side. Don't worry, with Long Chen present, your spirit guard will be fine, said Meng Qi. Both she and Tang Wan had recognized the master of that skeleton. I'll go greet him, I'll leave the rest to you two. Long Chen shot off. Meng Qi, Tang Wan and Cloud charged into the fray. Sisters, tell your people to retreat. We're not that fierce, but when a certain fellow fights, he always causes a mess. Tang Wan'er smiled to the spirit race women. She knew that once Long Chen fought, he would definitely shake heaven and earth. On the battlefield, the corrupt experts seemed to be crazily attacking the spirit race women. But although it looked fierce, they were holding back. Their goal wasn't to kill the spirit race women, but to capture them alive. Just as the corrupt experts thought that they would be able to capture most of their prey, the latter suddenly retreated. At the same time, the sky darkened. The corrupt experts were startled. Looking up, they saw a single wing covering the sky and smashing toward them. "Watch it, it's a cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow," shouted a corrupt Life Star expert. He immediately launched an attack with his weapon. The other Life Star experts also attacked. They were people with great experience, and they knew how terrifying the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow was. Rainbow light exploded. 7 Life Star experts had attacked all out, but were still knocked back, almost coughing up blood. The shockwaves of this exchange caused the other corrupt experts to fly back, and quite a few of the weaker ones were killed. The soul bound by its dream. Frigid wind moon. 2 voices rang out at almost the same time. The corrupt experts suddenly entered a dazed state, feeling like mortals who hadn't slept in a week. They truly wanted to sleep. But once they slept, they wouldn't need to wake ever again. "Watch out, it's a bewildering soul art." A sharp cry rang out, startled the corrupt experts who had been about to fall unconscious. That sharp cry came from a Life Star expert who specialized in the soul. He wasn't affected by Meng Qi. An icy crescent wind blade slashed out at the 7 Life Star experts that had just been sent flying by Cloud's attack. The 7 of them were startled, but blood qi suddenly erupted out of them, and blood runes condensed into a huge shield. The crescent wind blade collided with the blood shield. The wind blade exploded, and the shield formed from all 7 of them also collapsed, causing them to hack up blood. Due to how hasty their movements were, their internal organs were injured. The corrupt experts were in disarray, not having expected the spirit race to suddenly gain such powerful reinforcements. But when they saw who had come, their pupils shrank. The Xuantian Dao sect. They had yet to recover from their shock when Meng Qi and Tang Wan'er both formed a hand seal. 9 flowers appeared behind each of them, and heavenly Dao energy revolved around. With the manifestation supporting them, they appeared more beautiful than ever. What? The corrupt experts were even more shocked. No matter what, they would never have expected Meng Qi and Tang Wan'er to become terrifying rank 9 celestials. The instant the 2 of them summoned their manifestations, the corrupt experts felt their heavenly Dao energy sucked away. The amount of heavenly Dao energy they could use sharply dropped. Don't be afraid, they're just 2 people. Furthermore, they're just in the Jade Core realm. At this moment, a huge explosion shook the world, cutting off that person's shouting. A blood-red skeleton fell from the sky. It had been smashed down by a single person's fist. That person was as small as an ant when compared to the huge skeleton. But this ant completely blew the skeleton away. The expert who had been called the Spirit Guard had thought that the situation was hopeless, but just as the final blow was about to be delivered, Long Chen had arrived. That woman had received spiritual messages from the other members of the spirit race, and she looked in shock at the god-like figure that was standing in the air. "Gui Yan, your pork chop ability has grown ever stronger. Last time I destroyed your skeleton. Could it be that you dug out your family's ancestor to take its place?" Taunted Long Chen. There was a person at the top of the skeleton, and he was staring in shock at Long Chen. That person was precisely the one who had fought against Long Chen on Devil Spirit Mountain, the corrupt path's Gui Yan. The 2 of them met once again, both feeling immense hatred for the other. Last time, Long Chen had almost died to Gui Yan's curse and had only survived thanks to the Nirvana scripture. As for Gui Yan, he hated Long Chen as well. His defeat in their last battle had cost him all his face, as well as the ghost general that he had been raising since childhood. When he had heard that Long Chen was still alive and had even shown immense power in front of everyone by defeating Luo Minghao, Gui Yan had almost lost his mind. He had learned that in the midst of his cultivation, and it almost made his qi go out of control. "Ha ha ha, good, the heavens really have eyes. Now I get another chance to defeat you." Gui Yan suddenly laughed. That laughter was full of rancor. As he laughed, his face split open as a terrifying injury was triggered. The blood pouring from his face made him especially frightening to look at when combined with his scarlet eyes. "No wonder Lang Yuan cut your face. Your smile really is ugly. You should never smile again in the future," said Long Chen. "Long Chen, I don't know if you're stupid or just conceited to dare to come to the spirit world. It seems that your sect leader didn't know that I would be here, laughed Gui Yan. Oh, is there any difference now that you're here? A difference? No, I suppose there isn't too much of a difference. In any case, you would die sooner or later. There's not much difference whether you die in the spirit world or the martial heaven continent. If you have something to say, just say it. If you have to fart, either keep it in or let it out completely, taunted Long Chen. You want to get information out of me? Keep dreaming. However, Long Chen, I admit I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to ask the Wine God Palace's high priest to remove my curse. I suppose you must have kneeled and kowtowed to him countless times, sneered Gui Yan. He completely ignored the others fighting. In truth, Gui Yan was full of envy and resentment. If Long Chen had died to his curse, then at very least he could say that Long Chen had died to his hands, and his humiliation at having been defeated would be wiped away. His defeat in Long Chen's hands had turned him into a laughingstock of the corrupt path. People constantly discussed his defeat when he wasn't around. Now that he saw Long Chen again, he instinctively mocked and ridiculed him. It was like that was the only way to make himself feel a bit better. Do you not feel slapping yourself in the face is painful? Last time you bragged so hard, but weren't you still defeated? If a Life-Star expert hadn't saved you at that time, you would have never managed to escape. Well, you might have gotten away last time, but this time, I'll be taking your life. Long Chen's divine ring appeared, and 5 stars glowed in his eyes. Chapter 1403 Defeating Gui Yan. Long Chen's aura began to rise. His robes and hair started to float. Seeing that he was unable to dredge up any valuable information from Gui Yan, he decided not to waste any more time. Ha ha ha, Long Chen, I'll admit that you defeated me last time. But this time, death is upon you. Gui Yan's expression was indifferent. The blood-colored skeleton beneath him raised its bone club. Last time I lost because of your dogshit luck. Your flames just happened to suppress my ghost general, or you'd have died last time. Are you not curious? My ghost general was destroyed in our last battle, so how do I have it again now? Gui Yan smiled. Long Chen simply stared at Gui Yan without speaking. He had no intention of playing along. What he was saying was to either hurry up and release his fart, or just restrain it already. The battle would start either way. Long Chen, by defeating my ghost general, you half-crippled by cultivation base. But I managed to benefit from that defeat. Speaking of which, I need to thank you. Due to your victory, the corrupt path suffered such immense losses that countless sects were implicated. To compensate me for my losses, Lord Xie Luo gave the resources that should have gone to them to me, allowing me to recreate my ghost general. Your victory last time was only thanks to some people being careless. Those people were all executed, and I obtained the souls of millions of experts. My ghost general is no longer a ghost general, now it's a ghost king. Have a taste of its power. The blood-colored skeleton's runes lit up. In truth, each of those runes was a person's face, and an incredibly evil aura came from it. It was like millions of ghosts were demanding others to join them. Blood mist filled heaven and earth, making it appear like hell on earth. The wails of ghosts pervaded the air. The ghost general was weak to your earth flame, but now I have an unrivaled ghost king. It's an unrivaled existence in the same realm. Gui Yan roared, and the skeleton roared along with him. It looked like a devil from hell. As the blood mist spread, the spirit race experts had to retreat. They were filled with loathing for this blood mist, and they didn't dare to touch it. At this time, Guo Ran arrived with the flying boat. The Dragonblood Legion joined the battle, and there was no longer any need for the spirit race experts to fight. Are you done bragging? If you are, I'm going to attack. Long Chen slowly stretched his shoulders. His bones cracked. He wasn't even listening. He had heard similar words so many times that they all started to blend into each other. The only reason he was circulating his energy so slowly as a warm-up was because it had been 3 months since he had fought, and it felt like he was a bit rusty. During these 3 months, he had been eating medicinal pills all day. The Divine Gate Star had grown to the size of a soybean. His Feng Fu, Alioth, Life Fate, and Enlightenment Palace stars had also gone through a transformation. Even he wasn't sure what level he had reached right now. His 4 chi Cs had grown by several times, and his 108,000 stars had been subtly changing as well. He was full of energy. I really hate your ignorant way of speaking. Last time, you survived thanks to your dogshit luck. But this time, I've gotten tired of your unchanging way of bragging. Can't you change it up a bit to keep it interesting? Let's just see who's stronger. Long Chen let out a single punch, shaking heaven and earth. He shot toward Gui Yan. You're not fit to be my opponent. Die, Gui Yan sneered. The giant skeleton's club came smashing toward Long Chen. The spirit race experts were all worried. Long Chen looked completely minuscule when compared to the skeleton. The Dragonblood warriors who were cleaning up the battlefield all looked at him with anticipation. They all felt like it had been a long time since they had seen Long Chen fight. Space exploded and the earth rocked. A howling tempest tore through the ground. This was a world-shaking collision. After this fierce exchange, the spirit race women stared in shock at the sky. Long Chen was still in his punching posture. As for the skeleton, it had been blown back 100 miles, its bone club shattered. The skeleton simply lay there as if it was dumbfounded. Impossible. Gui Yan roared furiously, unable to believe this. Do you like slapping yourself in the face so much? All right, I'll help you. Long Chen flew into the sky and then dove down like an eagle after its prey. A cauldron appeared in his hand, smashing toward the skeleton. Ghost King Fusion. Gui Yan had no time to be shocked. He hastily formed hand seals, and he merged into the skeleton's skull like water. An image of Gui Yan appeared on the skull. After Gui Yan merged with the Ghost King, 9 blood-colored flowers appeared behind it. He was using the Ghost King's body to summon his manifestation. Once the manifestation appeared, the skeleton's shattered club regrew. It now had countless heavenly Dao runes on it and was much stronger than before. The club collided with the blazing dragon cauldron. Terrifying shockwaves spread, tearing apart the land. The Dragonblood warriors hastily defended, and Li Qi summoned a huge earthen shield to protect the spirit race experts. Once the shockwaves had passed, only a few experts from the corrupt path were left. Some of them with stronger cultivation bases had managed to escape through luck. The rest had all been slaughtered by the Dragonblood Legion. After all, the Dragonblood Legion had no weak members. Their cultivation bases had reached the mid-Jade Core realm, and they had over 3,000 rank 8 Celestials. The rest were rank 7 Celestials. Such a terrifying legion, when combined with the lead of 5 rank 9 Celestials in Meng Qi, Tang Wan Ji Yuyong, Li Qi, and Song Ming Yuan, was more than capable of annihilating those corrupt experts. So what if they had some Life Star experts? They were not even close to being able to stop the Dragonblood Legion. Since their battle was done, the Dragonblood Legion spread out, forming a huge encirclement that sealed the battlefield. They stared at Long Chen's fight with rapt attention. Long Chen was repeatedly smashing the cauldron into the blood-colored skeleton. The Ghost King was definitely powerful, and each time its club collided with the blazing dragon cauldron, the ground would shake violently. This was a pure collision of power with no technique. After 3 smashes, Long Chen was still unable to cause any damage to Gui Yan or the Ghost King. Long Chen felt helpless inside. The blazing dragon cauldron might be an ancestral item, but it wasn't a fighting item. It also wasn't heavy enough for him to unleash his true power. It seemed he would need to find a suitable weapon in the future. Long Chen suddenly switched the cauldron for a fiery red sword. Sword light soared into the air and then slashed toward the Ghost King. Gui Yan was horrified. In that instant, he felt a cold chill. The skeleton suddenly shrank and coiled around itself, forming a huge sphere. Blood-colored light formed around it, constructing multiple barriers. This was its strongest defensive state. The sword light slashed down. A huge explosion caused a bottomless pit to appear in the ground, and the sphere shattered into countless pieces. In front of the 5th form of Split the Heavens, this defense was too flimsy. Perhaps if Gui Yan had launched an all-out attack instead, he might have been able to receive this blow. However, Long Chen's overwhelming power had made him lose confidence, so he had made a foolish mistake. Split the Heavens possessed a natural effect of breaking barriers and shields. By switching to defense, Gui Yan had suffered immensely. His skeleton shattered, and Gui Yan flew out from one of the fragments, vomiting blood. But Gui Yan was a true expert. As he vomited blood, he quickly formed hand seals. His blood condensed into a huge portal that possessed powerful spatial fluctuations. He was using his own essence blood to build a spatial portal. It was one of his secret life-preserving techniques. His spatial portal had only just formed when a huge wind blade slashed into it, breaking it apart. It was Tang Wan. They all knew that killing a rank 9 Celestial was very difficult. They not only had great power but also countless hidden trump cards and karmic luck supporting them. The heavens would create ways for them to escape, which made killing a rank 9 celestial as difficult as defying the heavens. So Tang Wan and the others were all prepared to stop Gui Yan from escaping. Tang Wan was also a rank 9 celestial, so their heavenly Tao energy was equivalent. She was more than capable of breaking his secret art. Gui Yan hastily took out a talisman, but just as he crushed it, his expression changed. This precious teleportation talisman was shredded, but no spatial energy came to bring him away. That was because at this moment, he was surrounded by countless wind blades that even cut through the space around him. The disturbance of the spatial energy around him turned his teleportation talisman into scrap paper. Teleportation talismans were not transportation formations. They needed stable space to activate, or if the space around them was fluctuating, the teleportation talisman wouldn't have the energy to resist the disturbance. After failing twice, the delay allowed Long Chen's sword to come again. This sword was about to take his life. Long Chen, you'll regret it if you kill me, shouted Gui Yan, suddenly taking out a fist-sized emerald. Chapter 1404 Forest of Life. That was a life storage stone, and it was capable of storing living creatures temporarily. Many life rings were created using low-level life storage stone, making it so they could only store plants. However, high-level life storage stones could accept living creatures. It was an extremely miraculous stone. The space inside it had no natural laws and no spiritual qi. It could barely give enough life energy for its inhabitants to not immediately die. Long Chen's sword stopped right before slashing through Gui Yan's head. But because it happened too suddenly, his sword swiped across Gui Yan's forehead, drawing blood. Long Chen had no choice but to stop. Small faces floated up one by one on the life storage stone. He could see hundreds of the spirit race women lying in that static space, completely unmoving. Long Chen, I know you won't kill me. Gui Yan clenched the stone. As long as he crushed it, those spirit race women would be killed. Long Chen didn't say anything and just stared at Gui Yan coldly. He hadn't expected him to have such a trump card. No matter what abilities Long Chen had, he wouldn't be able to kill Gui Yan now. Was this the karmic luck of a rank 9 celestial? Long Chen, the warriors of the spirit race aren't afraid of death. As long as you kill him, they'll be happy even in death. Otherwise, with this person's power, he'll kill even more of our sisters in the future. The one called the spirit guard brought the others back. Looking at the life storage rock, she felt a bit unwilling, but she still urged Long Chen to kill Gui Yan. That made Gui Yan's expression change. Right now, he could only use these hostages to extort Long Chen. This was his final trump card. Without it, he would definitely die. Long Chen, I trust you won't do that. You'll let me go. Gui Yan stared at Long Chen confidently. You know me so well. Long Chen stabbed his sword into the ground, leaning on it. His expression was calm. Give up on scheming. Even if you could defeat me, you can't kill me instantly. It's impossible for you to prevent me from crushing this life storage rock. Gui Yan seemed to see through Long Chen's thoughts. Long Chen was truly unable to do this. He had dozens of ways to kill Gui Yan, but he couldn't stop him from crushing the life storage stone right before his death. Even if Meng Qi, Tang Wan Ji Yuyong, and the others helped, it was impossible. This trump card of Gui Yan's just happened to be Long Chen's weak point. You win. Leave the life storage ring, and I'll let you go, sighed Long Chen. Long Chen, it's not worth it. The spirit guard was startled. No, killing him isn't worth it. In my eyes, he's just a dog. I can take his life whenever I want. Getting the lives of hundreds of sisters for the life of a dog is an excellent trade, said Long Chen. Gui Yan's expression sank, but he didn't say anything. Although he was mocked by Long Chen, he knew he had managed to save his life. I want to bring the life storage stone with me. You can send someone, probed Gui Yan cautiously. Don't play this game with me. Although you have a trump card, it isn't as powerful as you think. You can threaten me, but you can't threaten the people of the spirit race. If you try taking a single inch, I won't be so lenient, said Long Chen coldly. All right, I swear, you aren't qualified to swear an oath with me. Gui Yan, it seems you still don't understand your situation. You have no qualifications to bargain or make conditions right now. The people you've captured aren't people from the Dragonblood Legion. Do you understand? Gui Yan's expression changed several times. He shouted, then how do I know you won't go back on your word as soon as I hand over the life storage stone? TCH, my boss just feels sorry for these sisters. Your life isn't even worth a fart to him. Furthermore, who do you think my boss is? Within all the Central Plains, he's well known for being a real man. When does he ever go back on his word? As for your own garbage reputation, how much crap do you think that's worth? Shouted Guo Ran. Gui Yan thought about it, and he agreed that it was true. Although Long Chen was famed for being domineering and vicious, he never went back on his word. There were many things people cursed him for, but that wasn't one of them. Spirit race, if I hand over this life storage stone, will you attack me? Gui Yan still wasn't at ease, and he shouted to the spirit race experts. His Ghost King was destroyed, and his combat power had dropped precipitously. Let alone Long Chen, even the spirit guard could kill him. Long Chen is the friend of the spirit race. His attitude is our attitude as well, said the spirit guard. Although they all wanted Gui Yan dead, they also hoped for their sisters to return alive. This contradiction made it so although they were unwilling to see Long Chen release Gui Yan, they were grateful to him as well for the lives of their sisters. Fine, I'll trust you this time. Gui Yan clenched his teeth. He knew he had no other choices and tossed the life storage stone to Long Chen. Long Chen received it and tossed it to the spirit guard. The spirit guard activated it, and light flashed. Hundreds of spirit race women appeared on the battlefield. The other spirit race women went up and pressed their hands on their foreheads. Life energy poured into them, awakening them. Can I leave now? Gui Yan was still a bit worried. His life was in Long Chen's hands. Scram. Long Chen had originally wanted to ask him some more things, but asking the spirit race experts would probably be better. Gui Yan took out another teleportation talisman. Crushing it, spatial energy wrapped around him. But just as he was about to be teleported away, an arrow shot through the teleportation talisman. Bastard, are you going back on your words? Roared Gui Yan. Sorry, truly sorry. My bow went out of my control. Please, go ahead and take out another talisman, apologized Guo Ran. But it was obvious to everyone he had done it on purpose. Do you think teleportation talismans are cabbages? I only had two, roared Gui Yan. Is that so? Then, do you want me to send you off? Guo Ran raised a dark red crossbow, his expression sincere. This new crossbow was a new invention, and the pressure it emitted gave others a chill. Long Chen, what do you think you're doing? Demanded Gui Yan. Hurry up and scram. Long Chen frowned impatiently. Gui Yan looked from Long Chen to Guo Ran to his knocked crossbow. Clenching his teeth, he transformed into a ray of light that shot into the distance. Guo Ran followed him with the point of his crossbow, ready to attack at any time. But Long Chen didn't give the order. Boss, he really is going to get away, said Guo Ran unwillingly. Let him go. I let him go on purpose. Long Chen was nonchalant. On purpose? Everyone was flabbergasted. No matter how they looked at it, it didn't look like he had done this on purpose. Meng Qi, this is Gui Yan's purest essence blood from his forehead. With your power, you should be able to use it to track his approximate position, right? Long Chen handed a drop of essence blood to Meng Qi. Seeing that, Ji Yuyong and the others came to a sudden comprehension. It seemed that Long Chen had intentionally pierced Gui Yan's forehead at that time. He had used his sword to extract a drop of Gui Yan's purest essence blood. As for Gui Yan, in that life and death juncture, he hadn't noticed Long Chen doing this. The essence blood from the space between a person's eyebrows was their purest. That was where their soul was condensed. It was a place where a person's qi, soul, and essence met. Yes, this should be no problem. Meng Qi smiled. She was a rank 9 celestial, and her soul energy was fused with her heavenly Tao energy. Tracking a person's general position was truly simple for her. Boss, let me prostrate myself toward you. Guo Ran worshipfully looked at Long Chen. Long Chen wasn't just powerful, his ability to adapt to sudden changes was also monstrous. Gui Yan had forced him into a passive position, but because of this drop of essence blood, the initiative was once more in Long Chen's hands. Best of all, Gui Yan had no idea that this essence blood was in Long Chen's hands. His position was in Long Chen's control now. Respected friends, thank you for your help. The spirit race will always remember your kindness. At this time, the spirit guard bowed toward Long Chen in a very strange and ancient manner. The other spirit race women followed along, expressing their gratitude to Long Chen. You're too courteous. I want to ask, can you bring me to see that senior from your forest of life? I came here in order to thank her, said Long Chen. Of course we can. The spirit guard answered directly, and so they all boarded the flying boat. The Dragonblood Legion became lively, because these beautiful women of the spirit race were wearing very popular clothes. Long Chen had to cough very loudly a few times for them to settle down. Long Chen found that these spirit race women didn't show the slightest shyness in the face of the Dragonblood warriors' fiery gazes. Their expressions were very natural. In fact, they seemed pure and naive, like newborns. Through a simple conversation, Long Chen learned that this battlefield had just been an outpost. The true battle had yet to start, but the situation was already very tense for them. Long Chen learned that the heaven-devouring forest was called the Dark Forest in the spirit world. They were the enemies of the Forest of Life. The two sides were like water and fire, and they had been fighting for countless years. As they flew, they saw more and more spirit race experts patrolling this area. It seemed they had entered the territory of the spirit race now. When the flying boat first passed those spirit race experts, they were startled and about to activate the alarm before they saw the spirit guard waving to them. The battlefield here was huge. Even with the flying boat, it took them some time before they saw a verdant, thriving forest. When he saw that forest, Long Chen smiled. That was a familiar aura. Chapter 1405 The Beautiful Spirit World. Endless life energy invigorated everyone's minds. It was completely different from the dark forest. This place was full of tranquil air that freed people of their worries. Just entering this forest would make a person feel like their heart was being cleansed. When Long Chen and the others came off the flying boat, they couldn't help closing their eyes and sensing that sacred and pure energy in the air. It made them feel so close to the forest. Long Chen had felt this aura before. This was the aura the forest divinity had possessed, but now it was much denser. Towering trees still covered the sky, but sunlight managed to sprinkle on the ground. From a distance, it looked like streaking rainbows were roaming within the forest. It was a world of fantasy. How beautiful! Meng Qi was enchanted by this dream-like forest. Friends, please come. They had only just begun appreciating this beautiful world when a translucent figure walked out of the forest. Forest divinity, it's good to see you again. Thank you for your favor from back then. That was the only reason I could reach my current level. Long Chen immediately recognized her familiar voice and aura. The translucent figure walked out of the forest. Ripples condensed into a graceful woman wearing a green dress and an emerald hat. I am Ling Yao. I know the human race's cultivators don't like to bother with too much etiquette, so you can call me Sister Ling Yao. A single smile from her made everyone feel like they were being cleansed by spring wind. They all felt a good feeling for her that came from the bottom of their hearts. I should be the one to thank you. If it hadn't been for you, it would have been impossible for me to return to the spirit world so quickly. Come, let me welcome you to the forest of life. Ling Yao stretched out her hand. Divine light fell and condensed a rainbow bridge that stretched into the depths of the forest. This rainbow was composed of countless rainbow-colored leaves. As they walked along with it through the giant forest, immortal chi swirled around them, making them feel like they had entered an immortal world. Lights began to twinkle from the huge trees. They were coming from butterflies that flew through the forest. Their wings gave off a fairy light that adorned the forest, making it feel dream-like. Meng Qi and Tang Wan'er were both intoxicated with this beauty. They gently reached out their hands, and butterflies flew over to them, landing on their hands and arms. Their fairy light illuminated their faces. Not even a master painter would be able to capture that scene. When Long Chen saw them like that, he was simply stunned. More and more butterflies came over, circling around everyone. Some brazen ones landed on their bodies. Even the Dragonblood warriors involuntarily came to a stop, afraid that if they moved, they would scare them away. These butterflies were incredibly beautiful, but they looked extremely weak. The Dragonblood warriors didn't dare to touch them in fear of harming them. Seeing more and more of the butterflies coming, Ling Yao sighed emotionally. Dream butterflies, go play somewhere else. Our guests need to keep going. The butterflies were like naughty children that were shooed off by an adult, and they scattered. In that instant, they filled the air, illuminating everything for a moment. The light then slowly faded deeper into the forest. Sister Ling Yao, the spirit world is so beautiful. Can we come here more often? Asked Tang Wan'er, completely infatuated with this world. Of course, you can. As long as our forest of life is still present, you can come whenever you want. Ling Yao smiled, but Long Chen saw an unnatural expression flitted across her eyes. Sister Ling Yao, I came here to repay my debt to you. If it hadn't been for your divine life elixir, I would probably have died a long time ago. So no matter what troubles the forest of life has, I will do my best to help, even if I have to sacrifice my life," promised Long Chen. He could see that the forest of life was most likely in an extremely bad situation. "Sister Ling Yao, since you saved our boss, the entire Dragonblood Legion will help repay you. Without boss, we wouldn't have our current achievements. So we will stand together with you no matter what," added Guo Ran heroically. They all knew that Long Chen was someone who cared deeply about returning debts. The favor of a drop of water in need had to be repaid with a gushing spring. As for Long Chen's debt to her, it was truly enormous. Ling Yao gratefully bowed. "Thank you for your kind intentions. Please just follow me. The Spirit Emperor has been waiting for a long time." Ling Yao continued to lead the way. More and more lifeforms appeared in the forest, curiously staring at them. Long Chen and the others saw huge tigers lying on the ground, resting. They also saw huge pythons extending their heads to stare at them. 11th rank magical beasts. Those magical beasts didn't give off any malice, but their auras were extremely shocking. They were magical beasts on the life star level. Although 11th rank magical beasts were on the same level as human life star experts, there was a great gap in combat power. An 11th rank magical beast could instantly kill ordinary life star experts. However, these magical beasts didn't give off any hostility as they passed. More and more of them appeared as they entered deeper into the forest, but they were all very tranquil. It was like they were domesticated. They are the protector spirit beasts of the forest of life. They're our friends. They'll only attack when facing the brutal dark forest, explained Ling Yao. Eventually, a large open space appeared in front of them. Many floating islands hung in the air. The flying islands were all of different sizes. The larger ones would be hundreds of miles wide, while the smaller ones were just a few meters. Those islands were overflowing with greenery. They were like green clouds floating in the sky. Spring water flowed down from them. Under the sunlight, it was especially dazzling. They were like silver rivers flowing down from the heavens. Such beauty was something Long Chen and the others had never imagined even in their dreams. They were all intoxicated by the sight. Suddenly, the ground beneath them began to rise. Only then did they realize that the rainbow bridge beneath them had disappeared, replaced with a rainbow-colored parrot that was carrying them to the floating islands. They flew past thousands of floating islands. From this height, their admiration of the spirit world's supernatural beauty increased even more. Originally, the spirit world had 8 places with similar floating islands. Unfortunately, this place is the only one left. Seeing that Long Chen and the others were stunned by the beauty here, Ling Yao was first proud, but then she lamented. The dark forest would destroy such beauty. Raged Tang Wan. After entering the forest of life, they sensed a feeling of unprecedented tranquility. It made them feel even more disgust for the outside world slaughter. When this place was compared to the dark forest, one was a wonderland, while one was hell on earth. All of them felt regret that those other floating islands had been ruined. Long Chen, let's eliminate the dark forest. Guo Ran was also enraged. How are we supposed to eliminate them? With your mouth, demanded Long Chen. Did Guo Ran think he could brag about such a thing? Just how vast was the dark forest? They had countless tree demons. The portion they had traveled through was probably less than 1/millionth of the total dark forest. The only reason the dark forest had allowed them to pass was because the trees had mistaken them to be on their side. That was why they had managed to go straight to the battlefield. But if this hadn't happened, they would have had to face terrifying tree demons and berserk magical beasts. Long Chen couldn't help but feel that his power was too minuscule. The forest of life was also extremely powerful. Just those magical beasts they had seen on the way represented a terrifying force. Furthermore, those magical beasts should just be a portion of what the forest of life had. The forest of life was shockingly powerful, so Guo Ran's bragging was out of place. Boss, of course I'm just bragging, but I'm sure an unrivaled hero like you can do it. Guo Ran laughed mischievously, pulling Long Chen up so his fall would be worse. Long Chen, the dark forest is too evil. I know you have some evil plots, I mean some wise stratagems to help the forest of life. Tang Wan'er held Long Chen's hand, standing on the same front as Guo Ran. Then she looked around and whispered, once you drive away the dark forest, think about how nice it would be if we came to live here. You want to live here? Long Chen was first startled, but then when he thought about it, once all his problems were resolved, to bring a bunch of beauties and come live in seclusion in the spirit world sounded perfect. They could do some good things and have a whole group of babies. If he could have such a life, he wouldn't exchange it even for the chance to become a god. 2 hours later, they flew past the region of floating islands. But what greeted them was a desert. The terrain changed so suddenly that it caught them off guard. There was only a single tree within the desert. At this time, it was night, and they could see the tree piercing into the sky. They had never seen such a giant tree. Its branches were huge and covered the sky. The stars that twinkled above them looked like the tree's fruit. However, Long Chen saw that the tips of the branches were starting to wither. The tree was giant, but it also gave off a feeling that its vitality was about to run out. When Long Chen and the others arrived, a gentle, rain floated down. However, that wasn't rain, but women of the spirit race. They were flying down from the giant tree. A sea of beautiful women surged over to their side, and Guo Ran lost his voice. It was his first time seeing so many beautiful women. Respected guests, welcome to the spirit world. Just at this moment, a voice rang out, and all the spirit race women knelt on the ground. Chapter 1406. A fetus-like state. Ripples spread from the branches of the giant tree. A rain of light fell, and a slender figure appeared within it. She was a beautiful woman who looked to be in her 30s. She was slender, and her hair was tied in a high knot. Each part of her was beautiful. She held a wooden staff in her right hand. A mortal mist revolved around the staff, and an emerald gemstone was inlaid in its head. Powerful life energy fluctuations came from it, as though it was alive. When she appeared, all the spirit race women knelt on the ground, and their hands clasped over their chests. Their expressions were pious as if they were offering their respects to a god. Greetings, senior. Long Chen didn't know what he was supposed to call her, so he simply acted in accordance with the human race's customs. When Ling Yao returned, she mentioned you. For you to come to my spirit world with kindness in your hearts, you are my respected guest. The beautiful woman smiled. Long Chen, this is the leader of the spirit world, the spirit emperor, said Ling Yao. Long Chen was a bit speechless. Why hadn't she introduced them earlier? He was just about to open his mouth and switch senior with spirit emperor. Yet, the spirit emperor waved it off. Spirit world's customs are completely different from the human race's. You don't need to be constrained in it. As the respected guests of my spirit race, I'd like to invite you to dance together with the women of my spirit race. Music suddenly began to fill the air. Long Chen and the others raised their heads to see that it was coming from birds that had filled the air. The spirit race women began to dance. Each of their movements was graceful and elegant. Long Chen and the others were a bit embarrassed, because these women only had leaves covering their private areas. A great deal of their skin was exposed, making this scene too stimulating. However, the women then began to laughingly pull the Dragonblood warriors into their dance. Those Dragonblood warriors became even more embarrassed. When it came to hacking people with their blades, they had some skill. But having coarse men like them dance made them feel like they might die of embarrassment. Furthermore, with the spirit race women holding their hands, their faces turned completely red. However, they quickly found that these women were as pure as children. They had no other intentions, which made them feel ashamed of their thoughts. The wood cultivators quickly became accustomed. They were the first to feel the purity of these spirit race women. Tang Wan was also very unrestrained, dancing with two of the spirit race women. Tankling laughter came from them occasionally. It was like everyone was being brought back to their childhood and was simply playing. Everyone gradually became accustomed. The flashy Guo Ran did his best to display his own dance as he was surrounded by a group of women. It looked about as ugly as a bear trying to scratch its own back, making these women clap and laugh. As for Guo Ran, he thought they were praising his dancing, and he began to dance even harder. Long Chen, are you not dancing? Asked Ling Yao. Me, I think I'll pass. If I start dancing, I think I'll be even worse than that fellow. Long Chen looked at Guo Ran. Come, I'll show you. It's very simple. Ling Yao grabbed Long Chen's arm and pulled him into a dance. In truth, their dance was very simple. There were only a few movements, and it wasn't something that required great skill. Long Chen couldn't refuse a dance request from the person who had saved his life, so he thickened his skin and danced. He matched Ling Yao's movements. He quickly sensed something strange. As he entered the rhythm of the dance, he noticed a strange air flow around him. It felt like his heart was being cleansed by the dance, as if his soul was being purified. This was a feeling that made a person abandon all their misgivings and become one with the world. In just a moment, Long Chen had relaxed a great deal. He felt like he had returned to his childhood and was gleefully playing under the watchful eye of his mother. There was no mocking, no struggle, and no competition. It felt like they were all bathed in sunlight, playing like carefree children. This feeling was something that had long since been forgotten under the torrent of blood and battle. Today, they finally found it again. Tang Wan was dancing gaily, while Meng Qi was also dancing with one of the spirit race women, an expression of peace and contentment on her face. This dance is called the spirit of life. It's the blessing the life God left for us. Whether you are in a good mood or a bad mood, whether you are angry or sorrowful, as long as you dance this dance, the wounds of your heart will be soothed, and you will feel happy and safe. Ling Yao looked up at the tree above them. A grateful and devout expression appeared on her face. Long Chen was startled. Was this giant tree the spirit race's life god? After an unknown amount of time, everyone became exhausted. Long Chen was also one of them, and he fell asleep without realizing it. It was like he had gotten tired of playing and was now sleeping in the embrace of his mother. He felt completely safe in her embrace. He didn't know how long he stayed in that moment, but this dream suddenly took a turn. A bottomless abyss appeared behind him, and he felt like he would drop and break all his bones as soon as he turned. He instantly awoke. Waking up, Long Chen realized he was lying in Ling Yao's embrace. She was staring at him with care. Sorry about this. Long Chen hastily crawled up. He found that all the Dragonblood Legion was asleep, each of them in the embrace of a woman. Those spirit race women had spiritual light flowing around them. The Dragonblood warriors were like sleeping babies, lying in their embrace. They are enjoying the blessing of the life god. The life god's power is soothing their sorrows, letting their souls sublimate. But you woke as soon as you fell asleep. It seems you have too many burdens to relax. The spirit emperor walked over, a trace of pity in her eyes as she stared at Long Chen. Long Chen smiled slightly. It's not that bad. There are many things that I have to carry, and I can't just run away from them. If I did, it would be tossing my burdens to someone else, and that's not what a man should do. Spirit Emperor, I came to the spirit world to return my debt, but it seems, without even paying my debt, I've accumulated a new one. He knew that the Dragonblood Legion was in a special, fetus-like state. This kind of state was something all cultivators would long to achieve. The meditative state was a state of spiritual emptiness. By releasing everything, you became closer to the heavenly Taos and could comprehend them better. However, this state was artificial. Just by wanting to enter this state, you had a goal, which contradicted the point of this state. That made it very difficult for one to grasp anything about the heavenly Taos. Despite its low efficiency, this meditative state was the only cultivation method to get closer to the heavenly Taos, so everyone had to use it to increase their mental realms. A person's mental realm was just as important as their cultivation realm. Normally, the mental realm had to be higher than the cultivation realm. The mental realm was like a canal, while the cultivation base was the water. The canal had to be constructed perfectly to allow water to flow through it. If a person's mental realm wasn't high enough and their cultivation base sharply exceeded it, it could easily ruin a person's foundation and cause a heart devil. So there were many geniuses that couldn't put their full energy into raising their cultivation base because their mental realms were lagging. Now the Dragonblood Legion was in an innate meditative state. This was completely different than when cultivators forced themselves into a meditative state. In the secular world's words, everything you gained while you were still in the womb was innate, while everything you had after you were born was acquired. Once you were born, you couldn't gain more innate things. But the Dragonblood Legion had returned to a fetus-like state. This was practically a heaven-defying opportunity for them. As long as their mental realms were high enough, Long Chen could refine medicinal pills for them to raise their cultivation bases rapidly. That was why he was bitterly smiling. He hadn't even returned his debt, and a new one was already piled onto it. There's no need for you to care about this debt. Anyone who sincerely has good intentions for our spirit race is our precious guest. Do you know those dream butterflies you attracted when you first entered the forest of life? The dream butterflies are the most sensitive spirit creatures within this forest. For them to like you means you truly care about us. We don't have anything to repay you with, so this is just a bit of kindness from us, said the Spirit Emperor. Spirit Emperor, what trouble have you encountered? I want to help you, said Long Chen. This trouble isn't so simple. It might not be long before the forest of life will cease to exist. Is it really so grave? The dark forest has gathered reinforcements from many different powers, inflating their forces. And even before this, just the dark forest alone was hard enough to resist. Now, the spirit race warriors are no longer able to block them, and the battle lines are being forced closer and closer to us. The forest of life itself is not able to kill other lifeforms, and being infected by their grievance and resentment is toxic to us. The spirit race warriors and spirit beasts are the only things we can depend on. But looking at the current situation, there's no hope, sighed the spirit emperor. So thank you for coming here, but we don't want to implicate you. That would just make us feel worse. Throwing away your lives for a hopeless battle isn't worth it. Since we've come, we came prepared. Even if we have to die, we will stand beside you. Even if we have to fight to the last man, to the last drop of blood. This is the spirit of the Dragonblood Legion, said Long Chen firmly. This was his principles, and the principles of the Dragonblood Legion. But if you help us, you will become the enemies of all the martial heaven continent's powers, warned the spirit emperor. Chapter 1407 Traitors of the Human Race. Why would that happen? Asked Long Chen with shock. The answer would take a long time to explain. The spirit queen sighed and began to tell Long Chen a story he had never heard before. Rumor had it that in the immortal era, the spirit world had had very good relationships with the human race. The spirit race had powerful life energy skills and had helped the human race countless times against their powerful enemies. In that battle of the immortal era, in order to help the human race, the spirit world had lost many of its experts. It had been forced to seal itself off to recover. Then the dark era came. The spirit world was also attacked, with foreign tree demons invading. At that time, they still hadn't recovered from their previous losses. When the dark era ended, the martial heaven continent had been devastated, and the spirit world had taken disastrous losses. The dark forest grew stronger. At first, they only managed to take over a small part of the spirit world, but now they began to spread. Other than their powerful tree demons, the dark forest also had berserk magical beasts. As for the forest of life spirit trees, they couldn't kill other creatures. Only their spirit race warriors and spirit beasts could fight them. However, they were unable to stop the advance of the dark forest. The dark forest's territory grew greater and greater, while the forest of life's territory shrank with each passing year. This was a slow battle. Since the dark era had passed, and the human race had recovered, the spirit race asked for help. However, the sovereigns that had once led the human race heroically had all fallen, and the martial heaven continent had completely changed. Each person was selfish, and no one came to help the spirit race. In fact, people began to curse the spirit race for betraying their trust and not helping the martial heaven continent during the dark era. They thought that the huge losses they had taken were all because of the spirit race's betrayal. How could they be so shameless? Raged Long Chen. This was too evil. Although he hadn't spent a long time with the spirit race's people, he had no doubt whatsoever toward them. They would never lie. If they just didn't help us, that would be one thing. But then after having a falling out with us, they began to help the dark forest suppress us, said the spirit queen sadly. Are they worse than beasts? Long Chen couldn't imagine this. Just what had happened to the human race? Why would they do something so treacherous? Suddenly, he had a thought. Could it be? Yes. It stemmed from greed. Everything in the forest of life is filled with life essence. The spirit beasts, the spirit trees, the spirit warriors, all lifeforms within the forest of life are treasures in the outside world that can extend a person's lifespan. As expected, in front of great enticement, humans would also become depraved. Even a saint could become a devil. Does the entire martial heaven continent side with the dark forest? Asked Long Chen. If the Xuantian Dao sect had also sided with the dark forest, he wouldn't know how to feel about it. About all of them, the corrupt path, the ancient races, Pill Valley, the Zon beasts, they all stood by the side of the dark forest. As for the righteous path, they acted like they didn't see anything. But some sects stealthily send some people to kill the creatures in the forest of life, so the righteous path also isn't our friend, answered the spirit queen. Hearing this, Long Chen sighed with relief. As long as the Xuantian Dao sect hadn't participated in killing them, he could accept it. He finally realized what Li Tianxuan had been about to tell him. Clearly, Li Tianxuan had already figured out the situation in the spirit world and had predicted that Long Chen would be surrounded by enemies. But even if Li Tianxuan had told him all this, Long Chen would still have come to the spirit world without any hesitation. The thing that disappointed him was that whether it was the Xuantian Dao sect, the heaven-splitting battle sect, the heavenly sword gate, or the wine god palace, all these sects he had a close relationship with had all chosen to be silent in the face of the spirit world's crisis. Then he supposed that any single sect couldn't become enemies with so many sects. They could only act like they didn't know anything. At the same time as he was disappointed, he was enraged. If people could abandon the allies that had fought alongside them so easily, were they even worthy of being called cultivators? Was this in order to live a longer but sullen life? If you didn't even dare to do the things you wanted to do, then what was the point of cultivating? Spirit Queen, on behalf of the human race, let me apologize. I'm ashamed of my ancestors, for their actions. But the Dragonblood Legion and I will stand together with you. We will live and die together, swore Long Chen. Are you prepared to become enemies with the entire martial heaven continent? Asked the Spirit Queen. If I have to be enemies with them, then fine. In any case, I have plenty of enemies already. I don't mind increasing the scale a bit more. Long Chen smiled. Wasn't that precisely the case? The ancient races, Corrupt Path, and Pill Valley were his mortal enemies. Which one didn't want his life? As for the Zon beasts, as soon as he had accepted Cloud, he had made his preparations to be enemies with them. To put it bluntly, a dead pig wasn't afraid of boiling water. Since things had already reached this point, he might as well do what he wanted. Although he had many things to accomplish, if he didn't even dare to repay his debts, then would having a higher cultivation base matter? This wasn't his first time putting his life on the line, and he was already used to it. Long Chen, thank you. The Spirit Queen was extremely grateful. After being betrayed by so many humans, this was her first time encountering a human who would sacrifice their life for them for a small favor. Spirit Queen, I have many questions I want to ask you. Ask away. As long as I know, I will answer. Why are the spirit warriors all women? Where are the male warriors? This was something that he had been holding back for a long time. In all the forest of life, he hadn't seen a single male. There are no male warriors in our spirit race. These warriors are not humans. They are the fruit of the life god. The Spirit Queen raised her head to look at the giant tree. Their fruit. Long Chen jumped in shock. How was this possible? Yes, the fruit of the life god tree. They took human form with the life god tree's power. Bows and arrows are the martial weapons that allow them to unleash their greatest power. Although their arrows are made of ordinary wood, when they shoot, they will pray to the life god, giving their arrows divine power that can pierce the armor of experts and the hide of magical beasts. Now Long Chen understood why their arrows were so strangely powerful. It is because they are the fruit of the life god tree that they are like pure and naive children. They are like a sheet of white paper. After years of fighting against the dark forest, countless spirit warriors have lost their lives. In order to protect everyone, the life god has spent all its energy. You can also see how bad the life god tree's situation is. It's unable to give birth to any more spirit warriors. Originally, when the spirit warriors die, a portion of them will transform into spiritual chi and return to the forest of life to be absorbed by the life god tree. But when the martial heaven continent's experts capture them, they will refine them into divine life elixir. Fury appeared on the Spirit Queen's face. The spirit warriors who landed in enemy hands all suffered miserably. This was why Gui Yan had captured those spirit warriors. But with the corrupt path's lecherousness and cruelty, they would inflict even more suffering on them. What is the origin of the Dark Forest? They invaded the spirit world during the Dark Era. Was that a coincidence or part of a scheme? If it's part of a scheme, what is their goal? Long Chen was extremely curious toward the Dark Forest. Just how had those tree demons formed an agreement with the martial heaven continent's experts? I'm ashamed to say that our heads aren't as clever as the human races. We've never been able to figure out why they appeared, said the Spirit Queen apologetically. Long Chen was dumbfounded. Even after tens of thousands of years, they were unable to figure out their goal. He quickly thought of how Pill Valley's experts said that the Dark Forest's tree demons were all wooden-headed fools. They weren't very intelligent. It was just that the Spirit Queen looked very wise, so it was unexpected that even she wouldn't know such a thing. That's fine. We can figure that out later. Then tell me, other than their greed for the forest of life, is there anything else that attracts the martial heaven continent's warriors here? Yes. Within the spirit world lies part of the ancient battlefield. Back when the human race was still allied with the spirit world, when devil creatures invaded us, they were suppressed by a sovereign. That battle was extremely intense, and heaven and earth were destroyed. Spatial cracks now litter that region. Rumor has it that countless experts of both the humans and those devil creatures died at that time, and their treasures were left behind. However, the divine might of a sovereign still lingers there, so neither we nor the dark forest's tree demons can approach there without being annihilated, said the Spirit Queen. A sovereign's divine might that makes you unable to approach the battlefield. Long Chen was shocked to learn that a sovereign had once fought in the spirit world. Yes, only humans can get close to that area, but I heard that the battlefield is extremely dangerous. Countless adventurers have entered without ever leaving. Sovereigns were legendary existences that dominated anyone in the same realm. Only one sovereign would appear in one generation, so the title of sovereign was synonymous with unrivaled. Rumor had it that the sovereigns were the result of all the world's karmic flow condensing into one person. Only one sovereign could be born in one era, and only when that sovereign fell would it be possible for a second sovereign to be born. So the sovereigns that had risen during previous eras were all figures that had led that era. They were god-like existences. I'll definitely have to go to that battlefield. Perhaps I can get some treasures. A fiery light appeared in Long Chen's eyes. Chapter 1408 Primal Chaos Soil. After chatting with the Spirit Queen for a long time, he gained an understanding of the Forest of Life's power. The Forest of Life had 90 million spirit warriors. They possessed such long lifespans that they had to be measured in millennia. The longer they lived, the greater their combat power would be. They had no cultivation base rankings. Instead, it was their age that was used to divide their power. They were split into spirit kings, spirit generals, spirit guards, and spirit soldiers. They could generally be equivalent to the human races: Life Star, Soul Transformation, Jade Core, and Foundation Forging realms. The spirit guard that Long Chen had saved was very powerful amongst spirit guards, which had allowed her to fight so long against Gui Yan. In truth, Gui Yan hadn't been fighting all out at that time. He had intentionally let some spirit warriors escape to draw more reinforcements. His appetite was quite big. The spirit race's warriors would only reach the level of a true spirit soldier when they had reached 200 years of age. Without reaching that age, their combat power would be even lower. The spirit warriors' appearances never changed. They appeared the same as when they had just been born. Other than their own people, no one else could tell them apart. Those who had lived for 200 to 1,000 years were called spirit soldiers, 1,000 to 2,000 were spirit guards, 2,000 to 5,000 were spirit generals, and 5,000 to 10,000 were called spirit kings. When Long Chen heard this, he couldn't help being speechless. These pure and naive ladies had actually lived for so long. However, he supposed since they were the fruit of the life god tree, he could understand it. It was just regretful that the spirit race had taken huge losses to help the human race during the battle of the immortal era. Then the dark forest had come and continuously fought against the spirit race until there were no longer any spirit kings left. There were less than 10,000 spirit generals, and about 8 million spirit guards. But not all the spirit guards were as strong as the one Long Chen had encountered. That spirit guard had almost reached the level of a spirit general, which was why she had been able to block Gui Yan. Then there were over 80 million spirit soldiers. There were also over 3,000 11th rank magical beasts, 100,000 10th rank magical beasts, and an uncountable number below that level in the Forest of Life. A force of this level would be shocking on the martial heaven continent. However, compared to the dark forest, the Forest of Life didn't have the slightest chance of winning. That was because the dark forest had finally brought back the heaven-devouring forest they had set up on the martial heaven continent in order to raise a group of extremely powerful tree demons. The martial heaven continent was different from the spirit world. The martial heaven continent was full of strife and slaughter, and tree demons all liked to absorb that air. It was beneficial to their growth. Furthermore, the spirit trees were unable to directly participate in the battle. They could only bestow their power to the spirit warriors and spirit beasts. When they were injured, they would use their own energy to heal them. The tree demons had no such restriction. How long ago did they suddenly get reinforced? Long Chen suddenly thought of something. 3 months and 17 days ago according to the units of the martial heaven continent. What about it? Asked the Spirit Queen upon seeing Long Chen's expression change. Over 3.5 months ago. That's not long after I caused a falling out with Pill Valley. Long Chen gave a simple summary of what he had done in Pill Valley. The Spirit Queen was completely dumbfounded. Long Chen had almost destroyed Pill Valley, as well as provoked a huge fight between them in the heaven-devouring forest, causing the heaven-devouring forest to take heavy losses. The Dark Forest has secret connections to many of the powers of the martial heaven continent. So I will make a very brazen guess. Back when the Dark Forest first established spatial channels to spread their roots to the martial heaven continent, they made it seem like this was simply the actions of the Dark Forest, but the truth was that they had already received the approval of Pill Valley, the Corrupt Path, the Ancient Races, and the other various powers. That was why they weren't immediately destroyed when they first entered the continent. Once they had established themselves, they began to spread rapidly, blocking off the way from the eastern Zon region to the central Zon region. They would occasionally kill experts crossing through them, but due to their secret connections with powers like Pill Valley, they couldn't be eradicated. Because of the heaven-devouring forest, the Dark Forest's power grows greater and greater at a rapid rate. Most likely, the Dark Forest doesn't even view the Forest of Life as an opponent any longer. They simply want to get more benefits from growing in the martial heaven continent. But because of their falling out with Pill Valley, although it looked like they settled things, they are filled with hatred. They view the Forest of Life as a fat slab of meat, and they're using you as a bargaining chip with the Corrupt Path, Ancient Races, and other powers. All these other powers were invited into the spirit world, but I believe only the Pill Valley was rejected. Pill Valley is under great pressure as it is and doesn't have the energy to participate in this matter. Others can enter and get benefits, but Pill Valley can't. This is their way of punishing Pill Valley for the previous battle. That's why, at the very least, our opponents won't include the flame cultivators of Pill Valley. That will make things much easier on us, and I'll be able to come up with certain stratagems for the battle. Do you want to hear my suggestions? Asked Long Chen. The Spirit Queen stared at him with a lost expression. She apologized. Sorry, what you're talking about is too complicated. I can't really understand. This time it was Long Chen's turn to be dumbfounded. I apologize. The lifeforms of the spirit world aren't very intelligent. We mostly act on instinct. I don't really understand your analysis, said the Spirit Queen. Long Chen was speechless. Even the strongest member of the spirit race, the Spirit Queen, couldn't understand something like this. How were they supposed to communicate? Long Chen, we trust you and your intuition. We can sense the feelings inside a person's heart, and I can sense your goodwill for us. For you to come right as we are facing our destruction is the guidance of the Life God. I'm willing to hand over everything to you, said the Spirit Queen. Divine light began to shine from her eyes, and at the same time, ripples came from the Life God tree. The world became enveloped by a sacred light. Do you see? The Life God tree also approves of my decision. Long Chen, you are the savior of the spirit world, said the Spirit Queen. The savior? I can't even save myself. Long Chen bitterly smiled inside. But looking at the Life God tree with its heaven-piercing branches, he suddenly thought of something. Some soil appeared in his hand, and he slowly sprinkled it on the ground. The Spirit Queen stared at him curiously, but she quickly became ecstatic. This is the divine soil possessing the aura of primal chaos. Her voice quivered. Is this useful to the Life God tree? Yes, very. This primal chaos aura can make up for the life energy the Life God tree has spent. The Life God tree used up all its energy giving birth to spirit warriors. If we only had more of this soil. The Spirit Queen let out a startled cry as Long Chen waved his hand. A mountain of soil appeared, and the aura of primal chaos slowly merged into the ground. This soil came from the primal chaos bead, and Long Chen could bring out as much of this as he wanted. As the primal chaos merged into the ground, the Life God tree began to shine brightly, lighting up the sky. Its withered branches sprouted green buds. The primal chaos bead soil was incredibly effective. However, the Life God tree was so huge that this mountain of soil was absorbed in just a moment, only allowing it to recover slightly. But this was already enough to delight the Spirit Queen. Long Chen summoned more and more soil, piling it up around the Life God tree. The Spirit Queen stared in shock, her hand covering her mouth. The Life God tree was crazily absorbing this soil. As endless life energy began to bloom within it, tears overflowed from the Spirit Queen's eyes. The Life God tree was the protector of the spirit world. It was the highest faith in the spirit world. As for the Spirit Queen, she was the protector of the Life God tree. Her soul was connected to it, so she knew best how quickly it was healing. The Life God tree's exhausted energy was rapidly being replenished. Nothing else could make her so happy. Thank you. The Life God tree has already recovered. The Spirit Queen's voice was choked with emotion. In just a few hours, there was not a single withered branch on the life god tree. It was overflowing with vitality and had recovered to its peak. Don't worry about it, I can bring out as much of this soil as needed. Since we're in such a crisis, can I ask if the life god tree can now give birth to more powerful spirit warriors? Asked Long Chen. Do you really have that much of this soil? The spirit queen's voice was quivering. If you really have a limitless amount, then the life god tree can spend a large amount of life energy to give birth to spirit generals. How many can it give birth to in one day? The spirit queen closed her eyes. She was communicating with the life god tree. After a moment, she said, if there is enough of this soil, the life god tree can give birth to 10,000 spirit generals a day. What about spirit kings? No, there's no way to create spirit kings from nothing. They need to grow naturally. Spirit generals are the limit for the life god tree, answered the spirit queen. Long Chen sank into thought. The spirit generals were equivalent to the soul transformation realm, and they were blessed by the life god tree, giving them immense power. However, that still wasn't enough. Back when the heaven-devouring forest had fought against Pill Valley, even Life Star experts had died. The Forest of Life's power was still too low. If I can't raise our power fast enough, then I'll need to reduce the opponent's power. Long Chen smiled faintly. He thought of another soil in the primal chaos space, one that devoured life. Chapter 1409 World Tree. The primal chaos space's black soil was poison to trees, and the only existence that could survive in it was the heavenly Dao tree. It would be a powerful killing tool in this upcoming battle. Long Chen asked the Spirit Queen when the Dragonblood warriors would awaken. She said that it would take over 10 days. Thinking about it, he had the Spirit Queen gather all the spirit warriors that were fighting on the battlefield. The spirit race clearly didn't understand battle tactics. Continuing like they had been would just make things worse for them. They were basically sending themselves to their enemies. Hence, it was better for them to all return to the Forest of Life and solidify their defenses. Once the spirit warriors retreated, there was no way the corrupt path or the ancient races would dare to attack the Forest of Life. According to the Spirit Queen, the Dark Forest had taken over 90% of the spirit world. Eliminating the Forest of Life was just a matter of time. The only reason the Dark Forest hadn't eliminated them was because they were using the Forest of Life as a gambling chip to cooperate with the Martial Heaven Continent's powers. If the spirit warriors retreated and took a solid defense, the experts that had come from the Martial Heaven Continent wouldn't be able to capture them. That way, there would be nothing they could do to the Forest of Life, and that would force the Dark Forest to launch an attack. However, retreating was still the best option, as it would take some time before the Dark Forest launched their attacks. That was enough time for Long Chen to do many things. Long Chen was grateful that the Spirit Queen acted according to his orders. As soon as she heard his recommendation, she used the Life God Tree's energy to alert all the spirit warriors to fall back. Because they were the fruit of the Life God Tree, there was no need for them to communicate with words. They all came from the same source, and communicating through the Life God Tree was much more convenient than through their mouths. The spirit warriors gathered, and the powerful magical beasts went to guard the border of the Forest of Life. If anyone dared to approach, they would be directly killed. After arranging this, he asked the Spirit Queen for a powerful magical beast to use as a steed, and he stealthily left the Forest of Life. He was searching for something called the World Tree. The World Tree was the most ancient tree species in the spirit world. It was the first kind of tree to exist after the spirit world was formed. First came the World Tree, then came the Forest of Life. According to the Spirit Queen, even the Life God Tree only came later. The World Tree was an extremely miraculous existence. It was said that its longevity was equivalent to this world's. As long as this world didn't die, the World Tree would exist forever. It was the existence with the greatest life energy. Originally, the spirit world had possessed a huge forest of world trees. Unfortunately, they were devoured by the Dark Forest, and there were no longer any world trees in this world. But if he was lucky, he would be able to find the seeds of the world trees. The forest where the world trees had once thrived was his target. He wanted to plant a huge forest of world trees. The primal chaos space would not allow things with their own minds to be planted within it. The branches of the tree demons or the spirit trees would simply turn into life energy when he planted them. He also tried a budding branch from the Life God Tree, but it could not be planted in the primal chaos space. Long Chen had dreamed of planting a forest of Life God trees in the primal chaos space. Then he would possess an undying body. But that dream had been destroyed. So he had switched targets to these so-called world trees. It was said that they were also huge and possessed immense life energy. It was due to their immense life energy that they were devoured by the dark forest as nourishment. Because of it, the dark forest had strengthened to the point that they began to overpower the forest of life. When Long Chen heard that, Long Chen couldn't help being speechless. The forest of life's creatures were innately kind, but their heads. Long Chen left behind a huge amount of primal chaos soil for the life god tree. In any case, the primal chaos space was 3 million miles wide. He could bring out as much of this soil as he wanted. The Spirit Queen gave Long Chen a flying magical beast. It was an azure scale blood eagle, an 11th rank magical beast. Its body was covered in azure scales, but its eyes were the color of blood. The azure scale blood eagle was extremely fast, and it brought Long Chen out of the forest of life very quickly. Long Chen saw large swaths of spirit warriors currently retreating to the forest of life. Once they were out of the forest of life, the azure scale blood eagle sped up. In just a day, Long Chen saw a region of space rippling like it was a huge waterfall. Although he was so far away, he could still see the space there twisting. But the instant he looked closely, his hair stood on end. He sensed a terrifying pressure. This is the ancient battlefield. Long Chen was deeply shaken. Even from this distance, it gave off such a terrifying pressure. It was worthy of being a place a sovereign had once fought. Primal chaos raged in this location, and the laws of heaven and earth were constantly being torn to shreds. There was no way for this part of the world to heal. A battle from tens of thousands of years ago had left such scars even after so much time. A sovereign was truly an untouchable existence. First, get the world trees. Then I'll come back and see what I can do here. Long Chen felt a blazing desire as he looked at this distant space. Perhaps he would be able to obtain something from that place. The azure scale blood eagle continued flying. This battlefield was so huge that even with its speed, it took a full day before he saw a dark forest. Many thanks. You can go back. Long Chen jumped off quite some distance from the dark forest. He went off on his own. Magical beasts possessed powerful life auras and would be easily sensed. As soon as Long Chen entered this forest, he felt unnatural. If the forest of life was like a pure spring, then the dark forest was like muddy sewer water. He suppressed his aura, as this forest was filled with countless powerful tree demons. They were normally sleeping and looked like ordinary huge trees. But once they were woken, they would attack. He definitely didn't want to wake them, and so he carefully advanced. After 2 days, he reached a mountain valley. A smile appeared on his face. He had reached his target. The place where the two mountains met to form the valley was precisely where the forest of world trees had once been. But this mountain valley was so huge that it took him 4 hours to arrive at the end of it. He was greeted by a huge mountain. When he jumped to the crown of a tall tree and looked into the distance, he gasped. This was a cemetery for trees. Countless giant trees were lying on the ground. The trees were so huge that there was no way to see their end. The roots of tree demons were piercing them, like they were fallen trees with mushrooms growing out of them. These tree demons were many miles tall, but when compared to the fallen trees, they looked wholly insignificant. This cemetery of fallen trees gave Long Chen a chill. Although he had been prepared, he hadn't expected them to be so giant. There was no doubt that these fallen trees had to be world trees. He went over to one of the world trees. Touching the trunk, he shook his head. This world tree's life energy had already been sucked dry. The inside was completely rotten. Long Chen continued to go deeper. The world trees were hundreds of miles long, but unfortunately, even their buds were corroded and dead. There was no fruit or seed for him. He even checked the surrounding ground, but he didn't find anything. After a couple of hours, Long Chen's heart was cold. So much time had passed since these world trees had died. They didn't have the slightest trace of life within them. Even the primal chaos space couldn't revive them. Even a withered branch, as long as it possessed the slightest bit of life energy, could be revived by the primal chaos space. Unfortunately, there wasn't even the slightest bit of life here. However, Long Chen was still unwilling to leave things as they were. He expanded his search. Finding world trees was crucial to him. This damn dark forest, cursed Long Chen. He had found a fruit of the world tree. It was a 30-meter sphere with a hard shell. Yet, roots had still pierced its body and extracted all its life essence. In other words, this fruit was also garbage. In his fury, Long Chen summoned a batch of flames that incinerated these tree demons. Clearly, these tree demons had already sucked away everything from these world trees. Right now, he was hoping to find just a single seed. But he didn't feel much hope anymore. Despite how infuriated he was, he had to continue searching. Although his chances were low, he had to go through this entire forest. Just as his heart was ice cold, he saw over 10 huge trees in the distance. They couldn't be, right? Long Chen rubbed his eyes, thinking they were broken. Those giant trees were definitely world trees. Although they were withered, they hadn't collapsed. His heart began to pound. As long as they hadn't collapsed, perhaps they still possessed the slightest bit of life. Long Chen hastily rushed over. He saw that there were 18 world trees in a ring. His heart was pounding harder and harder. He saw 2 of the world trees had lots of fruit growing on them. That meant there was a very high chance they still had some life. However, just as he was rushing over, a sense of alarm washed over him. He immediately stopped. He saw a willow tree in the middle of the world trees. The willow tree was just 3,000 meters tall. In front of the world trees, it was absolutely minuscule. The main trunk of the willow was covered in scales that emitted an ancient air. Its leaves looked like the hair of a young woman. When the breeze blew by, the leaves lit up with divine light. But that light also hid a fierce killing intent that made Long Chen's hair raise. It has actually monopolized these 18 world trees. Long Chen couldn't help being shocked as he noticed the strange roots coming out of the willow. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.